Prologue, a new honor. I had safely made it back to the imperial capital. The streets were well built, unlike those of Toizant. There were crowds and carriages. Despite not being born in the capital, all of it caused an odd swell of nostalgia within me, so I took this as a sign that I had gotten attached to this place. I took a deep breath, letting the air fill my lungs. Unlike the bumpy outward trip, the return had been fairly uneventful. We still encountered the usual hordes of monsters, but that wasn't much compared to an airship crash. That was a lot easier than usual, I mumbled to myself, Kreese's cheek twitches. Are you serious, sir? Sir Killigan remained silent. I always ran into some sort of trouble on escort jobs. This time was no exception, but all's well that ends well. As a bonus, I got a flying carpet, a smartphone, and Telm's relic out of it. I patted the carpet, which was sitting next to me, and got a chop for my troubles. I had been hoping she might finally accept me as a passenger, but it seemed I had been getting ahead of myself. When we reached the clan house, I parted ways with my savior Kreese. She took the title of MVP for combat, emotional support, and relic charging. HMPH, that was a complete mess, sir, she said. Don't call me again unless you have a good reason, human weakling. Wanna go out for drinks? Offered. I need to report to Lappies, sir. Besides, it'd just be you, me, and Sir Killigan. What the hell even is this guy? He barely even talked. Despite being talked about, Sir Killigan remained still as ever. Good question, I said. But he helped you, didn't he? That's a bold interpretation. In that regard, I'm genuinely impressed, sir. Well, at least I didn't bring on a third traitor. Kreese recoiled, utterly at a loss for words. Sir Killigan patted her on the shoulder. At first, I had been uncertain about him, but he had consistently exceeded my expectations. And by the end, France seemed to have developed a good opinion of him. It probably helped that Telm had turned out to be a traitor despite seeming like our sanest member. Just then, Sir Killigan twitched. With almost mechanical movements, he slowly lifted his helmet. Kreese watched with astonishment as what appeared wasn't a face, but a paper bag with 2 eye holes. Kill, kill, he said, perhaps as a way of goodbye. He then walked into the clan house. Many battle-hardened hunters moved out of the way for him. He went up the stairs, most likely to the 3rd floor, where Citri's laboratory was. It was Killiam the whole time, I said. I had trouble believing it until I remembered Citri had already told me. Seeing him covered in armor renewed my appreciation for how overwhelming his presence he normally was. I would have smacked you if I wasn't so nice. Sir, Kreese said to me, I always knew you were a nice person. Kreese jabbed me with her finger. I know when I'm being made fun of, sir. And so our escort mission came to an end. I sat down in my office. For the first time in days, I wore my usual clothes instead of perfect vacation. I could finally get comfortable. Toizant hadn't been all bad, but lazing around here was what suited me best. Even perfect comfort isn't always perfect. I still had some menial tasks to deal with, but I put it off for later. And just as I made that decision, there was a knock at the door. I told whoever it was to enter, and in came Eva, composed as ever. She hadn't taken part in the escort mission, so this was my first time seeing her since my departure. Welcome back, Cry, she said. How did your job go? I've heard a few rumors. It's good to be back. I'd give it about 30 points. Did anything happen here? 30 points. We didn't have any noteworthy issues. The only odd thing was the Torch Knights returning from their expedition. However, they've already departed. Oh, that's some unfortunate timing. Well, that's the life of a mercenary. Tauka seemed very disappointed, though. The Torch Knights boasted the largest membership of any party in First Steps. They were one of those rare parties that excelled at coordinated maneuvers, almost like a professional military. They regularly traveled the world in search of battles and rarely returned to the imperial capital. They probably didn't even think of the capital as their home base. The Torch Knights had been with us since the founding of our clan. Though they had little reason to join up with us, they cooperated when Citri presented them with expensive potions. In other words, they had been bought. Their leader, Kongan Tauka, lived by the mantra of even lives can be bought. Tauka and Citri got along fabulously, which meant she also got along with me. If they had been in the capital at the time, I could have just left the job of protecting the Emperor to her party. What a shame that they had already left. I yawned, slouched in my chair, and pulled out my new smartphone. That's right, Eva said. I hear Toizant has finally succeeded in its goal of establishing a forest. Yeah, there was a huge fuss about it, but it had nothing to do with me. That's not quite what I heard. It was all a product of their hard work. According to France, the head of Toizant had been too giddy to focus on the conference at hand. Still, I maintained that I had nothing to do with the trees. Crowds of people had come to offer their thanks, but I sent them all away, saying I didn't know what they were talking about. Likewise, I turned down their gifts. Their gratitude should have been directed at little sister Fox. Who would have thought a phantom could be so helpful? There were rumors saying a forest had popped up in a day. Talk about expediency. In retrospect, shoving little sister Fox off onto those people was irresponsible of me. Getting in touch with her seemed like a good idea, and now that I had a smartphone, I could talk to her even over long distances. But never mind that, I said. The future is what's important, and I had been waiting a while to bring this up. Eva, there's something I want to talk to you about. Avoiding eye contact, Eva said, that reminds me about the crimson dragon head Luke brought in. We had it taxidermied per his request. Where should we put it? Looks like Eva has her fair share of headaches. But I've got bigger concerns than a stuffed dragon. Just put it on any old wall. Now I've got a request from the Emperor. He had personally requested that I mentor Princess Murina. It was too big of a task for one person, all the more so if that person was me. Before I could continue my explanation, Eva sighed heavily. Phrases like the strongest weren't used when speaking of the youngest man to reach level 8. The 1,000 Tricks had incredible foresight and charisma. Commanding his talented party members, he had quickly made Greiving souls a name known throughout the Empire. He hadn't built a reputation with might, but instead through leadership. Exceptional strength gave many high-level hunters an independent streak, but Greiving souls hadn't lost a single member since its establishment. In some ways, that was more impressive than any measure of raw power. After the gathering of the White Blade, Princess Murina had talked with her friend Eclair Gladys about the 1,000 Tricks. He's a fearsome man, Eclair had said. She spoke in a low voice, as though she was sharing something confidential. Don't be fooled by his idiotic behavior. Lots of hunters lack manners, but his problem isn't a lack of education. He simply doesn't have any respect for social status. Princess Murina had never seen her friend look so unnerved. He's bold and conniving, Eclair continued, so much so that many people have tried to fight back, but none have succeeded. After the auction, I began looking into every incident he's been involved in. House Gladys was considered a model for all Zebrudian nobles to follow. The daughter of the house, Eclair, had a certain grace that allowed her to stand tall in the face of any adversary, even if she was up against an adult. But none of that grace was present as she spoke to Murina in hushed tones. She could tell something had happened between Eclair and the 1,000 Tricks, but had it really been that shocking of an incident? To that man, his 1,000 trials are a game. He very well may not even realize the pain they inflict on people. If you find yourself meeting with him again, I'd suggest you be careful. Murina trembled as she recalled that conversation. Like a mother bird forcing its chicks to learn to fly, that man carried out his 1,000 trials. It was said he inflicted these trials as a means of helping hunters grow, but despite their name, they involved life-threatening battles that scared off even seasoned veterans. During their journey to Toysant, Princess Murina had glimpsed his aberrant talents at work. 1,000 Tricks, you are not to tell anyone of this. The truth is, Murina is incredibly unlucky. When her father Roderick Atom Zebrudia requested that the 1,000 Tricks protect and tutor Murina, it was most likely done in the hope that he might ameliorate her misfortune even a little bit. Her duties as a member of the imperial family had compelled Murina to undergo a variety of training regimens. This naturally included academic learning, but also extended to lessons with blades and magic. She had even entered treasure vaults on a few occasions. Despite all this, she remained easily defeated. It wasn't that she lacked talent, it was that she had been born under a star that brought her misfortune in all its forms. The reason Murina stayed out of the public eye was that activity on her part seemed to enhance the disasters she invited. France Argman, the captain of the Imperial Guard wore relic armor that allowed him to shoulder the damage of another. Normally, this would be used to protect the Emperor, but instead, France bore the damage meant for Murina. Even for the elite Zero Order, this was what it took to protect her from freak accidents. Very few people knew of Murina's poor luck. If knowledge like this got out, someone evildoer or another would surely see this as an opportunity. Her father's decision to keep her nature a secret was no doubt the correct one, and while he didn't blame his daughter for her misfortune, he wasn't unaffected by it. For a bit over a decade, the imperial capital had been assailed by an unnaturally high rate of trouble. from natural disasters to battles between criminal organizations. Murina had felt like her heart was going to stop when she heard the news of the treasure vault suddenly appearing. It would be unreasonable for Murina to blame herself for all this, but she did believe her bad luck influenced the course of events. She had already given up on finding a remedy to the situation. Even the prognosticators at the Astral Divinarium couldn't come up with anything better than suggesting that Murina try not to make any waves. Her luck is bad, the Thousand Tricks said, echoing Roderick. To an outsider, this would probably sound like a joke. The hunter seemed shocked by the news. He sank into a brief silence, eventually screwing up his face even further. "Oh, give me a break," he eventually said. "What?" Captain France yelled, his face reddening further. This young man, known for his divine strategies, chose to believe that Murina really was unlucky. He also indicated that guarding and training her was too large of a task even for him. Murina couldn't stop herself as she gulped and tried to make herself smaller. Hunters had the right to accept or deny any quests offered to them, but this man must have known what it meant to refuse a request from the imperial family. Even Murina's unshakable father was at a loss for words. "That must be some extraordinarily bad luck if it's worth keeping classified," the Thousand Tricks said, "So Telm and Ketchachaka making their way into my team, the attack by the dragon brood, the airship crashing, and the encounter with a treasure vault were all because Her Imperial Highness has bad luck." Murina couldn't help but be taken aback by how blunt he was about it. "You know, I thought it was really odd that I wasn't getting reprimanded for all our mishaps," the Thousand Tricks muttered to himself. "I suspected that His Imperial Majesty was the unlucky one, but no, it was his daughter. This is why you need to be prepared for anything. If it's that bad, then could something happen again?" "Don't get ahead of yourself," Captain France shouted. "Her Imperial Highness might have bad luck, but this was the first time we've had this much trouble. You have no right to be dissatisfied when dealing with these problems was what we hired you for in the first place." "Huh. See, Captain France is right." Murina protested. It was the first time in a while that she had raised her voice, not that that was very high. "I've never before had such a string of ill encounters." These misfortunes couldn't be ascribed to simple misfortune. Encountering a treasure vault while traveling in an airship was beyond the pale, and including Telm and Ketchachaka had been the Thousand Tricks' own decision. It was unfair to blame everything on the Imperial Princess. "If this happened regularly, I would have died a long time ago," she added. "Indeed," said her father. "I never would have brought her along to the conference if this was normal for her." Even the noble spirit turned against him. "Stop playing dumb, sir. There's no way that could have all been caused by bad luck." The Thousand Tricks took a determined step forward. Unsure how he might argue back, Murina took a step back. "Yeah, he said. "Luck isn't something you can gauge just by looking. This was all just a coincidence. The blame rests with Telm, Ketchachaka, and that treasure vault, not with me or Murina. I'd be delighted to accept this job." Murina didn't know what had caused that man to change his mind in such a short interval. Her father had offered to pay him with a ticket to the Supreme Warrior Festival, but she didn't think that had been what caused the turnaround in attitude. The Thousand Tricks was a hunter who built his career on his cunning. He had probably anticipated France and her father's arguments, and that's what led her to believe that he was testing Murina's resolve. It was almost unheard of for a member of the imperial family to receive training from a hunter. She didn't know what sort of regimen she might undergo, but this was very likely a gamble for both the Thousand Tricks as well as the Empire. "If something happens, please contact us immediately." "We'll be at your side in an instant," Captain France said to her, ever the worrywart. "I've heard nobody has ever died during one of his 1,000 trials," Murina said, trying to sound as confident as she could. If this training offered even the slightest chance of improving Murina's situation, then she had no choice but to take it. She understood that she had been sheltered for most of her life. It was only natural that she would fear lessons from someone who instilled terror even in hunters, but she had her pride as the daughter of the Emperor. She breathed in and out, soothing her tense nerves. "Yes, Your Imperial Highness, but that doesn't preclude other tragedies. I'll be fine. Now I have preparations to make, so if you'll excuse me," she said, trying to sound as strong as she could before running off. A treasure hunter's main job was delving into treasure vaults. However, that was a task requiring a variety of talents, which meant many hunters took on all sorts of work. Some examples include mercenary work, bounty hunting, and escort jobs, as I had just done. Magi and alchemists received offers to help with research, and capable healers like Ansem were called upon to help treat the injured. After I informed Eva about my conversation with the Emperor and his daughter, she briefly thought it over. I gave her an encouraging glance, which caused her to say, "That is quite incredible. You really do receive requests of all sorts." Well, the circumstances are what they are. Yes, very unique circumstances. I heard Princess Murina had her reasons for staying out of the public eye. Becoming her mentor requires significant skills and connections. Can't say I think they made a good choice. I didn't want to take this job, but I wasn't left with many other options. At first, I had wanted to act aggrieved and frame the imperial princess's bad luck as the source of all the mishaps. That would give me an excuse to turn down the mentoring job. But then I learned that her luck wasn't that bad. It just meant she couldn't go outside without risking abduction, and carriage wheels tended to break on her. Clearly, my bad luck was far greater, or far worse, if you will, than hers. In a panic, I tried to pivot to saying it wasn't anybody's fault, and I suppose nobody found that unnatural. "But can you actually do anything about this?" Eva asked. "If it's bad enough to be kept a secret, it can't be any easy problem to solve." "I'll sidestep it." "Huh!" I folded my arms and sighed. Bad luck that brought nothing more than bandits and bad carriages wasn't worth the theatrics they gave it. If that was bad luck, then what about a guy who ran into treasure vaults on outings, got abducted by cave people, got beat out at auctions, encountered dragons at hot springs, and got hit by lightning while going for walks? They said fortune tellers had certified her bad luck, but those bunch were anything but trustworthy. Had the imperial princess ever been called a bad luck bargain sale? I was certain they were just imagining things. Besides, wasn't her luck already pretty good if she had been born a princess of a major nation? I closed my eyes and gave a hard-boiled shrug. If it'll give them any peace of mind, I'll go along with it. And by that, I meant Ark would. I had accepted the job, but nobody specified that I do the training. And what even was there that I could teach? The imperial princess probably wouldn't turn down lessons from someone like Ark, and if he couldn't do it, I could find someone else in my large clan. And with an army of guards already surrounding the princess, I didn't see any need for us to work too hard. "Oh, I just remembered," I said, changing the subject. "Look, Eva. I got something nice for the escort job, and as an advance payment for working with the princess." I pulled out a ticket and set it on my desk. It was called a ticket, but it was made of metal and engraved with elaborate patterns. Even to the untrained eye, its fine craftsmanship was apparent. I noticed Eva narrowing her eyes and explained, "It's a ticket to the Supreme Warrior Festival." "Ah, I've heard rumors, but I've never seen one in person." The Supreme Warrior Festival was a tournament held annually. From all over the world, warriors of all vocations gathered to compete to be recognized as the best. They competed for the title of Supreme Warrior. In an era that lionized the mighty, there were a number of combat tournaments, but this was one of the most famous. Descriptions couldn't do it justice, but the fights were spectacles to behold, and the tournament was popular even among normal people. The winner was granted fame, fortune, and joined a long list of renowned champions. This was a platinum ticket, something that required very special connections to get. Most nobles, to say nothing of hunters, all yearned to have it. France had informed me that this wasn't just any old ticket. Swords and staffs were carved into its silvery surface, but nowhere did it list an assigned seat. With this single ticket, I could bring a number of companions with me. When you worked for the Emperor himself, you got paid lavishly. The Emperor had mentioned that I should show Murina what true strength looked like, and I had a number of friends who wanted to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival. "Cry, don't you dislike this sort of thing?" "No, not at all. I've always wanted to go at least once in my life, and it's almost hard to believe, but this ticket lets multiple people spectate." "I see. It is a hallowed festival." "I hear many warriors invite their friends and family." Eva spoke in a low voice and seemed unconvinced, but I wasn't going to dwell on it. "Why don't you come?" I asked my helpful vice-clan master. "Huh, you're really going to the Supreme Warrior Festival?" Eva looked like she didn't entirely believe me. Was it that surprising? "I was told to show Murina what true strength looked like. Training isn't just about your own work. Sometimes it helps to observe the experts." Sure, I had lived my life avoiding combat as much as I could, but I was still fascinated by mighty warriors. Like many people, I had once aspired to become a champion. I dusted off and redonned a hard-boiled demeanor. It's an honored tournament. As a level 8, I see no harm in making an appearance. Then I see no harm in going to offer my support. Did Eva have someone she wanted to support? I didn't even know who was going to be taking part. Why not bring the whole clan? She suggested. Now there was a good idea. This is a rare opportunity. I'm sure Tino and many of the other hunters would be delighted to attend. That sounds great. I think there's a limit on how many people can spectate, but maybe some of our own will be combatants. Ark was the first to come to mind, but our clan had a number of moniker bearers. There would be nothing strange about 1 or 2 of them taking part. I haven't heard of any of our members participating, but it's possible considering the size of the Supreme Warrior Festival. Will that be a problem? Not in the slightest. They'd have my full support. It would be a great honor if someone from our clan won the tournament. Why yes, it would. Cry, I feel like we aren't quite on the same page. You do. I didn't see how we could have ended up on different pages. All we had talked about was luck and bringing everyone to the Supreme Warrior Festival. If anything, I wanted to know just how misunderstandings could form from such a simple conversation. Eva looked oddly put off, but eventually, she nodded as though dispelling her concerns. If you say so, Cry, she said. Chapter 1. Level 8 Lessons in Leadership. Droplets of sweat fell between the plethora of spikes. Her fingers trembled as they gripped one of the protrusions. Mana material enhanced people per their desires, but the road to strength was still a long one. Tino Shade had a small and nimble body, a must-have for thieves, but standing upside down while supporting her body with just her index fingers and thumbs was no easy task. If she faltered for even a moment, she would lose her balance and fall onto a floor of spikes. The thought of becoming full of holes was enough to make anyone nervous. The spike floor was a training implement thought up by her master. But while it was his idea, City had been the one to bring it to life. The metal spikes had already wounded many and reeked with an unremovable scent of blood. As Tino moved from one spike to another, all while remaining upside down, she heard some grumbling voices nearby. You seriously don't have a clue. We know some of their members, so can't we just go from there? Fox is a very unique organization. Until a few years ago, nobody even knew that was what they called themselves. Lizzie sat down and grumbled to herself. How the hell does a group like that get so big? Fucking hell, this would be so much easier if Crybaby hadn't disposed of Telm. Well, what's done is done. If it weren't for Cry, we never would have learned that Telm was a fox in the first place, City chided. Tino, however, still noticed her rueful tone. They were in a gloomy training ground built underground beneath the clan house. In the center of the floor was a tube large enough for a person to easily fit inside. The top half was made of dense glass sealed at the top. The bottom was some sort of machine with a spiral-shaped blade. Near the base were shiny metal handles. She didn't know what it was used for, but apparently, Ansem had brought it back from Night Palace. Grieving souls would do anything if it made them stronger. Lizzie, of course, underwent rigorous training, but the other members had also done things like making their own special tools or inventing spells from scratch. She had seen a plethora of things that all seemed like they would undoubtedly make someone stronger. And it was probably in the name of avoiding these insane methods that nobody else was in the training room at the moment. Different approaches worked for different people, and anyone with a nose for danger had a natural aversion to the regimens of grieving souls. And what purpose could traversing a floor of spikes serve? The same doubts had once crossed Tino's mind, but she quickly banished those thoughts from her mind. She had to, or else she wouldn't be able to concentrate on not falling onto the spikes. Maybe we should ask him just to be sure, Lizzie went on. I don't like that they swung at us and still live to tell about it. We need to strike at their heart. Remember, Cry doesn't concern himself with small matters. Even a massive secret organization is still a grade lower than a treasure vault that's home to gods. Though, I must say I find the organization the more interesting of the two. Tino's master and his party had all returned to the imperial capital a few days ago. She hadn't been part of the escort job, so she didn't know exactly what had happened, but it sounded like they had fought another big bad guy. Listening to them, Tino had heard about the Emperor, bad things about the knights that protected him, and various bits of information she probably wasn't supposed to know. The only quests Tino's master took were ones that a level 4 like her could never even attempt. As far as she knew, those quests almost never went as planned, which implied her master never took simple jobs. Thoughts like these made Tino wonder if the day she joined, Grieving Souls, would ever come. She wanted to put it out of her mind and dedicate herself to her training, but that wasn't easy when a thief was supposed to be constantly aware of their surroundings. No matter how much time passed, Tino never got used to Lizzie's training, and reprieves only made it harder to come back. Agreed, Lizzie said, just as Tino was wondering when she'd be allowed to quit. It sounds like he's snagged another fun quest. You think he'll let us handle it? Catch. A hastily made treasure box came her way. Still upside down, Tino reached out and caught it. The sudden movement caused her to wobble, but by clamping down with her fingers and moving her legs, she managed to keep her balance. I caught it, if she hadn't. Severe punishments surely would have awaited her. Open that. While in that position, Lizzie said, unconcerned by her apprentice's teary eyes and heavy breathing. Now that you've gotten used to the spike floor, we'll call it there if you succeed. Like this. How? Tino looked at the small treasure box in her hand. It weighed a bit and was most likely locked. Lockpicking was a necessary skill for a thief, and this would normally be easy after all Tino had undergone. But what was she supposed to do with both her hands occupied? She desperately tried to come up with something. What do you mean, how? You've got your legs, don't you? What do you think they're there for? Not for opening treasure boxes. Lizzie's frigid glare stopped any protests Tino wanted to make. She fought back her tears, got her breath under control, and making sure to keep her balance, removed her shoes and stockings. Her lockpicks were at her waist, so couldn't reach them without using her hands. Instead, she contorted her body and used her toes to retrieve the needle she kept hidden in her hair. Now she just had to somehow put the needle in her mouth and get it in the keyhole. She tried to keep herself as light as possible, but her fingers were beginning to hurt. She made efforts to stay flexible, but her body ached as she tried to shift her body around. She ignored the pain and carefully attempted to change her center of gravity. Sure has become durable, City remarked. What did you expect? Crybaby and I have been training her. She's not like those assholes who only rely on mana material. Tino didn't see any problem with relying on mana material a bit more. Developing skills was important, but mana material was the most important thing in the world of treasure hunting. Regularly absorbing mana material within treasure vaults was what made hunters so powerful. It could make all the difference for someone's basic attributes. Though technically, mana material couldn't get you anything you couldn't get through rigorous training. Have you ever had to open a treasure box above a floor of spikes? Well, no harm in learning, right? Besides, the spike floor was Crybaby's idea. Master is God. Master is God, Tino told herself as somehow got the needle from her toes to her mouth. She heard a clunking noise. The weird glass thing was moving, and City was crouched down next to it. She walked over to Tino, and just as she was about to get the needle into the keyhole, City held out a vial containing a dark brown liquid. Here, T, would you give this a try? It's an experimental experience potion. Tino replied, thrown off by the unfamiliar phrase. City, T's not your test subject, Lizzie barked. If you want to test your stuff, then go find some criminals or something. What if you break T? Don't be like that. It should work. In theory, I believe. T, to put it simply, this is liquid mana material extracted from the corpses of phantoms from Night Palace. As a vapor, you lose some mana material to evaporation, but with this, you can directly absorb high concentrations. Efficient, don't you think? Tino was horrified. It was very possible City was committing experiments regarding the manipulation of mana material, one of Zebrudia's 10 capital crimes. Noctis Cochlear, the fallen sage who had conducted experiments in White Wolf's Den, had supposedly been exiled for his thesis regarding this field. If just writing a paper could get you chased out, then making liquid mana surely warranted the death penalty. Of course, Lizzie's ideas always ran afoul of the law, but this was a different magnitude. If you absorb more mana material, your sense of balance and dexterity will improve. You'll easily gain the power you need, City said. How about? Though I'll warn you, the concentration might be too high. That could prove deadly. Tino rapidly shook her head. She could never tell when City was being serious and when she was joking, which always troubled her. Is that a no? City sighed, a despondent look in her eyes. Well, Cry's taken quite a liking to you. With any luck, I'll be able to find more test subjects elsewhere. The door swung open. Whether this was good timing or not was debatable. Just you three. Damn arc that Fop is never around when I need him most. Tino, what are you doing? Tino's concentration was destroyed. She quickly turned her head in the direction of the voice, throwing off her center of gravity. The needle fell from her mouth, She dropped the treasure box and tried to press her hand against the floor, and her screams rang throughout the room. Nice, you really threw tea off there. You never know what might happen in a battle, so adaptability is indispensable. As the smart sisters beamed at me, Tino rolled around in pain after having fallen onto a floor of spikes. Her wounds immediately healed thanks to a potion Citri had sprinkled onto her. All I could do was stand there and smile. Yeah, uh-huh. It wasn't my place since I didn't have talents like theirs, but I had been starting to find Tino's training a little dubious. Seeing her upside down over a floor of spikes might have given me a heart attack if it had happened at night. What's training like this even supposed to accomplish? I asked. After being pierced and now soaked with a healing potion, Tino looked at me spitefully. Right, do any of you know where Ark is? I said, desperate to change the subject. I've been asked to train the Imperial Princess, and once again I can't find him. This was just like when I got asked to escort the Emperor, and also like the investigation into White Wolf's den. Ark's unwanted absence rate was skyrocketing. Huh, the Imperial Princess. Like of Zebrudia, Liz said. Cry, you're going to be mentoring the Imperial Princess, Citri said. It occurred to me that while I had already talked to Lucia about it, this was news to these three. That's how it ended up, I said. Not that it really matters, I don't plan to do any teaching. Vexingly, I couldn't find Ark or Sven or any notable parties. I might have been able to contact Starlight, but entrusting the Imperial Princess to noble spirits was way too risky. Not to mention Zebrudia was a nation that respected the sword more than the spell. And I got this as thanks, so I couldn't exactly say no. I pulled out the ticket and Citri looked astounded. I hadn't seen a ticket until this one was in my hands, but I guess things were different for people in the know. Is that a ticket to the Supreme Warrior Festival? Liz cried, her excitement at maximum. Are you gonna be part of it? No fair, I want to give it a go. And no, I won't be participating, I'll just be watching. Citri looked at me questioningly. Whoa, but this is a participation ticket. What? Oh, I get it. Indeed, watching from inside the ring would be better than from the audience. Hold on. That's some novel reasoning there. I looked at my ticket again. The glimmering platinum wasn't engraved with any information. It didn't even say anywhere that this was for the Supreme Warrior Festival. The only thing readily apparent was that it was something special. I closed my eyes and thought back to my conversation with the Emperor. And what to do for payment, he had said in his dignified voice. Not only are you training Murina, but I think your performance protecting me warrants more than just a carpet. I can't let you go without paying you sufficiently. Tell me what it is you desire. No need, sire, I said, putting on a hard-boiled display. There's very little I can do in regards to training the Imperial Princess. And I believe I've already been paid appropriately for protecting you. With payment comes responsibility. Getting paid better would increase the expectations placed on me. Not to mention Kreese had done all the heavy lifting during the trip to Toizant. You're as humble as Lord Gladys said you are, but I must give you something. The Emperor looked perplexed, but France had an idea. I'll put aside my doubts about his claims of being able to do little for Her Imperial Highness. Your Imperial Majesty, why not give this man one of the tickets? For the Supreme Festival Warrior. Indeed, we have some left, but it doesn't feel like enough. However, that ticket provides a chance for great honors. And as Princess Murina's tutor, providing the 1,000 tricks with one of these tickets will also indirectly benefit her. France gave me a meaningful look. I just smiled and nodded without thinking. I didn't know exactly what he was talking about, but it sounded fine enough. My friends all wanted to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival, but more importantly, a lighter payment gave me room to make excuses if anything went wrong. That would be wonderful, I said, attempting to convince the Emperor. I've always wanted to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival. I couldn't ask for anything more than this. Very well, the Emperor said, though he clearly wasn't convinced. I don't feel this is truly enough, but I'll respect your wishes. Now that you've made your choice, I assume feats of valor will be on display. Valor. No. I panicked and shook my head at the memory that came back to me. They should have known well enough during our escort journey that I was avoiding combat. In the first place, it was clearly strange to give as a reward the right to participate in a terrifying martial arts tournament where the world's top-class warriors gathered. No, well, it's my fault that I ignored it and didn't T-check properly, but they never mentioned that this was a ticket to participate. No, wait. Is it beneficial for the princess? I have to find a way to get a ticket right away. Cry baby, see you soon. Big sis, what about mine? She's gone. Let us think calmly. First of all, the main premise is that this ticket is not my participation ticket. No matter how anxious I am. There's no way I can say I want to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival, and giving a participation ticket to someone who hates combat and has never fought even during an escort mission is just harassment, not reward. It's true that there are seats available for people related to the fighters to watch the show at the Supreme Warrior Festival. It's different from the tickets for the match, but at the Supreme Warrior Festival, the fighters are provided with as much convenience as possible. However, there's no way all-knowing Citri were to mistake a spectator ticket for a participation ticket. So what is this? The spirit of the Empire where martial arts are respected. The mission is to train the princess for Her Royal Highness, who is worried even though it's not a major misfortune. A ticket to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival was given to him along with the words to show bravery France's words that it would benefit the princess. Dosen, all this point to just one path. In other words, Dosen this mean that Her Royal Highness the Princess should participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival. His Majesty also thinks about scary things. What's wrong? I knew that the Empire demands results above all else, but His Majesty the Emperor is telling me to train the princess to be able to fight at the Supreme Warrior Festival, as expected of someone who remained calm even after fighting a swarm of dragons. It seems that the famed bravery and courage of the Emperor were true. There are many modern aristocrats who excel in military prowess. This is because their bloodline includes people who have the talent of absorbing mana materials for generations. When it comes to a tournament as large as the Supreme Warrior Festival, it's not a world where you can win based on talent alone, so there are few participants from the nobility, but it's not zero. Could this be a much more difficult task than I thought? When is the Supreme Warrior Festival? It's in about a month. Master Tilda, what happened? The revived Tino straightens up and asks timidly, but that's not the case now. Is it just barely possible? What's just barely possible, Master? It's easy to train Her Royal Highness the Princess. All you have to do is assign a suitable hunter to take care of her. However, I have doubts as to whether she will be able to reach the level that will allow me to win the Supreme Warrior Festival. Or rather, it is probably impossible. The Supreme Warrior Festival is a tournament to determine the strongest in this world. No matter how much she descends from the Zebrudia royal family, known for generations as warriors, she is still a princess after all, and her opponents are battle machines who find the meaning of life only in fighting, and lives only to fight. If you train, you'll probably be able to ward off bad luck, but it's impossible against a battle machine. After all, the role of the princess is not to fight. The level of training that I was thinking of is about 5 levels different. This country is so full of muscle heads. What am I supposed to do about it? Even with Ark, it's probably impossible. As expected, even His Majesty the Emperor would not ask for the princess to win. His Majesty the Emperor is a smart man, and if he really wants to win, it would be better to use the Empire's pressure to do something about the system than to improve his ability. In any case, time is of the essence. Regardless of whether or not we can meet His Majesty's wishes, we must do our best. It's really unfortunate that Ark isn't here, but when it comes to raising people, being the strongest isn't necessarily the best. Citri, who's used to my outlandish requests, calmly confirms this. The princess's instructions. What level would that be? At the level that would allow her to win at the Supreme Warrior Festival. And the time frame? Maybe about a month. Even for the godlike master, the divine strategist, isn't that a bit too much? I also agree with Tino's opinion. Even if I was really a divine strategist, it would be quite difficult. Even though I trained under Lizzie for several years, I still think the Supreme Warrior Festival will be difficult, and even if I use that mask, I won't be able to tell. That's right. If we put the evolve greed on the Princess Tino, that's a nice idea. Well, master is God, master is God. Well, even so, it might still be too difficult. That mask had no effect on me, and it might not have any effect on the princess either. It would be a problem if she were to go out of control like Miss Eclair did. Then, Citri glanced at the potion in her hand, looked at Tino, who was pale and muttering, then looked at me and said, "Okay. I have a good idea, can you leave it to me? Are you confident?" "I am not confident, but there's something I'd like to try. I couldn't do anything about the fox incident after all." Citri smiles, making the usual gesture of putting her hands together. "Is it something you want to try?" "Well, why not? I have no particular idea, and if you, Ray, just going to randomly allocate the hunters in that area, Citri would be 100 times better. Master tilde. If I may, City is. Eep, and never mind. Tina was about to say something timidly, but when she saw Citri's cold gaze, she held her tongue. Well, I guess it'll work out somehow. Citri clearly says that she can do what she can do, and the Emperor must also understand that he's being unreasonable. If anything, I'd rather see my disproportionately high ratings drop. And since the main reason I reached level 8 was due to the power of my party, it was natural for me to borrow the power of grieving souls. Perfect theoretical armament. Today, I am brilliant. Then please take care of it. And it probably goes without saying, but just be careful not to kill her. It's okay. I've got a good grasp on that kind of thing thanks to T. It's wonderful to be able to research the bloodline of the Zebrudia royal family. It's really okay, right? I believe you, I really do, okay. Okay then, I am a little busy. I'll call you again when the princess comes, so please be ready. Yes, please leave it to your Citri. That's right, if she trains with T-Chan, we can compare them, and by making them work together, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Also, let's get Lucia-Chan and the others involved. Master. It's okay. I believe in the best Citri. I left Citri, who was muttering in ecstasy, and Tino, who was drenched and had the eyes of an abandoned puppy, and left the training field. Cry, is it true that you, Ray, going to be at that martial arts festival? Who did you ask? It's Citri. She wants me to help with training or something. More importantly, it's unfair. You didn't say anything to me. When I was polishing my relics in the clan master's room, my mad swordsman swung open the door and bursted in. Luke likes swordsmanship more than the 3rd meal. As for how much he loves it so much that if he sees strong-looking swordsmen, he'll just go slash them. However, that doesn't mean that he dislikes everyone other than a swordsman. A man named Luke Sickall likes strong people. As a swordsman, he has a special attachment to swordsmen, and if the opponent is strong, he will go for a kill no matter if it is a thief, a magician, or anything else. In other words, he was just a passing demon. It is natural that Luke is interested in the Supreme Warrior Festival. However, Citri must be serious about offering training to Luke. He doesn't seem like he'll go easy on the princess, but is it really okay? And what's this about me being scheduled to appear at the Supreme Warrior Festival even though I denied it? No, I am just going to watch the game. I got a ticket from His Majesty the Emperor. Luke also wanted to see it, right? Do you have any plans? It wouldn't be a bad idea to step away from the battle once in a while and just relax and watch the game. At my words, Luke thought for a while with a difficult look on his face, but then he made up his mind and said, Cry, I appreciate your consideration, but I'd rather participate than watch the game. I am still immature and I can even cut dimensions, but I am sure there's something I can gain if I fight to death with strong people like those who participate in the tournament. I am sure of it. A flame-like glow dwells in his crimson eyes. Indeed, Luke would say so. Liz is the same, and her murderous intent is extremely high. I don't think they will kill each other no matter what. But I don't know how I can participate. Tickets for the games are also on sale to the general public. However, participation rights are not likely to be sold to the general public. Liz also wanted to appear, but isn't it impossible? Luke said forcefully to me, who didn't seem to be able to help him at all. I know. At the Supreme Warrior Festival, invitations are sent to the top winners of martial arts tournaments, famous hunters, and famous warriors. Then it's impossible after all. The Supreme Warrior Festival is almost here. Luke nodded heavily as I stated the truth. In other words, if you kill someone who has an invitation, it will drop. Is that? No matter how you think about it, it's not allowed, not at all. Even though we were supposed to have grown up in the same hometown, why did his sensibilities go so crazy? I wanted to complain to Luke's master, but I was in the position where Luke's master would complain. As a childhood friend, if someone told me to do something, I wouldn't even make an excuse. I am not sure if I can call it a hunter's brain, thinking that if I want something, I'll defeat it and take it. While I was confused as to how to placate him, Luke shouted, I can keep sitting around. I am going to cut down anyone in my mind. By the time I said that, Luke was already gone. One of Luke's flaws is that he doesn't listen to people properly. I feel like he's one step ahead of Liz in terms of his ability to not listen to what others have to say. Liz just dosin' T have common sense, but she s smart. Well, I guess he ll go with a wooden sword, so I guess it s okay. Luke's notoriety has already spread quite a bit. I have no choice but to trust that his opponent will protect themselves. But maybe, if things continue like this, everyone but me will end up participating. Lucia is also surprisingly competitive, and if everyone else is going to show up, Ansem will probably show up as well. I don't feel like I can stop them. No, think about it the other way around. Negative thinking is not good, in the first place. Do I need to stop them? Regardless of Luke's behavior, his ability is definitely top-notch. In contrast to me, who doesn't match my level. Regardless of whether they can win the Supreme Warrior Festival, where some of the world's strongest players participate, they should be able to reach a good placing. I was planning on having fun watching the Supreme Warrior Festival with Luke and the others, but isn't it enough to support Luke and the others? If Luke and the others win the prize, their future will be bright, and I am very proud of them as best friends. It's a little different from what I planned, but I can stay like this. I stand up and clench my fists. Okay, let us bring all the clan members and cheer them on. Excuse me, Mr. Cry, now that the Crimson Dragon exhibit is complete, what are you doing? And no, it's nothing. I am embarrassed to be excited all by myself. I hurriedly took my seat in front of Eva, who gave me a quizzical look. As I had heard beforehand, the clan house of First Steps, located on the main street, was a cutting-edge building far from the image of a crude treasure hunter. Rumor has it that when constructing the clan house, the clan master, Thousand Tricks, ordered them to be prepared for all kinds of disasters. As the word suggests, this clan house seems to have been attacked by bandits several times, but it still stands in an orderly manner. This building is one of the safest places in the imperial capital, having survived numerous attacks and is always packed with promising young hunters, including Ark Rodden the Argent Thunderclap. On top of that, on the top floor, there is even Thousand Tricks, who got the members of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox rolling in the palm of his hands, so there is a possibility that it would be safer here than in the imperial castle if things were to go wrong. Princess, you can still retreat now. His Majesty will respect your will as well. We will do our best to protect the princess, but our opponent is a savage hunter, so anything can happen. As Murina looked up at the clan house with her hood on and inconspicuous attire, the only two escorts and bodyguards who followed her this time, Karen and Cindy, said in a whisper. That voice was filled with deep concern for Murina. This training is top secret. I can have a bunch of bodyguards, and I don't have France, who always protects Murina with the power of his relic. The two people who followed me were also skilled, but in the end they were just two people. The name of the clan, First Steps, was chosen with the hope that it would be a first step for hunters. Even now that it has become a top-class clan, there is no shortage of newcomers who want to join because of the sound of its name. In that case, this operation is surely the first step for Murina. It is said that the 1,000 trials that Thousand Tricks gives puts the growth of the target first and pushes the opponent to the limit after determining their ability. Once Murina overcomes this trial, she will gain the power to overcome her bad luck. Karen opens the door with a stiff expression. And then, seeing what appeared in front of her, Murina let out a scream-like voice almost reflexively. Hi. The bodyguard steps forward as if to protect Murina. Casually displayed at the entrance was the head of a crimson dragon with its eyes wide open. Murina froze for a few seconds, but then realized that it was only a head and timidly stepped forward. Taxidermy. To decorate the entrance with a dragon's head like this, it's either kind of brave or something else. First of all, it won't go on the market. When it's as big as a dragon, it's usually broken down for materials. It feels like it's about to start moving at any moment. It was definitely a real dragon's head. The fact that he would make a stuffed dragon and display it in a place like this, which is not even displayed in the imperial castle, perhaps they had never thought of displaying it, could be said to be proof that he is one of the most powerful treasure hunters in the imperial capital. Cindy nods in agreement and explains. Probably, there is also a meaning to show the prestige of the clan. For a clan of this size, there are bound to be some who bring in requests directly displaying it at the entrance proves its power. I feel like putting a real dragon's head there is a little too much, but I see it seems like he's as sharp as his reputation. From what Murina has seen meeting him face to face, at first glance, 1,000 tricks, didn't he seem to be all that great? Somehow, there is no aura. There wasn't an aura surrounding him, like that of his father, Ark, or the first-class teachers he had learned from. Murina is not very knowledgeable about martial arts, but she has been educated about her aesthetic sense. Of all the people invited to that white sword gathering, that young man was probably the one with the least aura. And that is also the reason why Murina is more afraid of 1,000 tricks than necessary. As I was intently observing the stuffed animals, 1,000 tricks, Cry Andry came down the stairs with his deputy clan master, who had also come to the gathering of the white swords. When I looked at the clock, it was exactly on time, but it is very unusual for someone in the royal family to be received without formal greetings. In some cases, it may be considered disrespectful. 1,000 tricks saw the attendant with a displeased expression on their faces, and then he made a clearly panicked expression. "No, I am sorry I couldn't come to greet you. Things have been kind of hectic here as well. Thank you for accepting our request. I am Karen of the Zero Knights, and this is Cindy. We'll be in charge of taking care of Lady Murina and escorting her during this period. As expected, there is no aura. Even when you look at them side by side, knowing their positions, Karen and Cindy still seem to be more skilled. Murina's eyes are probably not rusty. At the business-like words, 1,000 tricks, S eyebrows twitched, and then an indescribable smile appeared. How polite of you. I am also fully prepared. I am not at all confident, but I'll do my best. Actually, I was thinking about who would be the best person to be her mentor, but there were too many people who wanted to do it. So I decided to ask everyone to join me. What? Karen raises her voice at the unexpected words. The young man trembled and made a frightened gesture, but please do not complain. His Majesty has said that he will leave it to me to do things my way. Also, I am not very good at training or anything like that. It's okay. Her Highness Murina will definitely be able to obtain the level of power that will allow her to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival. I don't know if she'll be able to win, though. What is this person saying? Those were unexpected words. It's strange to say that 1,000 tricks, who is known for giving trials to many hunters and is known as a divine calculator and strategist, to outright admit he is not good at training, but more than that. Supreme Warrior Festival. There are no weak participants at the Supreme Warrior Festival. The minimum required is at least level 6. No matter how tough of training it may be, it's hard to believe that you can gain that much power in a short period of training. Or rather, it's impossible. Karen and Cindy couldn't hide their confusion as their ironclad faces fell apart at the words that could be interpreted as arrogant and irreverent from his weak expressions. Then the 1,000 tricks gaze turned to the stuffed dragon. By the way, what is this dragon? Who placed it? It's a nuisance. Master, that's what I talked about the other day. At the Vice Master's words, Cry claps his hands as if he just remembered it. Right, that thing. So you decided to display it here, huh? I appreciate the gesture, but having it at the entrance is a bit obstructive. I mean, I run into dragons often enough, and seeing this every time I come to the clan house is kind of depressing. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Cindy, who had been developing her own theory about dragons earlier, was speechless at this exchange. Those words, which came out so naturally, were certainly those of a transcendent. As expected, he is the schemer that Sir France was talking about. He is considered to be one of the strongest people in the imperial capital, also known as 1,000 Tricks. As Murina stiffened, forgetting the resolute attitude she had thought before coming, 1,000 Tricks said with a somewhat sarcastic smile, as if he could see right through her feelings. Then I will show you around right away, Your Highness. She's going to be trained by everyone. Yes, everyone discusses it. We don't know what Her Highness Murina has aptitude for. I couldn't help but ask again, and Citri nodded as if it was obvious. I am not in a position to complain, but it doesn't seem like there are any members in my party who are interested in having disciples. They ray very motivated. What's going on? In terms of bloodline, there is a strong inclination towards swordsmanship, but there has also been excellent magician in her family, so far, it's hard to say. In this age where power is king, research is being conducted in various places on how to train people efficiently. It is also known that the aptitude of a treasure hunter is inherited, and nobles often choose excellent hunters as their spouses in order to incorporate that blood. When it comes to the royal family of the great nation of Zebrudia, their lineage is first class. However, I feel that having everyone teach her is a bit excessive. We don't have much time, so wouldn't it be better to focus on one thing? Come on, Mr. Cry. If you narrow it down to just one, it would be impossible to reach the level of the Supreme Warrior Festival in a short period of time. Yeah. Isn't that so? What is that so? Originally, I thought the goal was quite strict, but if the princess who participated in the Supreme Warrior Festival were to lose in such an unfortunate manner, she would no longer be able to survive in Zebrudia. The people who appear at the Supreme Warrior Festival are all specialized opponents, so even if you challenge them in the same field, there is almost no chance of winning. The only possibility is to acquire multiple job skills and combine them. I see Citri enthusiastically explain to me, who was already feeling like an observer. It is possible to work as a swordsman and a thief depending on your efforts, but it is impossible for an average talent to master magic and sacred arts at the same time. Arkson is also a magic swordsman, so that's why he is so strong. But even he can use divine techniques, so if she manages to get to that level, Princess Murina will be able to fight against most opponents even if she uses a tacked blade. No, I'll take it to that level. She is really fired up. Maybe she empathizes with her. The old Citri and the current princess are a little similar in that they both suffer from a lack of talent. No, it's not that she doesn't actually have talent, nor is she worried about it, but the atmosphere is similar. Then, after each of us has trained her, we will finally use the culmination of my research. I'm grateful to Mr. Cry. I never expected that I would be given the chance to be involved in the Zebrudia royal lineage. There are several things I would like to try out. Citri turns to me with a passionate look on her face. What? Is that what you were talking about? Maybe it's her bad habit showing up again. It's fine to get excited, but please don't forget that the other person is the princess of this country. When you say it's the culmination of your research, ta-da! Of course, it's this potion. Let us give it a name and call it a level-up potion. It's a wonderful thing that absorbs mana materials into your body just by drinking it. Citri shows off a bottle filled with a pale ink-colored liquid while making sound effects. She is getting excited. You are not that kind of person. Or are you? However, the fact that it lets you absorb mana materials just by drinking it is an extremely mysterious creation by Citri. Mana materials are most closely related to strength. If she was able to create such an amazing potion, I could understand why Citri was so confident. Although I feel like it's a bit sly, I nodded and said with a smile. I see, it's an amazing potion. Absorbing the mana material will help the princess become stronger quickly, and as expected of my Citri, I can rely on her. Even though I praised her, Citri started shaking and staring at me seriously. She was silent for a while with her fingers on her lips, but then she let out a small sigh. I understand. I guess it won't work this time. I'll go without the potion. What? You didn't say that. As I rolled my eyes, Citri clenched her fist and declared forcefully. It's true that there are not enough human experiments. In the unlikely event that Her Royal Highness is unable to withstand the mana material and explodes, it would be a disaster. I will think of another plan, so don't worry. Even thinking about it, I still don't feel at ease. Is it really okay? He guides the princess while hiding the anxiety that is quietly attacking him with a hard, bold expression. Now that I've come this far, all I can do is believe in my friends. Those who appear at the Supreme Warrior Festival are all fierce warriors who have dedicated their lives to battle. If you want to acquire the same power in a short period of time, no matter how talented you are, mere training will not be enough. In the first place, that kind of power is not what a princess needs. Therefore, we have devised a plan that is perfect for Lady Murina. Lady Murina will acquire comprehensive strength. Comprehensive? Power? No, in the first place, power comparable to the warriors of the Supreme Warrior Festival. Lady Murina says in a low voice. However, Her Highness the Princess is really quiet. She seems to be a friend of Lady Eclair, but her personality is very different. I immediately took precautions. My job is to set up a line of defense. Of course, I'll do my best. However, time and luck come into play in battle. The contestants at the Supreme Warrior Festival are top-notch, so I can guarantee that you'll be able to win. No. In the first place, what are you talking about? We talked about training, but I don't think the princess needs that much strength. She has us, the Zero Knights. She has enough strength to be able to defend herself in an emergency. Huh, aren't you informed? What? The female knight named Karen glares at me. The knight looks like France's gender has been reversed, but is this the standard attitude of a knight? Well, I have no intention of provoking the pride of the Zero Knights. However, there seems to be a discrepancy in our understanding. Is His Majesty the Emperor keeping Her Highness Murina's participation in the Supreme Warrior Festival a secret? That's possible. After all, the person I was dealing with was the Emperor who selected me, who had caused a commotion at the gathering of the White Swords, to be his bodyguard, probably despite the opposition of those around him, and who didn't even bat an eye when we ended up at the Lost Inn during the trip. From an outsider's perspective, he appears to be a person of charismatic personality, but all I can say is that he has one or two screws blown out in his head. I didn't know how to convince her, so I took my gaze away from Karen-san and the others and turned to Princess Murina, who was quite quiet, and said to her, "Princess, you need determination to become strong. Victory will never come to those who say that a minimum level of strength is enough. That's why no matter how much time passes, I can get any stronger and keep losing. I have no guts." Princess Murina had a somewhat serious look on her face when she heard my words dismissing myself. If she were to report this to His Majesty the Emperor, I might get into trouble again. Let us keep it as bland as possible. Please don't take it too seriously. This request is also a top-secret request. There are many people who aim for the princess of a great nation, and there are probably many nobles who don't like the fact that a young upstart will be instructing the princess. However, to what extent does Her Royal Highness will be involved in this training? As the princess of a large country, the burden of responsibility placed on her is probably far greater than mine. People who were born into a world of privilege are bound to have their own troubles. In front of the door to the training ground at the bottom of the underground where I had promised Citri, I said something to Her Royal Highness, who felt pitiable to me in a sense. Each training session will be conducted by a trusted colleague. However, if you don't like it, please let me know. I'll do my best, but Karen-san and the others' words are also valid. The Princess Dosen need that much force. So please forgive me if you can become stronger. Let me tell you first, my friends want to go easy on you. Karen-san and the others are staring at me with terrible faces, but we, my friends, don't think about the other person's position when conducting training. I am ready. All right, I got her word. I am just hoping nothing goes wrong, but if we give her some half-hearted training, it won't turn out well either, and now I just have to hope that Citri will do well. At least, I force a smile and open the door to the training field. Luke and his friends were waiting at the training ground, looking dignified. My childhood friends, all the members of Greiving Souls, are serious about their strength. To receive instruction from a famous teacher, you need to demonstrate your qualifications. A top-notch master does not take someone who is simply talented as a disciple. It's easy to forget when we ray together, but Liz, who's always smiling in front of me, Lucia, who's recently been rebellious, and Luke, who's been acting seriously and playfully, have also walked a rough path. They don't compromise on their strength. The air in the spacious training ground was cold and tense. It feels like a battlefield. For this occasion, I exercised my authority as a clan master and rented out the training ground. There are also countless pieces of unidentified equipment lined up in a room that is almost empty, giving it a strange atmosphere. "We've been waiting for you, Mr. Cry, Her Highness Murina." Citri, who was in charge as usual, approached with a smile, but the atmosphere remained the same. Her Highness Murina swallows thickly. The two bodyguards were also clearly under pressure. "What? We're supposed to whip her into shape. Leave it to me and I'll pound your guts back in." Liz, who can read the atmosphere, clenches her fists with a ferocious smile. It seems like she's more motivated than I expected. At first I was going to check on the situation, but I didn't want to see anything. Lucia and Ansem were there too, so it wouldn't be that bad. Then, I have something to do, so I'll leave it to you. Liz and Luke, just be careful no one dies. Wait, what? What did you say? Her Highness the Princess gave a frantic voice, and the two bodyguards glared at me. I am really, really sorry, but if I stay in this atmosphere for a long time, I'll die. Yes, it's okay, she will be my second disciple, so leave it to me. You Ray so worrywart cry. Ansem is here, so it'll be fine. Luke grins at Liz's cheerful reply. That's amazing. I don't feel safe at all. Even Ansem can bring the dead back to life. I had a lot on my mind, but I kept all my doubts to myself, and before the two guards could say anything, I left the training ground with my hands fluttering. When I ran up the stairs and returned to the clan master's room before my pursuers arrived, my brain, Eva, was waiting for me with a sullen look on her face. As the best conscience of this clan, she is a partner who supports me both in public and private life. Eva asked before I could sit down in position. Mr. Cry, is it really okay? Ms. Liz and the others. Well, there are complaints from the clan members too. They are members of the royal family. No matter how much the Zebrudia royal family is known for their open-mindedness, they still have the pride and respect they deserve as aristocrats. That's certainly true. Just like Miss Eclair tried to steal my mask with the power of a noble at the auction, no matter how much they are touted as warriors, they are aristocrats, and you never know when they will use their power. As the clan master, the choices I make may have a big impact on the management of this clan. It is natural for Eva, who is well aware of the rampage of grieving souls, to be concerned. That's when I thought of something good. That's right, if something happens, I can take responsibility and quit being a hunter, right? I was the one who first thought of creating this clan. That's why the position of clan master was thrust upon me. However, this clan has long since expanded to a size that is beyond my control. I am the one who received this request from His Majesty the Emperor. I was the one who handed out the princess's instructions to Luke and the others, so I am personally responsible for all the failures. In other words, if something happens, I can take responsibility and quit being the clan master. For me, it's hard to stop even if I want to, so there are only benefits going either way. You are kidding, right? Well, it's not good to be too pessimistic. If I die, I'll leave the clan master position to you, Eva. I don't like it. If that happens, I'll stop too. For whom am I suffering? Eva looked like she really hated it. Well, it's true that I was the one who scouted her by prostrating. Eva is soft on me, isn't she? Well, Mr. Cry, I was made into a body that couldn't live without Eva. I put off quitting for the time being, sat down in a chair, and to kill time, I took out the relic that little sister Fox had given me, my smartphone. In the center of the imperial capital, Zebrudia stands the towering Zebrudia Imperial Palace. In the heart of Zebrudia, the castle that was once burnt down by the abyssal inferno and the gathering of the white swords, has been repaired, and even more security has been put in place. France Ergman faces the current emperor of Zebrudia, Roderick Adam Zebrudia. The two have been friends since before Roderick took over as emperor. There is a huge gap between the imperial house and the Ergman house, but for generations the imperial house has chosen the most loyal and unhesitating person to serve as its protector. France was chosen because he was recognized for his straightforward will and outspokenness. Her Highness has skilled bodyguards. However, it would be too dangerous to entrust her to that man. The large France is covered in armor, a relic that can take on damage for a specific human. This armor, which transfers all wounds regardless of the distance between them, is a treasure that has been passed down to the Zero Knights for generations. The Emperor said with a bitter expression at France's words. That's enough, France. That man saved us once. However, it was all because of that man's calculations that we ended up in that situation, match pump scheme. At least he didn't have to put your majesty in that much danger. That man is too reckless. He had the guts to come dressed in such a frivolous outfit when entrusted with the greatest honor a hunter could receive, being the Emperor's bodyguard. He has the audacity to carry something belonging to Fox in his bosom. His actions, his words, his purpose, everything is incomprehensible. I had heard from Sir Gladys about his personality in advance, but if his words and actions that irritated France were all calculated, France, who had been in contact with merchants and nobles from all over the world for a long time, was not confident that he could keep up with him any further. At least be a little more serious. That's why it makes sense to leave Murina in his care. If he isn't that much free-spirited, he wouldn't be able to serve as an instructor for the imperial family. Now that I think about it, the teachers I've given Murina so far have been too lenient. Isn't T, it said that the 1,000 trials is at the level where even a strong hunter would cry out in despair. The emperor, however, sees value in the man's unorthodox methods. Emperor Roderick, a warrior, has always had a tendency to prioritize military power over authority. This has led to preferential policies for treasure hunters, and as a result has led to the development of the empire, but even that has its limits. Your Majesty, Her Highness is not a warrior. However, she is too weak. She doesn't have the power to carve out her destiny. France, I have high hopes for him. He is the man who cut off Murina's constitution, which brought about the disaster that was confirmed by the Eye of God of the Academy of Astrology and Mysticism, with a single word, superstition. TLN. The names of institute can be different in official, Zebrudya's special institution, the Academy of Astrology and Mysticism, is the department that oversees mysteries whose principles remain unexplained. As its name suggests, this division specializes in the art of predicting the future through divination, and has predicted many disasters. It is not possible to predict all disasters, but at least his predictions have never been far off. Above all, Eye of God is a special title given to astrologers who boast highly accurate predictions. The reason why France and others accept Murina's constitution as highly accurate information, and the reason why they are hiding that information, is because of the prophet's words. The princess's constitution attracts misfortune from those around her. However, if you spend your time with minimal contact with people and live a quiet life without showing yourself, you will be able to minimize your misfortune. True to the prophecy, Princess Murina lived her life. Even though she was treated like a non-member of the imperial family, she lived her life without complaining. As a proud member of the Zebrudya royal family, nothing could be more painful than this. They decided that it can be helped. Because it is an absolute monarchy, the emperor must think of the country first. If it has even the slightest hope, that's fine. If things continue like this, Murina won't be able to fulfill her responsibilities as a member of the royal family. As you wish, France grits his teeth and hangs his head as he hears those words filled with strong emotion. It was a very painful story. It doesn't matter if you an ordinary person or just a nobleman, but incompetence is a crime in the imperial family. If they are of no use to the country, they should at least disappear before they cause harm to the country. However, even though he is the emperor of a great country, it does not mean that he lacks fatherly affection. Although it pained him to rely on such a man who had put his master in danger, France was unable to resolve Princess Murina's situation. The princess was simply too kind, too gentle for the battles she faced. And then Roderick's expression changed, from melancholy to stern. So, how is the investigation into Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox going? Yes, we are proceeding from the root of the members, Counter Cascade and Ketchikshaка. Given the nature of the target, we have created an investigation headquarters with the minimum number of people to minimize the possibility of information leakage. The secret organization, Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox, is an organization about which surprisingly little information has come out until now. The members, the form of the organization, and everything else is a mystery. The reason the name is known is because an organization that has amassed power announced itself, and if it wasn't for that, Zebrudya might not even be aware of its existence. That's why the recent incident during the last escort mission, the revelation of the members of the Fox, was a significant breakthrough for Zebrudya. The other party is good at erasing traces. However, at the very least, Telm, the counter cascade, is not someone who can be easily dismissed, both in terms of his official status and ability. Although the individual was not captured, the revelation of the true identity of the members must have been unexpected for the organization. This is a world of difference from investigating an organization with absolutely no clues. Also, regarding Ketchikshaка, the Explorers Association created and presented a list of reliable hunters to 1,000 Tricks as potential companions for the escort mission, but apparently that man was not expected to be included. In other words, there was someone inside who mixed Ketchikshaka's name into the list. The Explorers Association is still desperately searching for the traitor. The situation, which had been stagnant for a long time, has changed dramatically. only a few people still know that Counter Cascade and Ketchikshaка were traitors. Before the organization could realize their exposure, they needed to be cornered. "We have finished identifying the suspects," France confirmed. "As you know, we must capture them with certainty. There must be a reason why an organization that has been working in the shadows for a long time has come out and picked a fight with this Zebrudia." Thousand Tricks had used unique methods, beyond the capabilities of France and his team. To corner Telm and his associates, however, Zebrudia has his own way and nobles have their own ways. They can just rely on Thousand Tricks. France, who was burning with a quiet fighting spirit, bowed deeply to Roderick Atom Zebrudia and left the room. To get something, you need to pay a price. Growth always comes with pain. Everything gathers in Zebrudia, one of the world's largest countries. And regardless of their rank in succession to the throne, Zebrudia's imperial family is given education by first-rate teachers from an early age in order to acquire the appropriate power. Following custom, Murina has had many mentors over the years, and unlike her brothers, she has never been found to have any talent. She isn't too bad, but she isn't too impressive either. Above all, she lacks the ambition that the royal family of Zebrudia possesses. That is the evaluation given to Murina Atom Zebrudia. She was aware of this herself. Her 3 older brothers and sisters are brilliant individuals worthy of the Emperor's lineage. Each of them is already fulfilling their own responsibilities for the development of the country. I am the only one still holed up in the imperial castle, and it's too pathetic to use my unfortunate constitution as an excuse. That's why she made up her mind. This time, she decided to change herself even a little. "Ah, what? You think you can train with a safety net? Are you crazy? Damn it. Our mission is to protect the princess. Rest assured, we have no intention of intervening unless her life is in danger." However, before training had even begun, her fighting spirit was beginning to give way. The 2 escorts she brought with her and Stifled Shadow immediately collided with each other. Stifled Shadow shouted in a thug-like tone, and Karen responded with a stifled voice. On the surface, Karen seemed calm, but Murina could tell she was quite agitated. After all, Karen wasn't exactly known for her patience. Moreover, since Karen hadn't been chosen as part of the escort members during the last meeting, she was particularly fired up this time. "Ha! How the hell are you supposed to get stronger if you don't put yourself in danger?" "I'm only doing this as a special favor for Crybaby, you know. It depends on the degree of danger. We're well aware that no training is completely safe, but let me say this, your attitude toward Her Highness is unacceptable." The shrill shouting filled the spacious training ground, and the tension in the air was palpable. The situation was on the brink of exploding. Even though the harsh words weren't directed at her, Murina's heart raced. "This half-assed approach is why she'll never get stronger, and why you guys stay weak too. Wasting time without risking your lives is just pointless." "Shut the hell up. I don't have time for this, unlike you guys. I don't care if she's a princess or if she's motivated or not. We're already short on time as it is, so if you Ray incompetent, at least don't get in Liz and the others' way." Karen took a step forward, and Cindy quickly assumed a defensive stance, but Liz Smart didn't back down an inch. Murina didn't know what to do. She couldn't side with either her guards, who were concerned for her safety, or the hunters who were supposed to be her instructors, without causing friction. And what did she mean by her motivation not mattering? As sparks were flying everywhere between the 2 of them, Citri came in. "Well, please calm down. It's not like we want to hurt Her Royal Highness either. However, it's true that we don't have time. Ordinary training is simply not enough to raise Her Royal Highness to at least the level of a Supreme Warrior Festival participant in a short period of time. In the first place, what is that? What is the level of the Supreme Warrior Festival contestants? I haven't heard of such a thing." "Well, but in reality, we have been told by Mr. Cry to do something to that level, and we are making plans to do so. In other words, we cannot listen to all of the client's intentions." Karen's strength weakens from the pressure she feels from her smiling face and calm voice. Cindy's gaze also left Liz and turned towards her. "But that's when Karen was about to open her mouth. A roar echoed, and a beat later, Karen realized that she had been slammed to the floor. Liz lifted her foot and swung it down onto the back of Karen's head. There was no harm done there. Karen's head was completely pushed into the floor, and her body was twitching and convulsing. Just as Cindy turned pale and was about to scream, Luke the Protean sword, who had been silent up until then, grabbed her body from behind in a restraining hold. What, brother? Please heal her before Karen-san dies. It's okay, Princess Sama. We don't have much time either, so I just silenced someone who was a bit of a nuisance. It would be a hassle if you complained every time something happened. And since it's Mr. Cry's decision, all well that ends well. Geez, you all are so violent. Umu behind him, the black-haired female magi Lucia, who goes by the nickname Avatar of Creation, sighs deeply and looks up at the large man, immutable. Ansem groans in a serious manner, but there is no sign of them stopping this sudden outrage. For some reason, while Murina was doing her best to grasp the situation, Luke quickly gagged Cindy and tied her body with chains. Ansem pulls Karen from the floor and casts a healing spell on her bloody head. There was something familiar about his movements. My legs lost their strength and I slumped down. The woman with the nickname of Deep Black said with a big smile to Murina, who had completely lost all of her previous resolve. Well then, princess, there are no more obstacles in the way, and we don't have a moment's rest until the Supreme Warrior Festival. Let us begin the trial right away. The first thing Murina did after training began was to leave the training ground. Murina's appearance is not very glamorous, and she rarely appears on stage. If she covers her hood deeply, there's almost no need to worry about her identity being discovered. The one who stands out the most among the group is Ansem, who boasts an unusually large body. It was truly a sight to behold as they carried Karen and the others, roughly stored in a large bag on their backs, moving forward with their footsteps making loud noises. If immutable wasn't known for his gentle personality, everyone would have run away. One Sama. What on earth are you doing today? Also, this number of people. TLN, it Liz, which Tino is mentioning as one Sama, which means big sister. Oh, you don't have to worry about trivial things. There's not much difference between raising one child and raising two children, so we just have to train them together. Liz said casually to the black-haired female hunter who had joined her on the way. I had heard that Stifled Shadow had one disciple, and it seemed that this timid, frightened, and hopeless girl was the one. The girl who was called Tino by the others saw Murina with her hood pulled over her head and opened her eyes as if she had just realized something. Raising one person, could this be the emperor request that Master mentioned? T-chan, you don't need to say anything unnecessary. What will you do if you are heard by someone? Yes, Citri one Sama. TLN, it was city until now, but I am gonna leave it cause it's less work as well as it sounds good to. Tino fell silent as if she was frightened by that voice, which wasn't particularly harsh. However, her eyes kept flickering towards Murina. For some reason, it feels a little familiar. Apparently, the reason why she was hit so hard by grieving souls had nothing to do with Murina being an outsider. When I went outside, I boarded the grieving souls carriage that had been prepared for us. However, there is no sign of anyone coming aboard after Murina. When I looked outside, everyone was getting ready to run. Treasure hunter training is probably done on a daily basis. Putting aside the extremely rough exchange they showed at the underground training ground, it seems like they definitely have a serious attitude towards strength. Relieved by that obvious fact, I timidly spoke to Citri, who had boarded the same truck. Would you like me to run too? I know that the shortcut to strength is to improve basic abilities rather than technique. However, in response to Murina's question, Citri rolled her eyes and said, No, I don't think you LL become much stronger even if you gain some muscle now. If you waste your strength unnecessarily, you might not even be able to withstand it halfway, so I think it's better to stay still. I see the bag in which Karen and the others were packed stirred. Then the carriage slowly started moving. Then, let me tell you in advance about our training plan that we devised in response to Mr. Cry's request. Regardless of whether we tell you the plan or not, there is nothing your highness can do about it. Why, yes. Citri puts her hands together and looks into Murina's eyes. Apparently, the girl in front of me is in charge of organizing the party. The other members went outside and Lucia sat on the coachman's seat, probably to have a long talk. But what does she mean that there is nothing you can do? Isn't she supposed to be receiving training? Questions swirl in Murina's head. Citri said in a quiet voice to Murina, who couldn't say anything. Your Highness, The most important thing for treasure hunters to gain strength is to improve their basic performance. However, this does not mean that they should simply build up their bodies. This is because muscles have the property of obstructing the circulation of magical mana. In other words, a muscular body is not only unnecessary for a magician, but becomes a hindrance. This is just one example, but unnecessary efforts made without thinking should not be called efforts. Her eyes were serious, and her words were full of emotion. Unnecessary effort. Until now, Murina has received instruction from various masters regardless of field. To know your own power and talent. Murina Dosen think that her past experiences are meaningless, but perhaps that level of effort was unnecessary from the perspective of the person in front of her. No matter what anyone says, Murina is a member of the royal family. It was easy for her to get a master as able as a hero, and who was beyond the reach of a mere low-class nobleman. And there was no need to give up even if results didn't come immediately. Make her stronger quickly. No one had ever said such words to Murina before. Citri continued in a low voice as Murina straightened her posture and made sure not to miss every word. What we need to do is not test their swordsmanship or teach them magic. There is only one simple thing we need to do. Your Highness, what we need to do to become stronger is to take in mana materials and utilize those mana materials. Mana material. That's what happened from the beginning. It's common sense among common sense. Interrupting Murina's words, Citri spoke with bright, shining eyes. No, you don't understand. Your Highness, there is no point in simply absorbing mana materials. Mana materials will strengthen the person in the way that the person strongly desires. Those who desire speed will be able to achieve lightning-like speed, and those who desire the essence of magic will receive magic. Those who have sworn to protect their bodies with good strength and mana will have overwhelming durability. Even their chests can grow. However, without their own strong will, hunters cannot become strong. That is the difference between a successful hunter, a weak hunter, and a hero. A strong will. Indeed, that might be what Murina lacked. In the Empire, even nobles are encouraged to explore treasure vaults in order to benefit from mana materials. Most nobles have visited the treasure vault several times, and Murina followed suit, but she didn't felt that she had become strong. The only exception was, after visiting the Lost Inn, her physical abilities improved visibly. But even so, the will is something that cannot be seen with the naked eye, so how can one train it? Citri said to Murina, whose expectations were somewhat higher than at the beginning. Then, Mr. Cry came up with an innovative training method. The strongest will is revealed when the survival instinct is stimulated. In other words, the mana materials you will absorb have a stronger effect when you have your body pushed to its limit into a treasure house at a higher level than it is suitable for. Its logic is simple, but no one has ever done it since the power of mana materials became widespread. Princess Murina, you will be a living witness to the method that Mr. Cry devised. No problem, I've already tried this on T-Chan. Huh, at the treasure vault. Huh, what are they going to do? The reason no one did it was not because they hadn't thought of it, but because it was so stupid. After all, the high-level phantoms in the treasure vault are monsters that can slaughter even trained humans with a single blow. It might be possible to train safely in a low-level treasure vault, but the concentration of mana materials is low. Then Deep Black spoke as if it were a death sentence. There's no need to do anything, but please try your best to keep struggling. You could die, you know. After several hours of running, the carriage stops. Murina opened her eyes as she got off the carriage as she was guided. What was spreading out in front of Murina's eyes was countless white petals raining down to the point where she couldn't see in front of her. On the ground, flowers of all sizes were in full bloom, a sight that seemed out of this world. They didn't come out after a fixed point, as if there was an invisible wall. We have drawn a boundary line with a barrier. It would be too dangerous if the influence extended to the outside world, but it would still be quite large within the treasure vault. Tino, who was running outside, turned pale and fell silent. A high-level treasure vault characterized by a blizzard of flowers that you can see in front of you. It broke out in the Empire a few years ago, and for a time Zebrudia was abuzz with rumors about this demonic realm. Although several people who have captured it had appeared, it was still recognized as one of the highest-level treasure shrines in the country, which even a medium-level hunter would not be able to challenge. Even the little informed Murina recognized it. Prism Garden, where the flower of the sky appears. Let us train our resistance system together. This place is really the best. Visibility is poor, so you need sharp 5 senses, and the phantoms are strong, so you need combat ability. You will always be exposed to the pollen that gives you bad status, and you can easily die. Your Highness, that trembling is proof that your instincts are afraid of this place. What? Ah. At that point, Murina realized for the first time that she was trembling. Even though I haven't even entered the treasure vault yet, my head hurts and my heart trembles. My throat was dry, and I couldn't put any strength into my body. However, Tino, who was standing stunned nearby, seemed to be in the same state of mind. Apparently, in this treasure vault, even the hunters who have some level of ability are no different from Murina. To Murina, who felt a slight sense of security in that fact, Liz stretched out and spoke. Well, for now, why don't you start training your thief skills? If you don't develop your 5 senses, you might die. If you have too many things, your growth might go in the wrong direction, so confiscate your weapons. Then, the longest week of Murina's life began. Achoo! I feel like something good is about to happen. Is someone talking about me? While rubbing my nose, I opened the magazine in my hand. I felt completely liberated. I didn't solve everything, but I did everything I could. Mr. Cry, are you sure it's okay? Before I could do anything, Eva, who was next to me, asked me with a worried look on her face. Apparently, Eva is more worried about the current situation than I am. No matter what the reality is, I am the clan master, and the decline in my reputation will also affect the reputation of the clan. However, I have no choice but to give up on that part. It's okay, I trust Citri and the others. They will train the princess much better than I could. I haven't heard the details, but they are always serious. Maybe you'll get a complaint for Spartan training, but if you ask a high-level hunter for guidance, you ray in the wrong place. As a complete theoretical armament. Eva blinked at me, who was full of confidence heading in the wrong direction, and said with a strange look on her face. No, I am not worried about that. I know that Mr. Cry is knowledgeable in that field. Even if his opponent is a member of the Imperial family, he won't be intimidated by it. What I am concerned about is the Supreme Warrior Festival. That is a prestigious tournament, but depending on the result, it could have negative effects. I see. The story hasn't changed. It's okay. Eva, you are too worried. Mr. Cry, I have to ask you this, but are you confident? Every year, many high-level hunters participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival. Nope, not at all. That's obviously impossible. After all, Murina is a princess. There must be a limit to how much you can train in such a short time. In the first place, I haven't heard anything about it since then, but there's even a possibility that Liz, who plays the role of the master, will participate. But I am sure His Majesty the Emperor has no intention of asking her to win. It's okay. If it doesn't work, I'll just kneel down on the ground. I did everything I could and I have no regrets anymore. Did you do everything you could? Eva stares at my face. I get embarrassed when people look at me like that. Even though we've known each other for a long time, and I am sure she's used to my random comments, her reaction doesn't change. Eva is really Eva. Would you like to find out information about the contestants? Eva asks timidly. The Supreme Warrior Festival is a one-on-one tournament format, and since there is freedom in weapons and fighting styles, victory or defeat largely depends on the compatibility between the two. The contestants have not been revealed yet, but maybe she has connections. No, I guess it's okay. I am not that interested in the participants, and I think it would be more surprising and more fun to find out after the match has started. It would be a bother to have her go through the trouble, and I don't think there's enough time to prepare even if we knew the participants. The matchups haven't been decided yet either. Besides, that's not fair. This country is quite chivalrous after all. It would probably make a bad impression on someone like France. It would be better not to do anything unnecessary. I think everyone is doing something like checking on the participants. I beckoned to the worried Eva, who had an uneasy expression on her face, and handed her the magazine I was holding. The magazine is a tourist guide for Cleet, the town where the Supreme Warrior Festival is held. Besides, I've actually never been to Cleet. I am thinking of visiting some tourist spots, but do you know of any good ones? Hey, Mr. Cry, you really are. Eva lets out a long, soul-drenching sigh. I wish she could take a break once in a while. It's okay. I'll take responsibility if things don't work out. All I can do is take responsibility. At that moment, the relic that I had received from Little Sister Fox, which I had in my pocket, vibrated. I push the magazine onto Eva, and with the fastest movement I can, pull out a state-of-the-art smartphone from my pocket. I am sorry, Eva. I received a message. I have to respond to it soon. Yeah, I am sure people in advanced physical civilizations used smartphones like this. Meru was a really useful feature for sending text to someone, and it was one of the many functions that smartphones had. I tapped the icon with a slightly practiced technique. Meru had arrived in large quantities. Most of them come from senders that I don't know, and many of them I don't even understand the text or language, so they were called spam by smartphone researchers. If you carelessly try to open it, your smartphone will explode, so you have to be careful. Meru's sender was Little Sister Fox, who was supposed to be working as a god in Toysant even now. Actually, only the Little Sister Fox and Big Brother Fox are still registered in my smartphone's contacts. An image was attached to Meru. The sentence can be summed up in one word. It grew up. The attached image is of a towering, gigantic tree. It hasn't been too long since I left Toysant, but if Little Sister Fox is still in that part of Toysant, there's no trace of the desert anymore. Look at how many trees have grown. Is that so? I have to answer quickly. I have to return Meru within 5 minutes. If I can I have to return it even if it's out of charge. That's the rule. I immediately replied, that's great. I've been playing with it ever since Little Sister Fox gave it to me, so I am no stranger to operations like this. Then a strange melody plays again. This time it's from Brother Fox. Wow, it's tough being popular. I have something to look into, so please excuse me. What's up? They are very lively. Mr. Crisis should learn from them. These are humans. Well, of course Telm and the others are very lively. I'll reply to him with please give me more relics. Although there are still many mysterious functions, smartphones are wonderful. Dreams expand. If I can gather enough people in my party, we won't have to worry about not being able to meet at a meeting. I wish I was born in such a convenient era. I was thinking about a distant time for a while, but then I remembered that I was having a conversation with Eva. I returned my gaze, but before I knew it, Eva had disappeared. I looked down at my tiny smartphone and frowned. I see. That's how civilization got destroyed. Useful tools also depend on the situation. The ability to gather information is essential for treasure hunters. A treasure vault is a living dungeon, and sometimes the difficulty level changes greatly depending on whether another hunter has recently completed it. They are always listening for practical purposes, as well as to satisfy their natural curiosity, which is the most important quality of treasure hunters, as it became known in an instant that I was aiming for the mask during the Zebrudia auction. When I went to the lounge, Sven Anger, the top party member of Footprints, who was occupying one of the tables, approached me while waving his arms wildly. Cry, I heard that you will be attending the Supreme Warrior Festival. Is it true? Who did you hear that from? Liz was running around screaming at Liz. What a restless child, and that information is wrong. No, I am just going to watch the game. I am also interested in the strong players. Well, it's surprising that Cry is interested in strong people. Well, it's true that if you ray a normal level 8, it wouldn't be strange for you to appear at the prestigious Supreme Warrior Festival. It is the cause of all misunderstandings. But I am not a normal level 8 hunter. Even if I am not bad at it, I can still lose to a level 1. Just for the record, I am not the one participating. They did say that Liz and the others would also be there. Sven blinked at me as I quietly conveyed the top secret information, looking at me as if to say, what the hell is this guy talking about? That's not what I am trying to say, but I can clearly tell you if the princess will participate. I decided to give up trying to persuade him. When I took a deep breath, however, with Ark and Sven, the timing is bad. You are not there when I want you to be. What are you talking about? If I had Obsidian Cross or Ark Brave, I could have proceeded more peacefully. It's frustrating. I didn't want to take too violent measures either. There is no doubt that Sven is part of the reason why Her Royal Highness is suffering so badly these days. If they were still there, I wouldn't ask Liz and the others for guidance either. Hey, stop saying such disturbing things, don't blame us. Hey, what did you do this time, you bastard? Marietta let out a scream-like voice and Sven opened his eyes. but it's already late. It's too late to panic now. The die has already been cast. I let out a hard-bold sigh. Well, if you learn from this, just make sure you're in the lounge when I'm looking for you. Sven-san, would you like to shut this master down now? Henrik, did you say that? For some reason, the young man who is the youngest healer of Obsidian Cross seems exhausted and says something disturbing. Oh my, I can believe this kind of joke doesn't work. It's just a joke. It's just a joke. By the way, the Obsidian Cross will also be coming to support the Supreme Warrior Festival, right? Yeah. I've got some free time, and it wouldn't be bad to see the master's skills, always acting so high and mighty. That SY1T fight. What have you seen about me so far, Eva and Sven? However, I was the one who arranged the princess' training. In a sense, you could say that her match was reflection of my skill, right? No, at that moment, a high-pitched voice echoed through the lounge. Ah, here you are, human weakling. Is it true that you will be participating in that Supreme Warrior Festival? It seems like you, Ray, making great progress as always. 1,000 tricks. Well, we, Ray, supporting you, so if you don't do that much, we LL be in trouble. Those who came running towards us were Kreese Argent, a member of Starlight, who had been of great help to us as the Emperor's bodyguard, and Lapis Fulgur, the party leader. The noble spirit's outstanding beauty made it feel like the lounge was brightened up just by her appearance. But unfortunately, they're not suitable for the princess's training. They are disrespectful, you see. I know their hearts are pure, but appearances matter too. Oh, you guys weren't looking for me, were you? Human weakling, it's been a while since we met, and you, Ray, suddenly picking a fight. Come to think of it, I haven't seen her since I returned to the imperial capital. I was also planning on having a celebration, but I forgot. Kreese came within close range of me, pointed her finger at my chest, and screamed. Well, why didn't you come visit me? I was sick and collapsed. Oh, really? I would have gone if you had called me. There's no way I am going to call you. Why do I have to call out to human weakling? The only time we were party members was during the guard. Yeah, that's right. I went into my usual mode of smiling and parrying the nagging. Seeing me completely abandoning my understanding, Kreese continued with a red face. Although she speaks harshly, her voice is like the sound of a bell, so it's not scary at all. Besides, human weakling, you made me do all the fighting during the escort. I can believe it was for the Supreme Warrior Festival. Yeah, isn't it? Human weakling, are you really going to participate? You did whatever you wanted to the Emperor and had no interest in honor at all, right? Yeah, that's right. Indeed, I have very little desire for honor. This is because great honor comes with rights as well as duties, and I don't have the ability to fulfill them. I don't remember doing whatever I wanted to the Emperor, though. Probably not finding my reaction interesting, Kreese's voltage increased. Lapis shrugged her shoulders, completely giving up on her role as Kreese's stopper. Sven also seems to be at complete loss, and Kreese, who doesn't notice the adults and gets angry, is very childish. Well, that's fine. It's okay because I am used to it. The Supreme Warrior Festival is a prestigious martial arts tournament that is famous even among noble spirit. This time, noble spirit heroes are also scheduled to appear even if an unmotivated human weakling shows up. He will only get hurt, so he shouldn't participate. You must have mistaken it for a spectator event. Hiya, what? Don't touch me, I haven't forgiven you that much yet. Don't pet me, fushu, foo. Apparently the person who knows me the best is this cat-like menacing noble spirit. As I inadvertently reached out and stroked her head, Kreese twisted her body and showed an overreaction. Kreese's silver hair feels nice to the touch like silk and are a little cool, so it feels good to stroke them. I understand. I know, I'll do my best to cheer you on. So stop doing that. Oh my. At least if you were going to do it more politely. Kreese cried out in surrender with tears in her eyes and her face turning red all the way to her ears. Well, I am looking forward to seeing Kreese's reaction when the princess takes my place at the Supreme Warrior Festival. A certain town. Dozens of people were gathered in a room in an old building that had been around for decades. A large desk and several chairs. Despite the age of the building itself, there wasn't a speck of dust in the room. It was proof that this building had been used secretly but often. There are no windows in the room, and the only light source is a lantern placed on the desk. Illuminated by a hazy light, one of the figures confirmed in a hushed voice. Is it true that the plan failed? The details are unknown, but the meeting ended successfully and Roderick is alive and well. That's the only conclusion I have to make. The people gathered were of various heights, genders, ages, and outfits. However, there was one thing in common: fox mask covering the face. Each one has a different detailed design, color, and even shape. However, the masks indicated that they belonged to one organization: Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox, a secret organization that has been hiding in the shadows and working behind the scenes for a long time. Gathered there were the members of the so-called Foxes, who have recently appeared on the stage and are currently being chased by all countries. But I never expected that Counter Cascade was my compatriot. And to think that Magi, one of the best sorcerers in the imperial capital, would fail in his mission. What happened that he succeeded until infiltrating, and then failed in the assassination? Fox is an organization that is completely secretive. The members are divided into ranks based on the number of tails, and the higher the number, the higher their status, the more information they can obtain, and the stronger the authority they can exercise. In Fox, the lower-ranking members basically don't even know the true identities of the higher-ranking members. This time they failed, so the information came down, but it was a Seven Tails that had undertaken the mission to assassinate the Emperor. Seven Tails were candidates for executive leadership among the members, and the only person in the room of more than 10 people who had the same number of tails knew their true identity beforehand. A destination where countless gazes gather. The leader of this operation, a large man wearing a golden fox mask, says this in a disgusting manner. "Ah, Counter Cascade," he screwed up. "There are other people who hold high positions in the public eye, and there are many who are skilled at rough attacks, but his assassination ability was one of the best in the organization. He is a great talent who can easily eliminate even a high-level hunter. That man rose to the same rank as me, the Seven Tails, just with his magic skills. He is irreplaceable. It was a big loss. He has a high position where even the nobles have great trust in him, his original spell that creates a clone. There is no one more useful than an assassin who can easily eliminate anyone. But what is even more problematic is... But, above all, Telm brought Dragoncaller with him. 2 irreplaceable cards were lost. As you probably know, our plans will also be affected." Counter Cascade was definitely a talented person who was suitable as a candidate for an executive position. However, more than that, the Dragoncaller that Telm chose as his collaborator was an extremely capable member of the organization. Its power to summon the strongest mythical beast, the dragon, was perfect for bringing chaos to society. If a dragon attack occurs, security will be directed towards them. Most strategies can easily succeed if you take advantage of the chaos. The plan was to use that power for this operation, but Telm's failure ruined everything. The higher-ups are furious. The Counter Cascade operation wasn't something that should have failed. If the Emperor was successfully assassinated, it would have put a check on Zebrudia, and if the talks were cancelled, Zebrudia's position would have been degraded. But look what happened. Zebrudia was able to fend off the assassination attempt, and the meeting went off without a hitch. It's likely that even the identities of our members, which are supposed to be confidential, have been exposed. It's probably the biggest blunder since the organization's inception. It seems that Telm was scheduled to be accepted into the executive ranks after successfully assassinating the Emperor. In other words, it was an important operation. The reason why the Fox has such a deep influence on the world, and the reason why he has so many collaborators, is because of his past accomplishments. A major operational failure means a decline in centripetal force, a decline in organizational power. Slamming his hands on the table, the leader spoke to his comrades in a threatening tone. "Our plan will be carried out as planned. It is a huge order that is incomparable to the operations we have carried out so far." The failure of Counter Cascade was completely unexpected for the organization, and we cannot fail any further. One of the companions objected to those words with shining eyes. "However, Gaff, many talented people will gather at the venue of the Supreme Warrior Festival. Isn't it dangerous to forcefully carry out the operation with reduced military strength? If there is a high possibility of failure, we should consider postponing the operation." What the Fox should truly fear is the exposure of its true identity. Telm's biggest mistake was not a failure in the assassination. It was that. Plan your strategy carefully and don't execute it if you rather fail. Always lurking in the dark. That was the Fox's way. However, hearing those reasonable words, the leader Gaff Schenfelder had a smile on his lips. There is no problem. Losing Dragon Collar is painful, but we can procure pawns locally. If this operation is successful, we can also make up for the failure of Counter Cascade. Above all, the one who gave this order was our boss. I have also applied for the dispatch of a Shrine Maiden. The time for lying low is over. Now is the time for Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox to take over. It's progressing as planned. It doesn't seem like the other person has noticed. Hearing those words, Gaff's smile deepened, and he gave an order in a stifling voice. If you take it slow, there is a possibility that information will leak from the Counter Cascade route. Proceed with your plan ahead of schedule. That relic is the key to the boss's plan, and if you don't get it, the plan will fail. At first, she was counting the number of times she passed out. That luxury soon disappeared. She doesn't even know how many days have passed since she came to this treasure vault. She doesn't feel thirsty, and she doesn't feel hungry. She doesn't have that much leeway. All that was unnecessary was removed, and all that was left of Murina was the will to survive. Level 7 Certified Treasure Vault Prism Garden. Pure white flower petals, which you wouldn't expect to be fresh flowers, dance like a blizzard, and the flowers in full bloom as far as the eye can see are so beautiful that you believe they belong to this world. A flower with colorless and transparent petals that blooms in the innermost part of the treasure vault, which is a part of the treasure vault, is commonly known as the firmamental blossom. Despite the fact that it cannot maintain its physical form for long in the outside world and disappears as fleetingly as snow, it is still traded at a high price that is beyond the reach of poor aristocrats. The new treasure vault became a hot topic among aristocrats for a while due to its appearance. However, no one has ever entered there. Some nobles have a hobby of taking skilled mercenaries to tour treasure vaults, but Murina clearly understood why no one was inside this treasure vault. Because it is too dangerous. This treasury is not something that can be toured only with an escort. The never-ending blizzard of flowers that covers the field of vision disturbs the 5 senses of the treasure hunters who enter, and the toxicity of the pollen knocks out even treasure hunters with a high tolerance. The flowers in full bloom vary in height and type, and it would be difficult to move quickly in this prism garden. Above all, the phantom, which is disguised as a flower, is both quiet and combative. It mimics the landscape to an extremely high degree and attacks people who pass by accurately detecting their backs, an environment-specific treasure vault that almost never exists. The best example of this was this prism garden. Even if Zebrudia's army tried to conquer it, it would probably be difficult to penetrate this treasure vault. And perhaps that is why Greiving Souls chose this place as the training ground for Murina. In this place, Murina doesn't need to do anything like training. There's only one thing to do: survive. How much does the unhappiness I was experiencing until the other day compare to this march through hell? First to confront her was Liz Smart. The training began with a pain that felt like my entire body was being scorched by flames. Hey, Don T. Sleep. Wake up. You Ray going to die. The reason why Prism Garden is so high level. A powerful status ailment that constantly attacks you. Paralysis, sleep, and other poisonous substances are the natural enemies of strong hunters, and many of Zebrudia's nobles use many of the mana materials they have absorbed to gain resistance to them. Even if Murina, who is a member of the royal family, had resistance, that would be a match for other hunters, and poisons from the human world would have almost no effect on her. However, this time, Murina didn't even realize that she had lost consciousness until she regained consciousness due to severe pain. My vision is shaky. Before she could scream from the sudden severe pain, she lost consciousness. Resist until it stops working. You know that's how you build resistance to status abnormalities. Accept the mana material. Don't show your worthlessness, you Ray a hunter. How many years have you been Liz Chan's apprentice? Yes, big sister. TLN, she calls Liz one Sama, which means big sister. Tino, who was wandering next to me, was reprimanded, and she blurted out. It seemed like she was going to faint any second, but just being able to raise her voice was amazing, Murina thought as she felt like her consciousness was about to disappear. Of course, the environment is not the only enemy. Phantoms disguised as plants launch a merciless surprise attack on intruders whose senses have been dulled by the influence of pollen and flower petals. From Murina's point of view, the lineup was completely malicious, including trees that secretly approached and restrained vines, poisonous flowers that shot out seeds at speeds like bullets, and unidentified phantom beasts that moved about hiding in the tall flowers beneath her feet. It seems that the threat level of the phantoms is lower than other level 7s, but Murina wouldn't have had a chance of winning even without the handicap of pollen. There was nothing Murina could do as she did her best to resist the abnormal status. Unaware of the approach of the phantom disguised as a phantom, the evasive action taken unconsciously was completely delayed. The masters only helped survive the attacks to the bare minimum. She watched as the creeping vines wrapped around Murina's ankles and lifted her up, and she watched indifferently as the two guards, released from the bag, hid themselves in the flowers and faced off against the swarming phantoms using only their mental strength. What was in Murina, who was grabbed by a vine and swung around in the air, was nothing. The distinction between reality and dreams becomes increasingly blurred. The five senses become indistinguishable. Whether she was alive or dead, she didn't know. In the end, by the time Murina was able to successfully adapt to her environment and remain conscious for a certain amount of time, her entire body was drenched in potion. Ha ha, Liz Smart, your training is so hard. Ah, there's no way you race saying this. Don't you think there are strong and kind people lying around who will take the time to take care of you, even though you race such a pain? Liz snorts at the words of Karen, who barely survived after receiving Ansem's treatment every time she was injured. Murina listened to the conversation in a state of selflessness. Her whole body felt feverish, but it was far from when she barely regained consciousness. She vomited many times, but she didn't feel hungry. She has almost no senses, but she doesn't feel hopeless either. In fact, she was just grateful that she was still alive. And she realized just how scary the hunters acting calm in a place like this are. Liz clicked her tongue at Murina, who became enlightened. We don't have much time, so this will have to do for now. Okay, now it's my turn. I am going to teach you the sword. First, the sword. Without this, we can start. The sound entered her ears and stimulated her consciousness, which was about to go hazy. Murina awoke to those words. Sword, a sword, I love it so much. Wow, what a coincidence. I love it too. Look. Sword, it's a sword. Murina didn't really like swords or swordsmanship until now, but now it's different. Liz's ordeal was indescribably harsh, but what was tougher than anything else was that she was not given any weapons to face the approaching phantom. Being attacked by a higher-class phantom without even having a knife was quite scary and stressful, regardless of whether or not she would be able to deal with it if she had. The heavy body, which she thought wouldn't move a single finger, jumped almost reflexively and caught Luke's thrown wooden sword. Murina was about to rub her cheeks when she noticed that. What? How can you use this? Ah, this is a secret, but strong swordsmen can use any weapon. Now the princess is also a fine swordsman. What are you talking about? How can I use this? Pure questions spilled out of my mouth without any thought. The man who was known as the deadliest swordsman in the capital said this as if it was only natural to Murina, who was expressionless, blinking, and looking at him with no evil in her eyes. No, just cut. You can do it if you try. That's my training. Defeating the phantom is the best way to become stronger. Isn't it impossible? It's okay, mana material will take care of it. That's impossible, isn't it? Even when the sword saint had trained her, he never said anything like that. A phantom that couldn't read the atmosphere attacked Murina, who was just dumbfounded. I am about to die. It was only at the beginning that she had time to think about such things. It was only the first time that her life flashed before her eyes. Her faint hope that the two bodyguards would surely save her, and her naive belief that they wouldn't let her die, quickly melted away. The blizzard of flowers made it impossible to see. The wooden sword didn't even graze the plant-like phantoms that seemed slow at first glance. She couldn't stand still like the immutable, enduring attacks without flinching, and she couldn't keep up with the magic lecture that suddenly started in the middle of the treasure vault. There's no way it would go into her head. To begin with, this is a treasure vault where mid-level hunters would almost die. She had thought that she would be given severe training, and she knew how terrifying the 1,000 trials were, but there was no way she could have predicted something like this. That man who entrusted Murina to his friends just for fun is definitely a demon. This is not a trial, but an act of suicide. She just wants to praise herself for not dying. The two bodyguards, who were supposed to have passed through severe training and been selected as royal guards, have long since lost their will to protect Murina. Her body and mind are already in tatters. She doesn't have time to see what her body is doing. If it weren't for Ansem's healing abilities, she would definitely have died 1,000 times over. I don't care if I have bad luck for the rest of my life. I want to go home. All my past misfortunes are nothing compared to the brute deeds that took place in this treasure vault. Is this a punishment for Murina's inability to do anything so far? Isn't it too harsh even as a punishment? What will this hell give to Murina? This constant feeling of nausea is probably because the concentration of mana material in this treasure vault is far beyond Murina's tolerance. I want to shed tears because of how painful it is, but those feelings have already withered away. I want to go home, take a bath, and sleep in a clean bed. I just miss the Imperial Castle, which I was so tired of. There's even the illusion that I haven't been home for years. How many training sessions are left? At the end of such despair, Murina finally reached the truth. To live is to live. Then, seeing Murina continuing to vomit and not producing anything, Citri let out a troubled voice. This seam. She doesn't seem to grow as strong as we expected. Murina couldn't believe her ears. When she looked up struggling against the feeling of nausea, Liz, who was squeezing Tino, let out an exasperated voice. Don, tell me your approach was a failure, even though it was a job that Crybaby entrusted to us. She couldn't cut it with a wooden sword, so I guess a rapid approach one cut it after all. Wait a minute, what are you talking about after she was forced to do this? Did I fail? My brain, which was empty in my living hell, begins to function. It is completely unacceptable that this hell did not produce anything. I think time has run out. Well, she was able to absorb the mana material, and we also taught her the basic theory. She can stop vomiting. Murina can tell if it's due to mana materials or stress, right now. Citri says to Murina, who looks at her with resentful eyes. Well, we're busy for now, so let us do the last training session. The last training? Is there anything else? Citri is the only one who hasn't trained her yet. However, Citri is an alchemist and is not the type to come forward and fight in the first place. Murina thought she was clearly in a coordinating role, but she scolded her heart, which was about to break. Seeing Murina, who was looking at her with fear and uncontrollable anger, Citri smiled a hateful smile and said something unexpected. It's true that the Zebrudia imperial family is extremely flexible and strong-minded to be able to show their emotions in a situation like this. You don't have to be so frightened. Thank you for your hard work. My training can be called training. It's just a blood test to check on your physical condition. If something happens to Her Highness as a result of the training, it will be a big problem, so please cooperate. Asterisk phantoms are generally enemies of humanity. Creatures created as a recreation of the past through the accumulation of mana materials, although strictly speaking they are not living, have an instinct to protect their place, and even a phantom with the intelligence to understand language is at odds with the treasure hunters who frequently invade and steal mana materials. Additionally, there are some who hold grudges against humanity due to past connections. However, I may have become the first human being to be able to understand the phantom, leisurely playing with my smartphone in the sunshine. The functions that smartphones have are unknown. There are countless types of smartphones, each with different functions. Naturally, there was no way I could master it, but little sister Fox was frequently sending me Meru, probably because she was bored. According to the manual, which is sometimes found with smartphones, the only people who frequently exchange mail are friends, who are called mailpals. In other words, little sister Fox and I are already friends. And of course, I am also friends with Brother Fox. Contact information is also registered. Wow, am I already an intermediate smartphone user? As I was grinning and looking at the photo of today's fried tofu that little sister Fox had sent me, the door swung open. I put my smartphone away in a hurry. Citri came in without knocking, carrying an armful of large bottles filled with liquid. Her cheeks are red, and before I can even open my mouth, she reports to me. Mr. Cry, Her Royal Highness's mission was successfully completed. Ah, thank you, I was saved. And what about Princess Murina? I was thinking of bringing her with me, but she refused. What did you do in the training? Isn't tea that bad? I almost frown for a moment, but when I look closely, Citri's expression is like an innocent girl's smile, and there is no shadow at all. And this is the face she makes when she wants praise. If you think about it calmly, in a sense it's only natural that I would be hated since I sent the princess through hellish training. It is okay. It'll be fine, I am sure. I told His Highness that the training would be tough. But as we didn't have enough time for training, so it was a failure. What? What did you just say? Failure? Why are you so proud even though you failed? No, it was certainly unreasonable, but she could have used a little different attitude. I can praise her for this. Look, Mr. Cry. And then Citri enthusiastically placed a bottle in front of me. What's inside is a dark red liquid. There's no smell, probably because it's sealed, but it's a pretty creepy potion. It's like blood. As I silently wait for the explanation, Citri puffs out her chest with confidence. The training didn't go well, but this is the result, Mr. Cry. Okay, as expected of Citri. Great. Citri said to me, who turned into a praise machine that praised Citri without thinking. It's Her Highness Murina's blood. Thanks to Mr. Cry, we were able to collect so much in the blood test. I looked at Citri with a big smile and the large bottle in front of me. What? Who did you just say it's thanks to? Blood. Test. The size of the bottle is obviously abnormal, isn't it? Princess Murina is petite, so even if all her blood was drained, it wouldn't be this much. It's the blood of the imperial family. It's perfectly preserved, and it's hard to find. To be honest, there was nothing noteworthy about her talent, but the blood is worth researching. That? Can you call it a blood test? What have you done to Her Royal Highness the Princess? His eyes are shining brightly. I thought it was a bit mad, but until now I thought that was one of its strengths. But this time I have to say it. This time I really have to say it. Is she alive? I administered a powerful blood-enhancing potion, and since I performed the treatment in the treasure vault, the power of the mana material is working properly. It was quite a burden, but as per Mr. Cry's instructions, there is no abnormality in her life. Citri, it's not enough if there's no abnormality in life. I said training, right? Besides, why are you always telling me everything like it's my instructions? What? What do I do? My reputation was already bad, but this time, am I not going to be executed? Then, I received a call from the Imperial Castle faster than I expected. Normally, I would take my brain, Citri, or Eva, but today I am alone. It's out of the question to take Citri with me, but I am also reluctant to take Eva in this situation. When Mr. France, who was waiting for me, saw me, he stiffened for a moment and said with a stiff expression, Cry Andri. Are you always dressed like that? When I received the summons, I felt like I was going to climb the execution stand. Of course, I'll use perfect vacation as well. The room I was called to was simple and sturdy, as if symbolizing Zebrudia, and although there were few luxurious decorations, it had an atmosphere that naturally made me want to straighten my back. The person sitting imposingly at the very back is undoubtedly the most important person in this country, the Emperor. Maybe it's just me who doesn't know, but His Majesty the Emperor would never come out in a normal summons. It may be unavoidable while we are on escort mission, but the only time he can have an audience with His Majesty is at a special occasion like the White Sword Gathering. In other words, he shouldn't be here. Emperor, are you free? France-san clears his throat once as I try to escape reality by thinking something extremely disrespectful. Well, that's fine. The reason I called you this time. Okay, France, this isn't a place for an audience, so there's no need for formality. I'll speak directly. At that, His Majesty stopped France-san's words. I've always thought, Your Majesty, aren't you too frank? Don't keep popping up. Are you bored? Well, why was I called? Has Citri's work been found out? I guess they found out. When I checked, I found out that Citri was subjecting Her Royal Highness to some hellish training. Well, I was the one who asked her to give the princess strict training, but it was unexpected that she wouldn't even give her the leeway to refuse. It would be fine if there were results, but what kind of monster is it that they show results and then squeeze out princess blood in the end? It seems that she was extremely interested in the blood of the imperial family. Citri says that she has squeezed it out as much as possible. It's a bad habit of hers to be unable to stop herself from doing things that arouse her curiosity. Well, I don't know what to do. I've been thinking of an excuse for a long time, but even though I am an excuse master, I can come up with one. His Majesty gravely opened his mouth to me, who was already feeling like a bream on the cutting board. It was really hard work on the escort the other day. There were a lot of headaches, but there aren't any assassins as skilled as Counter Cascade. I can say that the crisis is over for the time being. Yeah. It's different than I thought. It would be impossible to first say thank you to someone you are about to execute. I blink my eyes and look at His Majesty and Mr. France. In addition, you also had a hard time training Murina. Oh, they didn't find out, I said quickly before they could get angry. It's such a waste of words, Your Majesty. We didn't had much time, so we didn't accomplish much. I am really sorry for squeezing her blood. I am really sorry for what my companion did. But there were guards, right? Isn't it bad that they didn't stopped her? Ever since my daughter came back, she's been receiving instruction in swordsmanship and magic, sparing no time even sacrificing her sleep. Up until now, she has been worrying about her misfortune and not smiling, but it seems like her thoughts have changed after receiving the instruction. She seems to be in a demonic mood. On the contrary, I am starting to worry, Your Majesty. Even the bodyguards I sent are completely silent. Mr. France glares at me. As expected of Citri, she is perfect at keeping people silent. Well, after days of training, I am sure there'll be a change in your perspective once all your blood has been drained out of you. I haven't seen the special training, but it seems that even if there is no abnormality in the life itself, there was something abnormal in other parts. Looks like it was a tough training session. Murina 1T say it, but it's a huge difference from what we had so far. That's amazing, Citri. You are the only one who can drain someone's blood and still be thanked for it. Well, wandering around in a high-level treasure vault filled with swirling mana materials will make you stronger. Even so, it seems that the results that Citri had hoped for did not come out. I made a solemn expression and said to His Majesty, who did not know that his daughter's blood had been drained, so that my face did not become tense. An average person wouldn't be able to withstand it. It's only because of His Highness's own strength. I've seen her talent with my own eyes. She'll be able to overcome any disaster that will befall her with her own hands. I seized the moment to praise the princess and try to sweep everything under the rug. His Majesty the Emperor nods magnanimously at my emotionally charged words. Let us just accept this as a compliment. 1,000 tricks. It seems that the rumor about 1,000 trials was true. Have those 1,000 trials even reached the Emperor's ears? How widespread is it? No, this training is not a 1,000 trial, but I was planning to train Her Royal Highness to the level of a Supreme Warrior Festival participant, but it was impossible to reach that level. It's the result of my incompetence. What are you talking about? Cry Andri. His Majesty the Emperor's eyes widened, and Francine let out an exasperated voice. Ah, that's right. That's right. My training ended up being a failure. No matter how strong you are, it's meaningless if you can raise it to your target value. What's more, we used the cover of training to squeeze out her blood. The Empire side docent seemed to be as angry as I thought, but there's no doubt that it's our fault. At that, Francine and His Majesty the Emperor's expressions turned grim. When Mr. France waved his arm and let the guard out, he looked at me and opened his mouth. Supreme Warrior Festival, cry Andri. The reason I summoned you this time was to talk about that matter, as well as Her Highness Murina. Yes, I was wondering why you wanted a ticket to just a martial arts festival, even though it was the priority slot given to Zebrudia, but it seems there is a big event going to happen in Cleet. Well, that's right. I couldn't help but blink and stare at Francine. Of course, the Supreme Warrior Festival is a big event, and anyone with a little bit of common sense would know that it is held every year in Cleet. When and where did you get that information? I've known where and when for 10 years, but 10 years? Don't be foolish. Even the Eye of God, from the Academy of Astrology and Mysticism, couldn't see that far. France, that's enough. The important thing now is not to question the truth or falsehood of the matter. What are these people talking about? Most people who live in this imperial capital probably know about the Supreme Warrior Festival. Do you think I am stupid? I didn't remember ever being that ignorant of common sense. By the way, Your Majesty, what should we do with Princess Murina? What do you mean? The Supreme Warrior Festival is already a stone's throw away, but according to Citri, Princess Murina has not yet reached the expected level of ability. At this rate, Even if she takes the trouble to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival, there is a strong possibility that she will lose in the first round. If something like that were to happen, those of us who were tasked with providing guidance to the princess would definitely be held accountable. I hate to say this, but I have to. Her Royal Highness seems to be very serious and talented, but this time she didn't have much time. If you don't mind, I would like to give her some guidance once again on the way to the Supreme Warrior Festival. I don't want to get myself into trouble, but I have no choice. One trouble was over, but if Princess Murina were to accidentally die at the Supreme Warrior Festival, it would be completely game over. Your Highness, she's been sleeping like the dead for a whole day since her return, and you are still telling her to fight. To begin with, this year, Supreme Warrior Festival is. Well, it's true that the one who decides whether to fight or not is not me, but Lady Murina. KKKKKKKKKKKKK. Mr. France fell silent at my words with a demon-like expression on his face. As I remained silent and waited for an answer, His Majesty looked at me with blue eyes that seemed to read into my heart. Of course. I'll take part. Don't tell me, leader, you're saying only to me that I can participate. Lucia frowns and looks at me. Even though she wasn't glaring at me, her gaze was intense. In my private room, which also served as a relics room and was connected to the clan master office, I was having my artifacts charged with mana as usual. What used to take a lot of time had now become a smooth process. In the past, she'd be exhausted after charging, but now she could charge 17 safe rings without batting an eye. Lucia is an outstanding magi. In addition to having mastered a wide variety of magic, she is also busy developing new magic and has recently been recognized as one of the strongest magicians in the Empire. As her older brother, there were times when I was worried about how deeply she got immersed in her craft. I asked my master to grant me the right to participate with one condition. It's certainly troublesome. No matter how wide the venue is, the distance is that of a swordsman, and killing is strictly prohibited. The martial arts festival doesn't care about the method of combat, so of course magic is okay. But in reality, most of the contestants are close combat types. The venue is large, but warriors who have absorbed enough mana materials can close the distance within a few steps, and chanting and fixed movements are essential to using powerful magic. If you are a high-ranking magi, you can make your preliminary movements infinitely small, but omitting movements is a trade-off with power, so even that is still a disadvantage. However, Lucia seems to be full of motivation. She's surprisingly stubborn, though. I don't want him to do anything too dangerous, so I lightly touched the bracelet that Lucia was wearing and heard her in a small voice besides. I got a bracelet from my brother. She really liked it. I am sure if she had the trump card of counter cascade, Lucia would have a good chance of winning. Okay, I understand. If you Ray going to say that much, I'll support you with all my might. Why are you acting like it's someone else's business? What? Well, the Supreme Warrior Festival is an individual battle, so there's no way I can interfere in Lucia's battle. I have no knowledge either. Do you need any advice? If you have time to do something like that, wouldn't it be better to worry about yourself? Indeed, that's right. However, worrying one help. Worrying one improve her Royal Highness's ability, and even though I received permission to train her on the way, it's still a bad game. Let me tell you, this time it's a one-on-one battle. Isn't this the type of battle that you leader are worst at? No, it's not like that. I like the tension of one-on-one combat. Of course, it's not like I don't like group or flashy battles. And besides, complaining about the format of the match one help. I hate doing everything, but I love watching everything. However, I experienced many flashy battles in the field when I was active as Greiving souls, so I feel like it's time to watch them. In response to my answer, Lucia blinked and said as if she was looking at something creepy. Leader, you seem to be quite understanding this time. Are you thinking of something strange? I am thinking that it would be a good Supreme Warrior Festival, though. I don't want Lucia and the others to do anything too dangerous. But now that they've become treasure hunters, it's too late. Now that I think about it, did Luke and the others get the right to participate? It seems like he got it safely. It seems like he was severely scolded by his master, though. There is no one in this world as strong as the brain that moves straight towards its goal. I wonder what he did. It seems like City and the others have all had a hard time. After all, the event is just around the corner. I also had to make a few trades to win the right to participate, so the only one who is taking it easy is the leader. Whenever I move, it always causes trouble, so I try not to move as much as possible. Already? I am not just incompetent. I am self-conscious incompetent. As I was polishing the relic I had received while enduring Lucia's cold gaze, Eva quickly walked in. She put the thick document on the desk and immediately said, "Mr. Cry, I am sorry for the inconvenience, but I've compiled all the information on the Supreme Warrior Festival that I can find right now. It includes the preliminaries. I've also gathered most of the information on the contestants. I've left out the part about the grieving souls. I said I don't need it, and it hasn't been officially announced yet. Just please take a look. There's something I am curious about. Eva is also a worrier. I am telling you, even after looking at the materials, I can figure anything out. Eva's expression was grim, so I had no choice but to open the file. It included detailed profiles of participants. Even though we spoke only the other day, the fact that she was able to gather all the materials in such a short time was an incredible feat. I skimmed through it. There were many names listed that I had seen before. Will Tauka also participate? Well, I guess it's part of her sales activities. The leader of the Torch Knights, a party belonging to First Steps, is Tauka Kongan. I had heard that she had returned to the imperial capital while I was working as an escort, but I wonder if she returned because of this matter. I see. If the leader plays an active role at the Supreme Warrior Festival, the number of customers will increase. She seems to love money. However, I didn't expect so many members from my clan to come to the Supreme Warrior Festival, although most of them are my party members. I have to cheer them on. I hope they put on a good show. Mr. Cry, you're really laid back. Nick-san, I mean, the leader has always been an optimist. Even though I am a timid person, I am not afraid of watching the games. Then a word suddenly caught my eye. I stop and open my eyes. Eva watches me with bated breath. What was there was the name of one contestant, a hunter. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but it wasn't an optical illusion. I couldn't help but smile. The leader of the bereaving souls, Krahai Andrihi. Phew, what a strange coincidence. Is this what Eva said that she is concerned about? This is definitely a concern. Unfortunately, there are no photos in the materials, but if you look at the name alone, it looks just like me. It's an amazing coincidence that even the party names are similar. If the face looks exactly like mine, then it's probably the real one. I grinned and handed back the materials. Thank you, Eva. It's been a while since I laughed so much. That's really funny. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Krahai Andrihi, I need to check with the management. How on earth could you get a player's name wrong? Lucia was muttering something with a frown on her face. Let us tell Luke and the others. I am sure it will make them laugh. And depending on the bracket in the tournament, it would be awesome if Luke and the others were to fight Krahai. It would be even more interesting if this Krahai were extremely strong. It could become a hot topic at drinking parties. While I was still grinning and thinking about something stupid, Eva said this as if she had just remembered. By the way, Mr. Cry, Branch Chief Gark has something to talk to me about. He said he will wait for you at the clan house of Hidden Curse. That's right. Sorry, I completely forgot. Most likely, it will be about Telm and Ketchikchaka. It is still fresh in my memory that the two people I took with me as escorts were minions of the Fox, but Telm was introduced to me by Hidden Curse, and Ketchikchaka was introduced to me by the Explorers Association. Regardless of whether it was my fault or not, I will be held accountable. Well, they'll probably be held responsible for introducing the traitor. I don't want to go there. If you don't have time, he said he would come instead, what will you do? Threats are cowardly. Don't you have any pride as a treasure hunter? It can be helped. I guess I'll just get ready to run away at any time and then just kneel down on the ground. The center of the imperial capital. It was located near the imperial castle, which boasts some of the highest land prices in Zebrudia. Although it's called close, it's still several kilometers away, in a section of an upscale residential area that also includes Gladys Mansion. A somewhat old-fashioned brick mansion. There are probably few people who don't know about the mansion, which has an old clock tower that reaches high into the sky. It resembles a tower and is taller than any of the surrounding mansions, and there are even rumors that you can see the entire imperial capital from its top floor. And the fact that they were allowed to build a gigantic building in the middle of the district, despite having nobility building, spoke to the history and prestige of that clan. I also remember going out of my way to come to sightsee when I first arrived in the imperial capital. A magician clan that is classified as the oldest among the many clans that exist in the imperial capital. The Hidden Cure headquarters. For some reason, I was having tea with my younger sister on the top floor of the tower, which every hunter looks at with envy. In front of me was a sharp-eyed witch whom I couldn't even imagine how many years she had been alive, with a sarcastic smile on her face, and a huge bald man with a head that was scarier than any hunter I had ever seen, with tattoos covering half of his face, was frowning at me. What crime could I have committed? Cuckoo. I've been waiting so long. It looks like you've done something really interesting. 1,000 tricks. I can't believe you came out so obediently despite your habit of always running away. Did you eat something strange? Huh, obediently. Are you kidding me? Have my ears gone crazy? I'm gonna barf. There's no way I'd want to come to a place like this where 2 of the top 5 most terrifying people in the capital are. As I tried to calm down and escape from reality, Artburn and Mary, who made me tea, said to him in shock. Mr. Gark, what do you think of Mr. Cry? There's no way that 1,000 tricks would run away. Yes, Artburn is right. Mr. Cry is Lucius-Ann's older brother, right? Isn't it irrelevant that I'm Lucia's older brother? Well, it's true. If Lucia is there, I can run away. Half-heartedly giving up, I crossed my legs and said in my best sarcastic tone, if they threaten to storm the clan house, I have no choice but to come. Hey, Don, say things that makes me sound bad. I didn't say that. It's like I said, Mr. Gark may not do it, but Fire Grandma definitely would. The Fire Grandma is the Fire Grandma because she puts on fire things. Besides, I was also thinking that I would have to meet the Abyssal Inferno. I have an idea of what she needs to discuss. That's an honor, but then, why haven't you shown your face until now? That's already obvious, because I didn't want to come. I didn't want to come, so I postponed it. Incidentally, I was thinking that if things went well, I might not have to come. While I was silent, the old woman let out a sigh, wondering what she had just come to terms with. That alone makes me want to throw up. Well, that's fine. I don't have time either, so let us get down to business. Our guy caused you trouble. No, I don't mind. He was very helpful along the way. He was a more excellent magician, even better than I've ever heard. I reflexively responded, though the expression on the face of the person who caused the trouble didn't seem to match that sentiment at all. His skill in magic aside, he was far more reasonable than the old lady sitting in front of me. Ah, Mr. Gark, Ketchikchaka is no good. He's too suspicious. I can understand not noticing Telm, but someone like him shouldn't have been on the list in the first place. He was so suspicious that it wasn't suspicious at all. What is that person? If he's an assassin or something, that's just unacceptable. Goo, that was my bad. Mr. Gark's face turned red and he apologized in a hushed voice. Do you really hate apologizing to me that much? Just so a dojza like I always do, dojza. Even if I were torn, I couldn't say anything like that out loud. But then, you should have said so as soon as you made your choice, Cry. You've always been of short words. It bothers me even if you say things like that. I still don't fully understand the situation. It was just a few weeks ago that I borrowed the counter-cascade Telm from the Hidden Curse and accepted His Majesty the Emperor's escort request. And that was an error in judgment. Telm the counter-cascade was a member of an infamous secret organization. For some reason, Telm faithfully served as the Emperor's bodyguard, but for some reason he suddenly revealed his true identity, ran away for some reason, and is now the brother Fox's toy in the treasure vault. Why? Even when I think back on it now, it's still baffling. For some reason, I was recognized as a companion in the process, and I demand an explanation. It's not my fault. Even I was surprised by that. I was surprised that the deputy leader of the famous Hidden Curse and Ketchikchaka, who was recommended by Mr. Gark, were traitors. Ketchikchaka aside, when I think about Telm, it's hard to believe. It is truly strange in this world that Abyssal Inferno, which has a reputation for burning anything, is innocent and Telm is a traitor. When I nodded my head and looked up, for some reason Abyssal Inferno was smiling deeply. Her pupils are fully dilated. Mr. Gark's cheeks were also twitching, and it was so scary that I wanted to kneel on the ground. HMPH, you've got some nerve. The people involved have been identified and disposed of. Disposed of? What do you mean disposed of? Am I next on the list to be disposed of? The smile disappeared from the old woman's face as I panicked. Telm the Counter Cascade was an honor student ever since he was a member of the academy. He never broke any rules, no matter how small, unlike me and Noctis Cochlear, so he was trusted. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I read the atmosphere and stayed silent. Artburin and the others also kept their mouths shut as if under pressure. The old woman glanced at the Telm relic that Lucia was wearing and continued. If that man hadn't accepted my invitation and joined Hidden Course, there would have been another powerful Magi clan in this imperial capital. That would have made things a little more interesting. That man was a man who did everything correctly and neatly, so he was a little out of place. I should have expected something like this to happen. Brat Cuckoo, I feel a little regretful. Telm, the Counter Cascade, should have walked a different path, not alongside me, but as a rival in the pursuit of magic. If that had happened, perhaps he wouldn't have gone astray. Her voice was dry, but it contained strong emotions that I could clearly hear. However, despite everything, it seems that this old lady was also human after all. What should I say? While I was wondering, the old lady's mouth twisted again into a deep, deep smile. Kid, will Telm come back? I guess that depends on Telm. I am glad he's not dead. Before I drop it, I'll settle it with my own hands. The fox and the idiot who was seduced by it too. Hihihihi, while my body is still moving before I leave it to the next generation. Let us turn everything into ashes. Abyssal Inferno said loudly to me, who couldn't say no. Even though she wasn't screaming, the desk was shaking. What shines in the depths of her eyes is the fire of hell. Her mouth is smiling, but her eyes are not. Master, please calm down. That crimson hair burst into flames even though she hadn't even cast a spell. It is said that a great magician can cause phenomena just by expressing his emotions, but this old lady is a bit strange after all. This old lady is planning to burn Telm. She wants him to be alive so she can burn him. I can believe how a human can think like that, even though Telm was once an ally. If Lucia joins the Fox, I'll join them too. I am really glad I am not her enemy. Apparently, she has no intention of burning me for the time being. However, I want to escape from this place right away. The air is chilly. Abyssal Inferno, please leave it at that. At that, Mr. Gark interjected. As expected of him, Abyssal Inferno's emotions were suppressed just a little. As I felt relieved inwardly, Mr. Gark said with a ferocious smile on par with Abyssal Inferno, "Let us get to the point. 1,000 tricks, this is a big problem. They've insulted the Explorers Association. We're going to crush the Fox." Artburin and Mary are listening with serious expressions. For some reason, Lucia also has a serious expression on her face. As always, it seems like I am the only one who's being insincere. I blinked and said with a hard-boiled smile, "Sorry, can I use the bathroom for a second?" There was an iron bar installed on the window of the toilet that I wanted to use for escape. I feel like I am about to throw up. I quickly returned to the clan house. Lucia didn't say anything to me and remained silent on the way home. Aren't those people crazy? Why do you go to the trouble of picking a fight with a dangerous secret society? Why do you think it's natural for me to help? If we were going to fight a Fox, a secret society like the one Telm the Counter Cascade belongs to, I'd be better off dealing with a phantom fox that gives you a smartphone just by giving her some fried tofu. Just invite France. I couldn't help but send a mail to Big Brother Fox saying, "I'm having a terrible day." Immediately he replies, "That's great." Not good. For now, I managed to push back Mr. Gark's demands by saying I'm too busy and we'll talk later. At first glance, it looks like the crisis has been avoided, but now it's just a countdown to death. I feel sad that I can push through with a no. I am busy. I am busy now. I have to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival, and I also have a request from His Majesty the Emperor. We don't have time to worry about criminal organizations. When I returned to the clan house, I hurried to the Vice Clan Master's room. Eva, I am leaving the Imperial capital right now. What's going on? What happened all of a sudden? Eva trembles and looks at me. It's been a while since I entered the Vice Clan Master's room. I walked through the cluttered room, walked over to Eva and raised my voice. "I can't stay in the Imperial capital. I'm going to the city where the Martial Arts Festival is held right now. What was the name of the city again?" "Ha ha, there's still time until the event. Did something happen?" "Rather than if something happened there, I am more like going there because nothing is happening over there, you know." "Oh no, Mr. Gark is a man who does what he says he will do." He said he got rid of the staff, so it wouldn't he be strange if he tried to get rid of me next. Abyssal Inferno was also very charged up. She said she'd leave it to the next generation, but I am sure she'll live on until the next generation, that old lady. If she finds out I'm not helping with the fox extermination, she'll definitely take the opportunity to burn me to a crisp. If I get thrown into a fire, even my barrier ring won't do much. Neek-san, there is something I have to do in exchange for the right to participate. No, it is nothing. Lucia was about to say something but then turned away. As if sensing my seriousness, Eva stood up. Okay, I'll prepare, but gathering clan members right now is. Clan members are fine, but I'll take grieving souls with me. There is no way I could travel alone. I have to go and call Lady Murina. But I also have to select the relics. Eva asked me with a grim expression as I panicked. Is it such a big incident? No, well, it is not like that. As expected, Mr. Gark and the old woman Don T always attack people indiscriminately. However, I am in trouble. They Don T attack indiscriminately, but they always target me. However, Her Highness Murina may not be ready. Just as Eva was about to say that, she suddenly stood up and approached the window and looked down. When I followed suit, I saw a small, unassuming carriage parked at the entrance. I see, the timing is perfect. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. Mr. Cry, prepare yourself. As I blinked, Eva let out a small sigh. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 2. The Authentic and the Inauthentic. I had a test to qualify for possession of the Advanced Compound Spirit Staff tomorrow. Lucia, who was sitting in the seat in front of me, grumbled with a displeased look on her face. With the influence of a high-level hunter, the carriage used by grieving souls quickly passed the exit inspection and was running along the highway. It has only been a few hours since I met the old lady. As expected, at this speed, even the old lady wouldn't notice. The sound of heavy footsteps can be heard from outside. Ansem is running parallel to the carriage. Ansem's footwork is relatively light, but he is heavy, so if you put a little effort into running, it makes a lot of noise. Most monsters 1T come close when he is nearby. Sometimes even the phantom, which is supposed to be fearless, runs away. I can finally take a breather. Lately, I feel like I've always been in a hurry when leaving the imperial capital. What is most frightening is Eva's ability to arrange things. I feel like her skills are getting better every time I ask for something. However, I took out Her Royal Highness who came to talk to the clan house without permission. But was it okay? Well, we had talked about training, but we didn't say the schedule. Her Royal Highness the Princess and her attendants were immediately running outside. It seems to be true what His Majesty the Emperor said, that she was positive about training when she started running easily even though it was nothing but hell to run parallel to a horse-drawn carriage. Why are they holding a qualification test before the Supreme Warrior Festival? Brother, all of a sudden you are going to the Supreme Warrior Festival. That's why, already. Lucia attacks. Perhaps because we were alone in the carriage, she felt a little stronger than usual. Also, I missed the lecture I was supposed to take in exchange for participating in the Supreme Warrior Festival. I wonder what my master will say. Generally, my brother always acts too suddenly. I can believe he suddenly left the imperial capital. Yeah, that's right. Listen to me seriously, already. What do you mean my peridocin tea work? As expected of Lucia, it is not easy. Everyone has plans, right? Luke-san said that he threw out the dragon extermination that was supposed to be done tomorrow in exchange for the right to participate. Even City and Liz. Isn't that dangerous? The swordsmanship school that Luke works in often receives requests from the Empire to subjugate powerful mythical and magical beasts. The reason why Luke has cut down so many people without any reprimand is because the number of times he has cut down mythical beasts and demonic beasts is slightly higher than the number of times he has cut people. Besides, if you had something like that, you could just meet up later. The other members and Eva who were coming for the tour would be joining later. You Ray giving too much priority to this one. For me, it would have been fine if only Lucia had come. Moo! It is no good. I will be in trouble if Lucia doesn't come. There is also a matter of charging the relic. Citri raises her voice from the coachman's seat, where she was assigned to take charge of after the rock-paper-scissors results. I also had an experiment scheduled for tomorrow, but I pushed it entrusted it to Talia. Well, that is not my main job, so it is fine. But it's a shame that the research I am currently working on has been left half-finished. Though I could continue it in Crete, it seems like everyone was quite busy. They were setting their priorities wrong. I am sure everyone knew that my invitation was a random one, but why did everyone accept it so easily? But I want to apologize, because Luke and the others don't want that. I guess what I should do is be grateful. Speaking of which, what about Eliza? Liz said she saw her this morning. Eliza really goes at her own pace. Well, as long as she's doing well, it's fine. It's so peaceful. I let out a big yawn. Now I can feel safe until I return to the Imperial capital after the Supreme Warrior Festival is over. Maybe it would be better to stay in another city until the dust cools down, but as I thought about it, I realized something important. Isn't it possible that Mr. Gark and the others will be coming after us? Even Arnold was following me. How can you expect angry Gark and Abyssal Inferno not to come after us? I thought I would be safe if I left the city. What more, I didn't tell Eva to keep it a secret. This is bad. Hey, run with all your might. Stop slacking off, princess. Let us take this opportunity to practice combat while running. Ooh-whoa. And by the way, it looks like it's getting dangerous outside. I can even hear the princess's voice or scream. Several hours of driving a horse-drawn carriage. When I got used to Luke and the others making a fuss, I suddenly noticed a pungent smell on the wind that I remember smelling many times. Lucia closes the book she was reading and sticks her head out the window. I checked outside. I noticed the difference right away. In the direction the carriage was traveling, far ahead, the city was on fire. Countless black smoke rose up. I heard Luke's excited voice from outside. Some work is here. The profit will be good. I had given up on exterminating dragons to come here. You didn't give up, you just skipped it. More than a dragon, come, a dragon that can use a sword, come. Here, let us go, princess. It's a real battle. Liz is also very happy with the new toy to replace Tino. It's no good anymore. God, please forgive me. The footsteps become distant. Looks like Luke and the others have gotten ahead of us. Without saying a word, Lucia grabbed her cane and got out of the carriage. She's extremely reliable. Why do cities burn so often? The leader has chosen a city that is on fire, right? Lucia coolly spits it out. Is there a reason for that? For now, I'll take care of that. At that moment, the bracelet Lucia was wearing sparkled. Rain clouds gather in the sky and quickly turn into a pounding downpour. The raging storm was avoiding Lucia. Lucia opened her eyes and looked down at the bracelet in shock. The bracelet that my brother gave me is strong. Blessing of the water god, maybe I can do it. I stick my head out the window and look at the city gate. It seems like the flames are somehow gone. Every time I look, Lucia's arms are rising. Lucia returns to the carriage and puts on the symbol of grieving souls, the mask of a laughing skeleton. Citri peeked out from the coachman's stand, but before I knew it, she was hiding her face in the same way. Mr. Cry, we Ray entering the city. Put on your mask. Citri and the others may be wearing theirs all the time, but I haven't been wearing it recently, so I forgot. I can see in front of you when I put it on, but if people can see my face, it could be even more troublesome. Now that I think about it, it was a wise decision to use our symbol as a mask so that I could hide my face. It would have been even more perfect if I hadn't forgotten to make holes for the eyes. I took a deep breath and rummaged through my luggage. Then, I opened my eyes. I forgot the symbol. Damn it, I am supposed to be the leader. The only thing I have is the fox mask dropped by the Phantom in Lost Inn. I had no choice but to take out a fox mask that was in my luggage for some reason and try it on. I asked Lucia, how's it? Why are you wearing that mask? No matter how you think about it, it's strange. But the design is better than that mask. You have designed this mask. That makes sense. Can you see in front of you with that fox mask? There's no way I can see. There's no hole for the eyes, right? Lucia takes a deep breath. However, today I had a trump card for times like this. I took off my mask and searched through the collection of treasures I had brought with me. What I took out from my bag was a pendant, a design imitating a large eye on a silver chain. This is my new relic, Third Eye, which I recently acquired. By using this, I can see what my relic sees even when my eyes are closed. That's right, I can now walk around wearing the mask without having to be held by Citri or Lucia. 150 million gil, I hung the pendant around my neck, then wore the fox mask. Even though both my eyes should be covered, I can still see in front of me for some reason. It's a strange feeling, but it's much better than not being able to see what's ahead. Did I really think there would be no more growth? Lucia, who was about to extend her hand to me as I turned around in high spirits, withdrew her hand forcefully. IV heard the situation. Apparently it's a people. Human, huh? I guess the reason I still think it's better than dragons and phantoms is because I went through something terrible recently. Citri, who had been gathering information while completing the city entrance formalities, explained. It seems that the bandits who mingled with the travelers rose up all at once. There seemed to be a certain number of them, so it was an organized crime. However, it seems that they were not careful. I don't know whose perspective Citri is talking about, but this town is much bigger than that hot spring town. Since they ray attacking a place like this, maybe they ray bigger than that group of thieves. Luke and the others, please come back soon. I don't know where they went, though. There are a lot of treasure hunters out there, so it isn't worth considering. If they have enough people to burn a city, there are a few better ways to do it. It is such a waste. It doesn't seem like the fire was started with the intention of killing or injuring. That's right. I think it was an organized crime, but it was a very violent method. Yeah, that's right. Lucia and Citri are immediately exchanging opinions. These kids are really used to it. It's raining, but Lucia uses magic to deflect it, so it's not a problem. I sneak around the alley looking for Liz and the others. At that moment, I heard a violent crashing sound from a few meters in front of me, towards the main street. I couldn't help but tremble. Citri, who was walking in front of me, suddenly stopped. A roar that sounded like thunder roared through the sky. Stop attacking in such small numbers when you people are so many. As if cowards would be able to stop me, Hainman, the arm breaker. Wow. The ground trembled, and a sound echoed that made my ears hurt. The cobblestones of the main street are severely damaged and are being torn up. In the center was a large man about 60% of Ansem's size. What he was holding in his hand was a huge metal rod. It's nearly 2 meters long and thicker than my arm. I should say it's a pillar rather than a rod. He was swinging it around like it's a twig or something, but with my natural strength, I wouldn't be able to lift it. Guards and hunters quickly surround them, but they are blown away with a single swing of a stick. Ah, that's definitely a bandit. Arm breaker, that's a self-proclaimed name. No one has ever been given an alias like that. So he is the same as Luke when he used to call himself Testament Blade. Luke Sand still intends to be called like that, though. What is it that you like? The self-proclaimed arm breaker stopped a few meters away, swung the iron pillar, and began destroying the building. It seemed like he was running away until now, but he stopped right in front of me, which I really don't understand. He hasn't seen us just yet, but it's probably only a matter of time before he did. And from my experience, if we are found out, we will definitely face terrible consequences. After all, we ray all suspicious because we ray wearing masks. Since long ago, many people have attacked us because of this symbol. Who was it that decided to use such a scary mask as a symbol? Oh, come on, you cowards. You are not worthy as Hanneman's enemy. If this man was mistaken for a traveler and allowed into the city, wouldn't the city's guards also be responsible? I mean, why are you even shouting your name even though you ray doing something wrong? Oh my. If it wasn't for Citri and Lucia, I would have run away on the spot. The guards slowly surrounded the self-proclaimed arm breaker, apparently thinking that it was a bad idea to challenge that rampage head-on. Why would they besiege him right in front of us? And why hasn't the self-proclaimed Testament sword arrived yet? The moment I thought about this, the man was suddenly enveloped in an intense light. The giant body was blown away along with the iron pillar, and the self-proclaimed arm breaker was slammed into the alley a few meters from where we were peeking. The guard's expressions froze. Lucia furrowed her right eyebrow and silently stepped in front of me. Amidst the sound of the rain, I suddenly heard the sound of quiet footsteps. Our eyes naturally turned towards the sound. A tall young man appeared. He wore a black cloak and held a divine staff. I couldn't help but gasp and widen my eyes at the sight of him appearing so calmly, like a king, despite the heavy rain. And above all, that man's face. A mask. It's a skeleton mask. It looks similar to the symbol of grieving souls, but it has a completely different impression, probably because it has a better design sense. What's more, there are holes for the eyes. Honestly, I am pretty jealous. Then the man slammed his cane on the ground and said in a voice that could be heard even in the rain, "Arm breaker." So this is all you can do, huh? You cannot hear me, but remember this. My name is Krahai Andrihi. I am the leader of freaking souls, Krahai Andrihi, the thousandfold Theurgix. Everyone was overwhelmed by his appearance. Ability to slaughter a large man with one blow. He has a certain charisma that can be seen in his kingly behavior. I can believe that. That the rumored leader of grieving souls. The strongest man in the capital, always hiding in the shadows and rarely appearing in public. Why in a town like this is it real? They said that 1,000 swords appeared over there. The guards are making noise. I was also taken in by the atmosphere and swallowed thickly. Words come out of my mouth without thinking. Is that the real thousandfold Theurgix? Isn't that a cool mask? What does this mean? I am done with it. Lucia lets out an unusually cute scream. Then, leaving us excited, Citri spoke in a calm voice. Thousandfold Theurgix. There is no such person with this alias. It's a self-proclaimed name. Hanneman, the armbreaker who was so rampaging, was completely unconscious with just one blow. As if he had lost interest, thousandfold Theurgix made an exaggerated movement, flipping his cloak and turning away. Even though countless eyes are focused on it, it has a dignified appearance. He's not an ordinary man. How to say every single one of his moves was so sophisticated, so cool. That when I realized this. Isn't Krahai Andri the one on that Eva list? There's no doubt that there aren't many people like the real me. I get excited. Thousandfold Theurgix, Krahai Andrihi. Could it be the rumored guy who is going to compete in the Supreme Warrior Festival? That's right. As I grumbled in amazement, feeling like I had just witnessed a legend, Citri somehow agreed with me by reading it out loud. At that moment, Krahai suddenly looked back at me. Lucia is trembling. Jet black eyes peeking through the mask and hair of the same color. It looks cool even when it gets wet in the rain. Before they knew it, Citri and Lucia had taken off their masks. As I was getting nervous, Krahai said in a voice that I could easily understand. Nice mask, young man. More you look at it, the more real it becomes. It's amazing how even though we have the same elements, he's 100 times better looking than me. Come to think of it, it seems that there are 3 people in the world who look just like yourself. In the first place, it might be more likely that I look exactly like him. It would be presumptuous to say that we look exactly like each other. Krahai says a little apologetically. I am sorry, I could hear your conversation. Are you guys? My fans. That's right, would you like to give us an autograph as a souvenir? Of course. I wasn't really a fan, but when I see someone who looks like me and is strong, I have no choice but to become a fan. Krahai nodded in a magnanimously. If it were me, I would have smiled with a puzzled smile, but the real thing was on a different level. He takes out a pen and colored paper from his pocket and casually writes his signature. I was completely impressed by such an extraordinary gesture. It's so amazing that I can even imagine trying to emulate him. Please, it's my first time in this town, and you, Ray, the first fan I met in this city. Thank you. Actually, my name is Cry. Citri and Lucia are dazzled. Cry and Krahai have a strange connection. Krahai Andri gasped at my words. That's such a coincidence. He looked extremely happy. How would he react if he knew my last name? So I was curious about you, Mr. Krahai. Amazing. Cheers to this strange connection. By the way, I would like to introduce the members of Freaking Souls to you, my lookalike fan. But unfortunately, they were already there for the Supreme Warrior Festival. That's a shame. By the way, what kind of party is this? It's true that the names of my friends aren't very well known, but there's no need to hide it. Krahai put his hand on his chin and took a hard, bold pose and said confidently. The first one is Cool Seikul, the Protean Swordie, a swordsman with unparalleled intelligence who calmly corners his enemies. He is also the brain behind the party who designed this mask. TLN. My eyes widened involuntarily. He's cool and awesome, regardless of whether it's Luke's better version or not. TLN. Here his name was Cool Seiko. In JP Seiko means awesome. Also I don't know how it STK was Seikul, but I am following fandom for names. Citri is trembling. It's been a long time since I've seen a Citri like this. Citri actually loves comedy. She always looks calm, but she has a funny sense of humor. Meanwhile, Lucia has blank expression on her face. Hasn't been a while since I've seen Lucia like this. The second person is Elizabeth Smayet, the Eye Full Shadow, a thief with a quick wit and a bit of cunning, but who has saved the party many times. Her nickname is Zuri. Smayet. It's kind of cute, but I see, it's not the same. Apparently my lookalike friends are also lookalikes. It's a great coincidence, but still, if you ray flying in an airship, you might bump into a treasure vault. By the way, what's the Great View? TLN. Cry is mentioning about Zuri moniker. If you HV read WN, you will know it translate to Great View. I asked Mr. Crawhigh while looking at my Smayat, who has her face down and shivering next to me. By the way, are there any alchemists? You know your stuff, of course we have. Qtri Smayat, the ignorable. TLN, you guessed it right, S wordplay on ignoble. My eyes widen. I don't know what it is, but since Mr. Crawhigh is full of confidence, I am sure he is a very nice girl, just like Citri. Cutri and Citri, huh? 9 and 4, huh? I poked Citri's shoulder as she shivered next to me. That's amazing. Citri, her name is more than twice yours. Tsu, the ignorable, they need to try harder. Citri-chan made a small, squeezing sound and punched me. Meanwhile, the handsome Crawhigh-san approached Lucia, who had been silently maintaining her stoic expression, bent down slightly to meet her eyes and said, "Pretty girls, there's no need to be nervous. You guys are our #1 fans. Would you like an autograph?" Lucia wordlessly clenched her fist, and in one fluid motion, she delivered Lucia punch straight to his face. Liz and the others who had joined us heard the interesting story of our experience and let out a disarrayed voice. He wasn't a fan of ours. I was so bored that I thought about cutting him off, but then Liz said that she might be part of our subordinate organization. Luke clicks his tongue regretfully, and our giant Smayart agrees with a low voice that sounds like a growl. There's no way I'd create a subordinate organization. Apparently, the thief's goal was a treasure that was kept in a museum in the city. There was a lot of chaos as flames were released, but thanks to the participation of Luke and his friends, and Mr. Crawhigh, there were no casualties and the commotion was calmed down, and it appears that the relic was successfully protected. It's a relic that a thief like this would target, and I'd like to go see it later, but I don't think I'll have time for that. Also, after being forced to run around a lot, Her Royal Highness and her escort were taken on a special attack mission and were completely dazed. Completely ignoring that fact, Liz tilted her head and looked at Citri, whose face was still red. "By the way, City, what's wrong with you? Your face is bright red." It seems like IV hit some of her humor weak spots. "Because, the ignorable," he said. "It doesn't make any sense, does it? Doesn't that already make you a loser already? What in the world did you do to receive such a name?" Yeah, that's right. It seems like they not compatible with us. It's the first time I've seen Lucia throw a punch like that at someone. It seemed like nothing more than a gag when Mr. Crawhigh, who had defeated Hanneman unscathed, was blown away by the slender Lucia's punch. The fact that he was able to forgive her for that sudden outrage is proof of Mr. Crawhigh's deep compassion. I mean, that SMS. I forgot to check for Lucia's lookalike. Mr. Cry, Lucia-chan loves her brother so much that she will never forgive him for something like that. Lucia's punch, with her might, slams down on Citri, who is starting to stir things up. It's such a good punch that you'll fall in love with it. Dosen, your proficiency level improve every time I watch it. It looks like she'll be able to take over the world soon. Shutting out my friends who were making a fuss, I imitated Mr. Crawhigh and said in a hard-boiled manner, "I am looking forward to seeing you at the Supreme Warrior Festival." A black cloak. A man with a medium build and wearing a fox mask is facing a hunter who is required to have special attention. The moment he saw him, the king thief Gaff Schenfelder, a seventh Tales of the Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox, thought his heart would stop. All plans were progressing smoothly. A diversionary unit and a unit that steals relics. They also send people inside in advance. It is impossible for even one thing to fail. In fact, the capture of the relic was completed. Hanneman's diversion was also successful, and they were unaware that the displayed relic had been replaced with a fake one. Then why is there a fox mask over there? The fox is the symbol of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. Therefore, many of its members have their own fox mask, which they wear when carrying out their plans. However, not many people know that the mark of the highest-ranking executive, the boss, is a white fox mask. Gaff, a senior member, had only had an audience with the boss once, and had actually seen him with his own eyes. The boss mask, proof of the organization founder, was given to him in the treasure vault where the gods lived, was beautiful and powerful enough to give me chills just by looking at it. And what the young man was wearing earlier was definitely the real thing. It's impossible. They should be hiding in the dark, but it's impossible for them to come out in broad daylight. It's different from wearing a mask to make your name known during a mission. A chill that I hadn't felt even during the execution of the mission ran down my spine. I don't remember it at all. The only thing that happened was that Hanneman, who should have been able to escape, was captured, but that wasn't a big problem either. No, wait. The boss was in front of a high-level hunter who is considered dangerous even within the organization. He was having a conversation with 1,000 Tricks. 1,000 Tricks. He is a dangerous man who is considered to be the cause of the defeat of Counter Cascade and Dragoncaller. Perhaps he came to test his natural enemy's strength with his own hands. The Fox boss also excels in combat ability. There are also rumors that he has the ability to rival level 10, the top hunters. It's a very bold move, but it's not impossible. In Gaff's eyes, the fox-faced appearance was full of weaknesses, but on the other hand, it could also be interpreted as a sign of great confidence. He observed the situation for a while, but could not come to a conclusion. The boss is having a conversation with 1,000 Tricks, and even he does not seem to be aware of the true identity of the man in front of him. Fortunately, we are now in the midst of a big operation. We have secured the means to welcome the boss. He has to check. Gaff closed his eyes, changed his thoughts in an instant, and quickly left the scene. As expected, I felt an order of magnitude more secure when Luke and the others were with me. We were heading to our destination while fighting off normal troubles such as attacking monsters. I had some good encounter, and maybe I'll be lucky this time. Maybe Princess Murina and I will take a minus and turn it into a plus. I remember saying something similar before, right? Luke, who had killed the wolf-like demonic beast that attacked him using a wooden sword, said quietly outside. After all, it's different when Cry is here. What's the difference? It's not a big enemy, but it's not bad for a warm-up for the Supreme Warrior Festival. Ansem nods as usual at the words of my uncle 1,000 Swords. Hey, what's the difference? I am a little curious about what Luke and the others are doing when I am not there. But Luke and the others come to see if I want to come with them every time they go on an adventure, so I don't think they ray causing too much trouble. Don't think about anything. You don't need to think, just go further. If you don't kill them quickly, someone else will take them. Don't think about anything and just kill the enemy that stands in front of you. Lady Murina, please be careful, at Liz's scolding. Princess Murina's voice rose louder than before as she let a war cry, followed by the shout of her guard. It's funny. What's funny? We ray probably the only party that competes for monsters. What about the members of Freaking Souls? The Supreme Warrior Festival is a well-known festival. In this era, where the resources produced from treasure vaults are valued, people from all walks of life are paying attention to powerful warriors who can bring back treasures from treasure vaults and repel powerful phantoms and demonic beasts. Naturally, the hustle and bustle will surpass even the auctions in the imperial capital. As we crossed the border and traveled along the highway, the chances of encountering horse-drawn carriages that seemed to have the same destination increased. Hunters aren't the only ones who gather for the Supreme Warrior Festival. The aristocrats and merchants were easy to recognize, but I felt like peering into the chaos of this world when you looked at those unidentified groups of people whose faces looked worse than hunters, or the reckless carriages that looked like ordinary civilian ones but didn't have a single escort. So I asked Ansem, who was walking next to the carriage. Now that I think about it, will Ansem appear at the Supreme Warrior Festival? Umu, the reliable paladin, who was clad in the full body armor of his relic, gave a small nod. There are many horse-drawn carriages, but the current anthem is not noticeable. Ansem's smart-s height has now shrunk to less than half of his usual height, about 2 meters, due to the power of his relic armor, Transformable Fortress. Although he cannot use his ability unless he wears full-face armor up to the top of his head, the ability to change his height freely is extremely valuable to him, as he has built up so much resistance that even Lucia's magic is almost ineffective. Although it looks extremely cramped, he is the person with most common sense in Greiving Souls, and he doesn't want to unnecessarily cause confusion to those around him. Well, 2 meters is still big, though. A lot of strong people will be coming, even if they are not participants, right? It seems like if you get good results at the festival, you'll get noticed. In response to Luke's passionate words, which is the complete opposite of Ansem, Citri says something that adds fuel to the fire. Is it a bad thing? I was the one who suggested going to watch the game, but I wonder if the Supreme Warrior Festival is dangerous. I know from watching ARC that high-level hunters are not necessarily combative, but if you think about it calmly, there are people who want to compete for supremacy themselves. I'll try to hide my face as much as possible this time. There are a few people wearing masks, but that doesn't mean they're Aaron. I don't like to stand out, but I don't like having my face known even more. And we safely arrived at the venue of the Supreme Warrior Festival, the town of swords and battles. Cleet. There was still time until the Supreme Warrior Festival, but the entire city was already covered in a strange fever. There were bits of excitement in the towns we stopped at along the way, but the excitement that enveloped the main city was nothing compared to that. The roads were filled with veteran mercenaries, hunters, and other tough-looking men who apparently made violence their profession. Treasure hunters can be seen here and there in the imperial capital too, but they are not at that level. However, since the number of contestants at the Supreme Warrior Festival is supposed to be limited, most of their goals will probably be the same as mine. I came here to see with my own eyes the clash between heroes who have absolute confidence in their own abilities and the birth of the strongest Supreme Warrior. There are very few opportunities for famous warriors from all over the world to gather together in one place. Even more so, men can help but get excited when it comes to competing to be the strongest. Well, I am really glad I am a spectator. Surrounded by Luke and the others, I walk through the city wearing a mask. Since she didn't know who was watching, Her Royal Highness also had her hood on to cover herself. However, she seemed a little nervous, probably because it was her first time being in a crowd. It's okay, Ansem will protect us. Even if something happens, you can just run away. Hey, who do you think is the strongest among the contestants this time? Oh, except for me. It's a dragon contestant who's wielding a sword. I am sure he'll be there. Cry here so I am sure he'll show up. Come on, dragon contestant with a sword, come on. The winner is determined by the degree of exhaustion from the previous battles, isn't it? Not all people are pure and innocent, so there are underhanded tactics as well. The winner of the last Supreme Warrior Festival will most likely be the safest bet. Citri says with a thoughtful expression. Although she seems calm, we must not forget that she is also an alchemist who is about to participate in a martial arts tournament. I clenched my fist and said in a hard-boiled manner. Underground fights. It'll be so exciting. Bring me arrows, guns, and dragons. Leader, what are you talking about? No, I just thought I should follow everyone's line of thinking. The town was bustling with people, as if it were in the middle of a festival. There were several food stalls, delicious smells coming from everywhere, so I couldn't help but have my gaze taken away. Then I found a stall that caught my attention. It was a stall where dragons made of chocolate and ice cream were all lined up in rows. This is my first time seeing it, but there's no way that chocolate and ice cream can be a bad combination. Lucia stares up at me as I stop. What's wrong? Leader, Lucia has the most sensible sense of money. Every time I wasted money, she would scold me. Yeah, that's right. Because of the debt I have. Hey, I'll go out for a minute, wait here. Okay. Well, I guess she'll forgive me, so I am going to buy some. I approached the food stall triumphantly, avoiding the crowd. Then I was pulled at the hem by someone. I turned around. The person who stopped me by tugging on my hem was a girl with a well-shaped face, wearing a robe similar to that worn by priestesses. She had long silver hair, was probably a few years younger than me, and there was something supernatural about her swaying gaze. Of course, I didn't recognize her. Yes. Over here, eh? After she answered with only one word, the girl who looked like a priestess pulled my confused hand. She wasn't strong, but I had even less strength than her, so I was just pulled. While I was confused, the girl continued to wade through the crowd, passing in front of food stalls, and then pulled me into a narrow alley. The last thing I saw when I turned around was Lucia looking at me with a blank expression on her face. Lucia always tries to help me when I am kidnapped, but it seems like this time she judged I wasn't being kidnapped. Kidnapping. I mean, she's not very violent, but it's still kidnapping, right? No, maybe it was too much of a leap to say that she is a kidnapper. I think you have the wrong pers. No, it's not a mistake. Please come this way. You have definitely got the wrong person. I don't have a very good memory, but I don't forget about strange people. However, the kidnapper in front of me didn't seem to be listening at all. I wanted to eat a dragon. We will prepare it for you. Seriously. Are you going to prepare it for me? While I was thinking this, I was pulled into a narrow space between two buildings. The narrow alley was completely different from the busy main street, and there was not a single person around. This is a path that a lone person would definitely not take, but the mysterious priestess continues on. Then, when I was halfway down the road, a gate suddenly opened in the building right next to me. It was then that I noticed for the first time that the building had a battered door. The girl slips into the open door with an extremely natural movement. Since she's holding my hand, I naturally end up slipping in too. This way, please, without hesitation. She proceeded through the ruin-like interior and descended the underground stairs that suddenly appeared. I keep up with it unsteadily. There is no light, but the room is clean and there is no unpleasant smell. The basement had a sturdy-looking metal door that could not be imagined from going through the passageway up to this point. The mysterious girl sneaked through the door and said something. A clack sound was heard, and the door unlocked. Please, come in. I entered the room as I was told, and my eyes widened involuntarily at the sight that unfolded. It was a large room. Countless candles lined the walls, casting a dim light to dispel the darkness. However, the reason I stopped involuntarily was the countless shadows lined up in the room. Gender and age unknown. Even though there were so many of them, I couldn't even hear them breathing, and what was most bizarre was that each of them was wearing a fox mask. They all looked like commercialized products, and the design was different from the one I have, but I am amazed that they have collected so many masks, colorful and a little interesting, such as a fat fox mask, a red fox mask, a laughing fox mask, and so on. What kind of group is this? I am not sure, but a room in the basement. The fox mask everyone wore. I thought about it in silence for a while, and then I said something hard-boiled. It looks like I'm the wrong guy after all. I am wearing a fox mask, but I am not a member of the Fox Mask fan club. What is this man talking about? Gaff frowned under his mask at the boss's outrageous words. The other people, each wearing a fox mask, were also buzzing in confusion. It is the organization's custom to wear a fox mask. It is true that the masks worn by Gaff and the others are not real, but they have never been ridiculed or called a Fox Mask fan club. The man who shrugged his shoulder, Issen, exuding an intimidating aura, but his mask gave off an air of something out of the ordinary. The reason why everyone is remaining silent, even when ridiculed, is probably because of the genuine dreadfulness behind that mask. What the superiors say in this organization is absolute. If the boss said something like a Fox Mask fan club, Gaff and the others will indubitably become a Fox Mask fan club. Can I take a picture? The man with a fox mask took a board out of his pocket. I have heard rumors about it. It was a relic called smartphone. It was rare and expensive, so it was not an item that an ordinary person can possess. His attitude wasn't very boss-worthy, but it wasn't for Gaff to judge whether he was the boss or not. To get things going, Gaff looked at the fox god priestess who accompanied him. The fox god priestess is someone with a special role in the organization. They are those who worship the fox god, the deity who inspired the creation of this organization, and due to the secrecy of the organization, they are the ones who can accurately judge with their eyes the authenticity of the person's identity. The priestess, who did a great job and had brought him here with a method that I do not know, closed her eyes. I have met several shrine maidens so far, but the one in front of me was young. However, it is the organization's rule to be extremely careful and respectful when dealing with the priestess. The priestess looked at the man she brought with her eyes half open and as if she were in a trance. A moment of silence. In front of Gaff, who was filled with a tinge of anxiety, the priestess opened her eyes and made a solemn declaration. There is no doubt that I feel divine power. Kneel down. You are in front of the white fox. Gaff immediately knelt down at that declaration. The rest of the people did the same. White Fox is a title given to the boss due to his fox mask. Now that the priestess has made that declaration, there is no longer any room for doubt about his true identity. Even though Gaff is in a fairly high-ranking position within the organization, this is the first time he has gotten this close to his boss. It doesn't seem to be the person Gaff once met before, but it's an open secret that there are several top executives known as White Fox. The boss made a sound of obvious confusion as Gaff and the others all lowers down altogether. What? Why are you suddenly kneeling down? Please forgive my rudeness, White Fox. What do you mean by White Fox? Are you referring to this mask? Is it so rare that it makes everyone kneel down? The air was tense. His voice sounded seriously puzzled, but there was no way he was being serious. He's angry, no doubt about it. Perhaps he was annoyed that Gaff and the others were too slow to understand. It was a mistake to doubt the authenticity of the mask. However, the White Fox's attitude was so fearless that Gaff, who had seen the real deal, doubted. The priestess's usually calm expression seemed to be a little nervous. Well, that is rare, isn't it? However, this is a problem. I have no idea what's going on. I am not a member of the Fox Mask fan club. I just came to see the Supreme Warrior Festival. The boss's words were a scathing rebuke. I don't need people like you who can even recognize their own boss. The members held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Gaff, who is the most senior among the members, must speak up. He desperately moved his mouth and suggested, "Boss, we, the Fox Mask fan club, are already making plans for the Supreme Warrior Festival. If you like, we can guide you around." Boss, that's right. I appreciate your kindness, but I am here with my friends. Gaff didn't know about it, but it seems like they're a separate unit. Either they are deploying their elite in case Gaff's plan fails, or they have another plan in which a top executive has to accompany them, or worst of all. Was he implying that their plan would be handed over to someone else? If they failed to act now, even Gafu, the Seven Tails, might face execution. "We are standing by at the site. Please let us know if there is anything we can do for you." The boss blinked in confusion for a while, but then nodded, as if saying it couldn't be helped. Sora Zaro, the priestess of the fox god, was struggling to hold back the nervousness that was showing on her face as she did her work for the first time. Born into a family of venerable priests, Sora was naturally raised to become a priestess from an early age. The fox god priestess is a family that has existed since before the organization was established. Their members' eyes have a special power to see through the relatives of the fox god they worship, and have been trained extensively. However, it is true that there are not many opportunities to judge the authenticity of a fox mask. The fox god never descends to the lower world, and the boss always hides his whereabouts. There were even members of the family who completed their duties without ever seeing him. It was a great honor to stand in front of the boss of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox, who was chosen by the gods and given that relic. But it was also true that it was a burden for Sora, who had just become a priestess. The reason why she was silent for a moment was because her judgment weighed heavily on herself. The members of the organization do not doubt the priestess's words. That is why, in the name of the god we worship, it is absolutely unacceptable to make a mistake in determining authenticity. The mask of the young man standing next to me is definitely real. Actually, I knew that before I brought him here. Sora's eyes are special eyes. There was absolutely no way anyone could mistake the mask of the White Fox, and even if that wasn't the case, the pressure emanating from the mask was extraordinary. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the young man looks weak. No matter how many times Sora looked at him, the one in front of him was by far the weakest man she has ever seen. It is said that the first boss of the organization, after enduring the fox god's trials, was recognized by the god and obtained the mask. Since then, the boss role has been passed down to the strongest person from generation to generation. But if the young man in front of him is hiding his true strength, what kind of powerful concealment ability does he have? In the first place, why is it necessary to fool the priestess's eyes? A priestess's role is to follow. She fixed her expression with a well-trained poker face and spoke in a solemn voice. "The White Fox is seeking a dragon as a sacrifice." "A dragon?" Gaff muttered in shock. Those eyes were questioning Sora about her true intentions, but there was no way she could know the truth. Even the strongest mythical beast, the dragon, is not difficult to hunt if you mobilize the power of an organization. But that's only if they live nearby. However, Gaff turned around without complaining about the impossible task. "Is there any dragon habitat near here?" Everyone was shaking their heads. My heart froze and my poker face almost crumbled. "It's bad. I said we would prepare a dragon when I brought White Fox with me. I was in such a hurry at the time that I didn't think about what would happen if I couldn't do it. But it wouldn't be strange if any punishment would befall me. In the worst-case scenario, I could be killed," as Sora clenched her fists tightly. White Fox said in a hurry, it can be helped." If you can get the dragon, you can just get one of those chocolate and ice cream ones sold at the food stall. Go buy it now. It's just over there. Following Gaff's orders, his subordinates rush out in a panic. Should she think her boss made fun of her? In front of Sora, who stiffened at the consequences of her own blunder, Gaff took out a large bag and handed it to the white fox. Right, boss, here is the relic we talked about. Please accept it. Ah, he's back. I safely returned from the basement and joined Lucia and the others who were waiting, as I said. I suddenly came out of the darkness into a bright place, but my vision was now relying on my third eye, so it wasn't dazzling. I didn't have many opportunities to use it because I don't often wear a mask, but it seems to be a very effective relic justifying its high price. Lucia stares at the package I brought, frowns, and says, "Where have you been?" It's a secret. Ha! Lucia was dumbfounded. I'm sure she wouldn't believe me even if I told her what I experienced in the basement underground. I guess there are various fan clubs in this world. And apparently, I am the boss of one because I have a rare fox mask. I still don't want to get involved in any trouble, but it was an interesting experience. Lately, I've been feeling strangely connected to foxes. I don't really understand why, but I even received a relic. I've done many things before, but this is the first time I've received a relic from a stranger. Well, if you give me the relic, I'll be the boss of the club too. But to think that a fox mask drop item will catch their eyes, those guys are pretty good connoisseurs. It seems like I'll stay here for a while, so I am sure I'll see them again if I have a chance. The inn that Citri had booked as our base in Cleet was a solid building rather than luxurious. The building itself had a simple appearance, but it's unusual that there are several fully armed knights guarding just in front of the entrance. Thick window glass and walls with a strange sheen. The inside of the inn looks normal at first glance, but there are a number of guard knights standing here and there in inconspicuous places. The other guests were merchants in fine clothes and nobles with many attendants, and there were no hunters. The room I was shown to was a large room on the upper floor that could accommodate a large number of people. Liz cheered and immediately ran around the room, checking under the bed and behind the pictures. Lucia was looking out of the wide window. I don't know why, but their behavior was similar to when we would camp out in the field. Citri-chan says while glancing at me proudly. This time I took the safest accommodation. Cleet can be quite dangerous during the Supreme Warrior Festival. What? Why? Ray just came here for sightseeing, right? Well, Princess Murina is also here this time. As I remained silent, Lucia let out a deep sigh. You just picked a fight with nine-tailed shadow fox during your escort the other day. I think it's better to be careful. I am looking forward to seeing how many people will come. My hands are itching for a fight. It's an inn that is also used by nobles. It also has high security in place. It's a good choice. However, it goes without saying that we will have separate rooms. I can let Lady Murina stay in the same room with the guys. Luke waved his arm energetically, and Ansem nodded gravely. Karen-san nods in an arrogant manner. It seems I am the only one who doesn't understand. If I was not used to this kind of thing, I'll be disappointed. Lucia says in a soothing tone as I smile with a hard-boiled smile. Leader, we've made a lot of enemies and have many people who hold grudges against us, so please be careful, okay? The information that Ray participating in the Supreme Warrior Festival has already spread, and remnants of various organizations are likely gathering from all over. This is all new to me. Well, I know that we'd earned some grudge, but after Liz finished checking the room, she with a poor posture sat down at the table with her legs crossed. She is still full of confidence. That's such a hassle. All you have to do is crush them all, right, Ansem? Nay. No. Even Ansem, who has a soft spot for her younger sisters, seems to have said no. At that, Luke nodded gravely, which was unusual. Liz, that's not what's important right now. That's right, that's not it. I mean, why does it seem like an attack is the premise? No. Then Luke said with the most uncharacteristically serious expression possible, the important thing is that we cannot divide them fairly unless they come in a number divisible by 9. Isn't that so? Cry. Huh, yeah, that's right. Really? Liz's eyes widened as I was swept along by Luke's enthusiasm. I always lose to Luke's momentum. That's why I am still a hunter. There are also the numbers for Princess Murina and guards included. Citri, who was sorting out the large baggage brought in from the carriage, said to summarize. Well, if we were to be attacked, there would be quite a number of people. Whether it was swordsmen or no, is hard to say. Did we do something that bad? Taking down participants of the Emperor S festival would certainly boost one's reputation. She said it with a look that suggested it was inevitable, but sacrificing others for fame, where did morality go? In other words, if we take them out, we'll get training and fame so we can kill two birds with one stone. That's right, cry. Luke is so smart. Well, I guess it's okay. Honestly, Luke and the others are extremely strong. Oh, come quickly. Swordsman and eight-armed dragon swordsman come. Luke Chan, are you really saying that? There's no way such a creature exists. Right. Yeah, that's right. Liz sighs deeply as Luke begins to practice swinging indoors. I wonder if it has some kind of magic that makes Liz, who is a genocider, look quiet when compared to Luke. A dragon swordsman with 8 arms, huh? Well, there exists the cave people and they had a lot of arms. While feeling relaxed, I took out the relic that I received from Mr. Gaff of the Fox Mask fan club. Luke's crimson eyes lit up when he saw what came out. Oh, it's a sword. Cry, give it to me. Maybe next time. The relic given to me by the Fox Mask fan club was sword-shaped. Its hilt has strange pattern with some kind of geometric design. It is housed in a scabbard, but it is made of wood and compared to distinctly special hilt, but it was plain. This is too short to be called a long sword, but too long to be called a short sword. There's no doubt that it's a relic, but it's a fairly light sword. Maybe it's for ceremonial purposes. Citri says while looking at the sword with interest. Well, I am a collector anyway. I won't swing it, so it's not a problem. Since it was given to me for free, it shouldn't be a big deal. I gently pulled the blade from the scabbard. The blade was only about half as wide as a standard straight sword, and making it seem quite unreliable as a weapon. It was a double-edged blade and had a copper-like luster, and the entire blade was engraved with fine grooves, creating a strange pattern. Because relics are the embodiment of past memories, their appearance and abilities often do not match, but at the same time, since they are objects that definitely existed in the past, their appearance is also an effective material for inferring abilities. Then, Lucia furrowed her eyebrows and looked at the sword carefully. Isn't that the relic which was stolen in that town? That's so stupid. As I widened my eyes at the unexpected words, Lucia took out a newspaper from her luggage. Look, there's a photo in the newspaper I bought before I left town. I looked at the newspaper handed to me. The front page article proudly states that the museum was invaded by thieves, that they successfully repelled them so there was no damage, and that miraculously no one was killed. A black and white photo was printed in the middle. The relic listed there was certainly similar to the relic I currently have. No, wait. The sheath is different, isn't it? That's true, the handle of the relic in the photo was similar to that of the blade, but the pattern was clearly engraved on the sheath as well. It certainly looks similar, but it's different from the relic I received from the fan club. For the most part, the theft was prevented. It is said that most of the perpetrators have been captured. Then I opened my eyes and snapped my fingers. I understand. The museum's relic appeared with its sheath, but this one didn't come out with its sheath. The appearance of relics is usually a set. A sword would come with a scabbard and shoes would come with laces. The smartphone comes with a box and instructions. However, sometimes some parts are missing. It's rare for a sword-type relic to appear without a sheath, but there are cases, and conversely, there are also very sad cases in which only a sheath appears. But, is there such a coincidence? There is. No doubt about it. In the first place, it is not uncommon for the same relic to appear. The general consensus is that the number of items appearing increases in proportion to the number of items in circulation. But there have been cases in the past where 2 or more items appeared that were thought to have only existed once. This is much more natural than thinking that the Fox Mask fan club was the bad guy who burned down the city and stole items from the museum. In other words, it is similar to the item that was stolen, but it is not the item that was stolen. Lucia was still looking skeptical, so I slammed the newspaper and continued. In the first place, it's too early to judge that they're the same thing just by looking at the photos. No, wait, okay. What is it? I looked at the newspaper with my eyes open. According to the newspaper, the name of this relic is Key of the Earth, and it is said to be one of the national treasures. Leaving aside the question of whether or not they are really the same, and the fact that they have a scabbard, wouldn't it be great news that another similar relic was found? Maybe if you bring this relic with you and ask, they will show you the relic in the museum up close. Maybe they'll even let me touch it. The newspaper docent mentioned the abilities of the relic, but I am sure they would tell us about it as well. We, LL, definitely stopped by on our way home. Having made up my mind, I handed the relic to Luke, who was looking at the sword with the dog-like expression since I said I'd give it to him earlier. Here, but you can kill people. Woo, it fine if it not people. Luke, who loves swords, also loves sword-shaped relics. Since it too dangerous, I usually have him use wooden swords, but most of the sword-type relics I have are already been tested. Luke took a deep breath after checking the length of the blade. This blade, this length, this weight, this pattern, cry, this sword is extremely difficult to use. It looks like a toy. Yeah, that's right. And no matter how much magic mana I charge, it never gets full. The response is different. I can charge this sword. Is this really a sword? Yeah, isn't it? Luke is a swordsman, but he also has far more magical power than I do and can draw out the power of most sword-type relics. Since Luke can fully charge it, it seems that this relic has quite bad fuel consumption. Luke is excited and Lucia is making the same expression as when I ask for her to charge things. In other words, when I can charge this sword, I can rise to the next level as a swordsman. That's what it means, cry. Yeah. That's right. I wish someone else could emulate his attitude. Because of Luke, the respect Lucia had for me lowered. Princess Murina also rolled her eyes at her childish master. Luke hasn't really changed since then. Cry, can I have this sword? It's fine. It looks like this sheath isn't a relic, so you might as well keep it in your. The sheath Luke has is a special scabbard that can hold multiple swords. Considering that I had dropped the sword I was carrying in the middle of the treasure vault last time, it would be much safer if Luke had it. Even when I travel, what I do dosen, change. Especially if it's dangerous outside it, even more important. As I was playing with my smartphone on the terrace looking at the view outside, sending little sister Fox the photo from the Fox Mask fan club and showing off, Liz suddenly asked me, "By the way, crybaby, for the princess's training, what will you do?" It seems like they've finally gotten around and started calling her a princess. Wasn't that disrespectful? The princess, who was sitting on the sofa surrounded by her guards, looked at me with frightened eyes for the way she heard Liz calling her, showing no trace of respect. What do you mean, what will I do? Liz then says to me, who doesn't really understand. Cry baby, you Ray going to train her, right? If you Ray going to leave it to me, I'll do it, but I think you know that princess can get any stronger than this, right? There's no mana material here, and it will take time to get stronger. I don't know what you wanna do with her, though. Oh, seriously, what I'll wanna do? Of course she's going to show it at the Supreme Warrior Festival. What? What do you mean by that? 1,000 tricks. Princess Murina stares at me, and Karen opens her eyes and raises her voice. Nick-san, that's just too much. Are you serious? I think that's too harsh. She's an amateur. She doesn't even have the right to participate in the first place. I should have told them this beforehand, but it seems like I got a lot of criticism. But then Citri clapped her hands and said, "In that case, how about having her deal with bandits? She can also gain some actual combat experience." City, because you, Ray, spoiling my brother like that, as my sister said, it will be difficult to dramatically improve Her Highness Murina's abilities in a short period of time. In that case, I think we should improve her ability from another perspective. At this time of year, such people are gathering in this town. I think it's best option during the time while the Supreme Warrior Festival is held. Regardless of whether she participates or not. In a way, I respect the attitude of trying to get as close as possible to Cry Baby, even if only a little. I see. It's true that fighting against a phantom and a human is different, so it might not be a bad idea. But still, is it really okay to pit thieves against the princess? Even Emperor Roderick, who repelled a dragon, never went out of his way to crush thieves himself. After all, being a dragon slayer is an honor, but repelling bandits is not so honorable. Citri takes out a file with some pride. I thought it would be useful, so I used an informant to find out the organizations that were in this town. Wow, I thought you were gone somewhere, but City, you were doing something like that. Oh, that's amazing. Show it to me too. No way. I researched this to give it to Mr. Cry. Honestly, it's great to see everyone so lively. The file handed to me contained a long list of thieves and organizations. That's more than I imagined. Although they are not all well known, but just by sending out one fighter from each organization, an army can be formed. Many of the talented people who appear in the Supreme Warrior Festival seems to have a bounty on their heads, as they have earned some degree of grudge, big or small. There are also people who hold grudges against their rivals who are participating in the Supreme Warrior Festival. And multiple bandits collude and attack together in order to target someone. There are always some absentees from the Supreme Warrior Festival every year. There are some who launch secret attacks on the winners. Well, most of the time they end up being attacked. Is it hell? I feel like I've seen the behind the scenes of the gorgeous Supreme Warrior Festival. I hate violence, but if I have to say it, I'll say it. This is what happens when they don't destroy them properly. There are times when other organizations are targeted to avenge their organization. The knights that protect Zebrudia are excellent, but this country is not like that. I don't know how it really feels because I usually experience terrible things, but Zebrudia was also an amazing place. You're saying something quite bold, but what on earth do you think of the proud royal family of Zebrudia? There's no way a princess would take on a bandit. Then, Karen-san, who had been silent, said something reasonable. Karen's loyalty is really high that she can still express her opinion even though she was bullied by Liz and the others. Citri smiled calmly at the opinion that if 100 people heard it, 100 people would say it was correct. The one who decides that is Mr. Cry. There are so many of them. Or rather, we don't know where they are, right? That's the problem. I think we can look into it if we have more time. If it's just a fight, we'll probably be able to handle it with Luke and the others. However, the risk is too high. There are a lot of opponents, and it would be troublesome if you messed up and ended up in trouble. Unconsciously, I avoided making a decision and approached the large window and looked outside. Being on the upper floor of a luxury inn, I was able to see the whole city of Cleet from the window. If you look closely, you can see smoke rising all over the city. Could some of them be the remains of a fight? I've come to a crazy city. Bandits, hey. I wish we could do something about it. The moment I whispered that, I froze. There was a fox-faced man in all black sticking out just outside the window. A glaring animal-like glow can be seen from the eye sockets. I was so shocked that my expression remained blank, and the man said to me, as if it was natural for him to be here. Boss, if necessary, the Fox Mask fan club could help. Please give us the order. Is it a stalker? On the contrary, it's scary. What kind of organization is the Fox Mask fan club? In a deep underground room, Gaff, the seven-tailed, checked the list he had received and groaned. I see. The boss is going to do this. This is going to be a big battle. Fox is the largest secret organization, with numerous subordinate organizations and roots in the upper echelons of each country. However, as per the organization's policy, the members are made up of a small number of elite members. It is the exact opposite of the Snake, which once existed as a secret organization of the same rank, with a large number of soldiers spread over a wide area and ruled by force. During large-scale operations, Foxes recruit people from subordinate organizations and partner organizations. The main important parts are handled by organizational members, and the parts that require more people are recruited from other organizations. If you give information, they leak. This operation is the largest scale ever. The gathering of combatants is left to Jeff. I checked with my comrades who received the list from the boss and boasted a high level of stealth ability. Did the boss want us to mobilize this many people? He told us to find their whereabouts. He said we don't have to force ourselves, but check the list again. It is true that this operation is an important one that cannot afford to fail. However, more personnel always equate to a better operation. The number of people written on the list given to me was far too large compared to Gaff's common sense. It's as if they were trying to uncover every organization currently operating in Crete. Perhaps this task was not originally meant to be given to us. The boss was the one who planned this operation. It's no surprise that there are parts that are kept secret from us as well. The boss has high expectations. I see, it's quite possible. Gaff is a high level of the organization, but his opponent is at the top. I haven't heard the really important parts of this plan yet. It would not have been strange if there was another secret execution unit. That's why this matter is an opportunity. Organizations are always looking for capable members. If the boss takes notice, there is no doubt that Gaff will continue to prosper in the future. There is no idiot who doesn't push himself when told not to push himself. We are different from Counter Cascade. That man was a genius magi, but he lacked command ability. Gaff may be inferior to Telm in terms of individual combat ability, but he has many reliable pawns. Convene the organization listed. Mobilize all members. However, the members are in the middle of preparation. Gaff's plan is perfect. If the mission is to succeed, we must be prepared. This time as well, he was putting effort into securing an escape route and dealing with security matters in the event of an escape, but it didn't seem like there was a time for that. It's unavoidable. Even if there's no preparation, the plan will still work, so don't get hung up on the little things and don't miss the important ones. Gaff smiled deeply and issued new orders to his subordinates. Let us go find someone strong. Ooh! Luke and Liz's excitement was at its peak, just like the crowded clique. The rest of the party followed along, venturing into the city. With their quick tempers, they needed someone to keep them in check, and it would be a waste to come all the way to Crete without doing some sightseeing. Princess Murina had official business to attend to, so she headed off in that direction, leaving the party to enjoy some rare time alone together. There were still a few days left until the Supreme Warrior Festival, but Crete was already so crowded that it was impossible to walk properly. Aren't you going to wear that fox mask today? Well, in response to Citri's question, I caressed my cheek with the palm of my hand. I want to hide my face as much as possible. I would also like to wear a mask, but apparently wearing that mask will attract a group of fox mask lovers. Since they even follow you to your room, you never know how many people will gather if you wear it in a crowd. I was walking around town while being protected by Luke and the others. If I listened carefully, I could hear some small gossip. What everyone was talking about was who would win the Supreme Warrior Festival. There shouldn't be any information on the contestants yet, but perhaps there are rumors going around. But the names of Luke and Ansem have also been mentioned as candidates for the win, so it's a bit embarrassing as friends. Then my ears caught a name. Thousandfold Theurgix. It seems like he is a celebrity. I need to cheer him up with all my might. According to Citri, that alias is a self-proclaimed one, but since they have been rumored around, it will probably become official soon. No, they were talking about Thousand Tricks currently. They are talking about the leader. No way, that's ridiculous. There's no way my name would be mentioned as I am not a player. In the past, I often got tangled up with people when I was walking through a crowd, but this time no one got tangled with me. Liz looks bored, but no one would dare to pick a fight with these guys, especially Ansem, who seemed so strong before an important battle. After parading around for a while, Luke clicks his tongue loudly. Hey, let us go to the bar. Agreed. Liz looks needlessly happy. She looked like she was going to pick up a fight, not drink alcohol. Both Citri and Lucia are exasperated, but well, they mood-driven. As soon as they drink alcohol, they probably feel like fighting. If they try to start a fight, we will just stop them. I enter a random bar with Luke and the others. The whole town was filled with excitement, but the bars were filled with extra layer of alcohol, and just being there made me dizzy. In the dimly lit, cramped interior, a group of powerful people, probably of the same group, were gathered and drinking in silence. The reason why the bars here are much quieter than those in the imperial capital is probably because it would be a big problem if a fight were to start in this city where powerful people are gathered here and there. Now, who should I choose? As soon as Luke entered, his eyes sparkled and he began to look around the bar. It seems like rather than getting into a fight, he was more than willing to start one himself. Just as I was about to scold him, Luke's eyes widened. Isn't that Tauka? Ahead of Luke's line of sight, a group of people clad in distinctive reddish-brown armor were stationed in a section of the bar. It is common for hunters to wear uniformly colored equipment, and in fact, the Obsidian Cross led by Sven also wears dark gold equipment. However, that group was different in numbers. There were more than 10 strong people equipped with the same color equipment. Once you gather that many people, it can no longer be called a party. A mercenary corps, warmongers. They make their living by hunting monsters and by being bounty hunters, rather than exploring treasure vaults, and they are the most fighter-oriented group in First Steps, Torch Knights. I had heard from Eva that Tauka would be participating in the Supreme Warrior Festival, but I never expected to see her at a place like this. It's been a while since I've seen her as a clan master. At that moment, a dark-haired woman in the center of the group, Tauka, their commander, suddenly turned her gaze toward us. Her reaction was drastic. Her hand instantly slammed the glass she was holding onto the table and stood up, raising her voice that could be heard loud and clearly. All members, stand up. It was a strange sight. Despite the sudden order, the members who had been in a friendly mood until just now stood up all at once. Their eyes all turned towards me. The other customers in the bar looked at me to see what was going on. "Salute our client!" Following the command, the members of Torch Knights all raised their hands in a salute and then stopped suddenly. There are two main factors that determine the power of a party. It's about individual ability and collaboration between members. In order to defeat powerful phantoms and monsters that ordinary people cannot handle, the power of each individual, honed through constant training, must be multiplied several times through collaboration. Naturally, first-class parties often have a high level of individual ability and coordination, but Greiving Souls was more of a type that relied on individual strength, and Torch Knights was the opposite. I still remember the shock I felt when I first met them. Their outstanding movements are as sophisticated as those of a real knightly group. Or rather, has the number of people increased a little? A will of steel that does not waver in the slightest even in the public eye. I noticed that we were drawing attention and said this in a hurry. "WL, there are people watching, so take it easy. End of the salute." In the first place, their customer is Citri, not me. It seems that she is providing them with financial and material support. Their night order is based on profit rather than reason. Therefore, the position of the Torch Knights in the first step is special, and their response to me is also special. The reason they follow me is because they know that I am a childhood friend of Citri and I'm her party leader, and in a sense, they are much easier people to work with than those who has a strange level of trust in me. Luke, who loves fighting strong people, frowns. "Don't tell me you're going to compete at the Supreme Warrior Festival too, Tauka." We got an offer. "Thousand Swords, you too?" There are various participants in the Supreme Warrior Festival. Sometimes the leader of a night order owned by the country appears, and sometimes a member of a widely known mercenary group appears. The Torch Knights is famous among merchants and aristocrats, so this is probably the way to get that message. Luke had a subtle, indescribable look on his face. The reason Luke the Manslayer doesn't immediately slash at Tauka is because she is the type of person who doesn't fight futile fights, literally, fights that don't pay, so she doesn't mesh well with Luke in a good way. Luke doesn't want a one-way sword fight, he wants to cut each other up. Tauka quickly checked Citri, then Lucia and the others, and then looked at me. "Master, I am sorry, but I can go easy on you. I don't get paid that much." "So as long as you get paid, you will go easy," she is like always. Or rather, Tauka seemed to be under the wrong impression that I will compete. She must have heard that through the gossip. Actually, between you and me, Tauka, that thousand-fold Theurgix is not actually me. That guy is the real me. That's the real me. I am sure even the always calm and collected Tauka will roll her eyes when she meets Krahai. I am really looking forward to it. I gave a hard, bold smile. "Same here, I am sorry, but the real me won't hold back. Not to brag, but the real me is pretty strong. Even the cloak makes a swoosh sound. Well, even though I am a fake, I'll throw off my cloak if I get a chance." At my words, Tauka's eyes widened. My fun was taken away right away. I see. A cloak. WL, please go easy on me." Well, this time I am just here to watch. The favorites are Luke and the others. Let us make sure the sun is shining. It would be a problem if it were later discovered that I would not participate. As always, the members of the Torch Knights had an extraordinary atmosphere. The relationship between Greiving Souls and Torch Knights is neither good nor bad. Or rather, since they have hardly been in the imperial capital, their relationship with them is fundamentally thin. However, our party's attitude towards Torch Knights was quite positive. We sat around the table together since they proposed it. We were being entertained by Tauka and other key members of the party. "It's some kind of fate that we met here. Drink to your heart, content, drinks on me," was what she said, so it seems to be Citri's treat. It seems that she really likes the Torch Knights. Perhaps because problems with them could be solved easily with money. That's what she said. It is the customer's request. Don't waste Citri's goodwill. Drink. Don't forget to thank her. Not many master are this generous. Salute. Thanks for the drink. Everyone salutes again in unison. Citri blinked as she was amazed. They seem to think that a salute is good for everything. And isn't their way of using the word master weird? While drinking, I checked on Tauka and the others' current status. It seems that the Torch Knights have returned to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival after traveling around the country chasing bounty heads and participating in battles as usual. I was thinking how they could do so many things like hunting orcs that were attacking a village, crushing a beastmen group of thieves, and raiding treasure vaults for fun. But when I think about it, we also did a lot of stuff too. Liz is having a drinking competition with the members of the Torch Knights, and Lucia is exasperated by this. Luke seemed to have set his target on other customers, looking around the bar with sharp eyes reminiscent of a bird looking for prey. While I was being served by a member of Torch Knights, I asked what I have been thinking about since a while ago. By the way, have you added more members? Tauka's gaze becomes sharper. Did I say something strange? Torch Knights is a party that does not have a base of operation. They sometimes travel to various countries and scout if they find promising members there. And although it is not desirable for the number of members to increase without permission, First Steps has allowed them. I don't remember how many there were, but it seems like there are 2 or 3 more people. However, there was no way I could remember the faces of all the members of a large party that rarely visited the imperial capital. I laughed to cover it up. Well, ha. I just thought that you are so many now. Let's see. 10, no, didn't you increase by 11 people? It's a joke. No matter how large the number of Torch Knights is, there is no way they got 10 more people. No matter how large our group is, there is no way that it would increase by so much. Master is so funny, ha, was the response I expected, but Tauka crossed her arms. As always, you have a good insight. Indeed, we increased by 11 members. What? Seriously? No matter how you look at it, you don't have 11 more people. Is he responding to the joke with a joke and inviting an act for me to be a serious person? I'd do it if it was Ark, but it's Tauka then. Citri, who was receiving drinks from a larger group than me, took a quick look around. It doesn't seem like there are more members. Where are the new ones? Yes, they are on a secret mission. We have become famous, so we have more enemies. I apologize for the delay in reporting. Tauka bows deeply. Yeah. It's not just a joke, isn't it? What more, the number of members here hasn't increased at all. I don't know what to do in many ways. Raise your head, Tauka. You are free to increase the number of members. That was the condition when we asked you to join the clan, right? Mr. Cry is right. We've even helped by you, and as long as it doesn't cause any trouble, we'll tolerate it. Help from the Torch Knights. Yeah, that's right. They always taking care of us, and as long as it is just increasing the number of people, there's nothing wrong with that. Ahahaha. Yes, at best. Eva would be in trouble. Clans have an obligation to manage their members. As I was completely abandoning my responsibilities, Tauka nodded understandably. Thank you for your generosity. During the Supreme Warrior Festival, it's a good opportunity for us to earn money. Many people have come in with bounties on them. What this? You are talking about something interesting. What? Who do I have to kill? I see. Are you making money by hunting the people who gathered at the Supreme Warrior Festival? Even right before the tournament, she is eager to work. Hearing that something was going on, 2 of our noisy members intervened. Gazing at Liz and Luke, Tauka let out a deep sigh and opened her eyes. Now that you mention it, Master, there is something unnatural about the group's movements this time. They are moving a little more modestly than usual. It's just a hunch, but I have a bad feeling. Do you know something? I don't know. It's one thing if it's noisy, but it's fine as long as it's modest. Then I had a good idea and snapped my fingers. As their name suggests, the Torch Knights look towards us with twin eyes that glow like lights and lamps. That's right. I've also been thinking about that aspect and have been getting some help from certain people. They might know something, or maybe you could even meet them once. MMMH. Fox Mask Fan Club. They a bunch of strange people with unnecessarily high abilities and a fanatical love for fox masks. Even though just wearing a fox mask can suddenly get you taken away, and one of them suddenly appeared stuck outside the window, acting like a mess, they don't seem to be bad people, and they seem to be quite skilled as well. I gave them the list Citri had made, and asked them to find out where the bandits were. Apparently they are knowledgeable about this kind of thing. I told them not to do anything reckless because it was dangerous, but I am sure they weren't the kind of people who would stop at that level. In that respect, if Tauka and the others could participate, I would feel relieved to some extent. After all, unlike the Fox Mask Fan Club, these guys are professionals with numerous achievements. It's good that the people from the Fox Mask Fan Club have strong allies, and for the Torch Knights, it's better to have more members than fewer, and for me it's good too. That's right, let us add Liz and the others. And then let us also add Her Highness Murina. If she's with them, I am sure they will do a good job teaching her. Today I am a genius. That S when I remembered something important. I narrow my eyes and look at Tauka. Ah, that S right. First of all, I need to have you prepare that thing, a fox mask. I think the more rarer it is, the better. Of course, I think it would be fine to have it all red to match the equipment, but can you prepare it? Plan X fulfill the boss' orders. Members of a secretive organization don need thinking heads. Executives do the thinking and issue instructions. What members are allowed to do is to faithfully carry out that mission. Former King Thief, Gaff Schenfelder, excels in planning and command. Among seven-tailed, he is unrivaled in that field. The band of thieves that Gaff led in the past were in small-scale gangs that attacked travelers or towns. It's the kind of thing that spreads its roots throughout the city and gradually expands its control. When you think about it, it was only natural that Gaff was invited to join the nine-tailed shadow fox, which acts with great care and caution. And even now, his skills are still intact. Members of the nine-tailed shadow fox exist in various countries, but Gaff's subordinates have infiltrated an even wider area. For the fox, criminal organizations are both friends and enemies. As a king thief, it is a natural thing to prepare to reach out to these organizations, which sometimes require help from. However, even for him, the request that was thrown to him this time was difficult. My friends who were rechecking the list they received from the boss groaned. However, this number. Some organizations have long had a hostile relationship with us. Negotiations will be difficult. Concessions may be necessary. In the first place, if all the personnel on this list are taken away, the success of Plan A will be in jeopardy. The doubts of my friends were also valid. The strategy Gaff and his friends were supposed to carry out this time was based on careful calculations. I had also given a report in advance about the organizations that would have been used in this operation. There's no way the boss Dosen, know that, but he's telling us to gather the personnel, including those organizations. Gaff also wants to confirm what the boss thinks. At times like this, being completely secretive isn't good. Gaff shrugged his shoulders at his friend's words. The reason the fox has grown so much is because of its thorough secrecy. No one knows the whereabouts of the boss, and procedures are required to exchange information. Even if a lower-ranking member were captured, the core of the organization would not be affected. However, this means that there is no way to quickly confirm when an irregularity occurs. The biggest fear is impersonation. It's hard to imagine him pretending to be a member of the Fox group, and even more so, an executive whose true identity cannot be discovered by a senior member like Gaff, but the possibility is not zero. However, there is a code for that, and in case of an emergency, there are the Fox God priestesses. That boss wasn't what I knew, though. I glanced at the young Fox God priestess standing quietly nearby. She frowned and declared, "Do you doubt Mr. White Fox?" There is no doubt about it. My job is to doubt. We served God and received special eyes as a reward for our dedication. There is absolutely no mistaking it. If he wasn't a white fox in the first place, why would you wear a mask like that outside? That's right. The fox mask is not something that is regularly used, and in the first place, that mask is not something that can be easily obtained. It is the organization's rule to use the fox god priestess to judge the boss. The priestesses are sacred and inviolable to the organization, and it is said that their eyes can see through all disguises, and it is absolutely impossible to mistake a divine relic. Gaff Dosen believe in God, but if it becomes known that he disrespected the priestess, even seven-tailed would be doomed. There are no changes to the plan anyway. In the worst-case scenario, all you have to do is check with the headquarters on a regular basis. Think simple. It just takes a little more time. Reconciliation with rival organizations will continue to be useful. The only thing I have to avoid now is the failure of Plan X given to me by the boss. At that moment, one of the subordinates who had been waiting near the boss rushed in. A man wearing a jet-black fox mask, he is an extremely talented man who has mastered the skills of ninja, a special scout job. The man, who wore a relic that had the power to obstruct recognition, was the perfect person to be near the boss. It would be a pain to not be able to use an excellent scout to gather information, but other subordinates can do that, so the boss's mood is more important. When the man came in front of Gaff, he said in an emotionless voice, "Gaff Schenfelder, the boss is calling." Oh, he really came. I asked the stalker cunt of the Fox Mask Lovers Club, who was still stuck outside the window, and as I was standing there wearing my fox mask, a man who looked like the leader and the girl who looked as a priestess who I had met in the basement room came over. The leader is large, with a slender but toned body. I can see his face as it is hidden behind a mask, but he definitely looks really strong. The priestess also had an aloof air about her. You really come when called. How diligent. I am honored to receive your compliment, boss. The leader and the priestess kneel in reverence. They are too loyal. How valuable is this mask, even though I never said that I was the boss? And then, the pair of vacant eyes on its fox face turned towards me. Standing next to me were Tauka and Her Highness Murina. Tauka's reddish-brown armor and sword on her waist remain the same, but her face is covered in a crimson fox mask, just like I told her. As for Her Highness Murina, she couldn't get a fox mask, so she just wore a raccoon mask that she had gotten around the area. At the end, what's important is the spirit of keeping your face hidden. When the leader saw Tauka, his eyes widened in shock and he was completely dumbfounded when he saw Princess Murina. Who are these people, boss? Sorry, I am really sorry for confusing you. I wanted to ask those guys to help with that thing I asked you to do. I am regretting asking you to do something unreasonable. That's why I called. Tsuniko, even if she looks like this, she is a talented girl. She has a lot of subordinates as well. Tsun, Ko, TLN, Cry did a short pun with her name by shortening Kitsune Fox to Tsun and adding Ko, which is a suffix attached to girl's name. I'll tell Liz, Luke, and the others to appear as my subordinates later. While I was thinking about this, Tauka took a step forward and spoke in a dignified manner. I am Tsuniko. We Ray participating in this war on the boss's orders, but you have no right to command us. We want you to treat us as just collaborators. Oh wow, Tauka. Her ability was amazing, especially when it came to matching things, even though we hadn't even discussed names beforehand. What can I say? It's businesslike. Is this the boss's execution squad? I've seen this armor before. Could it be? It seems that he knows his thing well. I don't really care if my true identity is revealed. But it would be quite troublesome if Princess Murina's true identity was revealed, though since she rarely appears in public, no one would notice. Also, the girl next to me is, yes, it's Ponta. She's in a special position, so please be careful. TLN, Ponta is Japanese common pet name, Ponta. Could this also be disrespectful? Her Highness Ponta was also stunned. I wondered when Her Royal Highness would stop being so passive, but then she stepped forward and bowed gracefully for some reason. I'm Po Ponta. Please be gentle with me. Even in the long history of Zebrudia, I am probably the only one who made the princess the call herself Ponta. I regained my composure and said to the leader, who was still looking at Tsuniko and Ponta alternately, you don't like them. The Fox Mask fan may seem surprisingly reliable, but Tauka is strong and affordable. The price was paid by Citri. The leader thought about something for a while, but then bowed his head reverently. No, I would never. Thank you for your consideration. The members of the Fox Mask fan club disappear, taking Tauka and the others with them. I felt like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders and I was able to stretch a lot. Well, that's good. It's the perfect way to make all your worries disappear at once. It was all thanks to Citri-chan, who paid Tauka. I'll thank her later. Princess Murina's practical training is also perfect. This is the perfect plan. As I gently relax my body, the girl who seems the priestess of the Fox Mask fan club says to me in a solemn tone, White Fox Sama, what a wonderful arrangement. Why are you still here? There is no greater responsibility than to serve by your side. That's very serious. Fox Mask fan club, are they more formal than expected? But I am in trouble. I wonder what Citri and the others will say if I bring in a young girl like this. Wait, how old is she? I wonder in what kind of role the girl is in, since she's the only one not wearing a fox mask. I can see her expression, she seems to be a little nervous. I'm one of the fox god priestesses, Sora Zoro, please call me Sora. The priestess who called herself Sora was silent for a moment, then spoke in a slightly relaxed voice. The priestess of the fox god. I've never heard of her, she might be a famous person in the area. But is the fox god the one who was at the Lost Inn? That's not possible. But as embarrassing as it is, I should probably confirm something I've been wondering about for a while. I cleared my throat and with all my shame confirmed what I had always wanted to ask. Sora, I've been wondering for a while. Is this mask really that rare? Rare? A mask dropped by a phantom in Lost Inn is certainly a valuable item. However, from what I see, it doesn't seem to have any special abilities. When a phantom dies, it disappears without leaving even a piece of clothing behind, but in very rare cases, some of the items it was wearing may remain behind. The probability of this happening is said to be proportional to the power of the phantom, but these dropped items often have lower abilities than relics. The items dropped by a phantom are, so to speak, a piece of the phantom. If you ask me if it's rare, it's rare, but to me it doesn't look like something that the members of the Fox Mask fan club would follow without any questions asked. The design sense is quite good, but with modern technology, it would be easy to recreate it, and the masks worn by the members of the Fox Mask fan club are quite good. The change in Sora's expression in response to my simple question was dramatic. The somewhat divine aura that she had been wearing until now disappeared, and her eyes darted around in shock. She looks behind her to confirm no one else is there, then turns back to me with a trembling voice. What are you talking about? White Fox Sama, you must be joking. I got this mask the other day when I defeated a phantom in the treasure vault. Sora's face turns blue, then red, then blue again. Interesting. However, what exactly did Sora and her friends think this mask was? I removed the mask and checked it again. The design is excellent and it certainly has a strange atmosphere, but it's still a mask after all. For me, if it were a mask, I would have preferred a reverse face, which has the ability to transform instead of this fox mask. TLN, the same mask he thought Evolve Greed was in vol3 which Liz broke. Hey, can this mask sell for a high price? Is it valuable? Sell. No, you can sell it. It's a joke, right? Sora, who had been muttering with her arms crossed and sweat dripping down her face, now looks visibly distressed. I see. It's a valuable item that you can even think about selling. But I don't understand the value of this mask. I wore it because it was the only way I could hide my face, and a mask with holes for the eyes would be better anyway. Because with them I could see what's ahead even without my relic. As I was thinking about this, Sora suddenly closed the distance between me. She stares at me and says in a low voice, as if she's asking me a question, as if telling me a secret. So, in other words, is this what you, Ray, saying? You are not White Fox and you got that mask from the treasure vault. I finally realized the urgency of those words. I should have noticed it first. Maybe you got the wrong person. No way. This can be. Sora let out a faint scream, holding her head and twisting her body around as if trying to escape reality. Her behavior doesn't have the aloofness she had when we first met, and now is befitting her age. I put my mask back on and comfort Sora, who seems to have done something wrong. Well, sometimes these things happen. Why didn't you tell me something when I withdrew your hand? Even if you say that, I am stumped. She was the one who suddenly said, "This way," and took me to the Fox Mask fan club meeting. I was just confused from the beginning to the end. There was no intention to deceive or take advantage of anyone. Okay then, what about the Fox Mask fan club? Isn't it? It looks like everyone was wearing fox masks. Is that possible? Is that even possible? Would you normally say something like that? No, I have never been taught that. Even if you said something like that. Then what was the right thing to say in that place? For once, it was not my fault at all. It was Sora's fault. And it was the Fox Mask fan club's tentative fault for letting such a child run around as their errand boy. However, it would be immature to point that out to Sora. I decided to show a hard-boiled and mature side. Well, if you confess honestly and apologize, they'll forgive you. Forgive me? Did you just say they'll forgive me? No way, I already told them, I already said it. I clearly told them you were the White Fox. That's not good, you need to be clear with your communication. You know, who Rensu, report, inform, consult. Ever heard of it? Why do you have a real mask? It's a proof that you, Ray, a boss, and only the sacred White Fox recognized by the Fox God is allowed to have it. It's just a trash mob drop from the Lost Inn. Well, there is the question of how many people end up wandering into the Lost Inn in the first place, but the phantom that dropped it disappeared just by having a conversation with it. It wouldn't be strange if some of them were out there. In the first place, is a White Fox mask a sign of a boss? Isn't the system itself strange? I am sure there are some people who got the wrong person, so I think the system needs to be changed. Why don't you consult this with them? Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. At this point, Sora covers her ears and sits down. There are many white fox masks out there. It seems like you can make as many fakes as you want. This time it was an accidental identity mistake, but there may be people with malicious intent who will approach you wearing a mask. Hey, please just shut up. Ah, okay. Although the proposal was made with the Fox Mask fan club in mind, it seems that she will not listen to it. Having no choice, I let out a small sigh. I folded my arms and waited for Sora's decision. I am not at fault this time. I just wore the fox mask. I happened to have to hide my face. Seriously, it wasn't bad to have them at arm's reach, but it seems to be such a hassle, and if an apology is necessary, it's not too late to apologize. I ended up using them as I saw fit. So what does this mean? I got the wrong person, but the mask is real. But did I misjudge Mr. White Fox? But the mask of God is real. As a priestess, am I not right? But he isn't the boss. Is the organization wrong? It was my first job. Sora mumbled as if trying to organize her thoughts. It's fine, everyone makes mistakes. Even I make mistakes all the time. What's important is the future. It's not like anyone will die from that mistake, so let us take it easy. Eventually, Sora seemed to have gathered her thoughts and stood up. She wobbled for a moment like she is dizzy, but quickly recovered and glared at me. There are tears in the corner of her eyes. Her transparent eyes reflected me wearing a fox mask. Then Sora said, You are, without a doubt, the white fox. What? No. I am not. I am just a hunter who got the mask by chance. What have you been listening to so far? In response to my answer, Sora vigorously thrusts her finger at me. No doubt, I made the decision. You are the white fox who was recognized by the fox god and given the sacred treasure. Huh, no. In the first place, if the mask is real, it means that who is wearing it is real too. That's what I've learned all my life. I am a priestess, a shrine maiden of the venerable fox god. You can fool my eyes, absolutely. I see, well that's amazing. Those are stubborn words. What is the venerable shrine maiden? What kind of club is the Fox Mask fan club tentative name? Is it fun? I guess I'll join too. No, but if I join the Fox Mask fan club, will I be a white fox? Will I have to swear absolute obedience to it? In other words, I didn't make a mistake. No, you Ray wrong. I never even had any intention of harming the organization. If anyone says I am wrong, that person is a traitor. Huh, maybe. Are you trying to hide your mistake? Could she be a bad child? I feel a great deal of sympathy. I am second to none when it comes to ad hoc responses. Wouldn't it be better to talk this out honestly? I can even apologize if you want. Sora's eyes rolled around in response to my suggestion. Apparently she doesn't wanna listen. She's sweating profusely. Sora then clenched her fist and raised it vigorously. If that's the case, we'll have no choice but to part ways. A new organization with a new white fox recognized by the fox god at the top. Its name is Ten-Tailed Shadow Fox. We've gained one more tail, so we ray better. TLN, Jubai no Cage Kitsune is the name in JP. You ray saying something crazy, but this kid, is she really okay? No, that's no good. What? The Ten-Tailed Shadow Fox, that name sounds incredibly ominous. Besides, given the whole incident with the Emperor's guard, the word fox doesn't have the best connotations, and there's a chance people might confuse us with them. The name is important. I have many times regretted nomming my party Greiving Souls. Now that I am used to it, I can think of changing it, but when I first became a hunter, it was often mistaken as a criminal red party and chased because of the name. I am stupid, but I am not stupid enough to make the same mistake twice. I made the most casual declaration to Sora, whose eyes widened. That's not a good name. Our name is Ten-Tail Fried Tofu. TLN. Jubai no Aburage Kitsune, you get the pun right? Ten-Tail Fried Tofu. Sora makes a quick sound, but I am serious. That's right. Ten-tailed fried tofu. Fried tofu is good. Sometimes it saves lives, and as the name suggests, it's delicious. In fact, I have sometimes avoided conflicts by doing so. Delicious food is good. Deliciousness will save the world. Wait, the name of the secret organization is Ten-Tail Fried Tofu. Don't you have any nomming sense? Sora retorts, a secret organization. Did she say a secret organization? A secret organization. No, we want to keep it a secret. What we do is create delicious Inari sushi bento. Our aim is to expand nationwide. No, it's to conquer the world. Huh, are you serious? What we will be doing is making fried tofu. We will make a delicious Inarizushi bento with the white fox stamp. Of course, I won TB participating, but it seems that the phantoms of the lost in love deep-fried tofu, so it as a perfect fit. I may not be brilliant today, or maybe I am. Well, let us just do what we can for now. I returned to the room with Sora, who looked enlightened. Lucia, who was reading a book in the magnificent living room, looked up and opened her eyes when she saw me. What's going on? Who is she? Leader. Even if you ask me what's going on, I don't know how to answer. I feel like the best answer is that I don't really know, but that would be extremely irresponsible. Although I really don't know. Well, there are complicated circumstances. I am also a little troubled. Sora was completely expressionless. Her eyes were dead. Apparently Sora Dosen wanna go home. I wonder if she hates being scolded so much. She stubbornly insisted, saying, "It's my job to follow Mr. White Fox, so I had no choice but to bring her along. However, no matter how much I try, I can take care of her forever." I often get involved in things that I don't really understand, but this feels like the same thing as always. Wouldn't it be better to be honest and apologize to the people at the Fox Mask Fan Club tentative? Already, again with things you don't understand. Why does the leader always get involved in these? Right, Lucia, please charge these relics for me. Mo. I threw at her third vision, which is essential for wearing a fox mask, and owl SI, which is used to see through darkness. Lucia caught them successfully and glared at me. Sora, who had been hiding in my shadow, opened her eyes and, after being silent for a while, asked me in a small voice, "Are you, by any chance, White Fox? Are you one of the grieving souls?" "Ah, yeah, you got it right." Regardless of me, Lucia's face and name are famous. Apparently, she is well known even in the Fox Mask Fan Club tentative. Sora was sweating profusely and muttering to herself. "It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, I am not betraying them. I am a shrine maiden, I am right, I am right, I am right. I am not the one who is wrong. Fox God, please bless me. Yes, this is an undercover investigation. No, there's no way to cover this up. After all, I am the one who is right. That conclusion is wrong. I think it is best to be honest. It is okay, there is a saying, danger past, God forgotten. My experience so far tells me that most things can be handled. However, I can help but sympathize with her impatience. I raised my voice. "Citri, I am sorry, but can you come here for a second?" Yes, is there something wrong?" I called her without knowing if she was there, but apparently she was in the bedroom. Citri appears in a good mood. "I'll show you my level 8 improvising power," I asked Citri with a pitiful smile. "Actually, I want to start an organization that makes Inari sushi bentos. For now, I need a base." Inari sushi bento. "Leader, what are you talking about? Did you suddenly eat something strange?" Citri blinks her eyes frequently. Sora and Lucia were also looking at me as if questioning my sanity. Even though Citri always helps me out, maybe this is too much of a stretch. "No, she can handle it. Can you prepare it somehow?" Well, maybe I can, but could I ask why?" "Why, there's no reason. I am just being carried away by the situation," so I said with a serious expression on my face. "Of course, it's for the you-know-what. What's you-know-what? Of course, it's you-know-that." Citri blinked for a while, but her expression slowly returned to a smile and he clapped her hands. "I see. It's for you-know-what." "Okay, I'll make arrangements. By when do you need it?" "Right now, so soon. The Supreme Warrior Festival is already around the corner." Citri opened her eyes even wider. You can see confusion in her pupils. I pushed through. "See, it's for the you-know-what." Citri was silent for a while, then nodded plausibly. "Understood, you-know-what, right. I'll be out for a while. I might getting home late." Citri trotted out of the room. It's already night. She could have done it tomorrow. Lucia, who was watching the exchange as if she were looking at something suspicious, looked at me and asked, "Leader, what is you-know-what you mentioned?" I don't know. Nick-san City will definitely force you to marry her someday. After all, Citri is reliable. I have always been a Citri fan. She has a good vibe and our personalities are compatible. I am not getting married, though. Do you understand, Sora? This is what a true improviser would do. I gave a big yawn and sat down on a plush chair that made my body sink. That's right. I have to brag to little sister Fox. I am going to form an organization to make Inari sushi bento boxes. Sora was completely unable to keep up with the changes in the situation. I don't understand what it means. The only thing I know is that I am in a difficult situation that I cannot do anything about. It would be outrageous to mistake the identity of the White Fox, the top of the organization. It is related to the significance of the existence of a shrine maiden. Although shrine maidens hold a special position in the organization, they are by no means irreplaceable. The white fox mask was real. Normally, there would be some room for extenuating circumstances, but when the opponent is Greiving Souls, the sworn enemy of nine-tailed shadow fox, the story becomes different. Long story short, Sora was fooled. On her first mission, she was caught up in a clever plan. What's worse is that the same man who deceived her is urging Sora to tell the truth. There was no way I could say that. I will definitely be killed. Even if she was not killed, she will definitely be imprisoned. And confinement is not necessarily better than the death penalty. I am sure the Shrine Maiden clan 1T helped Sora who made a mistake. Sora had already lost the option of getting off the ship she was on. Sora doesn't want to die yet. She was born and raised as a Shrine Maiden, and it was outrageous that she would be killed even though she had done nothing wrong. It may be a strange idea for a Shrine Maiden, but the mask is definitely real. Sora isn't wrong. Those who wear the mask of God are objects of worship. That is the basis of the fox god priestess. Before they knew it, the meaning was reversed and they began to serve the nine-tailed shadow fox, but that was actually a mistake. This is a return to basics. Sora's mission is to return it to its original state. Sora isn't wrong. Return it to its original form. That S right, an organization that serves the new white fox, ten-tail fried tofu, will follow his will and expand Inari sushi nationwide. Sora isn't wrong. Mr. Cry, what do you think? It took a lot of effort to get everything ready, but it's just as you asked. You were able to prepare it in such a short period of time. Why is this person so focused on this stupid strategy? Unaware of Sora's feelings, Thousand Tricks had an expression that was so blank that it almost made her hate him. The next day, early in the morning, I was guided to a small building located a little outside the city center. Perhaps it was originally a coffee shop, but the first thing that catches your eye is the rather splendid kitchen. There is living space on the second floor. Most of the furniture was in place, and even Sora, who was ignorant of the world, could tell that this building was no joke. That Citri that moved according to that vague instruction was also a bit strange. Is it possible to hide here for now? Is it possible to deceive them a little by changing her clothes and hairstyle? The fake white fox, Samano, the new white fox, Sama's purpose was probably to stop the operation that was about to begin in Cleat. Although the full details were not revealed to Sora, who is just a shrine maiden, she had heard that it was a major operation that would change the world. Seven-Tail was in charge of this, and it must have been a carefully planned operation, but it seems impossible to succeed as she had chosen the wrong boss. However, I don't know how the organization that makes Inari Sushi Bento is related to that purpose, and Sora has never actually seen Inari Sushi in the first place. I also prepared some deep-fried tofu. It was hard work because it is rarely eaten around here. Huh, did you really prepare it? But she have to move. She no longer has a place in his original organization. Sora must somehow survive. No, serving the new white fox is Sora's destiny. Sora is not wrong. I forcefully cheered myself up, clenched my fists and looked up, raised my voice with determination. New white fox Sama, please do whatever you want. I, Sora Zaro, intend to serve you as a shrine maiden. Please protect me. By the way, I can cook. I've never done it before. Isn't it unreasonable to conquer the world through food? What on earth are you thinking? I wonder what the meaning behind the divine stratagem that led to Sora's fall. It is so confusing that she feels dizzy. The new white fox frowned at Sora, who desperately tried to support him even though she didn't know what was the right thing to do. Then Citri said with a troubled look on her face, Mr. Cry, what I hate the most is deficits. What do you like most? Of course. It's obviously you know what. Mr. Cry should do more for the you know what. Ha 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 ha, Citri is really good at joking. Phew 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 foo foo, it wasn't easy, but that's all for the you know what. That's it. The white fox's expression showed no determination or motivation to stop the fox's plan. In the first place, does this white fox understand that the real thing is involved in Gaff's strategy, and that is why Sora was called in and was able to immediately attend. For a while, Sora watched the white fox smile as he ignored the pouty Citri, but she soon gave up on thinking about it. After all, there was nothing Sora could do as she was just a shrine maiden. This era prospers due to the wealth produced from numerous naturally occurring treasure vaults. Treasure hunters who bring back relics from treasure vaults are often called heroes. Being a treasure hunter was the quickest way to obtain wealth, fame, power, and everything else. And that's why this era was called the Golden Age of treasure hunters. It was inevitable that Krahai Andrihi would aspire to become a hunter, as he showed outstanding talent from an early age. When he noticed it, he was already admiring them, and by the time he realized it, the adults around him had no doubt that Krahai would become big as a treasure hunter. Although his body wasn't that large, Krahai had an outstanding fighting sense and magical powers that belied those of a man. It is said that women are better suited to become magi. Above all, he had a high ability to absorb and retain mana material, which is essential for treasure hunters. And then Krahai became a treasure hunter, as if guided by fate. However, even with the ability that could be said to be blessed by the god, treasure vaults were still difficult. A thorny road awaited Krahai after he left his hometown. He threw himself into it with single-minded determination, conquering many treasure vaults, studying them intensely. There have been times when he had almost lost his life, and there have also been times when he had been targeted by criminal organizations. He had no room to spare. He didn't even have time to sleep. All those trials and tribulations were divine tests for Krahai Andrihi, but overcoming them brought him joy. And then, before he knew it, Krahai's name was echoing far and wide. He hasn't received his alias yet, but many hunters know Krahai's name. The fact that he openly announced his name was successful. The treasure hunter's alias are basically decided by the Explorers Association, but he couldn't stand being given an uncool one. Thousandfold Theurgics, traveling through 1,000 heavens, shining like 10,000 flowers. It was a name Krahai's ideal as a treasure hunter. Sometimes names were remembered incorrectly, but such incidents were nothing more than trivial matters. He was sometimes mistaken for a level 8, but that probably means that he has enough hidden power to be considered that way. Level 8, or so it seems, Krahai Andrihi the Thousandfold Theurgics. And finally, Krahai even gained the right to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival, a famous festival of martial arts. It was an overwhelming feeling. The current rumors about Krahai have gone too far. Krahai is not level 8 and does not have an alias yet. He has never destroyed a huge criminal organization or turned a flower garden into a treasure shrine. However, those rumors are surely an expression of expectations. By winning the Supreme Warrior Festival, Krahai Andrihi will finally be able to surpass the rumors. The contestants are probably formidable opponents. There are probably many people who have been practicing martial arts long before Krahai. However, Krahai's current condition is excellent. He can do it. Krahai's current ability is surely comparable to level 8. Most of all, Krahai has friends. First, Krahai was a solo hunter, but his dear friends agreed with his ideals and followed him. Although he cannot fight with his friends during the Supreme Warrior Festival, the fact that he has his friends gives him strength. They even formed a party. He was surprised when he was told that they would be called freaking souls, and that they wanted to use a mask as symbol, but Krahai has the ability to listen to the opinions of his friends. Hey, isn't this bad? What are you going to do? Cool. We can beat the real thing, right? That's bad. I never thought the real thing would come out. An inn rented as a base for the Supreme Warrior Festival. In the living room, the members of Freaking Souls, Elizabeth Smayet the Eiffel Shadow and Kul Sekul the Protean Sortie, were discussing it with each other with serious expressions on their faces. Elizabeth Smayet is a thief. Her hair is a dazzling fluorescent pink, and her revealing clothes make her almost naked. The most eye-catching thing is her large chest. It seems that the name Eiffel Shadow comes from there as well. I think she's a bit of an idiot, and the fact that she sometimes says sly things is a flaw, but her skill as a thief is not bad. Kul Sekul is the brain of the party. He wears glasses, always uses honorific language, and for some reason calls himself a swordsman, although he seems to have never swung a sword. Although he is of little use in battle, the reason why Krahai, who has not received any training as a leader, has been able to form a party and run it so smoothly is due to Kul's skills. The other members also have their quirks, but they are irreplaceable companions for Krahai, who has been solo for most of his life. Everyone in our party is weak except for Mr. Krahai. Well, if it wasn't true, I wouldn't be called Zuri. That's not true. Krahai couldn't help but interrupt, hearing these words. Regardless of how things turned out, the two are already members of his same party. As he has always said, low self-esteem is the weakness of Krahai's party members. Kul Zuri, without you guys, I wouldn't be standing on this sunny stage. Thank you. Krahai said with a serious face, and Zuri made a tense expression. Kul also looked troubled. Why is this guy so strong? I never thought he'd be able to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival. Well, he's been fighting solo and surviving, so he's the only one who isn't posing. That's right. It doesn't matter who it is. I won't lose no matter who my opponent is. Anything goes. I will show that I can make not only my name, but also the name of freaking souls known to the world. That is another one of my dreams now. Krahai renewed his resolve and turned his silent, burning eyes out the window. The town is gradually becoming more lively as the Supreme Warrior Festival approaches. Suddenly, Krahai thought, now that I think about it, will that young man with a similar name to me come to support me? Chapter 3. 1,000 Trick Strategies. As it happens every year, Gark's eyes widened from inside the carriage as he saw the crowd of people at Cleat before the Supreme Warrior Festival. The streets, both large and small, are crowded with people, and the city gates are crowded with late travelers. This is the busiest time of the year for Cleat, with hunters, merchants, and tourists from all over the world flocking to the city. At the same time, public safety can deteriorate, and some residents choose to leave the city at this time of year. It's still a noisy place. When I see a crowd like this, it makes me want to incinerate it. The old magician, who was feared by the name of Abyssal Inferno, snorted as she looked outside from the seat opposite the carriage. Bony fingertips and thin cheeks. However, her crimson irises sparkled like hellfire. She is the strongest witch in Zebrudia, unrivaled in her ability to simply annihilate a wide area. She is also the woman who once blew away the barrier that protected the audience seats at the Supreme Warrior Festival and was banned from participating. That's a harsh joke, Rosemary. But QQ cut. The atmosphere before the battle isn't bad. It's a warrior's instinct to aim to be the strongest. Isn't the quality of the contestants better than in the past? They say the total amount of mana materials circulating the world is also increasing. The majority of magicians are researchers, right? That's just prejudice, Branch Chief. Research will progress better if you go out onto the battlefield and burn a little bit. If I hadn't been banned, I would have been able to participate. Isn't the Exploration Association's protest not enough? Think about your age, old lady, Gark thought while sighing. Of course he wouldn't say it out loud, but the most important thing you can get at the Supreme Warrior Festival is honor. If you become a level 8 hunter, you wouldn't need any more honor than that. If you've never competed before, I understand, but in a sense, it's shocking that she's become a legend and still wants to fight. Compared to the past, the female magician in front of me has mellowed down, but that's just more than the old days. Don't worry. Rosemary, even if you want it or not, there will come a time when you'll use your power. QQQ, the Supreme Warrior Festival, right? They must be getting serious, targeting such a huge stage. It's worth burning, isn't it? It's a pity that the idiot Telm isn't here. It was just the other day that the Explorers Association, after a careful investigation, got the hang of the Fox's next action plan. We investigated Telm and Ketchachaka's bases, identified the employee who put Ketchachaka on the list, and used a precious treasure to decipher the encrypted document. The reason why the Fox's plan, which has been hidden for so long, has been revealed is probably because the operation is larger than before. Although the information obtained by the Exploration Association and the government was only a small part of the plan, it was enough to move forward. The Fox has already attempted to assassinate the Emperor. I got 2 keywords: Supreme Warrior Festival and the Key of the Earth. The former is a famous word, and the latter is an unfamiliar word. However, it seems different for Zebrudia. The Empire acted too quickly after hearing the report. An official request for cooperation has also been made to the Explorers Association. However, Cleat is not imperial territory. Even a superpower like Zebrudia is limited in what it can do. Rosemary, who was looking at the newspaper on Cleat, had a smile on her lips. Look, Gark boy, it seems that the number of crimes in Cleat has decreased considerably compared to previous years. It smells fishy. Being different from usual is not a good trend. It's the calm before the storm. At that, Rosemary's smile deepened and she glared at Gark. But that brat, I never expected him to completely abandon his promise to me. He always does something very disrespectful. Ever since that kid came to the imperial capital, I've been told that I've become more gentle. I am not asking him to give me information for free, but rushing to the Supreme Warrior Festival, I need to confirm exactly when he got the information. The timing was certainly bad. Immediately after announcing the overthrow of the Fox, he was the only one to head to the Supreme Warrior Festival, where the Fox's plan was progressing. It was extremely unjust. However, Gark also understood Cry's feelings. Regardless of how they got the information, Cry, who is good at schemes, and Rosemary, who solves everything by burning them, have the worst chemistry. Not to mention, she no longer has a stopper called Counter Cascade. That man has his own plans. I am not going to burn him all of a sudden. The kid also has his Brocon younger sister. It would be bad if the avatar of creation, Lucia Rogier, was to fight with the Magi of Hidden Curse. There are many people in our clan house who adore Lucia. Lucia, you Ray being talked about in terrible way. Rosemary looked at Gark with burning eyes for a while, but then she shrugged her shoulders. Well, I owe him one for term. I am angry at him, but I'll obey this time. Rosemary, have you grown soft? Hee. You say the funniest things, Gark boy. A commotion can be heard from outside the carriage. Rosemary takes her gaze away from Gark and looks out the window. Hunters have their specialties, you know, and that brat's cunning is a bit unusual. It's not just about having excellent comrades or anything like that. It's not future sight either. There's something strange about it. But those with monstrous talents are never understood by anyone. Those words sounded as if she were saying them to herself. The Supreme Warrior Festival, which is filled with dark secrets, has not shown anything on surface yet. He is a professional. The atmosphere surrounding him is a bit disturbing. But where did you find such a talented guy? When I asked about her impressions of working with the Fox Mask enthusiast, tentative name, she looked at me with a searching look and said that the evaluation that Tauka makes is extremely cold-hearted. She was one of the few friends who had the temperament to not blindly accept my reputation as a level 8. Fox Mask fan club. They seem to be quite strong people after all. I guess my eye for talent isn't so bad after all. Well, a lot of things happened. I wish you could get along well. The enemy you fought today may become your ally tomorrow. The reverse is also true. Sometimes we use people who look like criminals. But it's a problem if you don't tell us that in advance. That seems like a cruel thing to say. It's true that those guys were unusually suspicious, but, well, he seems to have a tough face, so I guess that's why Sora can say she's sorry. I feel very close to her as she turns away from such unpleasant things, but as an adult, I guess I have to do something about it. Well, Tauka-san, I've already told you about that beforehand. Mr. Cry has no problem controlling criminals as he pleases. You have act with that premise on mind. This is within the scope of the contract. MMH? Tauka fell silent at Citri's words. How much money did Citri gave her? And who is this Mr. Cry who can freely manipulate criminals? I am the one who gets manipulated. Well, that's fine. We'll do anything for money. Our motto is to use what we can. But no matter how much you pay, mock battles with 1,000 swords, we won't do it. Luke, you are hated. The more skillful the opponent, the more passionate Luke will become, and he will not be able to go easy on them. Even though he and T suddenly go mad, you can tell from the fact that he is as feared as Liz. By the way, he got tired of being holed up in the inn and headed out into town with Liz, Ansem, and the princess. He was probably going to hit someone. Don't just casually take Princess away with you. This time, we only had a face-to-face meeting with the main members. Next time, I am going to take the party with me and listen to the details. I am told to adjust to their movements, but do you have any requests? That's right. Next time, why didn't you take Luke and Liz with you too? I wonder if that's the 1,000 trials this time. She looked extremely disgusted. And how widespread is the 1,000 trials? In the first place, what is that Ponta? Princess of Zebrudia. Is it some kind of joke? My heart ached as Tauka looked at the freezing glare. It's not the look you give to a customer. Well, if something were to happen to Her Royal Highness, it would be a big deal, so please take good care of her. Then Citri clasped her hands together as if to change the subject. So, Tauka-san, do you have the information I requested? Information. I asked her to investigate the contestants of the Supreme Warrior Festival. If I want to win, I have to do my best. As expected, she has high aspirations. Luke and Lucia will also be participating, and I think it would be difficult for an alchemist who is in a non-combat job to win, but that docent T seemed to be a reason to cut corners. Seeing her innocent smile, Tauka's usual sharp demeanor softened and she let out a rare wry smile. Yeah. Even though I said I'd be participating too, business and that's another story. That S right, a customer who pays well is the hardest thing to get. They get along so well. I want to share that sociability with other guys. Liz and Luke are out of the question, but even Lucia, despite looking like that, is surprisingly shy. Tauka straightened up and had her companion bring the file. She spread it out on the table and spoke in a low voice as if she was telling a secret. First of all, well, let S start with the most interesting story. Boss, your fake will appear. No, that S not a fake, it S the real me. As I expected, Tauka's eyes widened and she exchanged looks with her companions. Cleet's accommodation was comfortable. The rooms are spacious and air-conditioned, and the food is delicious. The bathroom is large and the living room is clean. I sat down deeply on the sofa, looked at the newspaper delivered by the service, and let out a big yawn. It feels more peaceful than usual. I had heard that this time of year was a turbulent one, and I thought I would definitely get caught up in it, but it seems like I was quite lucky this time. Because of that, our manslayer had a lot of free time. Ooh, this is my new technique, the dividing sword. Hey, it's dangerous. The sword will break. Luke Chan, that's impossible with a wooden sword. Luke and Liz were having a mock battle, taking advantage of the spacious living room. There was an unusual sound of a sword cutting through the air, but there were no footsteps or anything. At first, I told them to stop because it was so noisy, disturbing the neighbors and destroying the room, but they took this into account and started having noiseless mock battles. They even started talking about special training to give it his all quietly. It's good to be able to enjoy everything, but that's not what I am trying to say. No matter how spacious it is, mock battles should never be held indoors, so why not do it outside? Eek! The princess, who was caught up in the attacks, was desperately trying to evade them. It seems that the princess is gradually adapting to Liz and the others' recklessness. She's still nervous, but the way she carries herself is no longer that of a princess. The two people who followed her as bodyguards seem to have given up on Luke and Liz. It seems they have realized that human words cannot be understood by beasts. Maybe one of the reasons they've let it slide is that the princess hasn't suffered any serious injuries yet, though I think that's just a result of luck. At that time, Liz let out a short voice, a high-pitched sound. A broken wooden sword pierces through, shattering the window glass right in front of me into pieces. I didn't know what was going on, so all I could do was smile. I hadn't even seen the trajectory. Liz's movements were too fast to follow, but Luke's were no better. If my barrier ring hadn't activated automatically, I would have probably been accidentally killed by my best friend. Wait, the barrier finger didn't activate just now. I am between Luke and the window. How could he be so skillful as to break a window without hurting me? Then Lucia, who was reading a book on the sofa like me, looked up and yelled, "Hey." No matter how much free time you have, don't do anything stupid indoors. You deflected my splitting sword. Not bad, Lucia. Don't not bad me, don't do it. Lucia deflected it with magic. I didn't realize it at all, but her magic activation speed, that didn't seem to have any lag, was definitely something that she cultivated cause of Luke and the others. Is this what it means to enhance each other? Leader 2, why are you spacing out when sword is flying at you? Because I wanted to space out. Ugh. Or rather, Lucia, could she actually hold her own in a fight? Karen-san spoke to me as I smiled gently. Crydone, I received a summons from His Majesty. Is it okay if I take Lady Murina with me? Of course, training is going according to my plan. I don't really have any plans, though. It's still early to put her through the ringer, but whatever happens, happens. Well, there aren't that many people who can play with Luke and the others, right? Even Tino screams. Honestly, even though we've been together this far, I still have no idea what Crydono's intentions are. I'll tell you that. This person also seems to have become a lot more mellowed down than before. But it's hard to teach people. Like it will take some time for them to get stronger. Well, Luke-chan, you've been able to run away until now. I am used to it because T is here, but on the way back from delivering Princess Murina, Liz agreed with Luke's words. You say you Ray used to it, but it doesn't seem like you Ray holding BQ at all. But I still prefer cutting people. When I teach, I have to take it easy. Luke, you weren't even teaching her properly. You'll be able to fight to my heart, S content soon, so think of it as a warm-up. Or rather, do you even cut when teaching? Don T cut the princess. It seems City is also bringing in strange things and doing something, and the leader is doing whatever he wants without saying anything, as usual, and Ansem-san and I are always end up picking up the slack. What? Citri. This is the first time I've heard that information, and I can understand why I am on Liz's side. As the four of us were walking while talking nonsense, we suddenly spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Black costume. Although he is not tall compared to the average treasure hunter, he has a distinctive staff and beautiful eyebrows, so he attracts people's attention just by being there. The real me. Krahai Andrihi the thousandfold Theurgix. At this unexpected reunion, I couldn't help but wave enthusiastically. I was lucky to be able to meet him among so many people. I wonder if he remembers me. Hey, Krahai-san, it's been a while. As expected of real me, Mr. Krahai looks back at me with a hard-boiled gesture that was mesmerizing. When he saw me, his eyes widened and his expression softened. You really came to this town. Ah, that's what City said. I had told Liz and the others in advance not to say anything rude. It's not a good idea to call something fake just because the names are somewhat similar. Or rather, speaking only for myself, he's clearly stronger over there. Lucia is glaring at Krahai with a sullen and displeased expression, but there's no stopping that. The crowd naturally parted. This is the charisma of the real deal. So hard-boiled. What a coincidence. I was just wondering if we could meet again. Krahai approached me with a friendly smile and said in a bright voice. It was like meeting a friend you've known for 10 years. I am sure he also has great communication skills. He is truly flawless, by the way. Who is the girl clinging to his arm? Krahai had a mid-teens girl attached to his arm. She has long black hair tied into twin tails, wears a black pointy hat, and carries a short cane at her waist. If you just look at her, she looks like a magi, but her skirt is frilly and her clothes are very fashionable, giving her a mismatched impression. Krahai looks at the girl with troubled expression and introduces her. Ah, she is Lusha Andrihi. She is a magi. My stepsister. She is also my disciple. She doesn't have an alias yet, but she is quite talented. Come to think of it, they don't look alike at all, but if you ray just looking at their characteristics, they ray exactly the same. Lucia didn't say anything. However, her cheeks twitched and her gaze turned cold. Well, how can I say this? It's an amazing coincidence. My Lucia is not my disciple, though. Well, that may be the case. I want to leave quickly, but it would be rude if I didn't at least say hello. I regained my composure and spoke to Lusha, who was clinging tightly to Krahai's arm. I see. Nice to meet you. I am a fan of your step-brother. Hearing my words, Lusha's smile blooms. Then she said in a very sweet voice. Ah, here, so you are a fake. I am Oni-chan's lover and his future wife, Lusha. I couldn't help but make a strange sound, so I bit my tongue to hold it back. When I looked behind me, Lucia's eyebrows were twitching. Oh no, Lucia's reason is dying. Liz's cheeks are also taut, but she is holding back her laughter. Lusha hugged Krahai's arm as if pressing her chest against him and said in a joyful voice, Oni-chan will never lose to you. He is good-looking, strong, smart, and very kind. He said that if I become a top-notch magi and become stronger, he'll marry me. What a great character. Personally, I don't dislike it, but Lucia's expression has changed from anger to nothingness. This is terrible. Krahai furrowed his eyebrows and scolded Lusha as if he was genuinely exasperated. I can see any embarrassment on his face. Oh, come on. I am sorry, Lusha is always like this. She even calls herself my sister without permission. But even though she is eccentric, she is not a bad person. Look, Russia, apologize. You ray being too rude. What do you mean she is calling herself your sister even though she's not your sister? My younger sister, who was my actual younger sister but is no longer my sister, was completely furious. When Liz gets angry, her way of referring to herself changes, but when Lucia gets angry, she stopped talking altogether. At this point, Lusha's life is hanging by a thread. After being scolded by Krahai, Lusha is momentarily stunned, but within a moment, tears form in her eyes. I am sorry, I love you so much. That's why I got out of control. Those eyes flickered towards Krahai. You ray definitely not reflecting on this. I took Lucia to the shadows and comforted her. Lucia's face was bright red and she was shaking. Okay, calm down, it's just a coincidence. Coincidence? Does such a coincidence even exist? That's pretty funny, Lucia-chan. That's not funny at all. Hearing Liz's words, Lucia glared at me for some reason and stomped on the floor. Lucia, who used to be quiet and follow me closely, has become completely aggressive due to the influence of Citri and Liz. It's true, Lucia was bitter, but she doesn't mean any harm, I am sure. She doesn't mean any harm. She was 100% malicious. If she didn't had any malicious intent, that would be even worse. I wouldn't say something like that. You wouldn't say something like that. That's obvious. There's no need to say it now. Only the names are similar. Moreover, although Krahai is stronger than me, it is unlikely that Lucia is stronger than Lucia. If she were stronger than Lucia, she would have already had an alias. Yeah, that's right. Even in the past, Lucia wasn't that clingy. It's one thing for a child, but for an adult to act like that is a bit much. Hey. She wasn't like that back then. Hey, Lucia-chan, your clothes weren't that cute, though. Ooh. Lucia turned red and held her head. It's troublesome because if you just list the traits, she's exactly like Lucia. She doesn't seem to be very famous yet, but once she becomes more well-known, it's likely that people will compare them. Then Luke, who had been looking at Lucia with great interest, said, Hey, Cry, Lucia is fine, but do you have my fake one yet? What about mine? It's not a fake, then. Krahai, who had been looking at me from a distance, deftly passed through the crowd and approached me. He called out to Lucia, whose face was bright red, looking worried. Are you okay? You don't seem to be feeling well. I have a potion if you need it. No, it's fine. It's probably because of the crowd. He is strong, charismatic, and considerate. Realme has really high specs. I wish I could be like him. Lucia clung to Krahai's arm and let out a somewhat proud voice. Even if you say that, isn't she envious of me and Onii-chan's being lovey-dovey? It's no good. Lucia is going to explode like Liz would. I would like to talk a little more, but the chemistry between Lucia and Lucia is too bad. I hope I'll be able to ask Lucia to charge up my relics later when she's not in a bad mood. Sorry, but I am in a hurry. That's a shame. I was going to introduce my party, but I really wanted you to introduce me. I wanted to meet Smayet, who he mentioned earlier. Krahai looked around the crowd while still holding Lucia and let out a small sigh. Well, be careful. During the Supreme Warrior Festival, Cleet seems to be causing a stir. It seems that contestants of the Supreme Warrior Festival are particularly likely to be targeted. We should be careful. What are you talking about? There's no way Crybaby will be taken down by thieves, right? We've already taken action. Liz refutes Krahai's words. I wouldn't say I made a move, but I just threw it. Mr. Krahai stared at me with a meaningless smile on his face, but then he nodded sharply. I see. It seems like there are some circumstances. This is also some kind of fate if you don't mind. Could you let me help you too? What on earth is going on, Sora? What is the boss thinking? Everything is according to the will of the White Fox. Following my subordinate's report, I entered the building at the outskirts of the Cleet and found Sora Zaro, the fox god priestess, cooking in a white apron. There's not a trace of the mystical aura she had when wearing her priestly robes. The spacious kitchen is filled with ingredients and wooden boxes are stacked in the corner. By orders from the White Fox, we are making fried tofu. What are you talking about, fried tofu? What does fried tofu have to do with it? Only the White Fox knows everything. The Shrine Maiden's eyes were completely dead. What on earth is going on? I couldn't understand. The Fox is a secret organization, so the intention behind each command is rarely fully communicated to its members. Especially when Gaff's rank was low, he was used with little to no info at all, and yet he has never questioned his orders. This is because those orders were clearly sabotage missions. But the production of fried tofu? Are you going to put poison in them? I won't put any. I've been ordered to make them delicious. What is the boss planning to do? Think for yourself, Gaff Schenfelder. Does that mean you, Ray, rebelling against the White Fox? Sora scolds him with her index finger. The expression on her face was something Gaff had never seen before. Her face never changed under any circumstances, and now her cheeks were covered in cold sweat, and her voice was thick with excitement. And no, everything is according to the boss's will. If you say that, Gaff has no choice but to shut up. This is the first time I've heard of a base like this in Cleet, and the kitchen looks brand new. I don't think the Shrine Maiden has the ability to make a living, and there is no doubt that the organization is investing money into this. Then Sora asked with trepidation, By the way, Gaff, I am just asking this out of curiosity, but how did you find this place? Are you making fun of me? The eyes of the organization are everywhere. How come you're so sharp-eyed, yet no, never mind. Sora shakes her head widely and starts frying the drained tofu in a frying pan. Everything is in the will of White Fox. Look, Gaff, fried tofu is made from tofu. Tofu is commercially bought for now, but we LL probably end up making it from scratch. Everything is according to White Fox, so. Ouch. IV never cooked before. Why don't they hire people? Why would they let a shrine maiden who holds a special position in the organization do things like making fried tofu? It might be strange, but Gaff gave up thinking about it any further. If this is also an order from the boss, it probably has a noble purpose. As I watched Sora struggling, there was suddenly a knock on the entrance door. This is an Organization S hideout. There's no way any customers would come to the Organization S hideout. The door opened in front of Gaff, who readied himself with a natural movement. Sora, I have a small favor to ask you. My thoughts froze. The person who came in was a young man with black hair. However, that was not the reason why Gaff froze, because that voice belonged to that boss. Bo, SS. His eyes turned to Gaff. Sora, who was holding the frying pan, had a completely frozen expression on her face. The boss blinked a few times and opened his mouth as if nothing had happened. That's good. I had something for you. Boss, your mask, what happened to the mask? That's stupid. The Fox is a secret organization, and the boss hides his true identity. In fact, all the executives Gaff had met were also wearing masks. There aren't many people in the organization who know the real face of a boss who has many enemies. The boss looks puzzled for a moment at Gaff's question, then chuckles awkwardly. No, it's hot today and that mask is quite a nuisance. Please forgive me. I can wear it all the time. What are you? It looked so natural. He has an aloof attitude and does not have the slightest fear of betrayal from his subordinates. All the executives I've met so far have had the air of being strong, but the boss in front of me had that aura that is something else. Aside from Ponta, the boss introduced Tsuniko. That person is definitely the leader of the famous party, Torch Knights. They are a genuine fighting group that travels all over the place in pursuit of powerful monsters and bounties. The reddish-brown equipment is the party's symbol, and the leader, Tauka Kongain, is known as a true enemy who has crushed many of the Fox's lower organizations. She was wearing a fox mask, but that wasn't enough to fool Gaff's eyes. That showed the depth of the organization's boss. The Torch Knights are mercenaries who are motivated by money, but they know better than to side with a criminal organization, even for a fortune. Even if they were offered thousands of dollars, they would not join a criminal organization. She wears a fox mask and follows the boss directly. Tauka has a bounty in the organization, but that was probably a bluff. There is no doubt about the power the boss possesses. However, the boss's actions this time were unexpected. The young man walked past Gaff, exposing his back, and looked into the frying pan. It smells good. It's working. Yes. White Fox Sama. Everything will be done according to White Fox Sama's will. White Fox Sama. Sora straightens up, sweats profusely, and shouts in a raised voice. The boss examined the frying pan with serious eyes and frowned. It's no good, Sora, with fried tofu like this. Hee. You can take over the world. Gaff barely manages to stop himself from gasping at the shocking revelation. So they really plan to take over the world with fried tofu. How? I'm sorry, I'll make it again. No, it's fine. Let us take it slow. It's okay, everyone has trouble at first. Why, yes. I'd like to check, but there's no way I can. The boss's true identity is the organization's top secret. There is definitely a reason why the face of the boss, who has openly exposed his true face to this point, is still unknown. If he changes his attitude and becomes careless just cause he saw his true face, Gaff may be silenced. The boss took out his smartphone from his pocket and took a picture of the fried tofu, then turned to Gaff. Oh right, perfect timing about that. I brought reinforcements again. Well, I was planning on having them meet through Tsuniko, but there's no problem, right? As you wish, I kneel down on the spot. The boss's orders are absolute. I have no intention of betraying you in the first place. You don't have to be so formal. Hey, come in. The boss makes a light call. A group of people enters one by one from the entrance. The person who came in was not wearing a mask. A black-haired young man with a sophisticated aura and a female magician. A pink-blonde thief and a red-haired swordsman. All of them have the unique atmosphere of those who have absorbed mana materials. I reflexively explore the database of strong people in my head, and Gaff gasped. The red-haired swordsman looks around the room, narrowing his eyes that shine like a well-forged sword. So who is the person I am going to kill? Is that the woman over there? Greiving. Souls, there is no doubt. Gaff's head contains information about powerful people from all over the world across the ages. Stifled Shadow, Thousand Swords, and Avatar of Creation. And the black-haired young man in front of me was the same man who faced the boss in the same town where he got the key of the earth. He must be the famous Thousand Tricks. By any chance, did you know them? Why, yes, of course. I can believe it. Impossible. However, even though I blinked a few times, the reality in front of me did not change. Greiving Souls is the party that the organization is most wary of. In fact, several subordinate organizations have been crushed, and it is said that this party was the one that crushed Fox's rival, the Snake. In particular, Thousand Tricks was an opponent who interfered with the strategy to capture the relic. There is absolutely no way they are on our side, but here common sense no longer applies. To deceive the enemy, first start with your allies. To what extent was it a bluff? Was it the order of the organization that crushed the Snake? What's the matter with Telm? Could it be that he betrayed and was purged? What about Ketchikchaka? Various speculations swirl in my mind. I don't know. It's such a perfect cover-up. However, if these members are on our side, we can do anything. Even the Explorers Association would never think that the Greiving Souls are traitors. And what on earth is the boss planning to do with all these members? The boss smiles at Gaff, who can stop shivering. Then he said something even more incredible. Then I'll ask you to take care of them. Ah, yes. If things go well, I'll give you that mask. When Mr. Gaff heard my words, he looked dazed from beginning to end. It seems like he really wanted a rare mask. Luke, Liz, and Krahai follow Mr. Gaff, who seems to be dreaming. The only ones left were Lucia, who was acting as an escort, and Sora was moving the frying pan intently as if she were escaping reality. But when the fried tofu was fried, she finally turned off the heat and approached. If you look closely, you can see that her face is pale. W, what are you thinking? Giving away that sacred mask? Because I don't need it. Seriously. Are you planning on betraying me after going this far? It bothers me even if you say something like that. After all, that is just a memento for me. It's better if someone who understands its value owns it. A feud with the real White Fox due to the handing over. I don't know about that. The reason why the situation became so confusing in the first place is the system of the Fox Mask Fan Club, tentative name. I don't want people to think it's my fault just cause I happen to have the same mask. And it was Sora who rejected my proposal to apologize honestly. Well, I don't mind apologizing if you can get away with it. Lucia, who was looking at Sora with her arms crossed and a displeased expression as usual, let out a small sigh. Leader, what did you do this time? Nothing yet. And from now on, what are you planning to do from now on? Dear White Fox, you are a god, a god. Yellen, Soratino would be proud of you. You are a fellow cultist now. She's saying something tea-like, but Lucia's face did not change even when she saw Sora holding her head and screaming like a child. She has always been in the middle of trouble, so she is completely used to it. I am not bragging, but I am second to none when it comes to finding myself in situations I don't really understand, and Lucia has seen it up close. Sora pointed firmly at me. IV decided. If White Fox says so, I'll bring the other shrine maidens to our side. Yeah, isn't it? If it comes to this, I'll drag everyone down with me. I won't let you escape. I won't let you escape with something like passing down the mask. No matter what anyone says, you are the real deal. I followed the teachings properly. So the one at fault is this world. Religion is scary. Even though you should know it's your fault, the way you lie about it is crazy. Wait, is she really a shrine maiden? She's completely different from the shrine maiden I know. Is it okay? It's your fault. And it's not my fault. How can I calm the situation down? Please watch, White Fox Sama. This Sorazoro will increase your faction. At your command, we will all fry tofu. Well, it can be undone. Was this drop fox mask cursed after all? Just as I was thinking about this, the door opened quietly without making a single sound. What? Huh. Sora froze and Lucia looked dazed. My thoughts freeze. The person who entered the room without making any footsteps was the little sister fox who was supposed to have left her at Toizant. TLN. Imato Kitsune is back. She looked around the room, took a look at me, Sora, and Lucia, then without saying anything, she walked right by to the kitchen and looked into the frying pan that was on the fire. Without any hesitation, put her finger in, picked up the half-burnt fried tofu, and quietly said as she ate it, It too burnt, 80 points. Ah, I guess she came because I sent her a photo with mail. Even though she a phantom, she is way too quick on her feet. After spending a sleepless night worrying, Sora finally chose to take pride in being a fox god priestess. Originally, the fox god's shrine maiden served the fox god and those recognized by the fox god. Until now, that has only been the boss of the organization, but it makes more sense to serve the person who directly owns the mask than the person who inherited the mask through inheritance. One moment, the new white fox seemed to have deceived Sora, and the next, they flipped the script and tried to negotiate with the boss. The new white fox was a truly terrifying opponent to be able to manipulate Sora, who had trained herself to remain calm at all times to this extent. However, even so, I really didn't think that the new white fox would be able to defeat the boss. I don't know what kind of discussion they plan to have, but the organization will not allow any information to be leaked. It was impossible for them to release the 1,000 tricks that was trying to impersonate the boss. The new white fox takes a dim view of secret societies. Therefore, Sora had to take action now before the situation was exposed. Sora is a shrine maiden. She is a priestess who holds a special position. If it becomes known that she misjudged the boss, she will lose her position, but she still has power now. There are still things she can do. It is said that Sora's ancestors, who were once persecuted due to the different nature of the god they worshipped, had a chance encounter with their fox-faced boss at the time and decided to work together. Since then, the White Fox has been a guidepost for Sora and the Fox God Shrine Maidens. It is said that there are several people in the organization who have the mask of a white fox. However, now a new person has appeared who has been given a mask by the Fox God. Perhaps this is a turning point in history. She could not afford to misjudge whom to serve. No matter how terrible the consequences, even if it meant the annihilation of her entire clan, if it was the will of the god, then so be it. And that belief, that determination, easily fell apart the moment she saw the real thing. The moment she saw that, her brain refused to understand. It was definitely a real mask. Her heart definitely stopped for a moment. She can breathe and her whole body feels numb. She can take my eyes off the girl. The mask was real. A real mask, no different from the one worn by the white fox. However, the pressure she felt was incomparable to what the white fox was emitting. She understood it at a glance. God no, it's a monster. My hands and feet don't listen. The boss was in the shape of a girl wearing a white robe. Although her physique was smaller than Sora, she was definitely on a different level. It was stupid. Sora was stupid. I was ignorant. This is the real boss. If this inhuman presence is proof of the white fox, then the person who misjudged it was nothing but incompetent. This is what it means to be chosen by the fox god. And the new white fox Sama was, after all, a fake fox Sama. The real boss turned her gaze towards Sora. Though her appearance was the same, she felt nothing like a human. It wouldn't have been strange if she had been killed. A flash of her life ran through Sora's mind. The boss quietly looked around the room, checked Sora, Lucia, and the fake fox, then slowly walked towards Sora, who couldn't move a finger, and just passed by. She went straight to the kitchen, picked up some fried tofu from the frying pan, put it in her mouth, and said a few words. It's too burnt, 80 points. This time, a storm of confusion raged inside Sora's head. She couldn't understand the situation at all. She could grudgingly accept the real boss's sudden visit. After all, she had been expected to come eventually. But this doesn't exist. Next, the boss turned to Sora and said in a cold voice that chilled her soul, "It's not delicious. If you don't give me more delicious fried tofu, I'll attack you." What are you talking about, boss? Isn't this the same as fake fox? She has to respond, but my body doesn't move due to the pressure. However, unaware of Sora's feelings, the fake fox, who was supposed to be the most worried about this situation, said in an exasperated voice, "Huh, why did you come? Or rather, how did you get here? What happened to Toysant? I am tired of it. I've met their needs enough. That fried tofu, 85 points. You still love deep fried tofu. Your evaluation is too lenient. What is it? Friends? Are they friends? Are fake and real friends? Why, it was obvious that the two were not hostile. The current fake fox Sama isn't wearing a mask, but he must be acquainted with her since the conversation is going well. I don't like it anymore. I don't know what to believe. What should I do? What do you guys want to do?" The boss puffed out his chest, looked up at the fake fox, and said in an emotionless voice, "It's not delicious. It's different from what I heard. If you don tea give me more delicious fried tofu, I'll attack you. The fake fox retorted with a grin. Are you sure? We're going to create a fox-branded Inari sushi bento company and conquer the world. Yes, you Ray trying to nip the future of fried tofu in the bud. The person in charge is Sora over there. The boss freezes at those words. What? Yeah. Did that plan really have any meaning? I thought she was being toyed with and being told random things. The reason why she followed her for the time being was because Sora was a shrine maiden, and her will did not intervene there. Khufu, the boss suddenly vomits blood in front of Sora, who feels as if she's in a nightmare. Sora felt something inside her crumble with a sound. For Murina, the days since she was entrusted to 1,000 tricks could be described as turbulent. Training in the treasure vault was hell. And even after being taken to Kleetnot, a single day was peaceful. In the name of a mock battle, she was beaten by stifled shadow, slashed by 1,000 swords, had her blood drained, and was forced to fight monsters. She was yelled at and asked if she was willing to do anything, and she was called out on a perfunctory basis, and even forced to do chores. She was thrown out of a window, insulted and told that she had no talent, and had water poured on her every time she lost consciousness. All members of the royal family of Zebrudia are educated to lead others, but no one has ever been forced to undergo such extreme training. The 2 bodyguards and attendants protested at first, but eventually they realized that they would not be listened to and gave up. She can hold a grudge against them, since Murina has also given up on protesting. For grieving souls, on whom even the majesty of the royal family had no effect, Murina was just a target for a request. Since the request was for training, she wasn't dead yet, but if it had been assassination, she would have been dead long ago. And by the time Murina noticed it, she had become stronger. Due to the mana materials and hellish training, Murina now has a power that is far beyond what she used to be. Physical strength and stamina are one thing, but above all, she had learned what it meant to fight with everything she had to survive. She no longer have the nightmares she used to have when she was suffering from bad luck. She can afford to dream, and she can afford to be worried. Currently, Murina can use attack magic and divine magic. Originally, it was said that it would be extremely difficult to balance these 2 things, but it seemed that training with the will to die in the treasure vault is really effective. It is known that mana materials give growth according to the person's will. But it is logical that if you seek all the skills to the death, you will get them all. Maybe if she asks for good luck from mana materials, her bad luck will disappear. She feel like that's the case, but that's no good. Fate is something you decide, and if you only seek peace and protection, you will die. What she most needed was spirit. If you live, you die. Murina learned that a body that cannot move due to pain or fatigue can start moving depending on mental strength. By the way, once it stops, it can no longer move. Then, for the first time in a while, Murina changed into a dress and met her father. Murina, welcome back. It's good to see you, Ray, doing well. Yes, father. Up until now, Murina had been reluctant to look people in the eye and have conversations, or to appear in front of adults. It's different now. Going out in front of adults is nothing compared to being suspended in the air by a phantom of a plant. Karen and Cindy also worked hard to take care of Murina. She seemed to have put a lot of effort into their training, which is what I felt after she finished training at the treasure vault, but her demeanor is different. Your words are too kind, Your Majesty. However, we haven't done anything. It's all because of Lady Murina's efforts. That man's training was of a different quality than that of the Zero Knights, and it was more gritty. Gritty didn't even begin to describe it. Recently, it was manageable, but during the treasure vault training, she had literally been forced to eat dirt. You should also thank Lord France. He was using his relic and trying to take your place as if he was guarding her. I stopped him because it wouldn't be training. I don't know what that man has done. But I seem to have unfounded worries. You looked terrible when you returned to the imperial capital, but this time she seems to have been well trained. I see. Thank you, Sir France. That's right. Unlike last time when I had no sleep or rest, this time I was at least allowed to sleep. Being dragged around the city by the stifled shadow, and others in the name of training became a pastime by sightseeing. Did you overcome your bad luck? Yes. Accidental accidents and bandits are nothing compared to being tormented by grieving souls and the phantom. That man, what on earth has he done to you, Your Highness? Why was I worrying about a small misfortune? Murina now knows firsthand how much resilience a human life has. If you keep your head down, you won't be able to avoid attacks from the front. Then, she confirmed something that she had been secretly bothered about. Father, let me ask you a question. 1,000 Tricks said that he would send me to the Supreme Warrior Festival. Is that true? What are you talking about? Indeed, when I requested Murina S training, I offered the right to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival as a reward. That S true. That man said he would train to the level of participating in the Supreme Warrior Festival. But Your Highness, the Supreme Warrior Festival isn't that kind of tournament. It's a dangerous tournament with little competitiveness that resulted in many deaths. That's right? Roderick and France looked at Murina in shock as a casual comment came out. However, Murina felt like she wanted to start dancing any moment now that her recent anxiety had been dispelled. Although she has become much stronger than in the past, she is still not at the level of the Supreme Warrior Festival. She has heard that the 1,000 trials are tough, but she has also heard that if you work hard and are willing to put your life online, you can overcome it. At the Supreme Warrior Festival, you usually die. Well, Murina, has Cryandry made any strange moves? In response to the sudden question, Murina straightened up and spoke firmly. Yes, Father, the 1,000 Tricks only acts strangely. I see. 1,000 Tricks is a mess even from Murina's eyes. He often disappeared without explanation, and it was impossible to tell what he was up to. Even Father would never have expected that she would have been forced to wear a raccoon mask and introduced to other people wearing fox masks as Ponta. I'll definitely talk about it to Eclair the next time I see her. I guess he's working on the Fox's case after all. I think it started when he asked for the right to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival. That man has a previous conviction for acting strangely and taking advantage of counter cascade. It's infuriating how he's called a divine strategist. I am not sure where they got the information before us, but I am sure. Fox Mask fan club. Feeling a throbbing pain in the back of her brain, Murina immediately held her head. She wondered what it is her head hurts. She felt nauseous due to the bad feeling, but she managed to hold it in. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, Father. Just a little longer, the training will be over in a little while. Then Murina can return to the castle with a strong hand. It would be a good idea to receive instruction from a proper teacher when she return. It would be good to go outside too. So, have you finished all your training? Murina, the Supreme Warrior Festival will be held soon though. Upon hearing her father's words, Murina looked into his eyes and clearly shook her head. No, Father, I am still only halfway through my training of 1,000 Tricks. I see. It looks like you want to continue. She has undergone hellish training up until now, and Murina's petty pride will not allow her to give up here. I don't know how intense the actual combat training provided by 1,000 Tricks is, but it is like a graduation exam for Murina. Once this is done, she can return to the castle with pride. In response to Murina's reply, her father smiled carefreely for the first time in a while and said, "It seems like you've become stronger without even realizing it. So what kind of training has 1,000 Tricks given you?" "Yes, Father, I am going to find the thieves and cut them down," Murina answered with a big smile. The cost of doing something half-heartedly always comes to bite you suddenly. When I returned to the inn after my encounter and persuasion with little sister Fox, my two pursuers were waiting in the conversation space on the first floor of the inn, looking like ordinary people. However, as expected, they were the former war demon and abyssal inferno. There is no way to hide their intimidating aura. The fire grandma glared at me with googly eyes. "You've finally come, kid." "Oh, hey, did you wait for long?" "I waited for 5 hours." Huh. Maybe you have too much free time. Can't you do something about Leader's habit of saying unnecessary things? Mr. Gark looked at me as if he were looking at a criminal. There wasn't that much of a change in the old woman's expression, but I know that this old woman is an arsonist who sets the surroundings on fire depending on her mood. There's a part of her that thinks it doesn't matter what you do as long as no one dies, and even if you kill something, it's fine as long as nothing remains. Can Lucia alone compete against the two? Of course they wouldn't do anything inside the inn, right? My stomach, head, and heart hurt somehow. My body is heavy. I feel like I am going to puke. Cuckoo, cry, it seems like it's the same as always, isn't it? Why did you come to the Supreme Warrior Festival without saying anything and ignoring the discussion? I think you'll understand even if I don't say it. Understand my ass. Don't lump me in with you, you idiot. Garksan yells at the forced excuse. What about Kaina? Where is Kaina? Abyssal Inferno tilted the teacup with an elegant motion and said in a hoarse voice, Well, it's fine. We have no intention of interfering with the Supreme Warrior Festival. It's a blood-filled festival, and I used to compete to the fullest with my strength. I've heard, Abyssal Inferno. Ever since you blew up the barrier with Widaria annihilation magic, you've been banned from participating. Lucia, who was standing behind me, said calmly, This old lady Dosen T have a limiter. Really, my Liz and Luke are still better. My Liz and Luke Dawn T have area attacks. The old lady looked at Lucia, but then quickly returned her gaze to me. This old lady is a little soft on Lucia, perhaps because she is also a magi. Well, Lucia has been popular ever when she was in our hometown. Well, it's fine. I'll forgive you for leaving me alone. I didn't come to bother you today either. We don't have that much free time either. Kukuku also we owe you one. It's nice of you to forgive me. But why don't I always have the right to veto your meetings? But no matter what, even if I run away, they will chase me. It might be better to have a meeting when Lucia is there. Let us settle this matter once and for all, I said hard-boiled. There's a lot going on here too, so it's about the fox. You idiot Don T mentioned that name in a place like this. You can't know where their ears are. That's troublesome. First of all, what is the fox? At this point, I realized that I didn't really understand the important points. I was planning to ask him, but since it was something unpleasant, so I kept putting it off. I know that it's a crazy organization that aims to assassinate the Emperor, and I also know that Telm and the others are its minions. But I've been involved with a lot of secret organizations and criminal organizations, and there are too many of them, so I don't really understand how dangerous they are. Or rather, foxes are popular these days, with fan clubs and treasure vaults. How many organizations are there? Please make it more understandable. Just go find them and burn them down or something. What do they expect me to do? I know. Even if I don't like it, you Ray still asking me to help you, right? Mr. Gark and the old lady probably don't have enough supporters to help them, so I'll lend them ansem. Please return him immediately. I am sorry, but the only foxes here are the fox mask enthusiast and the gourmet. What did you say? What are you talking about, leader? Lucia, which side are you on? At that, Abyssal Inferno sighs deeply. I am not here to engage in silly jokes. In this case, it seems like you were the first to make the move, and I am pretty reasonable, too. I'll let you make the decisions this time. 1,000 tricks. I am not really good at thinking to begin with. I don't know how you got the information before me or the Empire, but we also have a face. Do you understand? Cry. Yeah, that's right. What are you talking about, this old lady and old man? What is this case they are referring to? I looked back at Lucia, but the cool younger sister just shrugged her shoulders. If it was Citri, she might have explained it to me. I don't know what you Ray talking about, and I am not trying to save face or make the first move, so I just say do whatever you want. As long as you don't cause any trouble to me. Do as you like. I've already done everything I needed to do. Mr. Gark frowns and leans closer to me as I try to make things worse. So, you must be fully aware that they have obtained weapons and are trying to do something in this town, right? You Ray so persistent. There's nothing more I can say. Yeah, that's right. I feel like I just heard words that I shouldn't ignore. By the time I blinked, Mr. Gark had clicked his tongue loudly and regained his stance. Damn, Cry, where did you get the information from? Even though we've been searching them for years, we haven't been able to get any, and only recently have we finally gotten some pieces of information. Eva. Sorry, Eva. My mouth is acting on its own. But it's troublesome even if you ask me questions. I am really sorry. No matter how good her information network is there's no way the information we've spent so many years finally getting can be so easily obtained. Sorry, I actually have something to do. Is this okay? I have a lot of things to do. Damn it. I am sorry, but I'll run away before I get beaten up. I've noticed recently that these people don't seem to pursue me as hard when I say I have something to do. I said I had done everything I was supposed to do earlier, but I changed my words before his tongue was dry. But he didn't seem to care. Could this be my rumored divine plan? Just as I stood up, I suddenly heard the sound of something evaporating right in front of me. Abyssal Inferno was pointing its bony fingers towards me. The fingertips flickered several times. The flashes of light evaporated several centimeters in front of my eyes. It wasn't a reaction from the safe ring, so Lucia must have defended myself. Abyssal Inferno blew into the smoke rising from her fingertips and stood up. Her spine is so straight that you can believe she's old. She's also a little taller than me, and I heard that when she was younger, she was often mistaken for a noble spirit. Our eyes met. Small eyes blazing with fire stared down at me. Her dry lips showed a deep monster-like smile, and she said in a hoarse voice, "This time I'll adjust to you. However, this is a festival. When the time comes, give me a signal, 1,000 tricks. I've come this far by beating my old bones. There's also term S retribution. Is that okay?" "Ah, yes." There was passion in that voice. There was a power in that voice that made no difference. Her eyes were shining just like Liz's. This person must be old enough, but when will she retire? Tusk, hey, cry, do your best at Supreme Warrior Festival. If a winner comes from our branch, I'll be proud too. Mr. Gark clicks his tongue and chases after the old woman who quickly leaves. She asks like a stormy old woman. What an insolent person. Mr. Gark was a complete accessory. Since when do regular hunters talk about revenge? As for me, I just pray that Lucia Dosen end up like that. Leader, what is your business? After seeing Garksan and the others off, there was silence for a while, and then Lucia asked in a cold voice, "Of course. That S, Master Lucia One-san, I'm here to support you." "Hey, cry, I am here." At that moment, members wearing the first steps, Symbol Tino, Sven, and others entered from the entrance. The opening ceremony of the Supreme Warrior Festival is coming soon, so they must have come to support us. Lucia blinks, wrinkles her forehead, and looks at me with an amazed expression. "Ah, you Ray welcome, of course that's it. Well, it wasn't my intention, but I welcomed my friends who came at the right time with a smile. So how's the pressure? People from Zebrudia are away here. Don't worry. Do you think Liz and Luke would care about that? They Ray so energetic that it's a problem." I answered Sven's words with a shrug. Sven still looked very cheerful. Even though he always makes a disgusted face when I ask for help, he always comes to support me, and I can feel my bond with him. "No, what about you? Sven, there's no way the master will succumb to pressure." Tino declares on his behalf. Then I took another look at the spacious lobby and looked at Lucia, who was standing next to me as an escort. "Master, I withdrew all my savings to bet on Master. Come to think of it, I guess there will be gambling as well." I couldn't help but laugh at Tino's joke. "Ahahaha, thank you. I guess I'll try a little harder this time too." "Well, there's no way you could bet on me when I am not participating." "Yes, please do your best. I'll learning from you." Tino looks up at me with sparkling eyes. Good job, please watch and learn from Liz and the others." What the heck is this crowd? I am sick of it. "IV worked so hard to come and support you, and I won forgive you if you lose." "Only accepting victory, huh?" Is Kreese also excited? "When I am surrounded by friends I haven't seen in a while, Eva finally comes over. Although she may have been leading the clan members, there was not a single glimmer in her wise eyes that peeked through her slim glasses. "Master, what happened to Princess Murina?" Everything's fine, I guess. I did what I could." "I see. Is there anything we can do?" "Ah, thank you. If I need anything, I'll let you know." Even though they have similar proposals, why do Abyssal Inferno and Eva have such different impressions? As I was feeling soothed, Sven, who was checking around the area, said in a relaxed manner, "Is it just Lucia? What happened to Luke and the others?" "Luke-san and the others are on a different matter. I have to take care of the leader." "No, well, we might be attacked at the inn." "It's because you, Ray, doing something that could lead to an attack." Sven says with a dubious expression. "This is terrible reputational damage." When I looked at Tino, she quickly averted her gaze. "No, that's not true. I assure you I didn't do anything. Attacks happen even if I don't do anything." Hea Lucia let out a deep sigh. She must know that I am harmless to humans and animals, so she must be sighing in resignation at the fact that I am experiencing misfortune just by being there. However, it's okay this time. There's the Fox Mask fan club, and there's Tauka and the others. The little sister Fox, who is supposed to be abandoned in the desert, has arrived, but she is obsessed with fried tofu. So I decided to share a special story to change the atmosphere. That's right, Sven. Actually, the real me is here in this town. Huh. Well, they say there are 3 people in the world who look just like yourself, right? The moment I met him, I became a fan. What's more, even his friends look exactly like us. Brother, Don, say something like that. Lucia's face turns red and she denies it. True, Lucia is better. Sure, the other one might be more lovey-dovey, but Lucia's stronger. The other one doesn't even have a title, and Lucia's way prettier. She might not be as affectionate, but she's got a good punch. Ha, foo. Wow, Luciani-sama, your face is bright red. I looked at Lucia, who was clenching her fists and trembling as if she was enduring something. Of course, there may be some favoritism as an older brother, but in the sister game, my Lucia wins. Anyway, I hope Sven comes to meet him too. If you tell him that you heard about him from me, he'll be happy to give you an autograph, I am sure. And while you're at it, check out the rest of his team too. Master, why are you so overjoyed? Tino said with a shocked expression, but I am sure Tino would burst out laughing if she met someone who looked exactly like her. Come to think of it, there was no one who looked exactly like Tino. Well, everything is ready. All my worries were resolved. Now all that is left to do is wait for the Supreme Warrior Festival to begin. Jai this is definitely real. Sven, it's rude to laugh so much. What is going on here? The cool, self-proclaimed Protean sortie, couldn't he hide his confusion at the unexpected development? Next to him, Zuri, who calls herself the Eiffel Shadow, is similarly confused. In addition to being a genius who reached level 8 at a young age, 1,000 Tricks is also the clan master of First Steps, a large and famous clan. And the group that suddenly arrived were members of that clan. Kul Sekul is the brain of the party. When forming Freaking Souls, we thoroughly researched information about grieving souls. A tall man stood in the lead. The hunter equipped with black and gold equipment is none other than Sven Anger, known with his alias as the Storm Strike. For a treasure hunter, a name is a matter of pride. The act of calling oneself an alias that looked exactly the same to another is as close to gray as possible, and if the other person was a short-tempered hunter, it wouldn't be strange to be killed. But what about this reaction? In front of a man who is posing as the clan master, although Krahai is not posing him, he does not get angry and claps his hands happily. Real? What are you talking about? I am definitely real. As expected of you, big brother, you look so cool. It's so cool. It's more real than the real thing, Krahai declares confidently. There was certainly an air of heroism in his appearance that only a real idiot could bring out. Seeing this attitude, Lusha, who is infatuated with Krahai even though she knows that he is a fake, lets out a yellow voice and hugs him in his arms. The thief girl wearing a red ribbon who was standing next to Sven quickly averted her gaze. Poor Luciani-sama. Did you say something to me? I didn't say anything. A girl who is a thief hid behind Sven from the daredevil Lusha, who seems to have gotten involved with the real thing too. Krahai leisurely looks around the group with a confused look. So, who are you guys? It's obvious from your appearance that you no ordinary person. My eyes can be deceived. If I had to mention one weakness of Krahai, it would be that he seemed to be aware of his surrounding much. Krahai, who has been fighting solo for a long time, knows little about other hunters. I was surprised when I learned that he didn't know about 1,000 Tricks, or Grieving Souls. Krahai Andrihi is also his real name. There was also a family register, so it was a complete coincidence. But what exactly is the real thing thinking? When I heard that Krahai had met the real thing, I thought that our time had come. However, the real one seems to have overlooked Krahai rather than condemning him. It is said that he is proud of his ability to perform divine calculations. He may have realized that Krahai had no idea that he was deceiving him and decided to treat him leniently. If not, does that mean that all powerful people are eccentric like Krahai? Sven Anger made a serious face when he heard Krahai's words. We are members of the clan you created. Wait, really? Obviously not, you idiot. How could you have created a clan? It's true that talented hunters quickly become the talk of the town. Sometimes your reputation takes on a life of its own. Sometimes you get nicknames, a fan club, and even get a bounty, but it's impossible to become the master of a clan you didn't even create. However, Krahai looked down at the palm of his hands and muttered. Did I create a clan before I knew it? Yeah. Oh, big brother, that's amazing. Look, even Lusha is confused. Krahai has often been mistaken for the real Krahai Andri. He's used to being praised for achievements he don't remember doing, and he's even been misunderstood by the Exploration Association once. His real style and ability, which were actually real, dispelled any doubts. It's your fault that you think you real. Yes, a photo. Let us take a commemorative photo, Marietta, bring your camera. Sven, you playing too many pranks. Apparently, the real ones thought that Kul and the others were just a prank or a fan group. That's right. Krahai is smiling refreshingly, surrounded by members of a clan he Dosen T remember creating. He's a big idiot. That S when Sven saw Kuel, its sharp eyes, reminiscent of a bird of prey, took my breath away. Hey, you Ray Luke, right? We're S Citri. If it S Q tree, she S out now, she S an alchemist. I am sure she is selling fake potions for money by now. The ignorable is the worst. What about Ansem? It S no good, everything is revealed. It may also be known that Kuel moved Krahai to create a party. Kuel Sakwul answered as if he were a thief being interrogated. We are currently recruiting. Well done. I am sure the boss will be satisfied with this. At one of the bases owned by the nine-tailed shadow fox, Gaff nodded with satisfaction at his subordinate S report. His wild features are visibly tired from the recent turmoil, but his eyes are shining brightly. A special command given by the boss. Making friendly ally of multiple organizations, including hostile ones. I originally thought it would be troublesome, but the mission turned out to be more difficult than I imagined. To begin with, for the foxes, who advocate complete secrecy, gathering a large number of personnel goes against their principles. The secret is kept because it is done with a minimum number of people. The name of the fox has already spread throughout the underworld, but there were still many organizations that couldn't coexist with them due to their secretive nature. Not disclosing information about yourself is a sign of a lack of trust, and the larger the organization, the more difficult it is to form a cooperative relationship. The underworld has its own rules, but Gaff has done it. I used every possible means to contact the organization that the boss wanted. We used money, magnanimity, and power to negotiate. By contacting multiple organizations at the same time, the fox hinted that it would do something big and elicited concessions. It is a skill that even I can help but fall in love with. His thoroughness was such that he had secured cooperation from almost all the criminal organizations, to the point that the bloody incidents that usually occurred in Crete during this time of year had almost completely ceased. It can be said that the underworld of this city is now all under the influence of foxes. With this many personnel, no matter how big the boss's plan is, they will be able to carry it out without any problems. And they have also the powerful team directly under the boss's order. I haven't heard his true identity, but since he doesn't hide it, I already have a guess. Greiving Souls and Torch Knights. A troop made up of active high-level hunters is a trump card. The boss's unit is on the surface, and the members appeased by Gaff are on the shadow. This structure, which can be used to attack from the front and back, is truly a masterpiece. The boss said that if this operation was successful, he would transfer the mask to Gaff. It couldn't be a lie. With the best plan of his life, Gaff will become one of the top members of the organization. What a dreary place. I smell blood. It's exciting. So which one should I cut? Isn't it a wonderful place? I like it. No matter what you do, no one will find out. The boss's direct subordinates, wearing random fox masks, entered the room, speaking as they pleased. Though their tones were light, each of them radiated an intense aura of someone who has absorbed vast amount of mana material. Finally, the 1,000 Tricks, who for some reason wore an Oni mask instead of a fox one, and Ponta entered and the door closed. Interesting. I never expected a place like this to exist in Cleet. My blood boils. I wish there was a battlefield suitable for this 1,000-fold theurgics. This guy. He doesn't have any intention of hiding his name. Is this level 8 really that stupid? Please bear with the crampedness. There aren't many places where you can gather a lot of people. No, don't worry about it. By the way, what kind of relationship do you have with that person? The robed woman wearing a crying fox mask who was standing at the front asked. Her tone is gentle, but the eyes visible through her empty eye holes are not smiling. Shit, the boss didn't give any details. I had only vaguely noticed him, but it seems that they are quite a tricky individuals. Gaff clears his throat. I've been entrusted with this operation by the boss, 7 Tails, Gaff Schenfelder. Of course, I don't have any command authority to those directly under the boss. You can give priority to your own operations. 7 Tails, I see, I understand. I am Jutli, the boss's wife. What? Don't say something strange when the person in question isn't around. Ooch! Stifled shadow hits her head vigorously. Ponta trembles in shock. I thought my heart was going to stop, but it seems like it was just a joke. Waiting for Jutli to look up, Gaff took a deep breath and continued. There's a large space underground. Given the number of organizations involved, we can gather everyone, but we summon the key members. They agreed to follow our instructions, but to ensure smooth command, let us have them show their faces. Accidents are an inherent part of being a treasure hunter. The treasure vault, which is a recreation of past memories, is a demonic realm where anything can happen. Hunters who risk their lives to explore them naturally acquire a spirit that is unfazed no matter what happens. Among these hunters, Greiving souls was particularly accustomed to unusual situations. The divine strategy that no one can understand is the same for us, his childhood friends. The lack of prior information is a given, and the spirit of challenging the unknown cultivated in such environments is one of the secrets to the strength of her party members. Following Gaff Schenfelder down the long stairs to the basement, there are 6 members: Citri, Luke, Liz, Murina, Tauka, and Krahai. There was no conversation, only dry footsteps echoing. However, Citri, who was leading the way, had a vague idea. Isn't there anyone who understands this situation? It's natural for Citri and Krahai, who were suddenly dispatched, to do so, but Tauka and Princess Murina probably don't have any information either. Citri's role in situations like this is to think. Her sister and Luke are more of a sensory type, and Lucia and her brother Aaron hear this time. Without showing any expression, she simply thinks. That's a pretty deep staircase. Could there really be such an underground space in Crete? Cry said that he requested an investigation into the whereabouts based on the list of organizations that Citri had uncovered. So when she was dispatched, she thought she was being asked to help out, but this was clearly not the case. In the first place, the location of a criminal organization is something that ordinary people cannot obtain. The man in front of me, Gaff Schenfelder, was clearly no ordinary man. A presence peculiar to those who have absorbed a considerable amount of mana material. His gait and body movements are those of someone with extensive combat experience and the fox mask that covers his face. The men who appear to be Gaff's subordinates also all wear fox masks with different designs. Cry had jokingly referred to them as the Fox Mask Fan Club, but Citri knew that her childhood friend had such a good sense of humor that he was given an alias such as Thousand Tricks. However, at the same time, that childhood friend is also a mischievous person who often teases and plays pranks on Citri. She don't know how many times she has been let down. Citri associates 2 things with fox masks. They are the illusionary phantom from Lost Inn and the clone created by Counter Cascade. The clone that Counter Cascade had created was wearing a fox mask. However, there is insufficient information to make a definitive conclusion. Even Citri, who had been involved in the Tower of Akasha for several years, knew little about the organization, Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. She don't even have a clue when she tried to reach out. That's what the organization was like. She had no doubts about the true identity of the Counter Cascade, and she couldn't even believe it when she found out that Cry had rolled its members in the palm of his hand. Although she seemed calm, 2 Citrus were currently fighting in her mind. The first Cry-loving Citri whispers that she wants to believe in Cry, and the second Cry-loving Citri that gives up, thinking that she is being made fun of again, and in her own opinion, the latter is dominant. Although it's impossible given the circumstances, since Cry sent Citri, there's a strong possibility that the Fox Mask Fan Club is really a Fox Mask Lover's club. I am a shell, I am a stone, I have nothing to do with joy or despair. Gaff stopped as she controlled the speed of his heartbeat with auto-suggestion. They have reached the bottom. Just to be clear, today is just a face-to-face meeting. Gaff opens the iron door. Cold, moldy air rushes in. Then Citri's heartbeat increased as she saw the scene unfolding before her eyes. The murmurs come in waves. Countless gazes pierced through Citri and the others. Luke, who usually was only interested in swords, widened his eyes, and Tauka clenched her fist for a moment. Waiting in the spacious room were countless armed people, but these were no ordinary people. A large man standing closest to the door glared at them. "Well, you Ray finally here. I am tired of waiting." "Mr. Fox, this treatment is a bit much, don't you think?" Gaff shrugs his shoulders at the encroaching gazes of curiosity, hostility, and affection. "I am sorry, but as you know, secrecy is our style. These people are from the list I have compiled." My sister, who understood the situation accurately in an instant, blinked and let out an exasperated sound. "Huh, seriously, is that for real? I thought it might be possible, but what kind of method did he use?" Huh, what going on? Do I just need to cut them down or something? At this point, there was no doubt. Citri felt the tension leave her body and her chest swelled with emotion. She wasn't being teased. The part of her that loved cry had been right. Her heart, which had been calm, suddenly started beating faster. I believed you, Mr. Cry. There are quite a lot of them. What kind of group are they? This is unexpected. It's a breach of the contract. What's going on? Cry was curiously checking his surroundings. The problem was Tauka. The Torch Knights always stand on the side of justice and hardly sell their integrity and innocence. Citri gently changed his position before the Tauka starts to go wild. Tauka-san. I'll double the amount. Those eyes were accusing Citri. Tauka was a money grubber, but she was also a stickler for principles. The fact that she didn't voice her objections was a mercy. She was reading the room. That was one of the things Citri liked about her. I'll give you 3 times as much. The boss is playful, but he doesn't do anything bad. You know that, right? Do you dislike conspiracies? The words were chosen in a way that didn't make her feel uncomfortable, and Tauka let out a small groan. Fine, you Ray the winner. Go ahead and praise yourself, Jutli. Aha, praise. That was the last thing on her mind. It was Citri who should be grateful. The Fox was the #1 organization she had wanted to establish connections with. When they had trapped Term in the treasure hall, she had been disappointed. But now, all her efforts felt rewarded. She wanted to hug Cry and express her gratitude immediately. I have secured cooperation from all the organizations on the requested list. Please tell the boss that I am fully prepared and can move at any time. Have you heard anything about command authority? Gaff says to Citri. His calm demeanor showed a strong sense of confidence. It must have been quite difficult to appease so many organizations. Yes, it's better than I expected, Mr. Gaff. I'll make sure to tell the boss. I understand. Citri now knew exactly what Cry was thinking. All of Cry's actions have meaning. Interpreting his intentions was Citri's specialty, her value. There are still some things that are unclear, but Citri never misjudges what needs to be done. Citri grabbed Ponta's shoulders, who had been shaking ever since she entered the room, and put her in front of Gaff and said, The command authority will be taken by Ponta, who has the highest extern rank in our company. Despite her appearance, her command ability is that of a genius. Huh? W8 what? Ponta's frantic voice echoed through the high ceiling. Citri silently encouraged Ponta. Command ability is the last thing we need to polish. Do your best. After the meeting was successfully completed and everyone dispersed. In a room devoid of outsiders, Gaff closed his eyes. The people in the room are Gaff's subordinates. The members are tied together by strong bonds, sometimes prioritizing Gaff over the organization. The meeting was completed safely. We can deploy people at any time if instructed to do so. But something doesn't sit right with me. There is an absolute hierarchical relationship in the organization. Orders from executives must be complied with at all costs, and even senior members cannot escape purge if they disobey. The organization is built on strict discipline. However, at the same time, there is also a tacit understanding within the organization. I was the one who gathered the people. Transferring command would mean handing over the credit. This is different from the usual organizational style. Gaff's question about command authority was just a matter of custom. Originally, command was given to Gaff, who assembled the members. Even if command is to be transferred, the reason should be notified. Above all, with the success of this operation, Gaff will become one of the bosses. It would be unnatural to hand over command of that operation. We can check with headquarters, but who is that woman named Ponta? It doesn't seem like she's from Greiving Souls. I looked around at the members and confirmed them, but everyone was shaking their heads. That woman lacks the aura characteristic of high-level hunters. The amount of mana material absorbed is also clearly inferior compared to other members. At first I thought she was a newcomer, but if Jutli's words are true, there must be some reason why she was chosen. Then one of my subordinates exclaimed as if he had just remembered something. Now that I think about it. IV received information from headquarters. Thousand Tricks is training the Princess of Zebrudia at the request of the Emperor. That's stupid. That's impossible. The princess was a sub-target of counter-cascade operation. Murina Atom Zebrudia, princess of the Zebrudia Empire. Although she is an important person, she is a princess with almost no presence within the Empire. She was also one of the targets counter-cascade Telm had failed to assassinate. They have the same physical characteristics. Hair color, height. They Don T have the same power, but she does have a high position. Does that mean that there is information that we have not been told yet? If you want to deceive your enemy, start with your allies. The mighty Zebrudia Empire is currently one of the Fox's greatest enemies. However, even strong organizations are vulnerable to attacks from within. A shiver runs up my spine at the feeling of being part of a huge conspiracy. Is it possible to have the princess on your side? Is it possible that the failure of the Counter Cascade mission was intentional? It is true that if the princess were under the Fox's control, even the rock-solid Zebrudia would be shaken. But that S2, the benefits of incorporating Zebrudia's royal family are immeasurable. And as for having her take command, it will be a perfect demonstration of the fact that the princess has joined the group. I had heard that the operation at the Supreme Warrior Festival would serve as a stepping stone to declaring war on the world. If the princess's betrayal were made known at the same time, an even bigger shock would shake the world. It could isolate the empire, and the new boss, Gaff Schenfelder, will be in charge. Interesting. This will be a turning point in history. It's a big job. The boss's strategy has not yet been revealed in its entirety. However, perhaps it means that if you can figure it out that much, you are not suitable to inherit the mask. Since it is possible to predict Ponta's true identity based on her external characteristics, it can be said that he is incompetent if he does not know. That's a scary story. Even Gaff, who is a relatively high-ranking member, had never heard of Grieving Souls or Torch Knights as allies. I didn't even know that the princess was an ally too. This was a trump card. Once revealed, it would lose its effectiveness. If used at the wrong time, years of effort would go to waste. There's no need to check with headquarters. ILL leave command to Ponto as ordered. Be ready to move at any time. We LL proceed with Plan A. It's almost time. The world will change. Gaff's lips curled into a faint, shadowy smile as he felt the anticipation. The subordinate who had been entrusted with exchanging information rushed in. Gaff, I got a call from headquarters. What happened to the things in Plan A? Gaff frowned at the unexpected contact. Plan A is based on certain items. It had been kept under strict control in the Empire's museum, and its capture was phase 1 of Plan A. We have already handed over the key of the Earth to the boss as planned. The information is delayed. The Fox, originating from an intelligence agency, prided itself on its information network. While delays of a few hours were understandable, delays of several days were unusual. Surely the boss hadn't forgotten to relay the information, had he? Chapter 4. The real boss it's different from what I imagined. It might be good for the princess, but a criminal who I can cut is not a criminal. Luke said while playing with the key of the Earth that I had left with him, looking bored. Well, I am really excited, but it's not really a test of my skills. WWW8, what exactly are you expecting me to do here? Luke looked bored. Liz seemed unsatisfied, like she hadn't gotten what she wanted. And Princess Murina was, as usual, her usual self. The reactions of the three who had just returned were all over the place, but apparently none of them were particularly pleased. Yeah, that's right. However, looking at the newspaper, it seems that the number of incidents involving Cleet is decreasing. It's all good if the results are good, but why are the number of attacks decreasing even though Luke and the others aren't moving? What I had planned was to relieve Luke's dissatisfaction while also launching a preemptive strike against the attackers. Was some kind of mysterious force at work here? Mr. Cry, I bought a cake that is popular. As I was frowning, Citri brought a tea set and a tray with a box on it. In complete contrast to Luke and the others, Citri was in a good mood, which was rare to see recently. Her expression remained the same as usual, but the sparkle in her eyes was different. As her childhood friend, I could tell. She was struggling to contain her emotions. Did anything good happen? No, nothing like let me pour your tea. Citri-chan fidgets as she pours tea for me. What really happened? She was always considerate, but it was rare for her to go as far as serving cake. In fact, she only ever brought it out when something was up, like it was her secret trump card. It was probably her way of signaling something. She quickly prepared a tea set in front of me, forgot to open the cake box, and went behind me. Just like that, she touches my neck with her cool hands. When I looked closely, I saw that Citri wasn't wearing her robe. Let me massage your shoulders. Despite saying she'd massage my shoulders, Citri wrapped her arms around me from the front and leaned in close. I could feel the pounding of her heart through her chest, pressed tightly against me. A feverish whisper tickled my ear. Mr. Cry, shall I lend you some money? While I was frozen in place, Citri finally got to the point. Give me the you-know-what. ULL give it to me, right? I believe you, right? I'd give her anything if I could, but this is terrifying. The fact that I have no idea what she's talking about is terrifying. Her hands slid over my body as she pressed her lips to the back of my ear. A shiver ran down my spine, whether from fear or pleasure, I couldn't tell. Hey, when did you get it? How did you get it? It S for me, right? What are you talking about? It S the you-know-what. Hey, ILL definitely use it with care. Give it to me. Hey, Mr. Cry, please. For Citri, who is actually quite shy to go this far. What S scary is that I have no idea what she S talking about. Did I get anything? It S also something that a rich Citri would want. Get away from him, Jutley. You Ray too excited. There, crash was a high-pitched sound. The vase thrown by Liz made a clean hit on Citri-S head. As Citri recoiled in shock, Ansem, who was behind her before she knew it, grabbed the scruff of Citri-S neck, lifted her up, and pulled her away. By the way, who is Jutley? Is it better than Citri? Hey, I am marrying Mr. Cry, let me go, big brother. Citri is regressing to an infantile age. ILL give it to you. If I can give you anything, ILL give it to you, so calm down. As Citri twisted while being suspended, Liz let out a mature sigh. If Lucia Chan hadn't removed it, I could have made it into a clink. Ansem nah, look at her. She need to cool down a bit. She is getting crazy from excitement. Umu. Opening the window, Ansem throws away his rampaging sister. Citri-S screams become distant. This is the 4th floor. Well, if you Ray a hunter, you LL be fine. But what happened to Citri? It doesn't T-work. Cry. No matter how many times I try, I can T-charge it. Luke held his head and screamed long after the sun had set. Even though Citri has finally come back to her senses, though she has been sending a lot of glances, and just as things were settling down, my noisy childhood friend had to stir things up again. What Luke stuck out towards me was the sword-shaped relic I had entrusted to him earlier, the Key of the Earth. Luke is a born swordsman. Although he is a swordsman, that doesn't mean he has 0 mana. He has tried my collection of sword-shaped relics. And unlike me, he doesn't rely on Lucia, so he has enough magical power to charge most sword-type relics. No, even if he didn't have it at that point, he can practice and get it. That was just the type of man called Luke Sickall was. It is extremely rare for Luke, who has an insatiable love for swords, to give up. He'd been complaining that the charging process wouldn't finish, but apparently it was worse than I thought. Taking the offered sword, I held it up to the light again, examining it. The key to the earth, the key to the earth. The straight blade, as if measured with a ruler, has a pattern and is mysterious. What kind of ability would require so much magical power that Luke would give up on it? Although it was not mentioned in the newspaper, the name represents the nature. Luke clenches his fist and shouts as if to make a declaration. Damn, I don't have enough training to be able to handle a sword satisfactorily, but I don't have anyone to cut down anymore. There he goes again, spouting nonsense, so I decided to play along with a dramatic line. No, this is a key. It's not a sword. Straightening my posture, I locked eyes with Luke and put on my most serious face, spouting complete nonsense with absolute confidence. Luke, do you know what the key requires? The answer is sometimes surprisingly simple. He is a top-notch swordsman and is better than me in almost every aspect except common sense, but I am better in knowledge of relics. Luke thought about it carefully and then said uncertainly, What do you need for the key? A keyhole. What I was about to say was said. I took a deep breath and made up my mind. In other words, this is, yes, it's the key to the door to the future. If it falls into the wrong hands, things will be dire. What is that? An evil hand? What is an evil hand? Well, you know, like, the enemies of the world. The world enemy, where is he? Is it okay to cut him down? Why do you look like you, Ray, having so much fun? That appropriate. I am just saying things that I think you like. Lucia, who was quietly reading a book, looked at me in shock. I'd be in trouble if I said too many random things and Luke got serious. How could I answer? I thought about it for a while and answered timidly. It's, a natural disaster or something. Natural disaster, huh? But the strongest swordsman can cut down even disasters. Luke's emotions were all over the place. Disappointed one second, fired up the next. The reason I got the relic was because of a misunderstanding. I'll have to return it before I go home. However, since I took the trouble to keep the relic, I would like to try it out at least once even if I return it. There's nothing to do until the Supreme Warrior Festival anyway. I let out a small yawn and silently placed the key of the earth in front of Lucia. The boss, the White Fox, is a terrifying person. That's what I've been taught for a long time. In class, in daily prayers, or in the lullabies sung to me as a child. Power, wisdom, luck, charisma, caution, and a cruelty comparable to that of a god. The organization, which originated from the intelligence agency of a now-defunct country, has grown through the generations thanks to the unique skills of its bosses. Fighting, dominating, coaxing, spreading roots across nations, quietly yet surely. The fox mask is just a symbol. The first mask that the boss brought back was a special item for Sora and the others who worshipped the fox god. The boss needed a flag to shake up the organization. And then, Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox was completed. The white fox mask given to him by God is the proof of a boss. Bosses are not hereditary. There is always fierce competition in organizations, and therefore the boss is the most powerful in the organization. The money, power, and technology an organization possesses make the boss the most powerful. It becomes a formidable presence that even high-level hunters who absorb mana materials can compete with. And yet, right now, Sora was being forced to endlessly make fried tofu by this very same terrifying boss. Hurry up and make the next one. Why yes, boss. I didn't understand what it meant. Words can't express this feeling of confusion anymore. Everything was unexpected. It was unexpected that the real and fake people knew each other, and it was also unexpected that the orders were the same. Who is the enemy? Who is the ally? What is right? And what should Sora do now? The boss had the appearance of a young girl. By some kind of providence, she was lazily observing Sora's skills while floating in the air. Sora moved her hands in front of her, dropping tofu into the oil. My heart is pounding like it's about to explode. I don't know what that means, but if I stop, I'll be killed. There was so much pressure in that gaze. Now that I think about it, fake Fox Sama was quite lenient. Although he gave orders to Sora, he did not force her to do so, and there was no sense of intimidation. But the real thing is different. The freshly fried tofu disappeared one after another into the white fox's mouth, never piling up. The white fox carefully licked the plate and glared at Sora. We can take over the world like this. Next, please come back, fake fox. What she's saying is exactly the same as the fake one, but this time the white fox is without a doubt the real thing. How can you take over the world with fried tofu? I am sure you heard from Mr. Caution. We make an inari sushi bento. Hey, are you kidding? Hurry up, next one. If you don't make it soon, I'll turn you into fried tofu. I can deny the possibility. There was a greatness in her voice that made me understand that she meant what she said. I can do this, I can keep up. In the end, who is to blame? In the first place, there is no way you can conquer the world with a bento. You're eating them all as soon as I make them, so not a single piece is left over. White Fox pulls out a sofa out of nowhere and starts fiddling with her smartphone while flapping her legs. There was zero sense of urgency. Quickly, don't look, make it. Boss, didn't you come here for a strategy? Sora has too little information about the operations in Cleat, but if the boss, busy as she was, had come personally, it had to be significant. There was no time to waste on frying tofu, or rather, no time to waste frying it. White Fox says with a straight face to Sora, who timidly confirms based on the few hints. I don't care about that, just make it. It's an important operation related to the future progress of the organization, right? Do better. This fried tofu is 83 points. It's no good. This person doesn't listen to me any more than the fake. She is certainly a terrifying person. How did this person grow the organization to this extent? Why on earth is it fried tofu? Why would you let Sora, a priestess, make it? How many should I make? Maybe this is a punishment. Sora, who was tricked into making fried tofu, is punished by being forced to make fried tofu forever. It truly is hell on earth. If you are going to execute me, I want you to do it with all your might. I couldn't understand why, and just as I was thinking about it, the door swung open and the culprit jumped in. Since he's not wearing a mask, he's not even a fox anymore, but that doesn't matter. Mr. Fake Fox, I've been waiting for you. What's going on? That's enough. I prefer the fake one. I don't like my boss who is such a fried tofu freak. A shrine maiden who smells oily is disqualified as a priestess. The fake fox had a goofy look on his face as Sora ran towards him. For the first time, I felt like I could respect fake fox. The battle between the true Fox Sama, who gives off an intimidating atmosphere that freezes the soul, and the always vague fake Fox Sama was decided with just one word. Mr. Caution, who has no sense of danger, is going against me. Making Sora fry tofu forever is just cruel. If you want to eat it so badly, fry it yourself. You were the one who made me fry it first, right? White Fox clapped her hand, pushed Sora away, took out some tofu from the ingredient box, and began frying it herself. Upon closer inspection, you can see a strong and supple tail extending from her buttocks. I feel like it wasn't there before, but does the boss not only have a mask but also a tail? Tiredness washed over me as her tail swayed. When the fake fox entered the room, he wiped his forehead and said with a pathetic smile, "Good, that's one problem solved. Why are you here?" "Well, I kept receiving mail of fried tofu that looked like food reviews." Apparently, the person that White Fox was communicating with on her smartphone was the fake fox. I mean, you guys are really good friends, guarantee you. What kind of relationship do you have? But when are you going home? When I get bored after the operation is over, I guess. But how should I explain this situation to Gaff? Just then, the sounding stone I had in my pocket began to tremble. All shrine maidens of the fox god receive their education at the head temple. Her teacher had a hotline in case something goes wrong. They were probably worried about Sora and contacted her. I had completely forgotten about its existence. I am not used to situations like this. Now is the time to gather all the power of the shrine maiden. I took a quick look at the white fox. While this was going on, the real and fake tofu were being fried side by side. But when did you become the boss? It's not delicious. White Fox says to the fake fox who frowns while licking the plate of fried tofu that he had fried. Sora secretly went to a corner of the room and activated the sounding stone. I reported the current situation to the head office. Normally, the information given to Sora is confidential and cannot be divulged to anyone else, but it is a different story when the other person is the same shrine maiden. Again. So the boss I thought was real is definitely a fake wearing a real mask. And even though I thought he was a fake, he seems to be friends with the real boss. And what more, the two of them are enthusiastic about making Inari Sushi Bento as an organization and expanding it nationwide. You don't understand what I'm saying? Then don't ask me, ask the boss. I can't take this anymore. As Sora whines, the teacher who was once in charge of Sora's education tells her to calm down. Sora, calm down. White Fox-sama should be heading that way now. But he's already here. He came and suddenly asked me to fry some fried tofu. No matter how much White Fox-sama's will is beyond human understanding, there is no way he would say such a foolish thing. White Fox's purpose is to destruction, and rebirth of the world. The purpose of the organization has not changed since its inception. Sora thought so too. I really did. But I was wrong. That's not how it is. I asked the White Fox, who turned back and stared at the frying pan with a serious expression. Lord White Fox, which is more important, fried tofu or the rebirth of the world? The answer was a single, cold word. She glanced at me and said, "Tofu. Hey, look, the fried tofu is more important after all. White Fox is in a bad mood because of you. Calm down, Sora, take a deep breath. There's no way White Fox would behave like that." No, this is divine revelation. The White Fox has decreed that we must unify the world through Inari Sushi Bento. Why don't you understand? The teacher says patiently to Sora, who cries with tears in her voice. Calm down, Sora. Okay, let me talk to the White Fox. I am also acquainted with White Fox. No way. There was no way I could hand the resonance stone to that terrifying White Fox. The way she looked at me was like I was garbage. If I let my guard down, I might really get fried. What happened? As I was wandering around, the fake fox noticed Sora's gaze. Apparently, fakes are more approachable than real ones. After all, Sora has no choice but to serve him. The real thing is too heavy for Sora. My superior wants to speak with the boss. Hey, it's a sounding stone. You have some nice items, although I have a better smartphone. The fake fox accepted the sounding stone in a friendly manner and pulled the ear of the White Fox, who was looking intently into the frying pan. Sora's heart almost stopped from the outrage. White Fox glares at the fake fox. At that moment, a murderous intent emanated from her body that almost made me faint. However, the fake fox remained smiling. I had vaguely noticed this from the beginning, but this person seemed to lack a sense of danger. Your subordinate says they've got a call for you. Here, I'll watch the frying pan. White Fox picks up the sounding stone with a clearly disgusted look on her face. The teacher's voice came from the stone. Mr. White Fox, it's been a long time. The unworthy disciple did something rude. So she was saying something strange, like conquering the world with deep-fried tofu or something. It is a straightforward question. White Fox sat down in the kitchen and crossed her legs. The thrown-out white tail shines faintly. Then, White Fox Sama cleared her throat and began to speak. It has been a long time, old man. You ray right. We have decided to destroy and rebuild the world by frying tofu. This is the fox god's will. The voice that came out of her mouth was different from the terrifying and listless voice she had heard before. It was the voice of a young man, quiet and strong with an inexplicable charm. The fake fox also rolled his eyes. He isn't looked at the frying pan at all. Mr. White Fox. However, that is far too divergent from the long-standing guidelines of the organization, and I have nothing else to say. For now, we will rebuild the organization to a form suitable for producing fried tofu. We will purge those who rebel. But the other White Foxes would, and no, I mean, what should we do? White Fox suddenly sees the frying pan and jumps out to the kitchen in a panic. Fry the fried tofu. Only the last line was in her normal voice. However, I wonder if the teacher, who was in a panic, noticed this. When she threw the sounding stone at Sora, the White Fox picked up the overcooked fried tofu from the frying pan with a sad look on her face. It's no good. The organization is over. Sensei must have understood that Sora wasn't at fault. In the end, White Fox stopped after the tofu that fake Fox had prepared ran out. By the way, the White Fox had devoured every last one as soon as it was done. Unlike Sora, who was thoroughly sick of the greasy smell, the White Fox actually looked a little disappointed. Apparently, she has eaten dozens of servings and still wasn't full. She said she would rule with an inari sushi bento, but clearly she just wanted to eat fried tofu. Unable to bear the silence, I spoke to the White Fox. The White Fox, you really like fried tofu, huh? Not really. Her tone was sharp. After eating that much, how could she? The sheer volume she'd consumed far exceeded her petite frame, yet her stomach was still as flat as ever. The White Fox fell silent again, just as Sora was wondering what to say next. The White Fox started to speak. If you don't give me some fried tofu within 10 seconds, I'll kill Y. So, what kind of relationship does White Fox Sama have with that fake fox with 1,000 tricks? It was dangerous. I've heard that bosses are scary people, but this White Fox is far too unpredictable. As she clutched her pounding chest, the White Fox cautiously spoke again, her tail glowing faintly. Mr. Caution is a consultant. I hired him to make our organization specialize in fried tofu production. This is an idiocy. In the first place, the reason why the secret organization should manufacture fried tofu is completely unknown. Are the other White Foxes aware of this? Or rather, who is Mr. Caution? Of course, the others are aware. Mr. Caution is a nickname for 1,000 tricks. That's what we call him. I couldn't help but widen my eyes at the pinpoint answer, as if my mind was being read. It's a scary story that even the other bosses knew about it. What on earth is happening to the organization? What has the organization become? They said they would take over the world with deep-fried tofu, but that's not what a secret society is about. As expected, even in this organization where absolute obedience is given to orders from above, there is no way the other members will obey at all costs. Well, the rules of this organization are decided by the top. But are you trying to say that secret societies aren't popular anymore? Sora may not have the right to know, but in the first place, what is destruction and rebirth using fried tofu? Thoughts with no answers are running around in my head. The White Fox said while shaking her shining tail. I decide the rules. Secret societies are not popular these days. You have no right to know about destruction and rebirth. I see. No room for argument, huh? As expected of the boss, she sees right through me. For some reason, the White Fox nods in satisfaction as Sora involuntarily trembles. However, White Fox, even though it is destroyed and regenerated by deep frying, it seems that no official orders have come from the headquarters. I wonder if the members of the organization will be confused. Same goes for Sora, but even Gaff, a fairly high-ranking member, didn't seem to know about the new policy. Even with all the secrecy, there must have never been anything like this before. Then the White Fox, for the first time, asked Sora a question. What do you think, Sora? Well, first, you should have used the boss's network to inform the subordinates. Even if it was urgent, this approach is way too unnatural. The Fox's chain of command is solid. If orders came through the proper channels, people might have been confused but would have accepted it. However, there is no way that White Fox does not know about this. The White Fox, wagging tail suddenly stopped. Then she asked in a small voice, "By the way, just to be sure, Sara, do you know my chain of command?" "And no, that S too much for a priestess like me. What is your intention? There S no way Sara would know about the boss chain of command." "I see." White Fox becomes silent as if thinking about something. At that moment, there was a frightening knock on the door. "Boss, are you there?" "Yeah, wait." It's Gaff S voice. This is Gaff S first time meeting this White Fox, and even he didn't realize that the fake fox is a fake. That has already been resolved, but if things continue like this, Sora S mistake will be exposed. "Mr. White Fox, he is the person in charge of this operation. What should we do?" "You can let him come in." Since permission was granted, I reluctantly unlocked the door. Looking back, Sora gasped. The person standing there was fake Fox, who certainly wasn't there until just now. The White Fox, who was talking to Sora just a few seconds ago, was nowhere to be seen, and the behavior of the fake Fox was different from usual. Although his height and face are the same, his expression is more dignified than usual, and the pressure radiating from his body is different. Gaff turned pale as he looked at fake Fox, which was completely different from before. This is, I just got back." The fake Fox nods like a hawk, sits down in the kitchen, crosses his legs, and speaks confidently. "Welcome back, Gaff. There's no need to say anything. The look on your face, it seems like you've completed my orders." "Ha, thank you, I am happy." As Gaff stiffened. Thousand Tricks twitched his eyebrows and smiled. "You think I'm different from before, Don T.U. My behavior up until now was just an act. I dared to show you such a pathetic appearance to test you. I've seen your loyalty to the organization." Gaff's expression stiffens at the overwhelming difference in presence, and then Sora noticed. A white tail was growing on the Thousand Tricks butt. I had a very bad feeling. The fake Fox grins and calls out to Gaff, who prostrates. "Don T be so frightened. I will keep my promise. I will give you this mask and the guidelines for the future." Guidelines? And then, the fake Fox Sama, interpreted by the White Fox, spoke with a confident voice that belied that of the fake. "Due to the circumstances, Plan A, which is currently being carried out, the attack on the Supreme Warrior Festival, and the operation to annihilate it, has been cancelled. Use all your resources to fry the tofu. Please inform your subordinates under you through your chain of command." A phantom is a memory of the past that is recreated by mana materials. Because they are not living things, they are freed from biological desires, and their individual habits are also based on history. And this is no different for the demon fox of the Lost Inn, who boasts unbelievable power for a phantom. She couldn't help but move. The phantom does not need food. Moreover, it's not like she's going to take that Mr. Caution's side. However, the habits deeply engraved in their existence make them yearn for the object called fried tofu. And for the little sister fox, competing in wits with people and pulling pranks on them is the very reason for her existence. "The White Fox, are you sure this is okay?" A woman dressed as a shrine maiden comes to ask the little sister fox, who is sitting in the kitchen. The little sister fox answered in a cold voice as she was asked this question for the umpteenth time. "It's okay. Everything is based on careful calculations. I thought about everything." "Why, yes. This is the boss's order." "The boss's order. I have no interest in human activities." The little sister fox is a phantom created as a follower of God. In other words, a god. God is tyrannical. God doesn't care about mere humans. The reason she followed Mr. Caution was the result of negotiations. No matter how many thousands of people die or whether the organization collapses, the little sister fox is still a fox. If someone was foolish enough to be deceived just because their mind was read a little or they were tricked, then that was their own fault. For example, Mr. Caution's case. That person. It's hard to believe that he doesn't think about anything productive. It was as if he was willingly letting himself be tricked. No wonder my mother lost. Surprisingly, such tactics are the most troublesome when it comes to comparing wits. Even the little sister fox doesn't know what to do. However, when she lived in the treasure vault, she rarely had the opportunity to trick a human. Her tail, which had slipped out without her realizing, wagged happily, until the sounding stone she had snatched from a priest suddenly vibrated. She received it, but she can hear a thing. As she tilted her head and looked at the stone for a while, she suddenly heard a voice. "Who are you?" She realized her mistake. Even the younger Fox sister's powers had limitations. She couldn't do everything, and some things were simply beyond her. Tricking distant targets was a weakness of hers. Especially this time, the opponent seemed to possess considerable mental defenses. She could barely read their mind. That voice carried power, enough to unsettle even a great and prideful spirit. Now, who should I be disguised as? Sora, Gaff, Sora's teacher. She don't care about the situation, but it doesn't mean she don't understand the situation. As she stroked her tail in thought, a brilliant idea struck her. Today she was sharp. The little sister Fox said in Mr. Caution's voice. Nice to meet you, boss. Well, nice to meet you might be strange. I've been watching you all along. I am the thousand tricks who has no sense of danger, and I'm your enemy. I spent all day at the inn. Somehow I was in great shape this time. I was attacked by cave people on vacation. And I ended up in Lost Inn as an escort, so it seems my luck has finally turned towards me. When I was picking at chocolate on the sofa, Citri quietly approached me and whispered to me. Hey, Mr. Cry, when do you think it LLB? What are you talking about? Although her excitement seems to have subsided after being launched through the window, she is still in a good mood. What on earth happened? Citri blushed and took my hand. Again, Mr. Cry, it's that. You know foxes. Actually, there are so many things I'd like to do if I could have the fox. About that. I don't remember anything at all, but I just nod. Lately, I've been having a lot of connections with foxes, but judging from the context, the foxes that Citri is talking about are probably from the fan club. By the way, what is the official name of that group? Well, that's fine. I put the chocolate in my mouth and said to Citri, I won tea give it to you. That. You ray kidding, right? Mostly it wasn't tea mine to begin with. Well, that was a lie. Did you lie to me, Mr. Cry? When I pulled it, I heard a gasping sound. Or rather, I don't remember saying I would give it to you. I've already done a lot of things. I count on my fingers. First, I forced the princess training to Liz and the others, right? Then I pushed Tauka, Liz, and Luke to help Mr. Gaff, right? After I pushed the little sister Fox on Sora, right? I made Sora fry a burrage, right? Even though it all happened spontaneously, it was too much. I hope they will forgive me by giving them one mask, but why is all this happening? Such a mystery. Me too. I wanted to do a lot of things too. I brought the chocolate I picked up to Citri's mouth as she pressed her chest against my shoulder and shook me back and forth as she whined. Citri shook her head left and right as if to say no. She's regressing to child again. Even though you want to do that, I didn't mean to do that. By the way, what is that you're talking about? Mr. Cry, you're awful, even though you owe me. I even bought out the kitchen to make fried tofu, you know. Ahahaha, Citri is so generous. What's the fun in making me cry? Citri is good at fake crying. No, really. Since long ago, I have suffered a lot from Citri lying and crying. Perhaps because she was the youngest of 3 siblings, Citri was quite good at navigating the world and being a spoiled person. She clung to me like deadweight, but given how light she was, her perfect figure, and the fact that she was holding back, it didn't hurt at all. If anything, I could be charged money for this. While I was playing with Citri, a shadow suddenly appeared in my field of vision. Before I could think about it, a dagger was thrust in front of me. It's Lucia. She glares at me with a bloodless face like a ghost, wondering what happened. I'm going through something like this. Hey, what's wrong? You seem unwell. Lucia-chan, I am negotiating with Mr. Cry right now, so don't disturb us. Citri is pleading with her teary eyes. Negotiation? Was I being negotiated? Lucia ignored Citri's words and said lazily, Hey, I managed to finish charging the key of the earth. It was the highest amount of magic power ever required. Luke-san wouldn't he be able to do it even in 10 years? What is this relic? Oh, thank you. That helped me. I just realized that the dagger pointed in front of me is a relic. Honestly, I thought I was going to be killed. I released Citri's restraints and immediately lifted the relic that Lucia had charged. Lucia's amount of magical power has surpassed even the noble spirits due to her many years of relic charging. I hadn't expected her to turn pale. After all, she could casually charge every barrier ring I owned without breaking a sweat. Power is proportional to the amount of charge. I wonder if it's as powerful as an aerial fortress float. Are you kidding? This is a sword-type relic. When I mentioned the relic that is said to use the most magical mana in this world, Lucia frowned and said in a trembling voice, Seems like she really pushed herself with the charging. Her face was deathly pale. I hadn't seen her like this in a long time. And right before the Supreme Warrior Festival, too. I'd gone and done something terrible. For now, I insert the key of the earth into my waist belt and make a proposal. You should get some sleep in bed. Come on, I'll take you there. Kaya. No, it's okay. I can go by myself. I stretched out my arms and lifted her on my back. My strength is on par with that of an average person, but Lucia was slender and light, so it wasn't a problem. She squealed for a bit, but once she realized I wasn't going to relent, she quieted down. Even someone as carefree as me wouldn't just exploit his little sister without a second thought. After tucking her into bed, I spoke to Lucia, who had fallen silent, perhaps embarrassed at being helped by her useless older brother. You know, you can act spoiled like Lucia if you want. Unlike her, we're actually siblings. What, I'm going to punch you? Well, if she got that asterisk clingy, even I'd be weirded out. Lucia crawled under the futon and spoke in rapid succession in a muffled voice. Why don't you stop talking nonsense and just go away? I am fine. I've just exhausted my magical power, so I'll probably grow on the contrary. Thank you, Nick-san, but I am sure there's still work left to do. I don't have anything else to do. I'll change my clothes before I go to bed, so go out. I thought I was able to do something like a big brother for the first time in a while, but it's still quite difficult. Now, how did I convince Citri? Unfortunately, Liz and Ansem aren't there either, so perhaps she has chosen a time when there are no natural enemies. She was careful. When I returned to the living room, Citri, who had been pretending to cry just a moment ago, was waiting for me with a somewhat suspicious smile on her face. Is Lucia-chan okay? It's the same as always. If she rests, she'll be fine. It's just her magic power running out. I don't want to ask for it now, but I could have let Citri prescribe a mana potion that restores magic power. That's great. Actually, I remembered it too. I have something special that I wanted to show to Mr. Cry. What? It's also comparable to the key of the earth. When you see this, Mr. Cry, you'll think it's okay to give me the fox. She seems very confident. Covering her mouth with her hand, Citri laughs. No matter what I do, I can give the Fox Mask fan club that Dosen belonged to me to Citri. In front of me, who wasn't expecting much, Citri clapped her hands twice. The door swings open. The person who rushed in was Citri's partner, Kill, who was still slender due to the effects of his previous mission. He was wearing the same boomerang pants and paper bag as usual, but he was also carrying a large bag on his back that seemed like it could fit a child. Unusually, Kill was short of breath. Is it actually a living thing? As I was thinking about this, Citri said this as if it were an excuse. I called for it to come right away. It was a little far away, so I called it. Don't push it too hard. Or rather, you brought it along. It wasn't tea in the carriage, so I guess it was at home this time. I had to transport the drinks and the Akasha Golem for the Supreme Warrior Festival, so I had to delegate. I asked Talia to help, but she couldn't handle it alone. Is this kid planning to use a chimera and a golem at the Supreme Warrior Festival? Is the festival going to turn into hell? Now, take a look. This is the latest research result, and it perfectly meets Mr. Cry's request. Now, after seeing this, can you really still say you won't give me a fox? Kill turns the bag over. The contents tumble out onto the carpet. My thoughts froze at that unexpected thing. What was inside the bag was a child. A completely naked girl with sky blue hair. Even when she was thrown roughly, she didn't let out a scream and looked up. When I saw her face, my heart almost stopped for a moment. The girl was Her Royal Highness Princess Murina. There's no mistaking it. Her silky, well-maintained hair, her intelligent eyes, that fragile aura, it's not a lookalike. It's the same person. What is this? Is this also part of the training? No, it would be bad for the princess to be completely naked. Even if it's okay to give her training that's so hard that she'll die, and even if it's okay for her to come out of a bag held by a slender macho man wearing boomerang pants, nakedness is absolutely unacceptable. I will be killed by France. So why doesn't the princess say anything? What? Is it with consent? Is the princess a present now? What should I do when I see this? If I am reborn, I want to become a stone next time. What do you think? Do you like it? This is my greatest masterpiece, Kill-kun number 2. So, did you create it to kill me? Are you satisfied, Mr. Cry? It looks just like Princess Murina. And no, it's Princess Murina. Yes, I made it from the collected blood. Even though I was just in the middle of research, it was a struggle. I didn't have much time. I had to train, and I worked hard even cutting my sleep. And it cost a fortune. But Mr. Cry told me to make it to the level of a Supreme Warrior Festival participant, so I thought this was the only option. Did you make it? Oh no, the chocolate I just ate is coming out of my mouth. My heart was beating in a worst way. The more I looked at Kill-kun number 2, the more I realized that she was exactly like Her Imperial Highness. However, if you look closely, you'll notice that she's a little taller, and more than anything, it's strange that she's so calm in this situation. What's weirder than anything is that Ray saying it like it's my fault. Maybe Citri is the ignorable in intelligence. Which would be worse, if this was the real princess or this? Citri says to me, who is at the height of confusion. Actually, Princess Murina did not reach the Supreme Warrior Festival level. However, I wonder if such a thing could happen if I use this Kilkun number 2. It will be perfect. What do you think? In order to completely fulfill your unreasonable request, I, Citri, even created a new magical creature for my beloved Mr. Cry. And yet, Mr. Cry, are you really saying that you won't be giving me the fox? Citri, are you really threatening me? Eh. Citri rolled her eyes, and I couldn't help but roll my eyes as well. Kilkun number 2 blinked her eyes silently, looked at me, and opened her pretty lips. She says it in a beautiful voice that sounds like a bell. Kill. No. If you think about it normally, it's out of the question to have a substitute at the Supreme Warrior Festival. And in the first place, isn't it obviously a problem to create a clone using the blood of Her Royal Highness as the source? What is it? Are you living just to satisfy your curiosity? When I heard that blood was collected, I was stunned but ignored it. But who could have imagined you'd make Asterisk the princess? What's up with that technical prowess? While I was constantly complaining in my head, Her Royal Highness the princess suddenly came in front of me and stood by as if waiting for an order. Apparently, she's as loyal as Kilkun number 1. Silence filled the room. Kilkun, Princess Kill, and Citri didn't move an inch. Think about it, you are the divine strategist, the devilish plotter Cry Andri. You can do it. How to recover. Even in a situation like this, the divine strategist would. No, even if I were the real divine strategist, it wouldn't be possible. Even Cry can do it. Oh no, my brain isn't working at all. I forced my mouth open, which shows no signs of moving at all. So, you got a duplicate from the gacha. Mr. Cry, my experiment went well. Please praise me. Citri is great. Her head came straight in front of me, and I almost reflexively became a praising machine. A well-shaped head. I combed her soft hair, but thinking it wasn't the time for that, I changed it into a chop. Citri screamed happily. I am the one who wants to scream. She's really the ignorable. By the way, 3 Her Highnesses were sacrificed during the creation. I pushed Citri's words out of my head and continued thinking. Wait, a body double. Can it be used as a body double? However, this Kilkun number 2 Kill-Chan only says kill. Could we pass this off as part of training? It's impossible. I made it in time for the match, hee. I am looking forward to showing it off at the match. No, it's no good. There's no point in showing it off. Is your heart made of steel? The always reliable Citri is now unreliable. Think about it. Think of a way to deceive everyone somehow. It looks like he is doing something. After reading the newspaper and getting the latest information from her colleagues at the company, Eva sighed deeply. The clique was peaceful, which was unnatural for this time of year, but she didn't know why. Attacks by participants are a seasonal occurrence. Crete management has been troubled by it every year, but has been unable to take effective measures. However, this year, peace has been maintained even though no one has done anything. Some say it's good that this year has been peaceful, while others say it's the calm before the storm. It's unclear whether this is really the result of Cry's plan, or how, exactly, he had managed to suppress so many attackers with different motives and methods, but it seems that Eva won't be of any use this time either. When Cry, who has no desire for fame whatsoever, said he would participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival, she thought there was something else going on, but could it be that this time he was just interested in the Supreme Warrior Festival? Thinking back on her past experiences, she had no idea which it was. The 1,000 tricks lived up to his name, no matter how many years she spent by his side. No, let S calm down for now. If he needs help, I am sure he'll call out to me. As she put the newspaper on the table and took a deep breath, I suddenly heard a lot of banging on the door. Help me, Eva. I was definitely thinking about it, but it's too early. She thought something might happen, but she wasn't mentally ready at all yet. When I opened the lock, the clan master jumped in with a weak expression as usual. Behind him was Citri, who was carrying a large bag on her back. After looking around the room and confirming that Eva was the only one, Cry took a deep breath. So, what's wrong? You said you needed help. First of all, I still don't understand the situation. This isn't the first time Cry has asked Eva for help. Most of them are not difficult, such as negotiations and cleaning up, but for him they seem troublesome. Apparently, even this clan master who calmly solves major incidents has a weakness. It's probably the same thing this time. As Eva braces herself, Cry tells her to remind herself. Can you help me? Well, if there's anything I can do, the clan master, who always had an unsure expression despite his abilities, took another breath as if relieved when he heard Eva's words, raised his index finger, and spoke in a hushed voice. First, I want you to look at this. Citri opens the bag and dumps the contents onto the floor. Eva's thoughts completely froze when she saw what came out. What came out was Murina Atom Zebrudia, the princess of Zebrudia, wearing a baggy cloak. She had a sullen look on her face, but there was no way she could have mistaken her. She was the person Cry was supposed to be training. What do you mean, why is she in the bag? Why is she dressed like that? Actually, she's a fake. The real one is training. She wasn't wearing any clothes at first, so I lent her my clothes. While the stunned Eva looked away, Her Royal Highness did not move in the slightest even after receiving Eva's gaze, just blinking slowly. Once she reached that point, her once frozen thoughts gradually began to function. No matter where you looked from, she looked like Her Royal Highness the Princess. But the reason why she was able to adapt to this ridiculous situation so quickly was probably because she had been involved in ridiculous situations before. Eva calmed down her breathing, which was about to hyperventilate, and asked in a voice as low as a cry, "What does that mean?" She was artificially created. It's dangerous. Artificially created. She slowly chewed those words. That's terrible. This clan master often says things are dangerous over trivial things, but now this is really dangerous. She looked at the fake His Highness in front of her once again. The color of her hair, the color of her eyes, her body, everything about her looks just like Her Highness. The only difference is probably the facial expression. The princess that Eva knew always looked like she was about to burst into tears or looked worried, but the fake one in front of her had a relaxed expression that made it hard to tell what she was thinking. It's not at the level of a body double. It's not at the level of a disguise. It's not even on the level of twins. It's so real that even Eva, who is good at remembering people's faces and can see through some disguises, can tell them apart. Eva's brain finally begins to work. Think about its meaning. What was the purpose of making it? A body double. It's inhumane. In the first place, if it was a body double, there's no way Cry would say that this is terrible. No, who made it in the first place? There's no way Zebrudia or that emperor would give permission to create a human who looks just like the princess. There's no way a research institute like this could be created, both technically and ethically. I felt a chill. It smelled like a conspiracy. If there was someone who could create the princess itself, it would be one of the largest organizations in the shadows. Would it be Akasha, the one who just caused a big incident the other day, or that one organization that Cry is said to have fought off in the last escort mission there? The dots were connected. Level 8. There was no way there were many being out there who could make Cry, who was always calm, feel anxious. Fearfully, I say the words. By any chance, is it the work of the nine-tailed shadow fox? Huh? Cry's eyes widen and his expression shows surprise. Was it unexpected for me to be able to guess with this little information? Even Eva hasn't been with him for a long time just for show. But now was not the time to be happy. I understand the situation in general. You rescued her from the fox's clutches, right? Yeah. As expected, it was just as Eva expected. She heard that the fox plotted to assassinate the emperor and failed. However, the foxes are a large organization with its own pride. It would not be surprising if the organization that failed to assassinate the emperor targeted Her Royal Highness the Princess next. Cry must have figured out that the fox was making a fake version of the princess and rescued her. Or perhaps, was this the reason Cry had accepted the request to train the princess in the first place? As expected, even Cry was unable to maintain his composure in this situation, sweat dripping down his cheeks. Eva wants to cover her ears, but the Vice Clan Master must remain calm when the Master is in a pinch. Calm down, please. Is there only one fake? There were 3 failed Virians, but she was the only one who succeeded. Right, Citri? Yes, that's right. Damn you, fox. Seeming to have seen such a gruesome scene, Cry was unsteady, but Citri supported him. Seeing the weakened master, her fighting spirit rises. Eva said, looking straight into Cry's eyes. His Majesty the Emperor must have come to observe the Supreme Warrior Festival as well. Let us contact him. What? After all, were you planning to solve the problem by yourself? Mr. Cry, we can solve this on our own. Even if we can, if there is a fake, Her Royal Highness is in danger. No matter how much we train her, we should contact her. That is certainly true. It is all the fox's fault. As expected, Eva is reliable. I can stay like this. The card called Fake Princess is too powerful. There is no doubt that the other party will come back to take it back. The situation is urgent. It would be dangerous to leave the fake princess with Cry, who is directly fighting the fox. Fortunately, this inn is filled with members of First Steps. It should be relatively safe. ILL contact Zebrudia. For now, ILL keep her here. Svensan is here, so let us ask him to protect her. Mr. Cry, you can go fight the fox. Yeah. Eva Dos and T know what kind of battle is going on, but you have to do everything you can perfectly. And there, Cry grumbled. I have to fight the fox, the bad one. Are there any good foxes? Could it be that there are collaborators within the organization to that fox? In response to Eva's question, the clan master said with a very unreliable expression as usual. Just a little. I went and talked to Eva. For some reason, all of Citri's actions were blamed on the secret society. This is terrible. Eva walks quickly out of the room, taking the fake princess with her. There's nothing a humble clan master like me could say to that serious face. The door slams shut, and Citri puffs out her cheeks. I was planning on making a big reveal. And negotiating with Zebrudia? Not at all. Shidan T regretted it all. What were you planning to negotiate? Now that I think about it, Liz said something earlier. Citri does everything flawlessly, but she seems to make big mistakes on a regular basis. As an example, Liz gave accused of aiding and abetting a mass prison breakout incident. I thought she was exaggerating it, but maybe it was true. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Citri looked at me for a while as if accusing me, but quickly recovered. Well, this isn't a bad move after all. There's no way the fox could protest by waving its arms around. It's good to be positive, but the changeover is too quick. It's true that the chances of the thieves protesting are low, but if they were to find out, it would be the end. Where did my smart, cute, and reliable Citri go? Citri, who is usually the most reliable person, had a twinkle in her eyes and did the usual gesture of clasping her hands together. I know, while we are at it, let's push a few extra to them. If I cannot get it, then you can go die. Hey, who do you think is causing me so much trouble? Kaya. I grabbed her shoulders, maybe too roughly, and her body wobbled unsteadily before collapsing. Knocking her over was mostly an accident. At the edge of my vision, a vividly colored bottle tumbled through the air. Citri makes a sound as if she was taken aback. Following that, I heard a small sound of glass breaking. And then the world became a mess. It was as if I had suddenly been thrown into a storm. The activated safe ring blocks the sounds, shocks, and heat that occur behind it. The floor beneath us crumbled. I immediately hugged Citri and my vision reversed. As I fall, the next safe ring activates and I'm thrown onto the floor. Whether I fall head first or body first, my barrier rings are perfect. I got up in a hurry. There was a large hole in the ceiling. Was it an enemy? Is it a natural disaster? It felt like a bomb had exploded, but there didn't seem to be any burn marks. While I was confused, Citri in my arms said in a small voice, Aya, what? What the heck is going on? What? Please calm down. It's just an explosion potion cry. What potion? Fortunately, the room on the lower floor seemed to be vacant. However, the room above is partially destroyed. Isn't it dangerous? If it wasn't for the safe ring, I would definitely have died. What a dangerous thing you Ray carrying around. Are you okay? Of course, thanks to Mr. Cry protecting me. I am unharmed. If it wasn't for Mr. Cry, the room wouldn't have been blown up. I feel like my heart is about to jump out of my mouth. The safe ring block attacks, but it doesn't mean you can feel anything. I feel like throwing up a little from the tragedy. How am I supposed to scold Citri about the fake princess after this? Then there was a flapping sound in the room above. I hear the door open and Eva looks down from the hole. What? What on earth happened here? How was I supposed to explain this when I had just forced something so difficult on her? Then Citri touched my neck with her lips for a moment, then stood up and spoke boldly. It's okay, Eva-san, we race safe. It's just a fox attack. Maybe I am a fox. Eva gasped with a pale expression. Citri takes my hand and helps me stand up. I felt unsteady on my feet, but my strength soon returned. For better or for worse, we are used to accidents. No problem, this is a remote attack. The culprit must have already ran away in fear of Mr. Cry. We have to come up with a plan. Contact His Majesty the Emperor right away. My childhood friend's mentality is so strong that it is dangerous. It is as if she is used to this. Sven, who seemed to have heard the sound, came and peeked his head out of the hole. Wow, you got hit pretty hard, didn't he you? I am unharmed, but the floor and furniture aren't as sturdy as me. I scolded my heart, which was about to give up, and tried to be as hard-boiled as I could. I met Fransan for the first time in a while at a large mansion in the center of Crete. The meeting with His Majesty the Emperor was easily organized thanks to Eva's exceptional skill. She is very competent and had even explained the situation to them on our behalf. It would have been even more perfect if the explanation wasn't full of lies. Even the usually unflappable France seemed unable to stay calm, his face pale. This is truly a very grave situation. I thought there was something more to it than what we investigated, but I never expected that the Fox could have this kind of technology. When you suddenly decided to take Her Highness and leave the imperial capital, I thought I would tear you to pieces. I didn't expect this either. I was surprised. I wonder why Citri always does dangerous research. You Ray already working hard enough, you can slow down a little bit, okay? Then again. Maybe it's precisely because she doesn't slow down that she's a cut above the rest. France's language has got harsher, hasn't it? Hard to believe this is how a noble from the long-standing Zebrudia family speaks. Even in front of Fransan, the fake Murina didn't show any signs of wavering. However, the way she just stands there is similar to Kill. Other than that, number 1 and number 2 have nothing in common. It's just Fox. That's a terrifying organization. Citri folded her arms in front of me and slumped. I can trust this kid anymore. She must have toughened up after dealing with all those cunning alchemists and merchants in the imperial capital, but she feel guilty. It's not at the level of a disguise. We need to let His Majesty know about this as soon as possible. What's more, they even conducted an experiment where they put the phantom into a blender and extracted the mana material. I saw it. The vengeance of the phantom being chipped away and the liquid mana material being extracted. What? Eva looks at me with a pale face. Mr. France also looks at me, not at Citri. For some reason, Citri also looks at me. I am the one who wants to ask what is going on here. Citri clenched her fists, tears in her eyes, and raised her voice even louder. And as if that wasn't enough, then they try to create magical creatures by patching together the good parts of criminals. Damn you, Fox. Wait a minute. Don't say anything scary that I don't even understand. I put my hand on Citri's head and stopped her talking. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matters. The extraction of mana material, the creation of dangerous magical beasts, these are absolutely unforgivable acts. How can you remain so calm after suffering their retaliation? At that level of force, anyone but you would have died. Yeah, that's right. As expected, it was a potion created by Citri to fight against high-level phantoms. I wonder how much easier it would have been if I had been taken along without knowing anything. Yeah, but well, I am used to being attacked. And of course, I am used to making mistakes. I feel like I want to sit on the ground right now. Mr. France paced back and forth in front of the fake princess for a while before finally stopping in front of me and looking down. His rugged features were stern, his brow deeply furrowed. The laboratory has been destroyed. There will be no more fakes made of Her Royal Highness. I guess I should say that the worst has been avoided. Even if a new fake is created, if we know about it in advance, we can take measures. However, can this fake of Her Highness the Princess speak? I guess they thought that letting her speak freely could have created problems. They don't even trust what they made. They made her to be a slave. Citri was smiling at Fransan's scornful words. Stop it. Don't abuse Citri. She's not a bad girl, just a little crazy. It must have some kind of input response. As long as you don't cause her any harm, there is no danger. You must be extremely knowledgeable. I am an alchemist. I have some knowledge about these kinds of magical creatures. At best, it comes out smoothly. Fransan takes a deep breath. Well, that's fine. I'll take care of the fake princess here. I'll ask you about the research institute you guys destroyed later. I'd like to investigate it right away, but I don't have the resources right now. It galls me to say this, but we're barely keeping up with the operations in Crete as it is. In other countries, we can let people in so openly. It seems like Fransan is also quite busy. You can clearly see the fatigue on his face. Between guarding the Emperor and everything else, having power sure is tough. Huh, the operation in the Cleat, right? Is there something going on? What are you talking about? I am sure the Exploration Association must have informed you about it, regarding operations related to the key of the Earth. Mr. France wrinkles his forehead and stares at me. Come to think of it, they did said that the Fox was planning something again. I didn't hear the details. The key to the Earth. Now that I think about it, you were a collector of relics. Do you know anything? Hearing those words, I pulled out the key of the Earth that was attached to my waist and let the light shine through. A sword with a geometric pattern looks very cool even if it doesn't look like it's meant for battle. I don't know either. Apparently it's kept in a museum, so why don't you check there? I am happy to be recognized as a relic collector, but relics are really deep. Even when I picked it up like this, all I could tell was that it wasn't a normal weapon. That when I noticed Fransan staring at me with his eyes so wide that they popped out. When I move the relic, Fransan's line of sight follows it. I put away my treasure and smiled. As expected, I don't know either. Apparently it was kept in a museum. www. Why do you have it? When I tried to fix the partition, Mr. France held his head and screamed. The organization, which has been steadily gaining strength from behind the scenes in society since ancient times, is now in turmoil for the first time since its founding. The organization is extremely secretive, with very little information given to its members. Reports are received from members in each region, scrutinized by headquarters, and information is shared as appropriate. That's the Fox system. Communications are all carried out via sounding stone, and the members do not even know the location of the headquarters. Thorough secrecy was one of the reasons why this organization had managed to evade all investigations and develop to this point, but now it was backfiring. In Fox, the executive team has discretionary authority. Communication with headquarters sometimes requires a number of complicated procedures, and communication is kept to a minimum unless there is an accident. Manufacturing fried tofu? What kind of operation is thisy? GAF has reported that the operation is progressing smoothly. There is information that they are in contact with other organizations. Negotiations were also held with hostile organizations. It's probably part of a strategic move. That man is cautious. Anyway, it's a bit too much. At the operational headquarters, which is in charge of wide area operations centered around the imperial capital Zebrudia, specialized members are currently busy sorting out information sent from collaborators stationed in various locations. We've received information that a Fox blew up the inn containing the first steps. What unit did this? A fake version of the Princess of Zebrudia appeared. Originally, a certain amount of information inconsistency was taken into consideration. However, the new information coming in this time exceeded that scope. Since there are no reports from the other side, there shouldn't be any problems with the operation, but this plan is the largest the Fox has ever undertaken. If it fails, it will affect future plans. Leaving aside the bombing of the inn and the appeasement of other organizations, the Princess, fake and fried tofu. Those are something that cannot be overlooked. Send your troops. There's a possibility that something is going on. Also, make sure there's no idiot in the research department who made a fake version of the Princess. It was unexpected that the information about the counter cascade was leaked. We can't afford to make any more mistakes. Tension filled the air at those words. Then, one of the members communicating with the field suddenly stood up. I have an urgent message from the boss. There has been an enemy infiltration in Cleat S unit. What did you just say? The sudden delivery of the worst possible news drained the color from the members' faces. It was nearly impossible to believe. The Fox is especially careful in selecting its members. Gaff is a man with a wealth of experience, strength, command, and charisma. Although he is somewhat ambitious, he has a good reputation for his careful approach and mission accomplishment rate, which is also the reason why he was chosen as a commander on the big stage. What's more, this time he even has a Fox God priestess on his team. He's not the kind of man who would betray us. Are you saying someone sneaked under Gaff's eyes and got inside? Absolutely not possible. That man doesn't trust outsiders. The only people he trusts are the people in our organization. Now that I think about it, there was something strange about the failure of Counter Cascade. That man's assassination abilities are unknown and cannot be avoided without prior knowledge, and his true power was hidden even from his fellow clan members. There is only one possible conclusion. Could it be there is a traitor inside? At those words, the room became silent for a moment. Because it's a secret, not many people in the organization know about this fact, but there are several top executives' bosses who have fox masks. Each has a wide range of territory, and the bosses seem to communicate with each other regularly and decide on the guidelines for the organization. The cautious Gaff and the level 7 Hunter Telm were defeated. If it was just one, it might be a fluke, but two, there had to be a reason. And if they were supposed to be on guard against external enemies, but were defeated, it could only be assumed that there was an action from within. And there are only a limited number of people who can issue orders without arousing suspicion from the senior members with 7 tails. This operation is a big one that will decide the fate of the organization, and if it is successful, the power of the boss in the empire will increase greatly. Struggles for power are common in organizations throughout the ages. Until now, Fox had been an exception, but no longer. What should we do? We can handle it. The boss must have noticed that too. If their idea is correct, this incident is not Gaff's fault. The true identity of the boss is a secret, and his power is absolute within the Fox. You can go against it. This is how the organization has evolved over the years. The boss said we must get back the key of the earth no matter what. Huh. Damn, tell Gaff right away. Hide the truth, Don. Let him know that we aware of it. We might still be able to do something. Without the key of the earth, this strategy would not work. If it cannot be recovered, the operation will fail. If internal conflict occurs, the organization's functions will be paralyzed and a mountain of corpses will be piled up. However, there is no way to stop it now. The frozen members start moving again. However, the atmosphere in the air had changed dramatically. A bloody war is now approaching us. His Majesty the Emperor, who I met for the first time in a while, Roderick for short, said with his eyebrows twitching at France's report. You obtained the key of the earth, huh? You more skilled than the rumors say. Between this and the fake Mylena, I can hardly keep up with the situation. That's a strange coincidence, Your Majesty. Francan glares at me as if to tell me not to say anything unnecessary, but he's completely telling the truth. Between this and Murina's training, I suppose I should express my gratitude. Though now isn't the time. Once things settle, I'll prepare a separate reward for you. It's not a big deal. Really not a big deal. It was Citri who had done something big. That's amazing, Citri. You're the only one who can extract a princess's blood, create a fake, and still get rewarded for it. As I was filled with guilt, Citri took a step forward and spoke with a firm attitude. For those of us who became hunters in Zebrudia, it is only natural that we do our best for Zebrudia, to whom we owe a great debt. I want to pull out her tongue. I can leave anything to Citri today. His Majesty's gaze shifted to Citri, who was saying things that were easy to hear in a serious voice. I see. So you are Citri smart. I have heard your skills as an alchemist are quite remarkable. It's an honor, Your Majesty. However, my skills are nothing to be proud of compared to Mr. Cry. Stop it. Maybe she meant well, but this pointless flattery, just stop. By the way, what is the relationship between you and Thousand Tricks? I'm his wife. Almost reflexively, I slapped Citri on the back of her head. Mr. France and His Majesty the Emperor opened their eyes wide as if shocked. It's gone. No, but she has been telling lies all along. I put on the most composed face I could muster and tried to brush it off. Enough with the jokes, let us get to the point, Your Majesty. Ah, that's right, France. Mr. France steps forward. At that time, Citri, who had been hit on the head, was standing there with a serious face as if nothing had happened. France begins to explain. Let me explain from the beginning. The Key of the Earth is a weapon that has been secretly designated as a first-class weapon. When the relic was first discovered, its abilities were unknown and it was donated to a museum. But later, the documentation of the relic was discovered and its true identity was revealed. A Class 1 designated weapon relic. It's seriously dangerous. Although there are many relics, there are very few that have been designated as first-class weapons. It's really on the same level as Floating Fortress. This is exactly why relics are so addictive. Relics of this caliber are usually kept classified due to their extreme danger. The Floating Fortress was too massive to hide entirely, but seriously, who leaves something like that in a museum? The reason why it was kept in the museum even after its identity was revealed was because this relic required an enormous amount of mana, and no one could charge it. It would be a problem if it appeared again, because it is common sense to treat this kind of relic inconspicuously. Where on earth did they get the information about that relic? A. No one can charge it. Right. According to the literature, in the era when the key of the earth existed, there was a tool to accumulate power. It's not an amount of power that can be handled by human hands. Ah, so it's one of those relics that only shows its true worth when paired with another. Well, to be honest, even if a tool to accumulate that power were to appear, I doubt it would be usable. After all, relics are not the same tools from the past. It seems that many of the original tools didn't require magical power to activate, and even if a charging relic were to appear, there could even be a situation where the same amount of magical power as the Earth Key, S-charge, would be required to activate it. Perhaps this was taken into consideration when it was placed in the museum. But it makes sense that Luke couldn't T-charge. I nodded plausibly. I see it's bad. I got Lucia to charge it. Citri whispers, her eyes sparkling. Lucia-chan, she was drinking my potions and desperately charging it while wearing the fox tail. I didn't want to hear that kind of information right now. Then, perhaps sensing something, Mr. France said in a voice that sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. Wait, Don T, tell me. Did you charge it? I never said that. Damn it, you've been sweating bullets this whole time, acting all shifty. Are you mocking me? Huh. A familiar, angry voice shook my eardrums. Even if you say that. Just as France lunged at me, a small, pale hand reached out from the side and stopped him. Mr. France's eyes widened. It was the fake princess who reached out and stopped France-san. The products of Citri are always loyal, but this timing. Well, France-san, calm down. I did charge, but I can help it. Why, you did charge it, how? Generally speaking, if you have a relic, it's natural to charge it. Arnold would do it, Ark would do it, even Abyssal Inferno would do it. Anyone would do that. That's right. If you Ray a treasure hunter, why you're just making excuses now. See, it's not my fault. The real problem is, it's the nature of all treasure hunters. I desperately tried to justify myself to France, whose face was turning bright red. Charging a relic, it's not illegal. Are you planning on destroying the country? I didn't know it was that dangerous. Don't lie to me. The thousand trick, the so-called divine strategist. With near clairvoyant foresight and an intelligence network spanning the entire empire, there's no way you didn't know. The moment the charge levels were off, you should have realized. If you don't cut this out, I'll really throw you in prison. Wow, France-san's evaluation about me is very high. My accidental slip of the tongue made France scream, his face burning red. If even the empire's nobles believe such absurd rumors, I'm in trouble. Seriously, my luck's worse than the princess's. When I was at a loss to see Mr. France, who was emotionally unstable, His Majesty the Emperor made a quizzical expression. However, that must have been something that even 100 magician of the spirit nobles couldn't refill. How did you acquire a supplementary relic? What? When I opened my eyes, His Majesty the Emperor saw my expression and covered his eyes. No way. Did you really charge the key with your own hands? Is it even possible? How did you do? Why, Your Majesty, this man is an exception, Mr. France says in a panic. I see. His Majesty the Emperor, who is also known as a military man, would cover his eyes just by hearing about this. Apparently, it's something really bad. Indeed, where did the fox mask enthusiast, tentative name, get such a dangerous relic? Next time I meet Mr. Gaff, I'll let him know. I love treasures. I love collecting and using them, and I wouldn't hesitate to borrow money from Citri for that purpose. However, I think even I have at least a sense of crisis. I took the key of the earth that I had put in a suitable scabbard next to my waist and handed it to France-san. Okay, I'll give it to you. You can keep it safe. Huh! The moment he saw the key of the earth, His Majesty the Emperor stepped back and France-san stepped forward as if to protect him. Citri's eyes widened. And Her Royal Highness, the false princess, let out a small voice that sounded like kill kill. Meanwhile, I was left completely out of the loop. What? This in front of His Majesty, how dare you? I said you can have it. Don't point it this way. Your Majesty, for safety, please step outside. He's a madman. In the meantime, knights rushed in from outside the room. Hold on, since when am I a madman? Don T touched the key. If it's activated, this country will be over. Detain it. What exactly am I supposed to do here? After all, the human world is the best. This was the first time she went outside the treasure vault since her creation, but I knew it by instinct. To the little sister foxes and the phantoms of the Lost Inn, humans are a lower race, but at the same time they are lovable fools. Of course, that only applies to those we can trick. There are hardly any heroes or idiots who can resist our illusions. In reality, the little sister fox was in a position to receive tribute both in Toysant and in this kitchen. Under the orders of Gaff, who was deceived by the little sister fox, a number of adults with stiff faces are holding frying pans with dead eyes. A girl wearing a white robe looked at little sister fox with a worried look on her face. It seems that the woman is in a position like a shrine maiden who worships her mother as a god. This is the first time she has heard of such a thing, but it is a foolish human's custom, and it has nothing to do with this little sister fox. The people in front of her seemed to be members of a secret society, and it seemed like they had an important mission to do, but that didn't interest little sister fox. Eating fried tofu obtained from trickery is a supreme pleasure that satisfies your appetite and instincts. The door opens with a knock. By that time, the little sister fox's appearance had changed into that of Mr. Caution, that the men worshipped. A divine fox has various powers, but taking the form of someone's imagined ideal was the sister fox's specialty. The person who she transformed into is not just any Mr. Caution. It is the strongest Mr. Caution in Gaff's mind. With her fingertips, she toyed with a fox mask she had made by transforming the fried tofu she had nearby, and looked down at Gaff with an aloof attitude. What's wrong? Yes, the mission is going well, boss. However, headquarters has been saying something strange. The little sister fox, who was born as a kin of the divine fox and has gained wisdom, has an IQ that far exceeds that of humans. Language is also freely available, and it is easy to understand lower races. With such intellect, deceiving others without arousing suspicion was child's play. Puffing out her chest, the sister fox declared clearly, "That's nonsense. The boss is me, Mr. Caution. It's me who gives orders, not the headquarters." "Caution, but I know what they want. If headquarters wants it, give it to them. This stuff is actually just a spare." The little sister fox quickly reached behind her and took the piping hot fried tofu on the plate, and instantly turned it into what Gaff wanted, a piping hot key of the earth. Gaff hurriedly catches the key of the earth thrown at him and lets out a small scream. "Ouch, what is this? I got a little too excited. You should take it with you. Headquarters will be satisfied with that." Gaff looked puzzled for a moment but quickly thanked her and left the room. After all, humans are stupid. Gaff seems to be quite smart among humans, but he can even tell the difference between fried tofu and a relic. It is true that the little sister fox's illusions are accurate enough to deceive the world itself in some cases, but at the same time, they can be seen through if you have the appropriate strength. As time passes, the sense of discomfort will become stronger, but the trick is only complete when the other person realizes that they have been tricked. The little sister fox snorted in satisfaction at the stupidity of the lower races and the accuracy of her own changes, then laid down in the air and took out her smartphone, blinking her eyes there. Come to think of it, it seems that Mr. Caution is still able to use the smartphone she made from a different fried tofu wrapper. But when will he realize that it's just an illusion? What should I do? I walk as if dragging my heavy body. The audience with the Emperor ended in a very disappointing outcome for me. The key of the earth was forced upon me. It doesn't make sense for you to force it on me after saying it's so dangerous. Being high level is really a loss. On the other hand, unlike me who was frowning, Citri, who was walking next to me, was in a good mood. I think it was a very wise decision to leave it with Mr. Cry. Experiment subject number 2 was quickly taken over, and I hope that my research will be of help to Mr. Cry. Who was the person who first advised Citri to become an alchemist without even thinking about it? There was no evil in Citri's eyes. Maybe it's because of the expression on her face that she looks a few years younger than usual. Even if it's not France-san, you'll be fooled. I want to punch her, but I can because she seems happy. If you have any troubles, you can consult with me, okay? There are so many worries like bargain sale of worries. One of them is you. However, the biggest problem at the moment is the key of the earth, which seems to be targeted by a secret organization. It seems that this was also the reason why the museum was attacked by the way. Fortunately, the museum is safe, and there are only a few people who know that I have the second key, but I don't know what to do even if I am told to protect it, even if it's just while I am here. Then, Citri put her finger on her lips and said with a thoughtful expression, "However, a sword that brings disaster. It seems like it has many uses. Key of the Earth. The newspaper didn't mention its abilities, but France and the others knew about them. An energy-releasing relic. To put it simply, that is the true nature of the Key of the Earth. Arc-S relic, Historia, boasts terrifying power by concentrating and unleashing power. But the Key of the Earth excels not in its power but in its range of effect. Sword-type relics are not uncommon, but according to the literature, when the Key of the Earth is activated, the Earth cracks, the sky splits, and the island sinks. That's hard to believe. In that case, should I keep it?" Citri says with a smile. Citri is out of the question, and I can leave it in the care of other friends either. Liz would probably start saying things like, "Wow, it's so dangerous. How do you use it like this, like this?" As I was walking while sighing, I suddenly spotted a familiar middle-aged man in the crowd. It's Mr. Gaff. I am not in the mood for a fox mask today, so I am not wearing one. His eyes met mine for a moment, but they quickly looked away. I raised my hand. "Hey, Mr. Gaff, here." Gaffson opens his eyes and trembles. Still, I kept waving my hand, and he approached me with a nervous look on his face. When Mr. Gaff came in front of me, he said in a low voice, "Boss, contact outside is. This is a good place. Here is the key. Why did you have that relic? You should have returned it. I wonder how Mr. Gaff knows that I tried to return the key. Well, it's okay. I don't know, but it came back. So I was told to keep it in a safe place. Is it okay if I keep it? It came back, and no, that's, of course, but..." Mr. Gaff blinks his eyes in confusion and stares at my face, so I clapped my hands and took out a fox mask from my pocket. "Ah, yes. Good timing, Mr. Gaff. I'll give you this as promised." Perhaps unexpectedly, Mr. Gaff's face completely froze. Originally, this mask was a drop item. It's probably a valuable item, but I don't know its value. In that case, the mask would be happier if Mr. Gaff held it. Blood was draining from his face. Despite his bold appearance, is he surprisingly timid? But I am still not good enough at my job to inherit it. He was confused, speaking incoherently. However, I said something appropriate to a hard-boiled. "No, that's enough. Mr. Gaff has shown enough talent to inherit this." Mr. Gaff was stunned. Now that I think about it, I feel like this mask was the trigger for everything this time. I shouldn't have had anything to do with the Fox Mask fan club. That way, the Key of the Earth would not be in my hands, and Citri would not have created a fake princess. Luke wouldn't indiscriminately kill. I wouldn't have been forced to become a hunter even though I had no talent, and Tino definitely wouldn't have been put through so much trouble by Liz. I want you to continue to do your best for the Fox Mask fan club. I'd be happier if the person who wanted the mask also had it. I am just a guy who got the mask by chance, but as your predecessor, I am looking forward to your efforts. But what are the future guidelines in succession? Guidelines? Take over. No, from now on, you are the guide. Mr. Gaff's eyes widened to the limit, and he was at a loss for words. I don't like it anymore. I want to be freed from the bondage even a little. What should I do? What? Is it wrong to not do anything? Haha. After that, if you have any trouble, I think you should talk to Sora. Even though she knew I was a fake, she was insisting that I was the real one, so you should take responsibility for that. Well, but I wonder what it is. Isn't it at least better than me being at the top when I don't really know what's going on? In the end, I had no idea what kind of activities they were doing until the end. Mr. Gaff looked at me silently for a while, but then he nodded gravely. "With all due respect, I accept your orders, boss. The matter is settled now. All that's left to do now is to surround me with Luke and others, protect the Key to the Earth, and return it when the country is ready. As for the bad fox, I am sure that Fire Grandma will set fire to it. Boss, what are you going to do now?" "That's right. I still have one job to do, but I'd like you to let me relax and watch the game. I don't know how strong Her Royal Highness has become, but I did my best. I am also looking forward to the matches of Krahai, Luke, and Tauka. Let's watch the game while eating popcorn with Tino." Mr. Gaff nods in agreement. There, he saw Citri, who was smiling and silent next to me. "By the way, I am sorry for the inconvenience, but what kind of relationship do you have with the person next to you? Come to think of it, I left her with him once when I was looking for the bandit's location, but I didn't introduce her to him. When I was wondering, Citri clapped her hands with a big smile and said, 'I am his wife.' You saying this because you want to be hit, right? I never thought Gaff would be that stupid. Even worse than counter cascade, I am completely disappointed. An exasperated, mocking voice echoed in the dark room, in cleats somewhere. Several figures wearing fox masks had gathered at a hideout that only a few of the foxes knew about. At the center sat a young man clad in a long, dark coat that seemed to melt into the shadows, his face concealed behind a white fox mask. His demeanor was composed yet unassailable. Though his physique was unremarkable, there was an inexplicable charisma about him that commanded reverence. And indeed, this man stood at the very pinnacle of the organization. Boss, that man is talented, but in the end, he was just a bandit leader. His weakness was exploited. He wouldn't be foolish enough to betray you without any chance of success. That's nonsense. To fail in a strategy that will decide the fate of the organization, or was the enemy so much better? One of his confidants fell silent at the boss's cold words. In order to deceive the cautious Gaff and even prevent them from reporting the truth, it is essential to have unique speaking skills and undisclosed internal information within the organization. This is clearly an abnormal situation. In order to make Gaff, who holds the position of 7 tails, trust him, he must show something suitable. We don't know what it was, but when all is said and done, Gaff must be captured and interrogated. Many unplanned operations have been carried out, and all of Gaff's subordinates are frying tofu under someone's orders. The headquarters is in chaos, and there are even suspicions that other white foxes may be involved. It's completely impossible to forgive. Though his words feigned trust in his comrade, his tone was frigid. The only good thing about this misfortune is that the key of the earth has been returned. I think the minimum conditions have been met. We can't expect backup from Gaff's troops, but changing our strategy. We can just back down after being made such a false pretense. Who in the world came up with the idea of forcing them to fry endless amounts of tofu? Even as a mockery, this was beyond excessive. And as for Gaff, who for some reason accepted it, he is no longer needed. The opponent is careless. Throw away our defenses. Gather all surrounding troops and restrain Gaff and the others. If they resist, kill them. I don't need a squad of fools under my command. Foxes are an elite few. Throwing away a unit is like cutting off a part of your body. This command was unprecedented, but the subordinates gathered in front of the boss did not show any signs of wavering. The boss's orders are absolute. Although they may express their opinion, they will never go against their orders. Looking at the box containing the key of the earth, the boss said quietly, "I'll take care of the Supreme Warrior Festival. I don't need any support, just carry out retaliation against Zebrudia as planned with that amount of force. 1,000 tricks. I don't know what you, Ray, thinking, but let me teach you what it means to oppose us." It's unclear how on earth he deceived Gaff, or whether the man who appeared in the sounding stone and jokingly introduced himself was him, but it's clear that the man was the main reason for the failure of Counter Cascade and Dragon Caller. Level 8 Hunter, 1,000 tricks. If we don't destroy him now, he will continue to stand in our way as enemies of the organization. Crush it with your hands, on a sunny stage. Retaliate against Zebrudia. Their tarnished name had to be cleansed, or their influence would wane. The time for our earnest wish has come. Zebrudia and hunters who resist us, as well as those who don't yet know us, will all have the Fox's name carved into their souls. Go, my elites. Let us carve the Fox's mark on the Supreme Warrior Festival. The first thing I felt when I entered the room was a sticky, oily, fragrant atmosphere. The kitchen prepared by Citri had now completely turned into a deep-fried tofu factory. I never expected something like this to happen. I was the one who asked for it, but it was unexpected. Wooden boxes are piled high in the kitchen. The first material was prepared by Citri, but there was obviously more than that. I looked at Citri beside me, but she was shaking her head. It seems that Sara and his friends have even managed to find a place to purchase the materials in such a short period of time. Sara, who was holding a frying pan, noticed my arrival and turned to look at me. Her eyes were completely dead. It was expanded at Gaff's direction. Gaff's subordinates are in the second and third kitchens. And there's no going back. I was just going along with it, but what the hell? Do you people have no brakes? By the way, I see myself floating in the air wearing a fox mask. Is it okay if I point it out? Citri froze with a smile on her face. Sora followed my line of sight and was shocked to see me floating in the air. When he noticed me, he took off his fox mask and said with a nihilistic smile that was much cooler than my actual, "I want to ask you who you are, my fake. You've been doing whatever you wanted up until now. What? Instinctively, I opened my hands and looked down. I was. A fake all along. This one is the real one, Kaya. Citri cheered and hugged me. The cooler me stared wide-eyed at the scene before sulkily hugging his knees. I don't get it, any of it. It seemed like it would be a hassle, so I gave up on understand it further, turned my attention to Sora and got straight to the point. Sora, I gave that mask to Mr. Gaff. What, why? Sora is extremely confused. The way she looked at me, who was holding his knees, showed that she hadn't fully grasped the situation. But it's okay, I have no idea either. He looked like he wanted it. I didn't need it anymore. Well, anyway, the rest is up to you. What? I am sure that Tauka and other I sent over will manage everything just fine. I'm out of here. Fine, that's a lie. I'll do something about Luke and the others that I sent, so stop looking at me like you're about to cry. Then the real me, who was holding his knees, said, I am going home too. What? In the blink of an eye, the figure changes to little sister Fox holding her knees. I see since she's a fox, she's probably pretty good at turning into someone. Though it's a mystery why she turned into me. Sora's cheeks twitched and she let out a frantic voice. Wait a minute. I am bored. What should I do from now on? At her desperate plea, the little fox sister let out a long, lazy sigh. I don't want to do anything anymore. My interest has dropped. I can't do it anymore. I'll go sightseeing and go home. Thank you for the fried tofu. She really has no sense of responsibility after letting things get this far. Though I almost forgot that Fox Girl was just an illusion in the first place, wasn't she? While Sora was stunned, the little sister Fox disappeared. I have to complain to her brother later. What on earth was that? She's completely selfish, isn't she? But little sister Fox is a phantom after all. What? Why does this always happen to me? Sora was now completely cornered. She couldn't make sense of it. Sora needed a little more time to fully understand the situation. So, you mean, the phantom? That white fox is also a fake. Her heart pounded with the worst possible premonition, and a shiver ran down the back of her head. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How many real masks are there? I haven't heard anything like this. Where on earth did she go wrong? Was it because Thousand Tricks had a mask? Was it because Sora judged him as a boss just by looking at his mask? Or was it because she didn't confess her mistake midway through? There's only one answer. In the empty room, Sora shouted in a trembling voice as if to convince herself. I am not wrong. I can say this with pride. My boss, the White Fox, ordered me to fry some fried tofu, so I fried some fried tofu. The boss said he would take over the world with bento boxes. If that's what he said, then it's my duty as a priestess. I can doubt what the boss said. I did what I could, so it's not my fault. Mr. Fake Fox said that the girl was a phantom. That only has one meaning. That person wasn't just an inheritor of the mask, but a true follower of the fox god. The occasional tail sticking out and the inhuman pressure were only natural for a real fox. Normally, she should have been happy to have a chance encounter with a god-s servant, but current situation was far from that. What should she do from now on? Is Gaff, who inherited the mask of the imposter, the boss or not? If you think about it normally, he's not a boss. If that girl had been the boss of the organization, things might have still been salvageable, but that girl wasn't the boss either. To put it mildly, the situation is the worst. Especially since that girl had been freely contacting the organization with a communication stone. It's too irreversible. She could sense that some major changes were occurring in the organization. Sora was simply caught up in the changes. However, the die has already been cast. Fox God Priestess has a duty to be a wise and unerring mystical being. There's no use for a shrine maiden who misjudges the boss. That's why Sora has never made a mistake and will never apologize. Here was no running now. Sora had no money and no knowledge of the world. Escape was impossible. All that was left was to act according to the will of the gods. Relentlessly, stubbornly, she would keep frying tofu. The gods had said this was how they would conquer the world. The rest didn't matter. Sora was a shrine maiden serving the gods, not a leader managing the organization. She heard footsteps from the other side of the door. The sound of footsteps filled with confidence. Sora snorted and laughed. These footsteps are definitely from Gaff. It belongs to the poor Gaff, who inherited the real mask from his fake boss. In a sense, he is even more of a victim than Sora, because he doesn't know that the young man is a fake wearing a real mask. He must have even less understanding of the situation than Sora did. However, once Gaff obtains the real mask, he is already the boss. He has that responsibility. This is how this organization is set up. There is no room for doubt. The door opens. Gaff comes in wearing a fox mask. Sora took a deep breath, knelt down to fulfill her original role as a priestess for the first time in a while, and solemnly opened her lips. Mr. White Fox. As per your orders, the production system for fried tofu is in place. What should we do from now on? White Fox is the object of the Shrine Maiden's faith. It is not acceptable to lift her face without permission. As Sora bowed her head, the newly appointed White Fox Sama, who until recently had been the Thief King, fell silent for a few seconds before speaking in a grave voice. You did well. Do you understand our future plans? Yes, I have it etched in my heart. We will make Inari sushi bentos and rule the world. What? No. It's nothing. Do you understand the reason? I am definitely not suited as a mere shrine maiden to be able to understand White Fox Sama's thoughts. Impossible. It seemed the new White Fox Sama had also been thrust into this against his will. However, Sora pretended not to notice. Gaff is the boss as soon as he inherits the mask. After being silent for a while, Gaff speaks timidly. For now, we can stop the plan once it has started, right? Everything is according to the wishes of the White Fox. I am the White Fox. I have all the command rights. As you say, that mask is the unmistakable proof that you are the representative of the Fox God. I will follow you as a shrine maiden. She declared this hesitantly. However, she feels that Gaff, who hears this, is just as confused. Now, Sora and his new boss were probably of the same mind. The other day, White Fox gave me an order. He said he would form a new organization. The name of that organization would be Ten-Tail Fried Tofu. The Shrine Maiden of the Fox God was kneeling respectfully to Gaff. However, those words were completely unexpected. This was the first time since joining the organization that he felt so completely lost, even though he had just inherited the position of boss. The former boss had told him to ask Sora for details, but it seemed even this Shrine Maiden knew nothing. It is an open secret among the high-ranking members that there are multiple White Foxes who are bosses. In other words, it shows that you can feel safe even if you are in the boss's position. If we don't take control of the territory quickly, there is a possibility that other White Foxes will interfere. The complete lack of a proper handover was unexpected, but perhaps if he couldn't handle even this much, he wasn't fit to be the new boss. Sora's eyes were steady. It seemed that despite being raised delicately as a shrine maiden, she had resolved herself in her own way. If that's the case, Gaff should also steel himself as the new boss. First, he needed to grasp the situation, but just then, the emergency communications stone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Could this be the handover? Clinging to that faint hope, he pressed the stone to his ear. Seven Tails Gaff Schenfelder. You are suspected of having fallen into the enemy's deceitful scheme and causing a detriment to the organization. From now on, you and your subordinates will be relieved of all duties. We will send a messenger and you should follow the instructions. That was a bolt from the blue for Gaff. Communication is cut off before he can make a rebuttal. Gaff looked at Sora. Sora looks away with a tense expression. That mask is definitely real. A shrine maiden's eyes cannot be fooled. You are White Fox. Hey, wait a damn minute. What the hell is going on here? Ayarg, this can't be happening. They're schemes, you say. Gaff is a loyal member of the Foxes. Precisely because he was loyal, he had carried out the boss's unnatural orders without question. He hadn't worshipped the Fox God like the Shrine Maiden did, but being part of the organization had brought him far greater benefits than leading a band of thieves, and he understood full well the terror of the boss, of the Foxes. In all the missions he had been given until now, he had never made any notable mistakes. He was breaking out in a cold sweat. He wanted to rush to give an explanation right away, but this is not good. If the message was true, this wasn't just some simple mistake. The Foxes were not lenient. Even if Gafu had no rebellious intent, even if he bore no fault, he would not escape purging. This mistake was so big that it couldn't even be compared to the failed assassination by Telm, and in fact, it was even worse because it came after Telm's failure. In the midst of extreme confusion, his mind raced. He had to think of the best course of action. Considering the boss's position, the organization's, his own, Sora's, weighing his current options, he had to find a way out of this predicament. He refused to be purged without even putting up a fight. There is only one option. Above else, what matters most is speed. Organizations will take action soon. Gaff made up his mind and said to Sora, "It seems like the headquarters is in confusion. I can believe they Ray going to charge me who has the proof that I am the boss. It's as you say. It seems there is a traitor within the organization. We don't know what kind of traitor it is, but we must destroy the root cause of the disaster. It's just as you say, this woman." Well, so she had a vague idea. Damn it. Gaff's instincts told him that message from headquarters was the truth. That boss had been a fake. No wonder something had felt off. Everything got out of hand when the young Sora was dispatched as a shrine maiden. However, it's already too late to regret it. The good news is that the mask is real. Before the information spread, before the truth spread, while Gafu still held influence in Cleet, where he had spent time positioning his men, he still had some power left. He had to get everyone involved before they find out that the ship is sinking. The chances of winning are slim, but that's the only thing left. I am the guide. Gather all the members in the area and we repel them. As you please, Sora answered with wide eyes. He wanted to hit her, but he couldn't as long as the Shrine Maiden's authority remains. Gaff and Sora were bound together. We have obtained cooperation from criminal organizations. There is an advantage in numbers here. He would use it up before the situation becomes obvious. Those who rebel, those who follow others, and those who disobey orders will be purged. Stop all ongoing operations and prepare for battle. This is an extremely important battle. If we lose, it will be over. I am the guide. I won't let anyone get in my way. Don't retreat, fight. Don't worry, we have the blessings of the Fox God. The headquarters must be in chaos, so he would exploit that. He would flaunt his righteousness, his loyalty, and force if we use Murina, we might be able to get Zebrudia on your side. It's not decided that we lose yet. Live or die, advance or fall, those were the only choices left. With the Supreme Warrior Festival finally approaching the next day, the city is even more excited. I bit back my yawning as I checked the newspaper, which was my daily routine, and instantly felt sleepy. It's been quite noisy today. The paper was full of information about the incident that occurred at Cleet last night. I was relieved because it had been peaceful ever since I came to this town, but it seems that it was true that things were turbulent this time of year. Did they really have to throw off the balance like this? Couldn't they have waited until the festival started? When I was confused by the paper, Lucia, who had completely recovered and was charging today's relic, said, "Princess Murina is probably involved in that too." Luke and the others rushed out looking thrilled. Why? According to the article, the incident was likely a large-scale organized conflict. Luke was the type who loved a good fight and had been grumbling a lot lately, so it wouldn't be strange for him to jump into an unrelated brawl. But why was the princess? Had she been influenced by Luke and the others? Had she become even more battle-hungry than the Kill princess? The Supreme Warrior Festival is finally starting tomorrow. They've got way too much energy right before tournament starts. Are they even prepared? Isn't it too intense to be called a warm-up exercise? As I was stunned, Lucia let out a sigh and handed me a gorgeously decorated pamphlet. That's my line. Nick-san, yours the first match, right? You do realize that, right? What? I looked down at the pamphlet. What was written on the page was the tournament bracket for the Supreme Warrior Festival. I blinked and read out the matchup written where Lucia was pointing. Krahai Andri he vs Cry Andri. How many people have the same last name and same name as me? Krahai-san, be really careful. At the brain at Kuhl's concerned words, Krahai silently nodded. Oh, I know. The expressions of the party members looking at me were uncharacteristically anxious. The foul-mouthed alchemist Kutri Smayat of the Ignorable was sitting with her legs crossed and hunched over, smoking a cigarette and speaking in an unusually chiding voice. Isn't it okay to just run away? Just being one of the participants in the Supreme Warrior Festival is enough honor. I don't think you lose easily, but it won't be fun if you get hurt badly. If you Ray going to leave here, I'll bet on your opponent in the end. There's no way my brother will lose to a guy like that. Besides, there's a rule to prevent fraud that says party members can only bet on the leader. That's why you Ray so naive. There are many ways to do it. Besides, if you win and earn a grudge, it'll be troublesome. Krahai may be stronger than his opponent, but Lusha, you really aren't. Lusha's eyes widened as if she was shocked by Kutri's straightforward words and said in a shriek, That's not true. Most of the time, even Q-tree is worse than Citri. That's fine. The amount of knowledge is not the only important thing for an alchemist. I am the worst. Q-tree showed a dark smile. He don't know what they Ray talking about. But he is aware that they have a kind of camaraderie of their own that Krahai doesn't know about. It's a good thing that the party members get along so well, so he don't want to get into that, but he has to say this. Q-tree, I have no intention of running away. I don't expect to win easily, but I'm still a treasure hunter. If I retreat in front of the unknown, I will be disqualified as a treasure hunter. There's no such thing as match fixing. Krahai also has pride. Even if he die at the Supreme Warrior Festival, he will have no regrets. Q-tree clicked her tongue at Krahai's powerful words. I thought you'd say that. Do whatever you want. But if you lose, I'll just run away, huh? This guy is still serious as always, even though we call ourselves Smayat. Kekek, it is too late to say something like that when we are already looking for a brother, my sister. Kutri, the lowest persona you want to appear is too shallow too. Zuri says in a tired voice. Krahai is the only one on the big stage, but it seems like the party members can stay normal either. If you win at the Supreme Warrior Festival, it will bring you prestige. However, if Krahai were to suffer a humiliating defeat, the party members will become laughingstocks. That must have meant a lack of trust in Krahai as a leader. No problem. I've fully prepared thanks to yesterday's battle. I am the strongest I've ever been. What the hell was that? He still don't know about that. The fierce battle that ensued after receiving the sudden call was unlike anything Krahai had ever experienced before. Our numbers were large, and so were our enemies. It was his first time in a many-on-many battle, and he had a few near misses, but now that he has overcome the fierce battle, Krahai's power has grown. Then, looking down at the tournament table, Krahai's expression changed. But I never expected you to come to the Supreme Warrior Festival, Cry. It's a shame that you didn't say anything. In the first round, he meets a man with a similar name. Krahai couldn't help but feel something like fate. It is up to the Supreme Warrior Festival organizers to allocate the tournament matchup. It's fine that Krahai is participating, but what are the chances of facing Cry in the first round? He was a mysterious man. He's a strange man, fragile in appearance, yet well-connected in many circles, beloved by the strong. In a way, he's the exact opposite of Krahai. According to Kuhl and the others, he even has an alias. Also, he has an alias that is exactly like Krahai. Andri. That's a strange name. I wonder if Thousand Tricks imitated me. Hey, Kuhl, is this guy really gonna be okay? Krahai-san is a warrior and isn't really interested in other people. It's been a long time since Krahai was this interested in another person. Krahai has no idea how powerful this man, who doesn't have the presence of mana materials, is. However, even if the other person is an acquaintance, even if the other person is a fan of one's own, he will not show mercy. Because I believe that doing your best is polite. Krahai noticed that he was smiling before he knew it, and his smile deepened even further. The human town is a really noisy place. The desert village was also noisy for those who were born and raised in the treasure vault, but the noise in this town far exceeds that as the festival approaches. There were many people passing by, but no one paid attention to her. She definitely exists, but no one notices. For the phantom fox of the Lost Inn, deceiving humans is, at this point, a form of proving her own existence. Her games in this town are already over. She's tricked people into frying tofu for her and even toyed with some incomprehensible human organization. It's a shame to leave behind all that delicious tofu, but if she ever craves it again, she can always use the same tricks. God's followers are fickle. They only involve themselves with humans when they feel like it. Well, what should I do now? Should I return to the Lost Inn or go to the desert village again? Humming to herself as she was walking along, a piece of paper on the ground suddenly caught little sister Fox's attention. It was the tournament schedule for tomorrow's Supreme Warrior Festival. Supreme Warrior Festival. The little fox didn't know much about human customs, but she had already pieced together the gist of it from overheard conversations. It's a festival where they compete in martial prowess. As if the strongest being wasn't already our mother, how foolish humans were, fighting amongst their inferior kind. But then, a familiar name suddenly leapt out at her from the bracket. Krahai Andri he v's Cry Andri. Cry Andri. It's a name that even the little sister fox, who has no interest in human names, will never forget. No, he is the natural enemy of the lost in itself. Once upon a time, the phantoms of the lost in a contest of wits against that man, and the tale, which could also be called the main body of the treasure house, was stolen. As for the little sister Fox, he is a person with whom she has a connection with. She had been ensnared in an elaborate trap, even bound by a rule forbidding direct attacks. That man Dosen, have enough respect for the little sister Fox. Her pride as a member of the divine lineage does not allow me to remain defeated, but this is too dangerous an opponent to face alone. That's what she thought. After checking the tournament table for a while, the little fox muttered. How amusing, by the time she muttered that, her highly advanced intelligence was formulating the next strategy. She was thinking of going home, but now she can take revenge on that damned man. TLN. Here she used Kiki Kansan, I use the damned man to keep the tone natural. Japanese letter, Kiki. Likely derived from Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Hearing, listening, or Chinese letter, Japanese letter affect potency. But in this context, it's probably mocking Kurai's name, Japanese letter, by twisting it into something silly. Japanese letter, can, short for Chinese letter, man, tough guy, often used mockingly, e.g., oh, big man tilde. Japanese letter, san, a sarcastic honorific, making it sound polite on the surface but actually condescending. Although she cannot attack directly, there are many ways to deceive humans. This time she would make sure he learned his lesson. Trick him, force him to his knees, make him comb her tail with a fine-toothed brush. TLN. I would like to do it, in fact, let me do it, the strongest hunter. Level 8. ILL damage your reputation in the human world. Chapter 5, Supreme Warrior Festival. Then the fateful day came. My stomach has been hurting since morning, but Lucia wakes me up. Hey, snap out of it, how are you supposed to fight like this? Your opponent is also very skilled, you know. It's impossible because the relics Aaron T charged. I already took care of that. I was completely sleep-deprived. The culprit behind it all is the disturbing tournament schedule. I won T participate. I said from the beginning to the end that I would not participate, and I never once said I wanted to participate. However, even I can understand that the possibility of someone having the same last name as me is not high. In other words, is this a procedural error on the Empire S part? I want to go home right now. Liz, who had been having a mock battle with Luke since the morning, said strangely to me as I was feeling exhausted. Cry baby, you look really unwell. You always seem like you, Ray, fine no matter what happens. I always feel like crap, struggling to pull myself together. Citri smiled and put her hands together. Now, Mr. Cry. If Mr. Cry on the tournament table is not Mr. Cry, then Mr. Cry is Mr. Cry, Mr. Cry. There's a bug in Citri. Maybe I hit her head too much. It seems like she really likes that retort. TLN. Again, Tsukomi. Straight person act. Here the usual JP two-person comedy skit. I used retort to make it natural, but you can comment if you want me to keep it as straight person. Citri continues to smile and starts arranging potions in front of me. This is recovery, this is explosion, this is poison, this is paralysis, this is sleep, this is mana potion that restores magic power. Even if there is a bug, the functionality is still there. No, not yet. I don't know yet. There is still a possibility that the person on the list of contestants isn't me. If there's a lookalike, it's not weird for the real deal to show up too. Nonsense. I feel like I am going to throw up from feeling hopeless and nervous. Lucia says in shock. Huh. Why did you get a ticket if you didn't want to participate the Supreme Warrior Festival? Because I wanted to watch the game. I mean, that's why I told you. It's a ticket to participate. I want to overthrow my past carefree self. In the first place, if I participate, wouldn't the princess be unable to participate? Well, the princess isn't there, did she ran away? If it's Princess Murina, she'll be watching the game from the prestigious guest seat. She's a member of the royal family, after all. It's okay. It's okay. I won participate. I am not participating, so there's no need to fear anything. Just to be sure, I checked with Citri, who still hadn't tightened the loose screws. By the way, just to confirm, is it possible to surrender at the Supreme Warrior Festival? I think there was a system in place. What? I won let someone do something so boring. If there's a guy like that, they become the rust of my sword before they surrenders. Chan, you may not know this, but wooden swords don't rust, right? Lucia sighs deeply at the exchange between Luke and the others. Crap, I'm gonna become rust on Luke's wooden sword. However, contrary to me, Luke and the others are extremely energetic. Both Ansem and Lucia look full of fighting spirit. I am in great shape. The warm-up exercise was the best, and the climax is going to be awesome. Princess, she was crying, you know. She suddenly had to give so many instructions. I had fun too, though. I feel like they have a separate mentality that makes it hard to believe that they are the same species. It's okay, it's okay. It's not me. The participant in the tournament bracket must be my doppelganger. Even if by some chance I ended up participating, it wouldn't be a problem because my opponent would not be Luke. I took a deep breath and smiled. Humans, when there's nothing we can do, we have no choice but to laugh. Looking around at Luke and the others, I mustered my best hard-boiled tone. Now, let us go create a legend in a sense. The venue for the Supreme Warrior Festival, Cleet's famous arena, was filled with cheers, shouts, and excitement even though it hadn't even opened yet. The air was electric, making your skin tingle. The area around the arena was packed with warriors wielding all manner of weapons, like a scene straight out of war. And in reality, the Supreme Warrior Festival is a war. Sometimes, for a hunter, pride was more important than life. This tournament is a tournament to determine the strongest, and at the same time, it is a tournament that causes quite a few deaths every year. Oh, what's wrong, Cry? You look pale today. I'm always like this. Are you sure you, Ray, okay? Human weakling, you are in the first match. He joins up with the supporting members of First Steps, including Obsidian Cross and Starlight. Apparently my complexion is so bad that Sven and Kreese can clearly see it. I'd long since given up on clearing up misunderstandings, but it seemed everyone was convinced I'd be fighting. You could have told me. If you thought that, you should have said so sooner. Oh, wait, you did. I suppressed my desire to run away right away and forced myself to at least keep up appearances. This warrior looks pale. Huh, what now, what? It's no good, it's not just Citri. My thinking is a bit off today. I was thinking too much yesterday and couldn't sleep well. It's been a long time since I couldn't sleep because I was thinking too much. Being able to fall asleep easily was one of my few strengths. Oh, I get it, Cry. I was so excited too that I spent the whole night practicing. Luke is in high spirits and roars despite the crowd. Don T lump us together. W what? I worried for nothing, huh? Just don't embarrass yourself out there. You think so much that you can sleep well. Does that mean you Ray that fired up, that's rare? Master, please do your best. I am fully prepared. I bet all my money on Master. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay because Citri will cover all of Tino's assets. No, it's not me. I am not a contestant. Those who believe will be saved. I am not a contestant. I won't participate. Absolutely not. Entrance gate. When I showed my ticket and was about to enter, the receptionist rolled her eyes and said, Mr. Cryandry, you entered the room earlier, right? What? My eyes widened at the unexpected words. Citri quickly checks. Did you mistake him for Cryandry? No, there's no doubt about it. He's already entered. The receptionist looked at me with a suspicious look. Could this be? Maybe, that's right. Because I don't remember saying anything about participating. Haha, no matter how much of an idiot I am, I would never confuse participating with watching. It does something completely confusing. Who is this Cryandry? Shall I bet? With that, I suddenly felt better and couldn't help but smile. Lucia looks up at me with blank stares. Why do you look so happy, leader? By the way, is Murina Atom Zebrudia among the participants? No, we don't have one but Zebrudia. I checked, but it seems like she is not there. Well, her name wasn't even on the tournament list. Please re-enter for now. Ah, did you also lose your participant's badge? I told you it couldn't be reissued. Here, please Don lose it again. Now then, good luck. While I was relaxing with a sense of security, Citri did something unnecessary and snapped a bracelet on my hand. Haha, that's a participant badge. I don't need it because I am not participating. Mr. Cryandry, you are in the first match this way. Good luck, Crybaby. Ha that Mr. Andry is not me, so it's okay. This is the waiting room. Ha what do the audience refrain from doing in the waiting room? The only thing I am refraining from is fighting and drinking. The door slams shut. That sound finally brought me back to my senses. The waiting room was a simple room. The furniture that exists is a chair and a table, and just the fridge. When you look up, the ceiling is directly above you. There's no particular place to hide. Why is this happening? I should have refused outright. My brain became completely empty due to feeling relief. I look around, but I can't find anyone who can explain this situation. But the biggest problem is that the real Mr. Cry, who was supposed to be waiting, isn't there. There's no place to hide. I tentatively opened the small drink refrigerator, hoping for some miracle. Mr. Cry, are you here? There were only a few bottles of water inside. Wow, I didn't actually expect him to be here, but he really isn't anywhere. No, not yet. I don't know yet. Is it possible that Cry Andry is a liquid creature? There weren't any race restrictions for contestants, right? Maybe this is Cry S, is this Cry San? Or is this Cry San? Or is it this one? Cayenne. As I took out the water bottles one by one to escape reality, one of the water bottles screamed. Then I came to my senses again. A bathroom. Oh no, this isn't the time to escape reality. This is not the time to hear hallucinations. Where is the real Mr. Cry? The empty waiting room. The small refrigerator opens quietly, and one of the bottles of water falls out without anyone touching it. Then, little Sister Fox returned to her original form from the water bottle. The first thing the little fox did after returning to her normal form was to take a deep breath and calm herself down. She twitched her 2 ears, which had popped out due to her nervousness, looking for signs of movements around her. She breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no sign of anything around her. He was a truly terrifying person. Even though the change to an inorganic substance was a rudimentary step, it was hard to believe that someone could pinpoint her so much, her, who boasted such a perfect transformation. But in the end, she won. She was able to mislead him. Mr. Caution did not notice the little Sister Fox disguise. When she had accidentally let out her voice, she thought it was over, but she still hadn't been exposed. However, the real challenge began now. The other person is the one that her brother and mother had trouble with. She was confident in her plan, but she didn't know what will give her away. This time, for instance, the man's sudden appearance in the waiting room had been unexpected. She had reflexively turned into a bottle to cover for herself, but upon reflection, of course he would come. He was participating as a competitor, after all. How amusing. There are rules at Lost in. Don't take revenge when you lose in a contest of wits. But that doesn't mean she don't feel anything about defeat. Last time, as a result of being caught in a clever trap, the little Sister Fox was labeled as a glutton for no reason by her compatriots. Even thinking about it now, it's a humiliating story. She can take revenge. However, she can take him on a new challenge. The one who will on attack this time is the little Sister Fox. Will that man, who is so obtuse that he never notices the true nature of the smartphone, be able to see through the plot? When it came to deceiving humans, she never held back. Closing her eyes, she raised a single finger and cast her spell. As a result, Mr. Caution would be lost in the bathroom, unable to find his way out. While he was trapped there, his credibility would crumble, and she would laugh at the sight of him flailing in panic. When the little Sister Fox was satisfied with her work, she somersaulted and transformed back into Cry Andry. Asterisk under a cloudless blue sky, the huge arena, which could hold tens of thousands of people, was buzzing with people and excitement. The Supreme Warrior Festival is finally about to begin. Most of the seats were filled, and everyone was waiting for the birth of a hero. In arena seats for those related to participants were reserved for everyone in first steps, including Tino. Like Tino and the others, the seats given to those involved with the participants are seats on the inside, close to where the fight is taking place. This is because in the Supreme Warrior Festival, where contestants' races and occupations do not matter, attacks by participants who have absorbed a large amount of mana materials tend to be large-scale, and their companions are required to act as a bulwark in case of an emergency. When she looked around, she only saw stiff faces. Naturally, Tino's shoulders tightened, and she took a deep breath to calm herself down. Hey, we haven't even started yet, are you okay? That's right, sir. We are guests of human weakling, so we have to behave accordingly. Sven of Obsidian Cross and Kreese of Starlight, who were sitting nearby, spoke to her. However, while Sven seemed unfazed, Kreese seemed to be just as nervous as Tino. I bet a lot of money, and if he loses, I won't just get away with it. Master is God. That's why Tino has no hesitation in betting all her assets on Master S victory. Sven looked at her with pity at the words of Kreese, who accepted Tino's invitation and took part in the bet. Kreese, you are, how to say, like that, Aaron T.U. What? What is that, sir? If you have something to say it clearly, sir. From next ball it will be Dessous, Master is God. Master will definitely win, so there is no problem. Oh, that's right. Human weakling will win, so there's no problem. Since I was even invited, it's only natural to bet. Kreese hurriedly agreed with Tino. However, there was clear unease in her eyes. She probably has the same worries as Tino. However, in the first place, whether he wins or loses, Tino has no choice but to bet on her dear master. If she don't bet, her faith will be questioned. But what on earth is this matchup? That's too messed up, sir. Kreese taps the tournament table angrily. Tino wholeheartedly agrees. Master, first round opponent, Krahi Andrihi. He is a fake of the master. I was aware of the existence of a fake, although the master said he was real. But he never expected them to face off in the very first match of such a grand stage. For a mere pretender to take the name of 1,000 Tricks, renowned across the land, was utterly laughable. And yet, this very opponent became another reason for Tino to bet on Master. After all, even if her mouth were torn, she wouldn't be able to say that the real thing is inferior to the fake one. Sven laughs cheerfully at Kreese's understandable indignation. Ha ha ha, but this guy is quite strong. He is a skilled magi. He has also absorbed enough mana material. Ah, you said you met him, right? However, it would be strange to use a fake name, sir, especially if he is such a skilled person. This is the Supreme Warrior Festival, which is well known even among spirit people, sir. It seems like it's his real name. You believed that. There's no way a coincidence like this could happen, sir. Just think about it calmly. What are the odds that two people even have the same names, sir? I am very anxious. Master is God, but there is a cunning side of him. He seemed to really like the fake man with a real name that looked just like him. Master's kindness is both an advantage and sometimes a disadvantage. Apparently, after listening around so far, the audience didn't seem to know which one was the real one. Cry Andri and Krahi Andrihi. 1,000 Tricks and 1,000-fold Theurgics. Originally, the master was not one to show off in public. Aside from his alias, the level of recognition of his name and face is probably low compared to others. Of course, that was probably intentional, but it backfired. If he lose this, Krahi might be treated as the real thing. Either way, all Tino can do now that at this point is lean forward and cheer him on. She slapped her own cheeks hard, shaking off the creeping despair. She wasn't even the one fighting, yet her heart wavered. She was lucky enough to witness the battle up close. It wasn't just about supporting the master. She had to learn something from this tournament. And then, the time came soon. The quality of the noise that filled the place changed. Despite the swirling enthusiasm, the arena was filled with a strange silence that lifted the spirits. A towering figure appeared in the vast arena. A man so large he could rival Ansem, the immutable from Greiving souls. And he is also the former Supreme Warrior who came to the top with overwhelming strength in the last tournament. What he was holding on his right side was a huge metal rod that seemed to dwarf him. It is an adamantite rod that is said to be the strongest and heaviest in the world, except for relics. Tino considered herself as a kind of good warrior, but in the last tournament, this man shattered all kinds of techniques and strategies with just a metal rod and a well-trained body. His exposed body was so inhuman that it gave her chills just by looking at it, and she couldn't believe we were from the same species. Is it a miracle of mana materials that has made possible for humans to have physical abilities that far exceed those of mythical beasts and demonic beasts? This year's participants must have been thinking about how to break through the previous Supreme Warrior. The former Supreme Warrior takes a quiet breath. Then, a voice like thunder echoed through the spacious hall. A shock passes through Tino's body. The sound was so loud that she couldn't help but cover her ears. If it had been at close range, the sound alone might have knocked her unconscious. That is certainly a skill allowed to those who stand at the top of this world. Now, a year has passed in this clique. Those who have eliminated all obstacles and desire to become the new Supreme Warrior have gathered. Here and now, we declare the starting of the Supreme Warrior Festival. These are simple words, but in his eyes burned the gleam of a beast eyeing its prey. His voice thirsted for battle, for blood and glory. One look was enough to understand. This man was waiting for challengers who dared to threaten his reign. Tino had a premonition. For Master to become a Supreme Warrior, that man, the previous Supreme Warrior, will be the biggest obstacle. Tino is a complete Master fan, but she wasn't too confident that the Master, who always had a gentle smile on his face, would be able to defeat that monster-like man. And then, the first round finally begins. Finally. It's here, I was looking forward to it. The air that caressed his skin contained a lot of the enthusiasm from the audience seats. Exhilaration filled his body. Krahai Andrihi, the thousand-fold Theurgix, closed his eyes, concentrated his mind, and flipped a switch within himself. He is in great shape. A long time ago, Krahai was solo until he was invited to a party by Kuel and his friends. For a solo hunter with no one to help him, being able to immediately get into a fighting stance is an essential skill. Krahai is a magician, but he is used to fighting alone. In that sense, this tournament is in Krahai's favor. In general, close combat classes are considered advantageous in this type of tournament. In fact, the former Supreme Warrior was also a monster-like man who specialized in the physical body. However, even though Krahai is intimidated by the overwhelming strength that is conveyed to him, he has no intention of losing at all. Keep winning. That's how he has lived his whole life. For hunters, the desire to win is what they need more than anything else. However, this time Krahai is not only fighting for himself. If he becomes the Supreme Warrior, the name of Freaking Souls will become a legend, for the sake of his friends who follow him even though they always look a little unsure of themselves. I'll go all out, Cry, and I'll carry your will with me as well. Krahai Andrihi muttered to himself and proceeded to the battlefield. Kukuku, to dare defy the new boss, what fools, serves them right. As you wish, though it was far too close. Supreme Warrior Festival venue. From a corner of the audience seats, Gaff and Sora were staring down at the arena. Both Gaff and Sora are in tatters. Gaff has a broken arm and a bandage and is on crutches. As for Sora, she wasn't injured, but her hair was disheveled and her expression showed deep fatigue. Old Fox vs. New Fox. That battle was the worst of the worst. As Gaff had imagined, the organization was trying to crush Gaff with all its might. The only reason they barely managed to repel the assault, despite the overwhelming difference in strength, was due to a series of fortunate coincidences. The fact that Gufu had gathered many of his trusted members to the vicinity of Cleet during the Supreme Warrior Festival strategy. Due to secrecy, it took time for information about Gaff to spread throughout the organization. There was cooperation from Greiving Souls, the Torch Knights, and other organizations that Gaff negotiated with. The fact boss had a reason to avoid attrition. The organization probably withdrew because they saw Gaff's men desperately resisting and decided that it was impossible to bring the situation under control right away. This strategy is big. The boss will try to accomplish this at any cost, so it makes sense to temporarily put the treatment of Gaff's group on hold rather than lowering the success rate of the operation by having members taken away from dealing with Gaff. But this was clearly not a victory. All they had bought was a little more time. This was their last chance to hide. The supporting members have already been released. Many of the bandits gathered through negotiations, and Gaff's subordinates were killed or injured, and their fighting strength was reduced by more than half. They can win the next battle. However, they have to wait and see the results of the operation. This should reveal the true intentions of the person who deceived Gaff. Obviously, being someone's subordinate didn't suit me. Feels refreshing. Boss, that just sounds like sour grapes. This shrine maiden. She has a nicer personality than I expected. Cleat Arena. A lone figure was floating a few dozen meters directly above it. A jet black robe wrapped around his body. A white fox mask covers his face. Stepping on empty air, he looked down at the black stone in his hand, Sounding Stone, one of the top executives of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. Skytail bit his lip as the situation was not going smoothly. What was unexpected was that Gaff had gathered more forces than expected. And Gaff, who was in charge of it, was fully demonstrating his strengths as Seven Tails. Even though they gathered together members from the surrounding area, they were forced to retreat. This was a divide-and-conquer tactic. By the time he realized the true nature of the plan, it was too late. Gaff's side suffered damage, but their own losses were even greater. And the organization that benefits most from this outcome is the Fox's hostile organization. It must have been a very carefully prepared plan to disrupt an organization that had been in hiding for so long in such a short time. This latest incident is not the work of the Explorers Association or the Empire. If it was the work of a large organization, it would be impossible for no information to be leaked in advance. Level 8 Hunter, 1,000 tricks. The man who destroyed the serpent, who was once on the same level as the fox. He has defeated countless enemies with his unique intelligence, gathering ability and wit, and can be said to be the fox's natural enemy. It's doubtful whether the man who appeared on the sounding stone was really that person, but he's so talented that it wouldn't be strange if it were true. But he's naive. Young. It is impossible for the fox to be cowed at this level. The 1,000 tricks will die here. There are many powerful hunters, but there are no strategists who can trap the fox. It may take some time to rebuild the organization, but it's not a bad idea if you think that you can get rid of nuisance early on. Today, Roderick Atom Zebrudia will witness the gruesome death of the man who protected him. And then, Fox's position will be consolidated. After thinking that far, the boss looked down at the tournament table for the Supreme Warrior Festival. What a foolish plan that man thought of. The first round of the tournament table. Cry Andri vs Cry Andrihi. This is a ridiculous matchup of which people are making fun of by saying that it is the fake versus the real thing. He doesn't know how they manipulated the match schedule, but it's too sloopy to put smoke in my eyes. He has never come face to face with 1,000 tricks, but even if he don't know which one is real, the solution is simple. If you don't know his face, just kill them both. On the ground, 2 black-haired men stand in a vast coliseum. The match will start soon. The moment to strike would be when one fell. The barrier erected around the venue has no effect on attacks from outside to inside. He narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the battle. Although they were about the size of a pea, he could tell that the 2 men were having a conversation. Not yet, fake and real, an unknown hunter and a famous hunter. There is no doubt that the match will be a short-term decisive battle. From his pocket, he takes out the key of the strategy, the key of the earth. It has already been charged. Now, let the despair begin. Now is the time to show the world the power of the fox. The moment he thought about that, the atmosphere in the venue completely changed. He can hear the sound, but he can feel the confusion. Did something happen? Squint his eyes and looking below, he saw one of the men raise his hand, and, in an instant, a strong sound, shock, and light passed through Sorrow's entire body. What did you just say? The black-haired young man asked with a stunned expression. Cry Andrihi, Mr. Caution's opponent and fake. 1,000-fold theurgics. She can sense quite a bit of power from his body, but he is still a human after all. The little sister fox gave a fearless smile that was typical of a Mr. Caution, looked around the entire venue once again, and then, in a voice loud enough to reach every corner, she declared, I said that I was honored to have met the real me, but that ends today. Today, I will defeat you and become the real 1,000 tricks. It's the perfect plan. The little sister fox was satisfied with her own cunning, though she didn't let it show. It's scary how talented she is at coming up with such a plan the moment she looked at the tournament table. Mr. Caution, who she can understand why, but seems to be a well-known hunter in the human world, and his opponent, who has the same name. This strategy will not work unless both are present. Due to little sister fox's trick, Mr. Caution became a fake. Even if he deny it later, this clear declaration is seen by this number of people. It will be difficult to recover his reputation. The only thing left to do is to lose before the spell of confusion she casted on Mr. Caution wears off. Mr. Caution won't even get to stand on this grand stage, and before he knows it, he's defeated. She could practically see the look of shock on his face. Cry Andrihi took a step back and muttered with a stunned expression. What are you saying? Are you surprised? You never thought there would be a fake person. Did you think it was a coincidence that you and I met? Read a little bit of the mind of the person in front of you and make the most of it. It would be easy if she used her magic. However, this man named Cry Andrihi is extremely mysterious. There is no doubt in his eyes, no malice in his heart. Whose polished soul has a certain brilliance in its body, and the staff he holds in its hand is also a relic. Although his name is similar to Mr. Caution, everything is different, and although he is 10,000 times stronger than Mr. Caution, he seems to have a lower status than Mr. Caution. However, the most strange thing of all is that this young man doesn't know anything about 1,000 tricks. He seems pretty famous, but the world is really strange. However, it is convenient. If he had been deliberately imitating Mr. Caution, things might have been complicated, but he is not aware of it. She can't help but think that heaven is telling her to trick them. She will trick Cry, she will trick the audience, and she will trick Mr. Caution. The little sister fox opens her arms and shows her patience. She felt countless eyes on her. A curious look, a look of confusion, a look of contempt. The buzz of confusion is comforting. Chaos is what the divine foxes of Lost in really wants. Then, Krahai Andrihi took a step forward and spoke quietly, but with a trembling voice. Don't say things like that, Cry. In this world, there's no thing as real or fake people. Although his tone was quiet, his voice strangely echoed throughout the venue. His eyes, the same color as Mr. Caution, shine quietly. You can be someone else. I can be you and you can be me. But there's no need to be in the first place. Even if you become me, you ray still a great Cry Andri. What was this human even saying? She blinks, staring at the man who is completely oblivious to her plan. The audience was completely attentive to that strangely pleasant voice. I don't mind if you admire me. I don't mind you having an alias that looks exactly alike. But don't say such sad things about abandoning yourself and becoming me. The fact that you've earned the right to stand in this tournament proves your excellence. A mere fake wouldn't be here. Even your admiration for me is part of who you are, Cry Andri. So don't belittle yourself. Acknowledge your worth. And when you do, I'll gladly cross blades with you, smiling, right here in this very Supreme Warrior Festival. At those words, the venue was filled with explosive cheers. Apparently it was recognized as a performance. Mr. Caution has completely turned into the underdog. It's as planned, but still. A little unsure of what to do, the little sister fox raises her hand. The hall becomes quiet as the fake moves. She had expected jeers by now, but instead the crowd's gaze was tinged with pity. That's nonsense, Ria Wunnel. You ray going to collapse here and now. This is the venue for the Supreme Warrior Festival, so show your strength before spouting nonsense. Or are you not confident that you can win? Upon hearing the little sister fox's voice, Krahai's expression turned slightly sad, but he immediately exclaimed. The wind blew. His black robe flutters loudly, and the cane he holds in his right hand comes into view. It's a metallic staff with a golden crystal set in the head, and it's not of this world. That's when little sister fox noticed. I won lose to the fake you. Until you find your true self, I will continue to stand as your goal and your ideal. For your sake, Cry Andrich's sake more than anything else. Krahai Andrihi has talent. He also has experience. Moreover, he has heart. However, the cane held by the man in front of me was even more powerful. Purple electricity scatters around the crystal. It's a relic wand, and a wand that specializes in specific attributes and increases its power. The mana within his body has been refined and amplified explosively. The little sister fox took a step back. This man is a magi, a lightning magician. And not just any magician, a hyper-specialized one, forsaking all other elements. The sky trembled. The air itself shuddered. Thousandfold theurgics, Krahai Andrihi screams. I will defeat you for your own sake. I will not spare any effort, except my full power. 1,000 heavenly flowers traveling through 1,000 heavens, shining like 1,000,000 flowers, the power of this thunder emperor, Krahai Andrihi. She looked up almost reflexively, and a ray of light poured down from the sky. Asterisk, still as absurdly strong as ever, and he's gotten even more powerful. Yeah, he's seriously strong. Makes us feel kinda useless. In a corner of the audience seats at the Supreme Warrior Festival, the members of Freaking Souls huddled together as they watched the spectacle unfold. Qutri Smayet, leaning back on her back with her legs crossed, clicks her tongue as she looks at the thunder that falls from the sky. Elizabeth Smayet-Zuri also agreed with that opinion and let out a deep sigh. Krahai is strong. He has a name that sounds like an imitation, but he is unnecessarily strong. He is simple. He is simple and easily deceived, which is why he is deceived by Zuri and the others. Also, he cannot use the various magics that are the strength of a magi, but he's strong. Krahai Andrihi can only use the lightning technique, which is considered the most difficult of all magic, and he loves the technique of scattering intense light and shock, also known as heroic magic. He has been active as a solo hunter. He was able to work solo. No matter how large the opponent was, he never lost. They were sure Krahai would have become a great success even if his name wasn't exactly like 1,000 tricks. He used almost all of his abilities in the art of lightning. The alias Thousandfold Theurgics was an idea of Kuel and the others, but Thunder Emperor is not a self-proclaimed name. If he had an alias, it would definitely be that one. Countless lightning strikes struck the vast venue. The sheer force and noise made even the sturdy barrier tremble. It's obviously not the kind of magic that would be used against humans, but I don't think he cares about that. Kuel, who had been looking pale since morning, grumbled while clutching his stomach. This is bad. This. We still don't know what the other person's intentions are. Do your best, Oni-chan. Crush that fake. Lusha is cheering while getting frightened from the thunder. Krahai is certainly strong. Kyul knew that, but he didn't think he could beat a level 8. The treasure vault that Krahai always ventures into is level 5. Because of the presence of Kyul and his friends, he had to lower the level of the treasure vault he was exploring. They were sure that if Kyul and his friends hadn't created freaking souls, Krahai would have been able to conquer more and more treasure vaults solo, and would have become an even stronger magi. That doesn't mean they don't regret it. No matter what means one uses, one cannot become someone else. Coincidentally, Krahai's earlier words had struck Kyul and others harder than any lightning. What would he think if he ever learned the truth? The similar name was nothing more than a childish trick. One day, he would find out. However, there is nothing Kyul and the others can do now that they have come this far. The Thunder Emperor swings his staff. The number of lightning strikes increases, the light and impact increases. It was a level higher than the most famous high-level lightning magic, Calamity Thunder, the highest level of lightning magic, Heaven's Thunder. This technique, which most hunters go through their lives without ever seeing, was like a natural disaster. It's clearly not the kind of magic that would be used against humans. The lightning showed no sign of stopping. The flashes were so bright Krahai's figure was no longer visible, but if he had defeated his opponent, he would have had the sense to end the spell. The fact that the attack continued meant his opponent was still standing. They didn't know why the real one declared himself a fake, but the real 1,000 Tricks is a schemer. If things continue like this, it is certain that a bad result will await us. As expected, even Kyul, as shameless as he was, couldn't bring himself to abandon Krahai now. The other members share this sentiment. Maybe if they show their sincerity, 1,000 Tricks will forgive them. If he had intended not to forgive them, wouldn't he have immediately denounced them instead of declaring himself a fake in the first place? You can even think like this. His body trembles from the constant thunder. Kyul then casually looked at the seats where the real 1,000 Tricks cheering members were. In the cheering seats, the members of First Steps were shouting at the top of their lungs. The thunder that was pouring down didn't bother them at all, and they kept raising their voice. Go, get him, teach him a lesson. At first, Kyul thought they were giving genuine support, but it seems that's not the case. Especially enthusiastic was Sven Anger, the Storm Strike, whom they had met once before. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Apparently, the real 1,000 Tricks companions weren't bothered at all by his bizarre declaration. Kyul stopped thinking. After all, he is just the Protean Swordie, an imitation of the Protean sword, and he's a side-burning blade. The load is too heavy, and then the lightning suddenly stops. Krahai's startled voice could be heard from within the dust cloud. It can't be. You dodged every single of the unavoidable lightning strikes. Who are you, Andri? Damn it. I accidentally dodged them. The arena was instantly reduced to scorched earth by a large-scale attack magic. Amid the swirling dust, the little sister fox was at a loss as to what to do. Krahai's attack magic was more powerful than she imagined. It's partly because little sister fox isn't very good at such things, but everything had aligned perfectly. For an attack spell that could be unleashed by a human, it was extraordinary. The magical mana residing in Krahai's body was specialized for using lightning magic. That relic's staff was specialized in amplifying the magical power of lightning, and by disturbing the atmosphere, the magic was extremely efficient in summoning lightning. Although its precision is immaculate, the reason why it can cause this class of destruction continuously is because the technique is low fuel consumption, despite its power. Probably he can use any magic other than lightning. In that sense, the man named Krahai is nothing more or less than a thunder mage. Despite causing so much destruction, Krahai opens and closes his palms in confusion. No, there's a gap in my control. Is my body, perhaps hesitant to defeat you, but the lightning magic should be able to hit you on its own even if there's a slight shift. There's no point in thinking about it, I suppose. She should have been defeated by now. From an outsider's perspective, Krahai's attack had more than enough power and range. When she avoided it was completely by reflex. The little sister fox is actually not very good with lightning. It is a kind of instinct that she once had when she existed as living things. Besides, little sister fox isn't in her best either. The mana material in the outside world is too thin. Taking a direct hit from that lightning would have hurt badly. Krahai Andri spins his staff and points it towards her. If you can avoid 10 thunders, then 100 thunders. If you can avoid 100 thunders, then 1,000 thunders. Take it, 1,000 thunder flowers that fill the heavens. As if obeying the voice, light and sound fell from the sky. This man he wasn't aiming at her. He intends to burn down this entire arena with lightning. She had no idea that humans were such terrifying creatures. Even the Divine Mother would aim at her enemies. Aren't humans supposed to be intelligent creatures? However, there was no way she could fight back. The little sister fox had come here with the intention of deceiving by playing a trick, not to fight, and in the first place, little sister fox had almost no means of attack. The true purpose of the Phantom of the Lost Inn is to confuse, not to kill. Even if it may result in death, it must not be one-sided or direct. Somehow, she has to be defeated somehow. And quickly if she don't hurry, the technique she used on Mr. Caution will be wear off. Faced with an overwhelming storm of lightning that seemed to fill the world, the younger fox took a desperate step forward. The until almost farcical and meaningless exchange turned out to be a breathless battle. The first bolt of lightning had been fearsome enough, but the relentless storm that followed, raining down across the entire arena, felt less like a mage's spell and more like divine judgment. At first, Tina was confused by the confident imposter and the master who had declared himself an imposter for some reason, but after witnessing the battle, her unnecessary thoughts naturally disappeared. Krahi Andrihi, with a name similar to the master S, is no ordinary person. Both attack speed and power are first class. If it S just the power of lightning, it S definitely stronger than Arnold from the other day. However, the master S actions were nothing short of terrifying. The master stepped forward. Is he dodging the lightning? It was like a joke. Although the speed of lightning is slower than light, it is not something that can be avoided with human reflexes. However, the master calmly ran through the falling thunder. From the outside, it looks as if lightning is avoiding the master. That S skill, the term divine strategist, doesn't do him justice. It was truly a feat befitting a level 8. She was momentarily surprised by Krahi S magic, which exceeded her expectations, but the master clearly has the advantage. While Tina was seriously thinking about this, Siddhi, who was sitting nearby, said to her, that S a fake. I see the fake that was in the kitchen at that time was for this purpose. What? Tino's eyes widened, and the older sister sitting next to her gave a voice of agreement. That S right, if it was Crybaby, he wouldn't run. Crybaby Dosen really like running. Interfering with the opponent's technique, deflecting them. How could they do something like that at Dosen even seem like it's magic? Well, it's of course with training. Withstanding it is good, but avoiding lightning is amazing. I'll do it too. Apparently, even for Sister Lucia and Brother Luke, that person is not master. Tino checked the venue again. Although it's from a distance, in Tino's eyes, he only looks like her master. He looks just like the master with his godly movement, but as long as the sisters say so, he's probably not the master. Her mind goes blank for a moment, and the words that naturally came out of her mouth were filled with resignation. Ah, this is the real this time. Master, substitute roles are prohibited at the Supreme Warrior Festival. Where did you even find such a lookalike? Come to think of it, when I asked him, Master said that he would not appear. Did he mean exactly that? Meanwhile, as the fake master miraculously weaved through the lightning and closed in, Krahi, of all things, smiled. That's right, I am going to use all my strength. Can you avoid this? Lightning arrow. Countless lightning arrows attack the fake master in no time. The fake master jumps and evades the lightning-fast arrow, but it's clearly a bad move. No matter how strong you are, you cannot evade attacks in the air. Krahi must have expected this scene as well. The head of the cane was pointed at Cry in the air. Then Krahi roared. I've been waiting for this moment, Cry. Catch the power of the heavens' heavenly destruction, God's raining flower, spear of lightning. It's an original spell. There's no such magic. Sister Lucia murmured in shock. Then there was a crunching sound in the air. A spear appears at the tip of the cane. It's a thunder spear with purple electricity surrounding it. However, its texture wasn't just that of energy. It shone like metal. A mass of compressed mana. Just as mana materials converge to create a substance on the relic, this was an overwhelmingly condensed force taking physical shape. Even at the stage of mere lightning strikes, the destructive power was already extraordinary, so just how overwhelming would it be when compressed? A lethal strike was unleashed without hesitation toward the master in midair. And, in response to that attack, the fake master produced an identical spear and intercepted it. The shining spear collides with a shining spear. Due to the collision and aftermath of the destructive energy, Tino certainly heard a part of the barrier protecting the audience seats crack with a fleeting sound. A scream rose from the audience, but it was quickly drowned out. Aftermath of energy. Light, shock, and heat assault the audience. Ansem Niyasama, the other hunters who were in the front row, and the magi who were in charge of the operation standing by in case of an emergency stood up and suppressed them. The dust cloud blows away. The thunder had already stopped. Swirling clouds are floating in the sky. And what caught Tino's eye next was, "I never thought you'd be able to cast the same magic as me, at the exact same time, and without a staff." In the center of the scorched and shattered arena stood Krahai Andrihi, battered but U-harmed, while near the wall the fake master lay collapsed. Krahai Andrihi looks at the staff and says with a serious face, "Did you duplicate my original magic in that instant? Without this wand I would have lost. It's like you ray my reflection. No, it's rude to say something like this. Oh, wait. All my assets will be lost after all." Kreese, who risked all her money with Tino on Tino's idea, also looks pale. However, the battle has already been decided. She don't think even a fake master would be able to stand up after receiving that blow. In the first place, it seems that the false master hasn't T-transted lightning attacks unlike the real master. If the real master had been the one fighting, he definitely would have won. It was frustrating, but they couldn't expose the imposter now. Using a replacement was likely even more dishonorable than the real master participating and losing outright. Referee, he can't stand up anymore. It seems like he has canceled out the attack, but the fact that the original remains intact is impressive. Cry fought well. Please call a doctor to take care of him. Krahai yells in a voice that is easy to understand. Hearing that voice, the referee begins to move as if he has finally remembered. The healer riders rush to the fallen false master for treatment, and Tino noticed, she couldn't not notice it, near the entrance. Master poked his head out from behind the pillar. The fake one is lying on the ground and surrounded by rescuers. There are two masters now, and it goes without saying which one is the real one. The real master was, unusually, acting suspiciously, scanning his surroundings. Was he panicking, searching for something, or had he truly not expected defeat? "Ah, it's Cry Baby." As Lizzie noticed it too, she said in a light tone. One Sama must have been looking forward to the Master-S battle, but there wasn't even little hint of disappointment in her voice. But Tino is different. "Master, this time you'd better properly reflect on what you've done." She might be half killed by Lizzie for saying this, but this time she had to speak her mind. Tino was really looking forward to seeing the master fight. However, when you look at it like this, the difference between the real thing and the fake is obvious. Looking back, the false master's attitude was far too fearless compared to the true master. It's not that she disliked the fearless master, but she was frustrated at herself for not noticing sooner. How does he plan to get out of this? The fact that he'd shown up now meant he had some kind of plan, right? He wouldn't reveal himself without reason. It wasn't like he intended to demand a rematch at this point. It was at the moment when Tino thought about this that it fell from the sky into the venue. Under the gaze of countless people, it fell like a leaf and landed without a sound on the ground behind Krahai. The audience seats, which were buzzing with the afterglow of the heated battle, were filled with confusion. It was a human, a tall man wearing a jet black robe. Its face was covered with a white fox mask. Krahai looks back. His eyes widen at the suspicious intruder, but he approaches him and calls out to him. "What? Who are you? Where did you come from? I am sorry, but the next match is..." "Enough. Talk, there's no need to say anything else. Thousand tricks, die." A fox-faced man wearing a tattered black robe raised his arms. It felt like I was trapped in a weird dream. After hiding in the bathroom for dozens of minutes, desperately avoiding reality, I finally mustered the courage to step outside, only to be met with the sight of Krahai standing in the center of the arena and a man wearing a fox mask. To make matters worse, I was lying in the corner of the venue. I don't even know what I am saying. "I see. So in other words, it means, what? I can't even come up with any assumptions." This scene is a complete shambles. The fox-faced man raises his right hand. It's a man wearing a black robe and a white fox mask. The mask he's wearing has the same design as the one I own, but he's built didn't match gaffs on. The man waves his hand down. Almost at the same time, a deafening sound and shock ran through the arena. It was as if an invisible bomb had exploded. Of course, there's no way I can react. The safety ring that I always carry for times like this completely blocks shock waves and sounds. Very nearby, the barrier set up in the arena cracks with a fleeting sound. Dust flew, and the other me who had fallen down, as well as several healer who had gathered near him, flew violently into the air. While I couldn't see anything due to the dust smoke, I heard Krahai's irritated voice. W what? All of a sudden. It's not even your turn yet. And this power. I couldn't see anything. I never could, not the past, not the future, and certainly not reality. In the midst of extremely poor visibility, the sounds of explosions were heard one after another. Some of them were blocked by the barrier, perhaps because they were caught in the safety ring's attack judgment. It's terrible. I don't understand what's happening, but I feel like I am going to die. But I don't know what to do. This was nothing new. For now, I ducked behind a pillar near the gate and took a deep breath. Calm down, stay calm, cry Andri. It should be my turn to fight now. If you resolve each situation one by one, the truth will come to light. For now, that's right, Dodza. GRRR, calm down, Atre. Giant lighting fang, a huge bolt of lightning falls from the sky. Since Ansem wasn't nearby, it naturally fell on me and was blocked by the safety rings. Because I hid, the gate I was hidden behind was partially destroyed, and screams erupted from the surrounding audience seats. That's not what I was aiming for. Gwa. When I was thinking how strong you could have been, did you really think you could win against us with such strength? Don T make me laugh. The explosive sound continued intermittently. Observing from a distance, I could see the dust swirling around. The sky screams. I heard Krahai's voice sounding like it was filled with pain. Guy 1T lose. He was planning on using a massive spell. Moreover, lightning spell. I didn't know what the situation was, but I reflexively screamed. Krahai, aim properly. Heaven's thunder, the sky was filled with light. Electricity, sounds, and shockwaves filled the arena. It's clearly dangerous magic. When I said to aim, I wasn't telling him to hit the opponent, but rather Don T hit me. Lightning rains down all over my body. All attacks are blocked by the safe ring, but it's probably being guided towards me because I have the chain relic. Without the lightning rod called Ansem, I would be powerless against lightning. However, that fox mask, who exactly is he? After the last blow, the lightning stops. I hear Krahai's shocked voice. That's impossible. I felt a contact. You ray unharmed after being hit by that much lightning. It's no use if you ray heavenly, my power is void. ULO regret provoking my wrath, die. At that, I opened my eyes. It felt like all the puzzle pieces had fallen into place. Maybe. No, definitely. Isn't T that person? The boss of the Fox Mask fan club tentative. Even though it's not intentional, Isn't T he angry that I pretended to be a boss and gave them various instructions. I wasn't sure why he was targeting Krahai, but given that Krahai's alias and name were eerily similar to mine, the misunderstanding was likely due to distorted information. As someone well accustomed to miscommunication, I could tell. Sarah. That's why I said to quickly clear up the misunderstanding and told her to apologize. This is why someone who isn't T used to being scolded are hopeless. Well, the fact that he went out of his way to show up here, in the middle of the Supreme Warrior Festival, is kinda weird too. Maybe the Fox Mask fan club is full of weirdos. At the very least, Don T caused trouble to others. At this point, the only thing left for me to do is apologize sincerely. The real problem is figuring out how to clear up this misunderstanding in the middle of a battlefield. Screams and roars, shockwaves and lightning. The earth trembles, and even though this is clearly an irregular brawl, no one's stepping in to stop it. The aftermath alone would easily blow me away, and there's a high possibility that I wouldn't even have a safe ring. But even I feel bad dumping everything on Krahai. I know better than anyone how painful it is to get blamed for something you didn't do. In times like these, well, what should I do? Even if you show up now, it's too late. I felt a prick at my feet and looked down. Little Sister Fox was staring up at me. Who knows how long she'd been there. Her white costume was stained with dirt and tattered in many places, but she didn't seem to be injured in any way. While I was silent, unable to keep up with the sudden situation, Little Sister Fox fidgeted restlessly before finally speaking in a small voice. I disguised myself as Mr. Caution. I see. It seems that I who was collapsed earlier was this child's trick. I should have realized this right away since I had seen that power before my eyes. But why did she do that? The Little Sister Fox said this again in an irritated manner as I was too slow to understand. I disguised myself as Mr. Caution and lost. Now your reputation is ruined. What? Partly because she was wearing a mask, the Littler Sister Fox's expression was extremely difficult to read. However, the movement of the tail on its butt tells everything. This kid isn't she really a good kid? Ah, thank you. That helped me. The Little Sister Fox's cheeks twitched, and her ears grew from the top of her head as if in reaction to something. Did she realize that I didn't want to go to the Supreme Warrior Festival and participated in my place, only to lose and drop my reputation? There's nothing more to say. I thought she was just a creature that existed to eat deep-fried tofu, but she turned out to be an unexpectedly fine girl. Looks like my Sora's efforts to feed her mountains of fried tofu paid off. No way. I praise Little Sister Fox excessively as she takes a step back with an bewildered expression on her face. No, really. I was thinking about what to do at the Supreme Warrior Festival. Since you lost, I won't have to attend anymore, and I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Needless to say, there is a loss of reputation. Now all I have to do is apologize to that misunderstanding fox-faced bastard and ask for his forgiveness. Could you do that for me too? Reflexively, I reached out and tried to touch the Little Sister Fox's ear, but my hand was swatted away. The Little Sister Fox was trembling but said something in a cold voice. I hate Mr. Caution. What? Mr. Caution has no sense of crisis. Wait, isn't that becoming your catchphrase at this point? Whatever. To begin with, I have a sense of crisis. I am just used to this kind of thing. Learn your lesson. The Little Sister Fox spins around on the spot. The tail hits my leg, and in that instant my vision switched. My footing wavered, and I barely managed to steady myself before falling. Lightning, shockwaves, and sound all hit me at once. I feel the safe ring being activated. There's only one left if I am not mistaken in my count, and I saw a fox mask just a few dozen centimeters in front of me. For a moment, I thought my heart would stop, but while I was shocked, the other guy seemed just as surprised. The fox mask slides back in a hurry. I slowly check my surroundings and grasp the situation in the fastest way possible. Apparently, Little Sister Fox had cleverly sent it to the middle. Unnecessarily high specs. I tentatively folded my arms and gave a hard-boiled smile. So, you really are a good girl after all. But I first wanted to prepare myself mentally. The venue was abuzz with the unexpected turn of events from the spectacular match. Almost no one was fully aware of the situation. Big upsets often occur at the Supreme Warrior Festival, and it was also common for people with a grudge to attack the contestants, but there was no precedent for a case where someone invaded the venue, the outer periphery of the audience seats. Murina's father, Roderick Atom Zebrudia, who was watching the progress of the match from one of the VIP seats located at the farthest and highest position from the venue where the match was being held, groaned. The fox has appeared. To think they'd show themselves before such a crowd, what audacity. I never thought he would barge into the match venue. France, who looked a little happy when 1,000 Tricks was being pressed, groaned with a serious expression. However, Murina was far from it in her heart. What? That fox mask, the same 1,000 Tricks also had. Huh. Even though she hasn't undergone rigorous training like she had just recently, nor was she in a fierce battle like the day before yesterday, yet she couldn't stop sweating. She knew that her father was worried about an organization called Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox. But she doesn't know anything more than that. No, she tried not to know. She feared that knowing would only invite misfortune upon herself. Her father and Sir France were having a conversation next to Murina, who was just watching the match dumbfounded. That man, Fox Masket, the same one that the Phantom was wearing in that treasure vault. I guess the rumor that there is a connection to that treasure vault is true after all. Memories of recent events flashed through Murina's mind. Unnaturally tough training. Immediately after leaving the Imperial capital, 1,000 Tricks suddenly started wearing the fox mask he had found at the Lost Inn. The deadly ordeal she endured alongside the Torch Knights and the Greiving Soul, surrounded by a diverse group of powerful people, all wearing fox masks. Enemies and allies alike had all worn fox masks. Now that she was free, Questions surged within her. Who were they? And what on earth was she forced to fight against? In the heat of battle, she hadn't noticed. She'd been too preoccupied. Murina had been suddenly ordered to command hundreds of fox-masked individuals, thrown into an impossible situation, struggling desperately to overcome the 1,000 trials. But from what she'd heard, the nine-tailed shadow foxes were a terrifying secret organization of unknown origins. There was no way there could be so many of them. Her father and France were having a serious conversation, while Murina was in a state of internal chaos. However, to be unscathed after being hit by that much lightning, he must be quite skilled. There must be some kind of trick to it. Indeed, it was certainly a terrifying attack. Lightning magic was the magic of heroes, difficult to master but devastating in power. That man, Krahai or whatever his name was, might have a ridiculous name, but his strength was first-rate. Even if Murina, who had been thoroughly beaten in training, were to face him on the battlefield, she wouldn't last a minute. And 1,000 Tricks, who said he would send Murina to a tournament where such a participant appears, clearly has a few screws loose in his head. And the fox mask, which remained unfazed even after taking that attack, could also be called a monster. His dress is a little burnt, but no damage can be seen from its appearance. To be able to calmly receive an attack that even blew away the 1,000 Tricks, which is said to boast absolute defense. Wait a minute. Murina's face automatically twisted at the sudden realization. The 1,000 trials were infamous for always pushing people to their absolute limit, right? The 1,000 Tricks had initially wanted her to compete in the Supreme Warrior Festival, right? But according to Citri, her growth had fallen short of expectations, right? And commanding those fox-masked individuals, was that not the intended trial after all? Just what had the 1,000 Trick been trying to make her fight? By any chance, did he change plans midway through? Is that a course correction? But 1,000 Tricks also seems to be unharmed, France objected. True to his words, 1,000 Tricks, who fell down after being hit by that chilling golden spear, was now standing unharmed in front of the fox mask. Although she has been given a lot of vigorous training, this was the first time she has seen his true ability. For a moment, she thought he had been defeated by Krahai Andrihi, but that couldn't have been true. He was planning to have me fight Krahai, but it seemed impossible, so he changed course. Where did the original plan end, and where did the contingency begin? How much of this was even expected? Before she knew it, Murina came forward and was staring down at the battlefield intently. Lady Murina, it's dangerous if you step too far forward. It's okay, Sir France. I have to see the results of this. Lord France's eyes widened for a moment at Murina's words, which came out almost as a reflex, and he became awestruck. I understand. I will definitely protect you. On the battlefield, two people with unknown tactics and inhuman abilities were facing each other. The fox mask that immediately launched an attack on Krahai is now looking at 1,000 Tricks warily. Absolute defense versus super recovery. The fox mask's attack was invisible, neither lightning nor fire. Thanks to the dust, she could see a glimpse of the force in the air currents, but without it she wouldn't have been able to detect the attack. Krahai was lying collapsed behind Cry. His limbs is bent at an unnatural angle, though his hand still clutched his staff. He was a comrade who had fought alongside her in that deadly battle. She desperately hoped he would survive. At that time, France, who was receiving a report from one of the security guards, said, "Your Majesty, I have requested the dispatch of security. However, as expected, it is difficult to gather troops right now. Damn you, Cleet, they were hesitant. I should have warned them in advance. IV placed the soldiers we brought in various parts of the venue. We let them escape. Good. There's nothing we can do if he were to fly through the air." France's expression was also a little frustrated. The fox-masked fighters she had battled last night were likely just grunts, but Murina knew firsthand how formidable they were. Zebrudia's soldiers are elite, but they also have a numerical advantage. The outcome depends entirely on the 1,000 Tricks, who probably brought this situation on purpose. I requested the contestants to cooperate, though how many will act is uncertain. It's okay, everything up to this point is probably just as per the plan of 1,000 Tricks. What do you mean, Lady Murina? You can tell by looking at him. If my predictions are correct, he is just a bit extreme. However, isn't he trying too hard to impose trials no matter what? The fox mask said in a grave voice under countless watchful gazes. I see. I thought it was unnatural. It was different from the image of the declaration of war. You ray the real thing, huh? But it's just one more hassle. Thousand Tricks didn't he say anything, and was just grinning. Without taking any stance, his eyes were looking straight at the fox's face. He has an arrogant attitude that is completely different from the fox mask. Then, after a moment of silence, Thousand Tricks speaks for the first time. First of all, let me apologize. I never thought something like this would happen. His eyes were firmly fixed on the fox mask, but those words were probably aimed at Krahai, and those words showed that Murina's guess was correct. The fox mask took a step back in alarm and said quietly. There was a certain hatred in that voice. Whether it's just one person or two, it doesn't make difference. You'll regret what you did against me and die. Don't get so angry. It was my fault too. I was certainly being too playful, but let me tell you this. Think there was a problem with your organizational structure too, right? What? WH? At that moment, the sky flashed. A gigantic bolt of lightning that was incomparably larger than the one that had pierced the battlefield earlier, and which contained a soul, pierced not the fox mask, but the Thousand Tricks. The unexpected sight took Murina breath away. France also opened his eyes wide. The fox mask moves back. However, Thousand Tricks was struck by lightning that felt like God's judgment and remained unfazed. Krahai's raised arm finally fell limp. Thousand Tricks spoke as if nothing had happened. I am going to apologize. Can you please forgive me? I see, you certainly are different from the fake one, but can you remain calm even when you see this? The fox-faced man pulls out a sword from his waist. Its design made France stiffen beside her, his voice trembling. Impossible. The key of the earth. That Thousand Tricks was supposed to have it. France have the Magi prepare defensive magic. Isn't that relic the one that the Protean sword was swinging around like a toy? Not that she could say that out loud. My father stood up and gave instructions, probably because it was a highly dangerous relic. According to the literature, evacuation is pointless. Suppress it at all costs, or the continent will be destroyed. Murina was utterly powerless. Despite all her training, there was nothing she could do. Just as she clenched her fists in frustration, one of the royal guards stationed at the venue rushed into the VIP box, panting. Captain, it's an attack. Those wearing fox masks are attacking Her Highness Murina. What? France receives the report and immediately looks at Murina. Murina also blinked. Then the guard took a deep breath and gave an accurate report. That is, they are currently fighting. The fake Lady Murina. The Zebrudia Empire is a large power. The imperial family, which stands at the top of the line, has produced outstanding figures from generation to generation. The imperial family, which has led the empire to prosperity for a long time, is extremely popular among the people, and the strong king is the pride of the people. However, among the strong Zebrudia imperial family, there was one acknowledged weakness, Princess Murina. There is a crown prince in Zebrudia, but Princess Murina was clearly different from the imperial family. She is timid, never appears on stage, and has minimal contact with others. Her skill in martial arts, which is required for members of the imperial family, is below average, and unlike her other siblings, she has yet to show any talent. In addition to that, the current emperor is paying special attention to Princess Murina. He always uses his most skilled guards as her bodyguard and takes her to diplomatic meetings with him. Weakness is a sin in Zebrudia. However, for Emperor Zebrudia, that princess was special. It was no surprise that the princess was chosen as the target of the fox. It is difficult to destroy a rock-solid country as Zebrudia that developed on the back of the golden age of treasure hunters. Emperor Roderick is a hero. It is not easy to assassinate a man who is always guarded at the highest level, and who is also a very skilled warrior, and even if one succeeds in assassinating the emperor at great cost. Zebrudia also has an excellent prince who has inherited his blood. The anger of the people who lost their excellent leader will gather under the prince and turn against the weakened fox. That was precisely why the princess's assassination was the better option. If the assassination of the princess, who was under the protection of the emperor, was successful, the sentiments of the people would turn towards the emperor. It will also demonstrate the power of the fox and can put a small crack in the otherwise rock-solid Zebrudia. The timing of the attack was the moment when the protection placed on the princess was at its weakest, the moment when the boss makes his move. Security at the Supreme Warrior Festival is thin. Their number of guards brought by Zebrudia were also small. Normally, the contestants would be a big bottleneck in carrying out an attack, but all of their attention is drawn to the boss that appears in the arena. It a plan to get the best result with the least amount of effortor that's what it was supposed to be. It's impossible. Kill, kill. Her Royal Highness closed the distance in an instant and shot down a series of dagger attacks with a puzzled look on her face. The white hand gripping the sword, taken from one of the guards they had taken down in the initial ambush, moved with eerie precision. Now that they think about it, there was a sense of discomfort. The number and quality of the guards were so low that it was hard to believe that they were protecting an important person. Ha ha, I've never heard that the princess is this skilled. I heard that 1,000 tricks gave her some training, but perhaps that's why there were so few bodyguards. They had already taken out the guards. All that remained was to kill the princess. Yet despite outnumbering her 3-1, they couldn't land a decisive blow. Even though they only received one blow, their hand was numb. The frightening strength that was unleashed from her slender arms was definitely that of someone who was using mana materials as her strength. They got their priorities wrong. They should have taken care of the princess instead of the guards in the first surprise attack. They shouldn't have given her time. They regret it, but it's already too late. It was a situation that could have been avoided. There is not enough information due to Gaff defecting. We can report to the boss that we couldn't even kill a single princess. They attacked simultaneously from both sides. In response, the princess spun lightly. If it were a normal person, their legs would get tangled, but she looked light and airy, as if she were dancing. Their full-force strikes were effortlessly deflected by the whirling blade. Normally, spinning in battle would only leave one vulnerable. However, the seemingly random slash that the princess unleashed completely intercepted the fox's attack. Kill, kill, killed, terrifying dynamic vision. Tough, supple muscles and good movement. This was not the bearing of someone who needed protection. In the first place, there was no hesitation in her attack, which would be too much for an amateur's attack, and there was no fear of battle in her clear eyes. If they show an opening, they'll be killed. What happened to the rumors about her being timid and not showing any talent yet? The princess, having deflected the attack, lowered herself and stepped forward with the same momentum. There was a moment of murderous intent in her eyes. Kill, kill. Pfoo. They barely managed to parry blade with blade. The sharp metallic sound echoes continuously. Each blow is heavy. What's more, the impact received are getting stronger and stronger with every exchange. Don't tell me she wasn't even serious yet. Attacks from blind spots are dealt with so easily that one wonders if there are eyes on her back. This is not human. Then their companion who was standing behind them snapped his fingers. It's a signal. They repel the attack and move to the side to gain distance. The princess's eyes widened and then she was engulfed in black flames. The princess burned like a torch without so much as a scream. Their comrade had unleashed an advanced fire spell. Ha ha, Zebrudia, I can believe that just one princess has this much power. However, the mission has been accomplished. We must withdraw immediately. When he was about to say that was when it happened. The burning princess staggers and pushes one of their companions down. Kill. That's stupid. It's advanced magic. It's impossible. Kill, 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 kill. Still on fire, the princess straddled their comrade and punched his head several times before springing back up like a coiled spring. It was a scene straight out of a nightmare, the stench of burning flesh. The princess attacks, her whole body engulfed in flames. Her hand was no longer holding a sword. Amidst the black flames, her eyes were shining maniacally. She's not human. Was the rumor about her being talentless a bluff? Zebrudia was hiding this all along. Retreat, retreat! Their comrade who had been struck, there was no saving them, no time to carry them. The fox turned and sprinted away at full speed. Kill, 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 kill. Kyll. How can it still move? Something engulfed in flames let out a bestial roar as it chases after them. Maybe it won work this time. I stood in the middle of the dangerous arena, driven only with a sense of duty to apologize. How many safety rings are left? 0. It seems that Krahai, who struck me with a lightning from behind and used my last safety ring, was completely unconscious. Did he have some sort of grudge against me? But not yet. I haven't apologized yet. I had no more safety rings, but I didn't come here to fight. I came here to kneel on the ground. I came here to sincerely apologize. There were very few people who saw me kneeling down on the ground and still wanted to attack. Actually, there were quite a few. But there's no point in running away anyway. No one can beat me at being shot from behind. I hadn't prostrated myself yet, but I was trying to apologize with all my being, and the boss of the Fox Mask Fan Club Tentative said in a trembling voice, "I see. You certainly look different from the fake one, but can you remain calm even when you see this?" The Fox Mask pulls out a sword from his waist. That's all the boss did. At that moment, the air swirled violently. Due to the strong wind and sand smoke, I instinctively stepped back and shielded my eyes. Holding the sword in reverse grip, the boss raises it in front of him. The geometric pattern running across the blade was familiar. The secret treasure that Zebrudia was afraid of, the key of the earth. This country will perish. It is the height of foolishness to assume that no one can use it. The next thing I knew, the boss and I were the only ones standing in the center of the sand tornado created by the sword. The sounds and sights of the outside world are completely blocked out by the sand, wind, and force, making it feel like we are trapped in another world. But I understood. I've been playing around with various relics. Some of them were even sword-type relics. And right now, the boss in front of me still hasn't used even 1% of the key of the earth power. It seems like you know a little bit about things. Yes, I haven't activated the true power of this key yet. What happened to the whole "no one can charge it" thing? And more importantly, why is no one coming to help me? In the past, this relic destroyed countless civilizations. Even releasing a fraction of its power would be enough to wipe this insignificant city off the map. Leaving aside whether it's possible or not, what has this city done? Sora certainly failed. She made a mistake and thought I was the boss, so she did a lot of things. Well, I might be partly responsible for doing something confusing, but that shouldn't have anything to do with this city. Stop doing useless things. It was my fault. I'll apologize, so let us make up. I didn't mean any harm. I am sorry. No, I sincerely apologize. How far are you going to mock me? I lowered my head, but the boss's demeanor did not change. Is an apology useless? In that case, it's just a matter of changing tactics. I don't know where the boss got the key of the earth, but I have the same one. I wasn't trying to threaten him, but if his destructive impulse was based on wielding a powerful relic, then showing him the same thing should at least make him hesitate. I pull out the key of the earth from my waist and hold it out in front of him. The boss's movement stopped abruptly. What a coincidence, I also have the same relic. Of course, it's already charged. The change in the boss was obvious at a glance. His limbs and shoulders were shaking. He mumbled in shock. What? Wait, it's not possible. Why? You? It's not possible. It's right here. This is reality. Two of the same treasure appearing isn't that unusual. The odds drop significantly when it's an ultra-powerful relic, but it's not zero. Apparently my gamble had paid off, a rare occurrence. However, I am not completely calm either. Maybe it's because of the stress of having 0 safety rings left, but I feel like sitting down right away if I am allowed. Come on, isn't this enough? Let's call it even since we both have the same treasure. I didn't come here to fight. The boss kept looking back and forth between his key of the earth and mine. There's no difference even if you check that much. The name seems to be the same, and it's the same relic. No doubt about it. Well, if you include the ones in the museum, there are 3 of these relics. That's rare. As I was thinking about this, the boss muttered in a trembling voice. This is... It was at that time. The key to the earth that was supposed to be held by the boss disappeared. I never took my eyes off it. At the same time, a fragrant smell wafts through the air. It's a smell I've been smelling a lot lately. The boss opens his hand. A golden rectangular object falls to the ground. I checked, frowned, couldn't believe my eyes, and doubted my own sanity. That was fried tofu. Delicious-looking fried tofu that is golden brown. The chairman looks down at the fried tofu in a daze. What is this situation? What am I supposed to do? How do I even follow up on this? It looks like you dropped something that looked delicious. No, I am sure that's the kind of relic it was. You were not at fault. I am sure the key of the earth is a type of relic that turn into fried tofu. This one will probably turn into fried tofu too. Grrrr. The chairman let out a short groan and slowly raised his head. Although he was wearing a mask, the chairman had the most frightening expression I had ever seen. A chill ran down my spine, and my body instinctively moved into a kneeling position. I am incompetent. Up until now, I have made up for countless mistakes by kneeling on the ground. My explosive power is almost non-existent, but I have sharpened my ability to do doja. I bent my knees, stretched my arms forward, lowered my hips, and prepared to press my forehead to the ground. I repeated it dozens, maybe hundreds of times, and sometimes even practiced. Originally, it was supposed to be the most beautiful doja in the world, but in the middle of that process, my knee shattered. Ah! As I nearly toppled over, I squeezed my eyes shut and reflexively stretched out my hands to catch myself. However, in my right hand, I was still holding the key of the earth. The key of the earth is sucked into the ground. And then, a shockwave erupted in all directions. At that time, Rosemary Purapos, the abyssal inferno, certainly felt the lamentation of the earth. A mage is one who wields unseen forces. Even if not as skilled as Rosemary, anyone with even the slightest aptitude for magic would have undoubtedly sensed the eruption of that power. It was such an enormous power. It was a power that could not be handled by human hands. Even a level 8 mage is no match for it. So this is the calamity-bringing relic I've heard about. What a pain. Rosemary, who had been sitting cross-legged in the spectator seat, watching the match unfold, stood up with her staff in hand. The fox mask S-words were no joke. That relic is an extremely powerful item that can certainly destroy the world. And like Rosemary, the skilled magi among the audience realizes that those words are true. An invisible force pierces the earth, causing it to tremble. The entire structure shook violently, and the crowd screamed in panic. This is not an earthquake, it's just a premonition. Although it was difficult to see inside the venue due to the smoke, the result was clear. Brat. You really screwed up this time. A strategist, drowned in his own schemes. Apparently that man was also a human. From her many years of experience, Rosemary knew that the power swelling within the venue was extremely pure, colorless, and transparent energy. It was also the same kind of power as the technique that the fox-faced man used to unilaterally defeat Krahi. And that is probably not unrelated to the reason why the fox-faced man chose that relic. Just as Krahi had boosted his magic with a relic staff, the fox mask must have selected a relic that perfectly matched his own aptitude. It doesn't seem like the barrier will hold. It's completely out of its capacity. Damn it, the dust is getting in the way. What the hell is going on? Gark was leaning next to her and glaring at the venue. Then another impact blew away the dust. Visibility clears. What appeared there were two shadows attached to a single sword stuck in the ground. It goes without saying that one person is 1,000 tricks. The other one is a fox-faced man. A wave of destruction violently shook the venue. Cracks appeared in the pillars and the floor. However, the energy was clearly reduced compared to what Rosemary felt at first. That fact has only one meaning. This is the signal. Rosemary stood up and scolded the audience, who were about to be swallowed up by the confusion. Calm down. 1,000 tricks is holding it back. There's still time. Offset it. That relic holds terrifying power. If it were to be unleashed, it would cause destruction not only in Cleet but also as far away as Zebrudia. It's more annihilation than mere destruction. But there's still time. The power of that relic is certainly huge. It's a scale that even level 8 cannot stop. However, what is being held here now is the Supreme Warrior Festival. There are hundreds of skilled magicians here. Although it is impossible to completely prevent the destruction, it is possible to reduce it. No, in fact, 1,000 tricks is embodying this right now. Those who understood the intention of Rosemary's words immediately placed their hands on the ground to offset the destructive force that was spreading underground. With this much output, the effects of the relic probably won't last long. I'll handle evacuation. Fine, this is a mage's job. Honestly, making an old woman work like this. That damn brat. Gark runs out to guide the evacuation. Protection is not his speciality, but he can say that. Abyssal Inferno took a deep breath and released all her magical power for the first time in a while. Follow Abyssal Inferno. No matter what, suppress the destruction. I don't need any escort, go. The guards run out at the sound of Roderick's voice. The situation was close to the worst possible. The key of the earth is an energy weapon. It absorbs the energy of the earth's veins around the activation point and swells widely, causing destruction over a wide area. Its exact usage was unknown, but judging by the circumstances, while charging it might have been difficult, activating it seemed frighteningly simple. Roderick stood up, grabbed the fence and leaned forward, glaring down at the venue. The key of the earth, which was attached to 1,000 tricks and Fox, was shining brilliantly. As the emperor of a large country, you are required to remain calm at all times. Up until now, Roderick had always tried to act like an emperor without being consumed by emotions. But now, for the first time in his life, Roderick felt something simmering and hot rising over his head. Damn, you fox. I can believe you Ray going to go this far. The last remnants of his rationality whispered to him. This was fury. Roderick's assassination attempt has been one of the many secret maneuvers that have taken place within the Zebrudia Empire. The emotions that he had managed to suppress even when a copy of his own daughter was created were now completely beyond his tolerance. Up until now, Zebrudia had not been able to use his full strength to deal with the fox. This is because their activity was too quiet. To mobilize overwhelming force required justification. The empire is an absolute monarchy, but if he tried to use imperial authority to crush someone who hasn't caused any major damage, there will always be people who oppose it. However, this case is something that he absolutely cannot tolerate. A shining key. According to the literature, this is proof that the key of the earth has been fully released. It is said that the key of the earth, once its power is completely released, spreads through the veins of the earth in all directions, destroying mountains, submerging continents, and even changing the topography. According to the book, even in ancient times, when the key of the earth existed, it was never fully released. The Empire's Relic Research Institute speculates that the reason why that civilization fell was due to the one and only complete release of the key of the earth. Since it became extinct, it is not written about in literature. Roderick never expected Ninetail's shadow fox to go this far. It would be one thing if it were enough to destroy a country, but if they were to indiscriminately release power that could change the shape of the planet, that made them nothing less than an enemy of the world. That blow was one that should never have been fired. There is a horrifying, murderous intent to destroy both himself and the world. If Roderick had known that a plan of this scale was in motion, he would not have taken such half measures. Regardless of whether Cleet became wasteland or whether he was impeached by other countries, he would have used every means possible to destroy the foxes. He took a deep breath. The burning anger that was running through his mind subsided. However, it has not disappeared. What remained in the end was a cold, fighting spirit. He narrowed his eyes and looked down at the fox-faced man clinging to the handle. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced his skin, drawing blood. But the pain, the tremors, the screams, none of it reached Roderick Atom Zebrudia's consciousness now. I'll crush you, I'll kill you, fox. I'll hunt down every last one of you down to the roots of the grass. Not a single one will escape annihilation. Foxes aren't the only ones willing to discard all restraint. He didn't know what was going on. The anger he had been harboring was blown away in an instant at the outrage. Sorrow barely managed to parry the shock wave from the first activation, and immediately grabbed the key that 1,000 Tricks was holding. At the same time, he poured magical power into the key and used his own power in a desperate attempt to counteract the destructive force, even if only a little. A terrifying shock that he had never felt before ran through his body. 1,000 Tricks, who was also clutching the sword, looked at him, but it didn't seem like he was trying to stop the relic. It was like a miracle that he was able to parry the initial attack. If he had been blown away, the country would have been destroyed within seconds before he returned. The destruction of the key of the earth increases in the blink of an eye. He didn't have time to worry about his surroundings. He just glared at the man in front of him while desperately trying to offset the power of destruction. SS Stowe, what the hell? Huh, what S wrong? 1,000 Tricks blinked his eyes in confusion while still clutching the sword. He remained unfazed amidst the terrifying torrent of destruction. This is the privilege of the user of the key of the earth. He is the eye of the typhoon. This is 1,000 Tricks. What a crazy man. He wanted to hang him and kill him. However, there was no such luxury. If he let his guard down even for a moment, the destruction would overwhelm everything. The key of the earth is shining brightly. This is proof that the power has been completely released. Damn, yo! The force that flowed through the hand that held the key caused an intense pain that felt like it was tearing Sorrow's whole body apart. For someone like him, who had trained relentlessly and amassed immense magical power, this was a level of pain he hadn't felt in a long time. He felt a throbbing pain in the back of his brain, and his palms were burning. However, he grasped the key with every ounce of strength in his body and soul. Even with the original plan, he didn't intend to go this far. The Fox's ultimate goal is to destroy civilization, but that is based on the premise of rebirth. Releasing the key of the earth would cause too much destruction. It was a trump card that was never meant to be used. A mere show of force would have been enough to serve as a warning, but to unleash it completely, this man is insane. Is he planning to destroy the world? Doja. I was just trying to do a Doja. If he made a move now, Sorrow wouldn't be able to resist. However, there was no sign that Thousand Tricks would attack. In the first place, there was no way he activated the key of the earth to defeat Sorrow. It would be like putting the cart before the horse. What that is it? What kind of bullshit is that? I had no idea what he was talking about, how he could be so relaxed after releasing a relic that would lead to the destruction of the world. His thought process, Sorrow can read them. Krahai was strong, but he was just a hero. However, the man in front of him was different. But I think you guys are at fault too. I wasn't really against you guys, but you know. Why? Why aren't you trying to stop the key of the earth from activating? The world will be destroyed, right? At the very least, the surrounding countries will perish. The modern ley lines are very different from the ancient ones, so it is unclear how far the destruction will spread, but at least the casualties will definitely be in the millions. He knew grieving souls was said to be ruthless, but this was beyond ruthless. The man in front of me is the Demon King. He intends to wipe out the Fox, even at the cost of his allies and all civilization. His absent-minded, almost careless expression now seemed terrifying. Thousand Tricks looked at the shining sword, his hand and Sorrow's face, and his eyebrows curved into an awe shape. I'm really sorry about all this. Until now, Grieving Souls has overcome various hardships. Sometimes the opponent is a monster, sometimes a phantom, sometimes a human, and sometimes the situation itself. What's important is the ability to judge. After the dust cleared, Citri immediately stood up and raised her voice as she checked the situation. The Thousand Tricks is suppressing the destruction. Please help us. If things continue like this, things will be terrible. It will be terrible. Hey, make sure you stop it. Don't let Crybaby do it all the time. Nick-san. Liz raised her voice, and the mages of First Steps came to their senses and began to use their techniques. The arena, which was supposed to be sturdy, groaned ominously. The waves of destruction felt in the center of the place were pulsing like a heartbeat, as if a monster was waiting for its moment to wake up. This is a bad situation no matter who sees it. The mages, including Abyssal Inferno, are on the move, but there is no respite. The Thousand Tricks is holding back the Fox, looking down at the venue with her pink eyes. What lies ahead of her is the figure of their leader, and the Fox mask holding the sword stuck in the ground. Just before the thick dust had obscured everything, the Fox mask had been the one holding the sword. That SY, at first glance, it looks like the person who activated the relic was the Fox mask. But no, that wasn't the case. Citri understands. Activating such a powerful relic in public is far too risky. Nine-tailed Shadow Fox has no reason to activate this relic in this situation. To begin with, it's hard to tell because of the distance, but Cry's hand was the one gripping the sword lower. Citri took out as many mana potions as she could from her bag and placed them on the chairs. Lucia's hair floated slightly due to the use of powerful magic. A huge amount of power was released from the palm of her hand on the ground, resisting the torrent of destruction. The time is of the essence. Neither friend nor foe had fully grasped the situation yet. In that case, the one who wins is the one who creates the flow. She could just let the Fox do whatever it wants like this. ILL notify everyone. Aya, she's so excited. Ooh, I am coming too. Okay, Luke-chan, let us stop that destruction here. Her sister quickly stopped the roaring Luke. This is a division of roles. Although he has extraordinary breakthrough power, he has no aptitude for this kind of field. Although she think he can stop this energy with a sword in the first place. Lucia and her brother, as well as the Magi of same clan, are using their powers to suppress the destruction as much as possible. If it were her sister, Citri was sure she would give the mana potion, a magic power recovery drug, to anyone who needed it. Amidst the violent tremors, Citri accurately turned her body and ran along the audience seats. Everyone, we ray in trouble. There's a Fox. The Thousand Tricks is holding back the destruction. Please help us. If things continue like this, things will get worse. I lay sprawled on the ground, listening to the clamor and screams around me. The key of the earth that I held in my hand was shining brightly. I feel it has more power than any other weapon or relic I've ever used. Even though my senses are dull, I can feel it, and I am sure everyone in the arena must be feeling the same thing. I screwed up. I've made a lot of mistakes up until now, but this is the first time I've activated such a dangerous relic. In front of me, the boss stretched out his hand and gripped the hilt of the sword in the same way. I couldn't see his eyes because of the mask, but he was clenching his teeth and it didn't seem like he had much time to spare. I took a deep breath and said, "Well, calm down. In times like this, staying calm is the key. First, let us assess the situation." When I looked up, I saw that the arena itself was shaking violently. I didn't feel the shaking, but this was clearly no ordinary event. What more, the power emanating from the key shows no signs of slowing down. What should I do? What can I do? If this continues, Cleet will become terrible. That's exactly why I told you not to let me have the key. I wonder if this key will turn into deep fried soon. Aga, new. Hey, I am seriously asking this. How did you turn that relic into fried tofu before? Goo, ga. When I asked with a glimmer of hope, the boss let out a voice that sounded like it was coming from the depths of hell. It seems like he wasn't in a state to say anything. If it's the same relic, then this key should be able to turn into fried tofu too if I just do something with it. I wanted to let go and try various things, but my hand is stuck to the key and one let go. I can even stand up because I am being held down by the boss from above. Everything is working against me. Your Highness, this is what real bad luck looks like. I timidly proposed, suppressing the feeling of wanting to cry. I am really sorry, but could you please step away for a moment? I want to try some things. What? I have no idea why the boss seems to be in so much pain even though I am fine, and it seems like he wasn't willing to move. However, even if I am rotten, I am level 8 and I cannot afford to do nothing in this emergency situation. I have worked with many relics before, and my time spent working with them is incomparable to that of any of my childhood friends. If that's the case, I should be able to control this key of the earth. Believe in yourself. The time I spent working with relics will never let me down. I closed my eyes and concentrated my mind. I shifted my attention to the sword, drawing on all my past experience and knowledge to suppress its activation. At that moment, something warm was splashed on my face. I opened my eyes. The boss was vomiting blood. A fishy smell similar to iron rust permeates the area. As expected, even someone like me used to the smell of blood was stunned, and as is it there dumbfounded, the boss spits out even more blood. With my hand glued to the sword, I can even avoid it. Gag. What? The boss slowly moved his left arm, which was not holding the sword, and held the key of the earth from its head. That's when I realized. The radiant glow of the key of the earth had taken on a reddish hue. The energy flowing into the ground has also increased compared to before. No, I thought I was stopping it, as I redoubled my efforts to control it. The key of the earth turned red as if it were heated, and the shaking of the arena became even more violent. People were being thrown around, screams and roars shook the world. Wait a second, could it be I can't control this thing? I see. So this relic is on a whole other level compared to the ones I've handled before, isn't it? The boss was on the verge of becoming completely dazed. It seems like he doesn't even have the energy to direct his anger towards me, but his hand is still clutching the key. Do you really want the key of the earth that much? No, wait. Maybe it's the boss's fault that I can control it. This man was originally trying to use the key of the earth. For some reason, that thing has turned into fried tofu, but it wouldn't be strange if that feeling still remains. That makes sense. No wonder I couldn't stop it. Fortunately, the boss doesn't seem to be in any state to resist either. The boss wants to activate the sword, and I want to stop it from activating. Apparently no help is available. I steeled myself. Fine, then it's a contest of strength. I'll take it seriously. RAH. I put all my strength into the sword and tried to control it. The sword shone like the sun, the arena begins to tremble, cracks appear on the ground, and the boss vomited more blood. It was truly a scene straight out of hell. The light was so blinding I had to squeeze my eyes shut. There were no more safety rings left to protect me, nothing shielding me at all. Inside me, I just knew I couldn't afford to lose. There's no point in running away. If so, I have no choice but to push forward. There were also many of my clan members present in the arena. If I lose in the battle for controlling the relic, I'd never be able to face Mr. Marty's, who taught me about relics, or Tino, who helped me buy relics. No, Stow. Gah, what power? There was no sign that the power flowing from the sword was decreasing in the slightest. On the contrary, even though I thought it was at its limit, it has increased further. It was such a terrifying power that it was hard to believe that it was being emitted from such a small sword. To think there was someone who surpassed my relic control skills, the Fox Mask Fan Clubby, what a terrifying group. I thought I was unmatched when it came to playing, no, handling relics, but the world was vast. There's always someone better. The boss vomits blood again. I think it's better to give up and get treatment as soon as possible. If it were me, I would probably be dead by that amount of blood loss. Do you still want to use this relic even after that? What the hell are you? I pushed myself to the limit. The sword shined like the sun. At that moment, I heard a sharp sound in my hand. I opened my eyes. The sound disappears for a moment. And then, in front of my eyes, the key of the earth that I was tightly clutching shattered into pieces. The end came abruptly. The earth-shattering tremors ceased as suddenly as they had begun. The venue was in terrible condition. Large cracks ran through the floors and walls, the ceiling collapsed, and many places were buried in rubble. However, Roderick ignored them all and immediately shouted, "The key is shattered, seize him!" The guards follow Roderick's command and rushed into the arena. It was unexpected that the relic was broken. Weapon-type relics are generally quite sturdy. The key of the earth is no exception, and is said to boast incredible strength that will not leave even a scratch even when struck with a greatsword. He never expected it to shatter. Maybe there is a price to pay for such powerful power. However, this is a fortunate story for the Empire, no, for the world. Up until now, the Empire had not been able to choose to destroy the relic as it served as a kind of deterrent, but since it was being targeted by the Fox, and since the Fox was so insane that it released full power of the relic without hesitation, it was essential to destroy it. If it was destroyed under these circumstances, even the other nobles would be satisfied. The Fox Mask, who was desperately struggling for the key with 1,000 tricks, stood up to his feet, staggering. The amount of blood overflowing from his mouth was clearly serious. The exact cause was unclear, but there must have been a fierce battle over the key of the earth. A moment later, 1,000 Tricks tried to stand up, but he swayed greatly and fell to his knees. I guess that's his limit. Holding his chest, the Fox Mask looked down at 1,000 Tricks kneeling down. The operation failed. The destruction has ended, and the key of the earth has been shattered. It's not like he can understand how bad the situation is, but even after being seriously injured, he still has a frightening tenacity. However, 1,000 Tricks is not alone. There are a lot of talented people here as spectators. That's why the destruction of the key of the earth ended at this level. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is said that the high-ranking members of the Fox are comparable to high-level hunters, but now their terrifying strategy has been completely thwarted, and the opponents was exhausted. We couldn't afford to lose our hero here. I have to save him no matter what. Roderick took a deep breath and shouted once again, letting out his passion. Whatever it takes, capture that Fox man. I will give the person who captures him any reward they desired. It was a setup. By the time he realized that, it was already too late. He managed to suppress the key of the earth. However, in other respects, the situation is extremely bad. Although he was dizzy from losing too much blood, Sorrow had accurately assessed the situation. His body felt heavy. His wound ran deep. It's been a long time since he has experienced this much pain and humiliation. The sound grew distant. The screams and everything sounded like they were reaching through a filter. He understood that he needed to be careful, but he no longer had the strength left to do so. As Sorrow staggered to his feet, 1,000 Tricks rose unsteadily after him. At last, he can see the full extent of the plan taken by 1,000 Tricks. Even though he wasn't using all his strength to hold down the key of the earth like Sorrow, 1,000 Tricks swayed greatly and fell to his knees. The sheer naturalness of the act made Sorrow laugh. Phew-foo-foo, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. What a terrifying man. No, what an absolutely monstrous man. Words like divine strategist or demonic tactician were too cheap to describe him. This man's strategy this time was too dangerous. The success rate was also not high. If even one of the buttons had been pressed incorrectly, 1,000 Tricks would have been subject to the slander of the traitor, and there was a good chance that the world would have been destroyed. It was the kind of strategy that even if someone came up with it, it would be dismissed without even considering it. The same goes for the secret society nine-tailed shadow fox, and ordinary people would never notice. No, there's a high possibility that even the members of the organization 1T believe it. He was completely cornered. But this man is no strategist. His idea is crazy. The key of the earth was shattered. The second key has not yet been discovered. The operation was a complete failure. Despite this, the fox is one suspected of having completely released the key of the earth. Originally, he was supposed to use the key of the earth, let everyone around him know about its horror, and use it as a weapon to interfere with various countries. But this is too much. Since they were deemed to be able to easily use a card that would destroy the world, they would surely come to kill with desperation without regard for their own lives. Even those who were secretly on his side will change their minds. It 1T be the same as before. What S more there is no key of the earth to act as a deterrent. It S impossible. As previously reported, this was information that he shouldn't he have known. How on earth, how did you find out about this? Sorrow gasped, 1,000 tricks. Oh no, I am kind of drunk. He mumbled something, and Sorrow didn't he know if 1,000 tricks was serious or joking. How the organization found out about the key of the earth. Ancient literature didn't he mention anything about the keys self-destructing due to overload. In fact, there was no record of the earth keys ever being fully unlocked. At least at the time the documents were written, it had never been used. Since it hadn't been used, there was no way to know its limits. The timing of the key shattering was also perfect. Sorrow Dosen have even 10% of his power left. What route did they use to obtain information that even the organizational might of a fox could not obtain? Unfortunately, there was no time to speculate. This is enemy territory, and it was unexpected that he would receive so much damage. He must escape no matter what. But before that, this man. At the moment when he was about to take a step towards the 1,000 tricks, who was still kneeling on the ground, a shadow suddenly loomed over his field of vision. Challenger, your opponent is me. His voice was hoarse, but gave off a strong sense of confidence, almost as arrogant. Sorrow was forced to take a step back from the pressure falling from directly above. Immediately in front of him, a gigantic fist wrapped in a golden gauntlet pierces the ground. The ground shook violently and cracks appeared. After confirming the intruder, Sorrow couldn't help but click his tongue. Former Supreme Warrior, the champion. A man who allocated all the mana materials he obtained from the treasure vault he entered during his training to his muscles. According to the original plan, he was one of the hypothetical enemies that Sorrow would have been most wary of. A typical example of what happens when you give talent to an idiot. Demon Fist Emperor. TLN, not sure of the name, the former Supreme Warrior Dosen answer. Instead of answering, he charged forward without hesitation. Even a wounded beast could unleash terrifying power when cornered, yet there was no caution or hesitation in his attack actions. There was no doubt that this man simply followed his instincts, swinging violence freely in every direction, never stopping to think, not even in defeat, not even in death. He has no choice but to give up on his grudge against 1,000 tricks. At full strength, it might have been different, but this man was not an opponent he could fight in this situation. Numerous hunters jump down from the audience seats. As Sorrow retreats, Supreme Warrior swings his fist at him while laughing like a demon. It seemed he had left his usual weapon behind, but his simple fist was powerful enough to knock even a high-level hunter unconscious with a single blow. Like hell, I will let you run away. Sorrow desperately channeled the last remnants of his magic, wrapping it around his body as he dodged and deflected the barrage of instinct-driven, devastating strikes. Under normal circumstances, a mere punch wouldn't have fazed him, but it was impossible to defend with the remaining amount of magic power. His head was throbbing. It's a complete lack of magic power. He can't even erect a basic foothold with magic anymore. Supreme Warrior S movements, perhaps frustrated by Sorrow's evasiveness, shifted from wide, sweeping strikes to rapid, precise blows. Was he trying to overwhelm him with sheer volume? Sorrow took a strong step forward and leapt slightly. The light fist thrown carelessly, he caught it with everything he had. The impact tore through him, past his magic, past his guard, threatening to shatter his body apart. However, this was exactly as intended. The Supreme Warrior's lack of deep thinking was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. He managed to hold on to his consciousness that was about to disappear and landed using both of his hands and feet. The supreme warrior's eyes widened. The sky tail was blown away, and right behind him, the participant's entrance was wide open. This is the way out. He kicked off the ground and broke into a sprint. Blood spilled from his lips. His head pounded. Behind him, the thunderous footsteps of the martial emperor and the roars from the spectators grew louder, and then atmosphere changed. The crushing pressure vanished. The sounds behind him was cut off abruptly. Before he knew it, a girl wearing the same mask that Sarah was wearing was standing in front of me. A white kimono that gives a sense of holiness. A white tail extends from her buttocks. Her small, slender index finger pointed at him. Then the strange girl said to Sarah, who was completely unable to understand the situation, "Mr. Caution's enemy, I'll let you escape." A pause. Then, with childish triumph, this time I'll win. TLN. So I was very confused what to use for boss name, as in Joe at Kubai. I thought of going with Skytail, but at the end decided to go with Sorrow Cause. That was his name in Fandom Wiki. Also, this last part took way more time to translate. Epilogue. Let this grieving soul retire 7. What on earth did I do? When I woke up, Gaff, Sora, Little Sister Fox, and Krawhai were dancing in a stagnant gray world, holding a large number of fox masks. There's no connection whatsoever, but for some reason, it seems like a lot of fun. I hit my head and try to remember why I am here, but I can't remember at all. Is this heaven, or is it hell? The sky is silent, with no sound or impact, yet lightning flashes brilliantly in the background. As I watch Klahai and the others spinning around joyfully, I start to feel like nothing really matters anymore. As I was blinking slowly, my arm was suddenly grabbed by someone from behind. "What are you doing with such a bitter look on your face, former clan master?" The person who grabbed my arm was Tauka, the leader of Torch Knights. Behind her, the party members, all wearing the same colored equipment, were holding hands and spinning around in circle, led by her. It's a simple movement, but it's spectacular because there are so many people involved. Then I suddenly noticed that Tauka's words were mixed with a strange sentence. Former clan master. What are you spacing out for? You retired peacefully as a hunter and clan master a long time ago, didn't you? Retired? That's right, I did retire, didn't I? I can't remember the details, but Tauka isn't the type to joke around. As I rub my eyes, Tauka unusually smiles brightly at me. So today I have to finish the rest of the request. Let us dance. Tauka screams loudly. The Torch Knights, who were holding hands, spread out and began to perform a trembling dance with small steps. The circle, which was small at first, gradually expanded, and Mr. France joined in, Arnold joined in, Greg Sama joined in, His Majesty the Emperor, Princess Murina, Ketchikchaka, Telm, and it increased, and even Abyssal Inferno began to shoot colorful flames into the sky, and suddenly my body was pushed up from under my feet and carried on their shoulder. "Congratulations on your peaceful retirement, crybaby." Then I opened my eyes in bed. I had a terrible dream. My nightgown was soaked with sweat. I rubbed my eyes, held my head, and slowly checked my surroundings. A familiar bedroom, the room we were staying in. "Crybaby, good morning. What is it? A bad dream?" There, Liz's voice, still full of energy, called out to my half-asleep head. Her eyes, which contain a sparkling vitality, are dazzling today as well. Memories from before I lost consciousness come back to me, albeit belatedly. The day started when I suddenly decided to participate as a player in the Supreme Warrior Festival. The bottle of water that starts talking, the lightning that strikes, the little sister fox that fought on my behalf, the boss's sudden appearance and outrageous behavior, it's so wild that you can even compare it to the dream I just had. Maybe it's not a dream either. Liz explained to me as I blinked and couldn't hide my confusion. "Hey, crybaby, you passed out after everything was over. The doctor said it was fine, but are you okay?" I see. I moved my arm and touched my limbs to check, but there was no particular pain. Then Citri came in while smiling and explaining. "Good morning, Mr. Cry. Everything went well. The doctor said it was caused by fatigue. Originally, my stamina is about the same as an average person. Yesterday, I was under continuous stress, and the situation kept changing rapidly. The ground was shaking violently too, so it's no wonder someone as frail as me would pass out. Yesterday, I looked at the window from where bright light streams in. I blinked and checked with Citri. I am fine now. By the way, how long did I sleep?" Citri made a slightly thoughtful face and held up her index finger. "1 day. Is it for 1 night? Not as much time as I thought had passed." In front of my relieved eyes, Citri smiled and held up her second finger, then her third finger, then her fourth finger. Just as I was stunned, she began to reduce the number one by one, eventually settling on two. While I rolled my eyes, Citri was smiling from ear to ear. She seemed to be enjoying herself, pulling another one of her usual antics. 2 days. I slept for 2 days. Sure, I was tired, but wasn't I sleeping too much? No, this is a peace sign. Don't do anything confusing. Liz takes my place and hits Citri's head vigorously. Did she eat anything weird this time? Just as I was about to open my mouth, Luke and the others rushed into the bedroom as cheerfully as usual. Oh, Cry, you are awake. Listen, Branch Chief Gark said. He wouldn't let me chase after, huh? You've finally woken up, Nixan. You were really worrying everyone. I still don't know how many days have passed, but it seems like the situation has calmed down. While I was still a little stuck in the dream world, Citri cleared her throat and stepped forward to represent me as usual. Now then, where should we start? Let us talk about the damage situation that Mr. Cry is probably concerned about, and how we let the bandits escape even though we were in such an advantageous situation. Wow, that's terrible. I couldn't help but gasp. The arena that was the venue for the Supreme Warrior Festival was in a terrible state. The arena, which was the symbol of the city and was built on a vast site in the center of Create, had completely collapsed. The building, which was so large that it looked up to the sky, was reduced to rubble, and the only thing left was the magnificent stone monument that had been erected in front of the arena. Large cracks appeared on the well-maintained road, showing just how severe the shaking was. No one would believe that it was only one relic that caused this. Watching so many people cleaning up the rubble, I feel so sorry. When I heard the outcome of this incident from Citri, my only impression was, Apparently, the one standing in the center of that arena was the evil fox that Mr. Gark and his friends were chasing, and it seems that he was trying to misuse the key of the earth to destroy the world. It sounds like a joke, but with this much damage, I have no choice but to believe it. I thought it was too evil and harsh for a mere Fox Mask fan club to have done it, but what do you mean? Did you mean I was standing in front of such a dangerous person without a safe ring? If it wasn't over, I would have thrown up. What wrong with this isn't just that it bad luck. It that everyone uses the fox as a symbol. It too hard to understand. Needless to say, there is little sister fox who is a phantom, this time in Cleat. There were 3 types of similar character running around: the bad fox, the good fox, and the phantom fox. Even if it wasn't me, I am sure there would be some misunderstanding. Lucia, who seemed to have exhausted all her magical mana and passed out for a while, took a deep breath. It's a miracle that it only destroyed the arena. I thought we were done too. Ansem also nods with deep emotion. It seems that at that moment when the key of the earth was activated, Lucia and the other magicians did their best to suppress the destruction. Without that, it wouldn't have been this good. In other words, as usual, Lucia and the others covered up for my mistakes. This time, though, the scale of what I dragged them into was way too big. Countless horse-drawn carriages stop, load up the rubble, and take it somewhere, Citri says while looking at it. Well, there are no deaths, so I guess the result is good. No one died. Well, there were a lot of hunters among the guests, and Garkshan was there as well. I guess it was a fair result. I also lent a lot of money and gave away potions for free, and my brother was also very busy. I also cut a lot, Luke declares with full confidence for some reason. If possible, I'd like you to do something other than just cutting things down. Even though the building collapsed, there were no fatalities. Hunters are amazing. If I made a mistake, I might be the only one who would have died. The Empire is desperately pursuing the fox that released the key of the earth. It seems like the cautiousness up until now is a lie. It seems like the Empire is taking this matter very seriously. For some reason, Citri looks really happy and pecks me on the shoulder. You always look like you, Ray, having fun. However, if you found out that I was the one who activated the key, you wouldn't be so happy. Considering the scale of this destruction, even considering that it was stopped midway, it would definitely be a death penalty. No excuse like I almost tripped would work. Well, in the end, the fox was trying to release the key, so the outcome isn't much different, but I wonder what the trigger was, Citri said with a smile as I frowned. It was the fox. No, but I also have some responsibility. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Cry. It's all the fox doing. No, but it's the fox. For some reason, Citri seems stubborn. Luke, Lucia, and Liz continue to show their approval. I don't know why, but the fox is to blame. It's the fox's fault. Of course it's the fox's fault. Cry-chan did a great job, and the ones at fault are the fox and the organizers who canceled the Supreme Warrior Festival over something like this. It seems the fox is to blame. Apparently there is no room for disagreement. I still think I had some part in this. At the very least, I don't think the management is fault. I feel sorry for Luke and the other contestants who were looking forward to it, but if the venue falls apart, it will probably be cancelled. I took a deep breath, looked at Citri, who was pressuring me, and said, "Foxes are at fault, but so is Citri." "What?" Citri widened her eyes, and Ansem, who had been silent until then, nodded as if it were plausible. "Well, it can be helped now that it's over. But what should I do now as a level 8? The other day I got caught up in a lost inn, but it seems like I am unlucky again this time. It seems like it's still some time before I can retire peacefully like the dream I had earlier." Taking a deep breath and stretching my arms and legs, I left the arena with my companions in tow. Whatever it takes, find that fox mask. The enemy is seriously injured, and he must still be nearby. Bet on the prestige of the Empire, and use any means necessary to capture him. Are you trying to expose your incompetence to the nations by letting him go? Letting a single hunter weaken him to that extent, and then escape would be a disgrace to the nation. Secure cooperation from Crete as well. They ignored our warnings. Even Her Highness Murina was attacked. At France's furious shouts, soldiers and officials scrambled into action. A full day had passed since the incident at the Supreme Warrior Festival, and the Zebrudia camp was still in chaos, like a hornet's nest that had been poked. Reports come one after another as Murina helps her father. The target was wounded. It's impossible for him to just suddenly disappear without leaving a trace. If he deliberately took the attack from the War Emperor, shouldn't he have any magical mana left to fly? The Colosseum was already surrounded. There are no hidden passages. There are no sightings either. My father fell silent upon hearing that report. However, his expression was far more serious than usual. His eyes were as sharp as a drawn sword, giving the impression of murderous intent. While he was busy exchanging information, a subordinate came over to give him a report. "Commander France, we've completed collecting the blood left at the scene. It's more than enough. We can use divination." I am reluctant to use techniques with low accuracy, but it's unavoidable. Once we know the general location, we can use a roller strategy. There's no point in staying here any longer. We also need to formally request cooperation from each country. My father is motivated. He was ready to use every means necessary to prioritize crushing the fox. As for Murina, she had mixed feelings about it since she knew a little bit about what was going on behind the scenes. She understands that the organization that released such a terrifying relic cannot be forgiven, but it is also true that they have penetrated that organization and toyed with it as they please. Then, the subordinate said with a stiff expression, "So, the alchemist of Greiving souls wants us to share the fox's blood." France's expression stiffened for a moment at those words, but before he could say anything, Roderick interjected. "We can't refuse. He's one of the key contributors to resolving this incident. Give him a portion as long as it doesn't interfere with the divination. He's too secretive, but we owe 1,000 tricks a debt, including the matter with Murina. Once everything calms down, we need to officially request his cooperation. It's a problem to rely on him completely, but the information he has is a bit abnormal." Murina also agrees with that opinion. Looking back on it now, the 1,000 tricks action seemed too random, but strangely logical. There are still some parts that Murina doesn't understand, but it's probably because there's information that Murina doesn't know. No wonder it is said that he sees everything. This time, Murina was dealt with by the Greiving souls, but the only thing she couldn't grasp was his divine calculation. There, Murina spoke to her father. "Father, the 1,000 tricks strategy is probably not over yet. Do you know something, Murina?" "Nothing. However, as far as I know, 1,000 tricks always seem to be making multiple preparations for things before acting. I can imagine him not being prepared for something on that big stage." This was just Murina's imagination, but she was sure of it. Murina knows information that her father does not know. That man was capable of breaking into an organization that no one else could get a hold of. There was no way that man, who undoubtedly knew the entire plan at the Supreme Warrior Festival, would let the fox mask escape for no reason. Even though it was part of the strategy, I can tell my father that 1,000 Tricks was in contact with the fox. Father and France looked at Murina in surprise at those words. Murina took a deep breath, steeled herself, and made a proposal that would surprise the two of them further. Father, could you please let me help you with this matter? I have already overcome the 1,000 trials. I am sure there is something I can do as well. 1,000 Tricks? UV trained her a little too much. What the hell did you do to my daughter? It was a crisis that he had never experienced before, even though he had been in the position of boss as Sky Tail for a long time. His magical mana is nearly depleted, and he is also injured. Due to Gaff's betrayal, there is no established escape route in case of an emergency. Capture is the most feared thing for a secretive fox. At that moment when he was chased by the former supreme warrior in the arena, Sara was definitely cornered. If the mysterious girl hadn't appeared, it would have been difficult to escape. She was a girl with a mysterious, inhuman aura. Above all, her face was covered with the same mask that Sorrow had. The girl said, "I'll let you get away," to Sorrow, who was preparing to confront her. He doesn't remember much about what happened after that. The only thing that is certain is that with the strength of that unknown girl, he was able to escape from Cleet without encountering the supreme warrior, who was supposed to be chasing him, or the soldiers who were supposed to be surrounding the arena. After arriving at the organization's safe house in a nearby town, which was used in the event of an emergency, Sorrow finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, although the biggest crisis has now passed, he must not let his guard down just yet. The organization had envisioned an all-out war with the Empire, but that was a long way off. The key of the Earth has also been lost, and a tough battle will begin. What happened to the subordinates who were involved in assassinating the princess? If they were successful, they should have returned to headquarters. If they were to fail, they would probably be dead by now. He closed his eyes and rested his body while remaining alert. What flashed through his mind was the fox-faced girl who helped him. That appearance, the unusual power, the fox mask. Unless you are part of an organization, there is only one thing that comes to mind. The treasure vault that led to the establishment of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox, the Lost Inn. They are the descendants of the gods who call that place their home. Once, the founder of Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox encountered the treasure vault and was given a fox mask by the god who lived there. The organization has a rule that those who obtain the mask from the treasure vault are accepted as those recognized by God. However, at the same time, the belief in the fox god is just a good cause. Accepting someone as someone recognized by God simply means that the organization appointed a strong person as the top executive who encountered the Lost Inn, and through some fateful circumstances was able to obtain the mask that was a drop from the Phantom. There is no deep reason why priests are given a special status. Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox is, after all, the development of an intelligence agency. Naturally, there is no cooperative relationship with Lost Inn. Throughout its long history, the organization has fallen into crisis several times, but the organization has never been saved by God's followers, and it goes against Providence for a phantom to appear outside the treasure vault in the first place. That girl told Sorrow, "Mr. Caution's enemy, I'll let you escape. This time I win." She said, "What exactly does that word mean? Who is Mr. Caution? Is that his real name, or is it a nickname? Why did he get that nickname? Why is it her victory to let the boss go? No matter how much I think about it, he can find the answer. If he were to guess from the situation, it would seem that Mr. Caution refers to 1,000 Tricks, who was facing Sorrow at that time. It's no use. Right now, he needed to rest. The way we operate as an organization is also being shaken. Fighting 1,000 Tricks in this state is too dangerous. Regardless of the true identity of that fox-faced girl, he should assume that he has gained a strong ally and use her. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a voice from behind me. "Cuckoo, it looks like you've been hurt quite a bit, Skytail." It was a woman's voice with a cold tone. Sorrow opened his eyes startled and let out a sigh at the voice that came without any sign to him. Without realizing it, a tall figure had appeared in the room. She wore a loose kimono and carried a single sword at her waist. Her face was covered by a mask similar to the one Skytail wore. The Nine-Tailed Shadow Fox has multiple tails. The top executives wearing masks are not alone. That's rude. Sword Tail, this is under my jurisdiction. Can you even say that? Do you think I know nothing? I have heard the rumors. Betrayed by your own subordinates, the members you mobilized injured. It seems the organizational structure is almost unmaintainable, and the headquarters is in disarray. Sorrow frowned as he was hit where it hurt. It is true that the recent situation is extremely bad. In addition to losing the great fighting power of Counter Cascade and Dragon Collar, the strategy that had been planned for a long time was also in a state of disrepair. Normally, it would be against the rules for a boss to appear on another boss's territory without permission, but he couldn't say anything. But IV learned his modus operandi. The chaos will soon subside. There's no problem. No, the arrival of Swordtail was a stroke of luck. No matter how Thousand Tricks operates, they must be off guard right now. Swordtail, despite being in an organization where schemes are highly valued, is a pure combat specialist. Her ability is comparable to Sorrow. It's frustrating that I can't deal with this personally, but sending her to assassinate Thousand Tricks will turn everything around. Once Thousand Tricks dies, the Empire will become a little quieter. Then Kino said in a calm voice, I've mostly grasped the situation. By the way, Sorrow, how did you escape through that enclosure? I think it was difficult for you to escape even if you were using all your strength. I see, so they had their subordinates hidden in advance. It's also against the rules of the organization, but I am thankful for it now. Sorrow took a deep breath and tried his best to answer calmly. It may be hard to believe, but I was saved by the Fox God's followers. God is blessing the organization. I see. Kino's answer was unexpectedly straightforward. Without raising any more questions, she pulled out the weapon from her waist in a natural motion. The blade length is over 1 meter, a unique pattern on the curved blade. The blade was so appealing that it reminded me of the depths of the ocean, more like a piece of art than a weapon. A blade that emits a quiet glow. It looks like she's just standing there, but there was no opening to exploit. What do you mean by this? His strength has almost returned. There is no problem in using a technique. Upon receiving Sorrow's gaze, Kino snorted a small laugh. When I was thinking what kind of excuse you would use, to think you used a god as one. Skytail, who is known for his ruthless pragmatism and schemes, has fallen from grace. You are accused of putting the organization in crisis by releasing the strategic weapon, Key of the Earth, and of secretly giving masks to your subordinates, throwing the headquarters into chaos, and threatening to start a civil war. I'll ask you to disappear here. What? At the unexpected words, Skytail stood up and glared at Kino. Her expression hidden behind the mask was hard to read, but her voice was filled with contempt and pity. The relic sword, the sea-like blade, is pointed slowly. It's okay, the Fox 1T die. It's just that its tail will grow back. You should be grateful to Thousand Tricks for stopping the destruction midway through. Command around Zebrudia will be taken over without any problems. Thousand Tricks! Those words shocked Sorrow. The events that had happened so far passed through Sorrow's mind like flashing lights. If you think about it calmly, Thousand Tricks' action in Cleat was far too deadly and accurate against Sorrow. It was as if he knew everything that Sorrow would do and every operation planned in Cleat. No matter how good a strategist is, he would not be able to pull off a strategy like this unless he knew everything about the Fox's movements and policies. The intensity of Gaff's resistance is also strange if you think about it calmly. Would it be possible to gather such a large number of soldiers simply by being deceived? Isn't it reasonable to think that there was some kind of big backing? And the helping hand of the Fox God's followers appeared at the perfect moment. If there was even the slightest possibility for someone to control the Fox God's followers, it would be a priestess. What if all of this was a strategy to take down Sorrow? To set this up without him noticing would require authority, the aid of someone at the highest level. He thought it was strange that the cautious Gaff could be fooled so easily. Skytail stood up and let his mana flow. He heard that Kino is not good at scheming, but is this all a bluff? I never thought you'd use Thousand Tricks to cause a civil war. Further negotiations are pointless. Kino answered Sorrow's question. The traitor snorted and raised her sword to Sorrow. Master, you're finally awake. You've done something outrageous again. Members of First Steps were gathered in a building near the Cleat branch of the Explorers Association. Tina was excited and tried to run towards me, but was blocked by Citri, who came out from the side. Sven furrowed one brow, his face caught between exasperation and a grimace as he let out an exaggerated sigh. It seems that while I was unconscious, The treasure hunters in the audience also showed great ability and have done their best on all fronts. Led by Garxan and Abyssal Inferno, the Magi group suppressed the destruction of the key of the earth, and even those who couldn't contribute were busy protecting the general public from the destruction of the venue and guiding them to evacuate. Even though I didn't mean any harm, I am already feeling ashamed as I was the one who caused the activation of the relic. I scratch my head and try to express my apologies. Yeah, I dragged everyone into a real mess, huh? Dragged into it. Eva, who seemed to be very busy dispatching members, lifted her glasses and stared at me with a stern look. A suspicious look that even made me feel pressured. Oh no, did they find out I accidentally tripped and caused this? At my words, Tauka shrugged her shoulders. There's nothing to worry about. The Supreme Warrior Festival has been cancelled, but we've done enough advertising. As expected of an adult, it seems that she has already come to terms with the fact that she will no longer be able to attend the Supreme Warrior Festival, which is a privilege and honor for a warrior. Well, Tauka probably cares more about money than honor, so maybe she doesn't care too much. Then Tino, who was approaching slowly so as not to get caught in the Citri barrier, said worriedly, "Master, are you really okay now?" "I am fine, just a little tired." "Hey, a little tired," Kreese interjected with her usual loud, haughty tone. "After holding back that much power, you're just gonna brush it off. Everyone was worried sick, you know. It doesn't seem like everyone is that worried. Suppressing such a huge force. Huh, wait, was I suppressing it? Human weakling, what are you talking about? You can fool noble spirit's eyes when she sees magic mana. According to my estimate, he has suppressed 30%. No, 35%. 30%? 30%? Unfortunately, all I know is that the output of that key of the earth was enormous, so I don't know how great of a feat it is." Lapis, the leader of Starlight, who was sitting alone at the table with her arms folded and silent with an ennui expression on her face, let out a small sigh and stood up. She came close and looked down at me with clear, emotionless eyes. "HMPH, truly inhuman strength. Where does someone like you hide such power? Even up close, I can't sense a shred of mana. Your sister Lucia's magic is like a raging river, but yours, it's different." Sigh upon hearing Lappy's praise, Lucia, who was next to her, held her head as if to suppress a headache and let out a long sigh. "I see. I did indeed try to suppress the power of the key of the earth. I thought I had failed, but apparently I had succeeded just without realizing it. Maybe I'm more capable than I thought. I see I was able to control it. Actually, I tried to stop it completely, but I couldn't control it. I guess I am still inexperienced." "You're way too energetic for someone who just did that, you know? What the hell's up with your body, weakling? Using that much power and bouncing back like nothing happened. That's impossible, even by our standards." Kreese reached out to touch me, but Citri swiftly smacked his hand away with a smile. Citri said to Kreese, who was stunned with a smile on her face, "Touching is prohibited. I think a little bit is fine." "No." I gave Starlight permission to negotiate with Lucia-chan, but I did not give permission to touch Mr. Cry. Citri immediately slapped away the hand that was stretched out without hesitation. "You guys are surprisingly good friends." Then Sven suddenly remembered and said, "Oh, that's right. Cry, your lookalike came over earlier. He wanted to meet you before we left town. You were a famous hunter, weren't you?" The inn that Krahai and his friends were staying in was a middle-class inn that was a few steps down from the room we had taken. With his pale-faced party members behind him, Krahai Andrihi spoke with deep emotion. This incident was difficult in many ways, but if I were to pick the biggest victim, it would probably be him. I was unlucky as I was forced to participate in the Supreme Warrior Festival without knowing anything about it, and for some reason he showered me with thunderbolts, but his misfortune was also largely due to him being mistaken for me and being attacked by the fox mask. However, Krahai's demeanor was calm as usual. He doesn't seem to care that I was hiding my level. Well, regardless of my real name, the alias of Thousand Tricks is relatively famous, so I'd think he'd at least recognize that maybe his attitude is suitable for a level 8. If Citri had been there, she would have been able to carry on the conversation instead, but unfortunately, Luke is the only one with me now. I don't have anyone to rely on, and I remain silent, unsure of what to say, but Krahai continues. "I wanted to come see you sooner, but it was only this morning that I was able to move. I pushed myself too hard with that last blow. The one which hit me. I remembered. He the one who cut off the last safe ring. If I think about it calmly, I haven't been attacked by the fox, but I've been attacked by the crawhigh. Lightning magic is called the hero's magic, not only because of its high power, but also because it is one of the most difficult magics out there. The high degree of difficulty also includes the difficulty of handling. To put it simply, lightning magic is suitable for burning down a wide area, but it is difficult to hit a specific target. Even if the control of the spell is perfect, if there is an Ansem or a very unlucky man nearby, there is a high probability that it will be drawn towards them. How do I know that? Because Lucia said so. Lucia Dosen, use lightning magic, have you got why? I'll never forget the look on Lucia's face when she accidentally hit me with her lightning magic for the first time. Crawhigh nods loudly at my words and combs his hair. It was an awkward gesture, but it suited him. I heard the story. I heard you cut corners in that match to lure the fox. Huh? How did the story twist to such a conclusion? Not a single part of that was even close to the truth. Rumors really do grow tails, fins, and wings. However, even telling the truth is complicated. In particular, it's really confusing to explain the part where the me that Crawhigh was fighting was not me. When I checked behind me, Luke was nodding with an understanding look on his face. You definitely understand. He's a passionate man, but he's completely indifferent to things that interest him. For a moment, Luke's eyes met mine. Luke nodded, took a step forward, and said with a sigh as if to say, well done. You understand, do you? Did he cut corners? Nah, that was all Cry's strategy. I don't really understand either. If you understand, please shut up. How should I respond to settle the matter peacefully? Even if I can tell you the truth, I want to clear up some of Crawhigh's misunderstandings. While I was thinking about it, Crawhigh looked at me with a serious expression. Cry, just tell me one thing. When you got hit by my lightning and went flying, was that part of the act too? Here it is, at least. At least make myself look like a smaller fish. Why do I have to go through so much trouble to make something that is really small look smaller? No, you can do that with acting. I can tell you the details, but it was a terrifyingly powerful lightning magic. I only know one person who can use lightning better than Crawhigh. No average hero could unleash that much lightning. I have not whole eyes, so I don't really know how strong a hunter is, but in terms of handling lightning, I say he's better than Arnold the Crashing Lightning, a level 7 hunter. If so, who is a better user than him? Of course, it's Ark Rodden. I am a fan of Ark, and I've known him for a different length of time than Crawhigh. The number of requests I've made to him is just not the same. Crawhigh closed his eyes and remained silent as he heard my words, but then he slowly nodded. I see. I guess it's just as I expected. However, it's something I don't want to believe. Until now, I thought I could handle lightning like no other, but I have to admit it. Crawhigh looked straight at me. His fists were clenched tightly and trembling, perhaps from frustration. Hunters always hate to lose. But I can help it. After all, his opponent was Ark Rodden, the Argent Thunderclap. It even includes favoritism in my judgment. I'll give him a score of 99 without thinking about it. I would give 100 points if the problem of him not being there when I needed him was improved. Then, as I smiled, Crawhigh said clearly, Let me admit it, Cryandry. You are a higher-ranked Thunder Emperor than me. Yes. What is this person saying? Did you get hit by lightning so much that your head opened up? Does thousand-fold theurgics mean that his head is a flower garden? Crawhigh continued as I was at a loss of words. There was a strange warmth in his voice. No need to hide it, I know. You deliberately took my lightning into your body to absorb its power, didn't you? Absorbing power by being hit by lightning. What that's insanely cool. I should do that too. I'll do it. Luke's eyes immediately light up when he hears a word that he doesn't understand but looks cool, and he jumps on it. Straight person role. Someone please play the role of the straight person. TLN. Here it's mentioning the usual JP comedic duo situation where one jokes and other one the straight man, Tsukomi. Refute it. That mysterious fox mask's power. The surge of the Earth Key's energy I felt right before losing consciousness. No human mage could have stopped that. Not unless they borrowed the power of nature itself. No, that's not all. You took the lightning meant for the fox upon yourself. You twisted another mage's spell, absorbed it, and made it your own. This is a realm beyond my knowledge. At that moment, you were undoubtedly the Thunder Emperor. No, wait. You are something beyond even that. You are the Thunder God. Took it upon myself. You're the one who hit me with it. I had to admire the sheer audacity of that logic. Wait, is Krahai Andrihi actually insane? For now, I have to quickly clear up this misunderstanding. Well, the reason it hit me was because you didn't have aim. Krahai's hair becomes tinged with purple electricity. A torrent of intense emotions is causing a phenomenon. Seeing this common sight among powerful mages, I couldn't help but stop a straight person act and take a step back. The Thunder Emperor pointed his index finger at me and shouted loudly. I've decided. Thunder God, I will surpass you. I'll master the secret art of absorbing lightning and reach even greater heights. It's a shame the Supreme Warrior Festival was canceled, but I'm glad I participated. Now I know there's someone above me. I can grow even stronger. It must have been fate that you and I, who have similar names, met. That's not true. The superior user is not me, but Arc normally, if you want to say that you, Ray Superior, you say it in a different way. I wanted to do a straight man rebuttal, Tsukomi, but I couldn't say anything because Krahai was crackling in flashy lightning. While I was looking down, the excitement of Krahai had reached its climax. His eyes are shining brightly. One day, let us fight again. I forget. There is a person who can use lightning better than me, and I'll tell everyone that there is a Thunder God who surpasses the Thunder Emperor. This time, I'll have a battle that will make me satisfied until I overcome you. I'll leave the title of Thunder God to you. For some reason, I'd been given the title of Thunder God. This wasn't just a case of rumors growing exaggerated. This was full-on myth-making. High-ranking hunters really are nothing but eccentrics. Krahai turns his back in an exaggerated motion, trying to look dashing while exiting. I have to stop him. Damn it, the crackling electricity is so loud I can't even think straight. However, I manage to open my mouth and scream. Wait, Krahai, you've already beaten me. What? Krahai suddenly stops moving and looks back at me. However, the purple electricity he wore only grew stronger. At this point, it was clear he wasn't even controlling it anymore. The Thunder Emperor looked at me as if he were looking at something suspicious. For reference. In what respects do you think I am winning? That it. On the other hand, I can think of any points where I have an advantage over Krahai. However, if I don't say it specifically, he won believe me. What came into my confused eyes were his friends standing quietly behind Krahai, who was flashing purple electricity. I had only seen Lusha before, but these must be the knockoff versions of my party members. A red-haired young man with glasses, probably Kuel, a flashy-looking female thief with large breasts, probably Zuri, and a woman with bad eyes who looked like an alchemist, probably Qtree. They weren't just cheap imitations, they were nothing alike except in gender. If this weren't an emergency. I'd love to grill them for details. What do you mean I'm winning? Krahai asked again in a low voice and took a step towards me. If you get any closer, I'll be hit by the lightning wrapped around you. I immediately screamed. Hey, it's a variation of friends. You have wonderful friends. That's not right. No, that's not what I am trying to say. Those were words that could have sounded like ridiculing or a joke. However, Krahai widens his eyes and takes a deep breath. I see. That's certainly true. Did I succeed in persuading him? Maybe this is the first time I've succeeded in persuading someone. On the other hand, as I widened my eyes at the unprecedented development, Krahai said in a quiet voice as if he had regained his composure. Let us correct it, we will defeat you. That's not true. That's not true. Look, Kuel and Zuri, the people with common sense, are bowing their heads in the background. Hey, look behind you. Is Freaking Souls the exact opposite party to Greiving Souls in every sense? Maybe Krahai Dosen listen to other as much as Luke and Liz do. In other words, is persuasion meaningless? Will I become the Thunder God? As I was showing off my natural tendency to give up, Luke, the problem child in the family, stepped forward. That's right, Luke. You're just as impossible to reason with. Now's your chance. Beat some sense into Krahai. I prayed to gods. Luke exclaimed confidently. You don't understand, Thunder Emperor. You don't understand why you race so overwhelmingly inferior to Thunder God. You don't understand how to become stronger. For a moment, I didn't understand what he was saying. I can keep up with who's understanding. Did you see, this is my Luke Sickle. Sickle is not Psycool. Luke, when did I become the Thunder God? You've been on an adventure with me for a long time, Haven you. Have I ever controlled lightning even once? Don't be so easily inspired. Is there a sword stuck in your head? The Thunder Emperor, who did not listen to the story, opened his eyes wide in shock, as if he had not expected those words. Then Luke spoke as if he was giving a sermon. Listen, You lost to the Thunder God because you relied on your relic. Your relic is corrupting you. Just as the truly strongest swordsman Dosen, T chews his sword, a true lightning user can freely manipulate lightning even without a relic. As proof of that, I have never relied on a relic. In order to become the strongest swordsman, I entrusted my weapon to him. If you want to become the strongest, leave that staff here. I can do it anymore, it's a mess. From start to finish, this warrior festival is a mess. And then, as I was smiling as if I didn't care, Krahai looked at me seriously. Thus, our martial arts festival came to an end with many ups and downs. There was something to be gained and something to be lost. There were encounters and partings. And as usual, I was carried away from beginning to end. In this case, Zebrudia took the lead in signing an agreement against the Fox, and it seems that there was a big uproar in the world, but that's none of my business. If there's one thing that I and they agree on, it's that the criminal organization needs to die. If bad people disappear from the world, I can live a little more peacefully. As I was preparing to leave Cleet at the inn, Luke, who was polishing his wooden sword on a chair, spoke up. But Cry, wasn't you the only one who had all the fun this time? Huh, what are you talking about? I haven't gained anything. The beginning was one thing, but the end was just a complete disaster. And besides, you were doing whatever you wanted to. Perhaps sensing my dismay, Luke straightened up and said, "Come on, man, I was looking forward to the Supreme Warrior Festival too, you know? Wanted to test my blade against some strong guys. But you hogged all the spotlight, got to fight in the festival, even took on that crazy strong fox. Not fair. I wanted to fight too, wanted to get struck by lightning. And then you went and became the Thunder God. The first part made some sense, but the second half was just baffling. Who in the world wants to get struck by lightning? Weirdo. And it was you who made me the Thunder God. Well, it was fun to cut down the enemy under the instructions of the princess, right? But that was just an appetizer. Even though I am a man of few words and aim to be a cool swordsman, I still complain when I am deprived of the main dish that I expected to be served. Listen, Cry, I want to cut down the strong guys to death. Wait, what are you doing without me knowing? I don't want to dig deeper. Well, Lucia and Ansem are still good, aren't they? After all, they made such an enormous effort to properly stop that huge amount of energy at the end. I don't know what happened to Citri, but she's happy. But where is my enemy? It's boring to cut down the falling rubble. Cry, you're my enemy, the one I get to cut down, my enemy. Down with discrimination. Luke stomps on the ground and screams like a child. Apparently he has a lot of pent-up feelings. Then Liz comes in with a stunned look on her face. Luke-chan, I heard you tried slashing the former Supreme Warrior, but he escaped you. He's a coward. He said he wouldn't fight because he would destroy buildings outside of the match. I would have gladly fought. Yeah, that's exactly why you're good with a sword but will never be a sword saint. Okay, Luke-chan. Crybaby is troubled, so let us go over there. A scolding voice. Luke let out a high-pitched voice as his hand was grabbed from behind. Ah, Liz, you're in the same position as me, aren't you? If Luke-chan wasn't sulking, I would have done it, but I wouldn't be able to play alongside Luke-chan. Liz says with an exquisite expression that looks like she has indigestion. Apparently she still has some shame left in her. However, I would be in trouble if you asked me to give you an enemy. When I was watching Liz drag Luke away, she turned around and pointed her finger firmly at me. But Crybaby, I am not satisfied either. ULL make it up to me. It seems like I've incurred a debt. How's that? Upon hearing Liz's voice, Lucia, who had been silently getting ready until then, looked at me. Just to be clear, Luke-san said something like that, but I am not satisfied either, leader. Not only I was forced to miss the qualification exam, I suddenly had to stop that thing. Me too. I'll ask you to make up for it. After Kill-Kill-chan was taken away, I didn't get the organization I was supposed to get. Apu. City, you were in a good mood doing peace signs. Citri, who started taking advantage of the situation, is violently blown away by Lucia's wind magic and falls. Even though they are childhood friends, they are serious. It's all the Fox's fault. In fact, it's me who needs to receive an apology. After swallowing all my thoughts, I called out to Ansem, who was sitting next to me. Ansem is my only ally, though he won T-stop Citri and Liz. It shouldn't be it should be Well, if you think about it, it's just the beginning. After all, Mr. Cry directly picked a fight with the world's largest criminal organization. Are there many enemies coming? I am sure they'll come. I intentionally ignored the conversation between Luke and Citri and headed for the exit of the city. I deliberately ignored Luke and Citri's conversation and headed toward the city's exit. This world is full of people who'll pick fights nobody even sold them. One or two more enemies wouldn't make much difference to the grieving souls, who have been accumulating foes left and right. But just when things were finally settling down, maybe I should lay low for a while. I'm a half-baked hunter who can barely sense presences to begin with. Constantly bracing for attacks that might not even come is exhausting even under the best circumstances. Though, if it becomes as powerful as the phantom fox, I can kind of detect its presence. There's nothing left to do in this city. Isn't there? As I was leisurely thinking about this in the carriage, a familiar face suddenly appeared from the carriage next to me. I instinctively pressed my forehead. People who showed up were Sora from the Fox Mask fan club and the Gafson group. However, Sora's appearance has changed from the white robe that gave her a sacred impression to something that made her blend with the people of the city, and her long hair has been cut short and she even wears glasses. Mr. Gaff was using a cane, as if he was injured. In a way, those two might be the only people I've directly inconvenienced in this whole mess. Sora, how are you doing? Sora trembled and looked at me. Then, in a hurry, she put his finger in front of her lips. SHHH, no, Mr. Cry, I am not Sora anymore. Did something happen? Did something happen? Of course it did, we're running away, now's our once-in-a-lifetime chance. What the hell happened? While I was confused, Sora said this in quick succession. Thanks to Mr. Cry for fighting off the boss, everything is in chaos. The organization's internal structure is crumbling. Apparently, there's some kind of power struggle between the boss and another boss, so they don't have time to deal with us. Fufufu was letting the boss escape part of your plan too. OHOH? Wait a minute, I can catch up with the information. What do you mean I defeated the boss? What happened? I've already given up on the organization. Gaff is quite talented, and even after the truth was revealed, quite a few of his subordinates remained. Maybe I can escape with him. Hey, Sora, who are you talking to? A huge man appears from the other side of the carriage. A man about 60% of Ansem's size of face I've seen somewhere before. Hanneman, Mr. Cry, is our boss. We won let him escape. You gonna feed us? Gaff's the only leader I follow. Could this person be? The same person who attacked the museum and got blown away by Krahai. Even though it's late, my head starts to move slowly. Did I defeat the boss? Am I the boss? Boss? Oh no, I have a really bad feeling about this. I am starting to tremble, let us stop thinking about it. Of course he'll feed us. After all, he's the 1,000 tricks asterisk. Everything is within the palm of his hand. There's no way he'd just let us run after doing all this. Sora's words respected me, but also criticized me. You were the one who pushed through the lies. I frowned and remained silent for a while, but when Sora's expression didn't change, I couldn't help but sigh. I don't really understand, but would you like to come to the Imperial Capital? The Imperial Capital is safe, so why don't you make Inari sushi bento boxes and sell them? It's much better than such an organization. Maybe. Gaff, it's the Imperial Capital. The path is to the Imperial Capital. Mr. Cry will take care of you. This is a great idea. If you want to hide someone, the forest is the place. I've never been to a city. Sora yells, his eyes shining. Her character has changed so much. Besides, if you want to hide someone, you say the forest, but isn't that just someone hiding in the forest? Dealing with Sora from now on seemed like it'd be exhausting in a whole new way. Grabbing Citri's arm, who had been waiting quietly but restlessly in the background, I decided to use him as a sacrificial offering. Well, that's it. I'd like to give you one last piece of advice. When I looked at Sora again, I spoke clearly while fighting back my nausea. Oh, you shouldn't put Fox in the store name, unless you want to get into a bad situation. Side story, the freaking souls doesn't want to adventure. Upon hearing the self-introduction, the village chief, who had issued the request this time, widened his eyes in astonishment. Wah! I think I've heard that name before, and with that mask and attire, could it be that you are the famous? This was a remote, desolate village far from any major cities, with a population of less than 1,000 and defenses consisting of nothing more than wooden fences. There wasn't even an Explorers Association branch here. In such villages, when an emergency beyond their capabilities arises, they typically take their requests to the nearest city's Explorers Association branch. This time, monsters had settled nearby, and though they tried to handle it themselves, they couldn't. Reluctantly, they submitted a request. But the result was the arrival of a tall man exuding an otherworldly aura. With well-defined features, jet-black hair, and a fearless smile, the long staff he carried, adorned with a golden gem, radiated the unique brilliance of a treasure no ordinary hunter could possess. In response to the village chief's words, filled with surprise, confusion, and awe, the young man simply smiled faintly. His mere presence left the village elders gathered in the chief's residence speechless. There was no doubt about it. He was Thousand Tricks, known for his divine strategies and cunning, a man currently rising to prominence in the great empire of Zebrudia. Even in this remote countryside, his name was well known. With a carefree expression, the young man said, "Not at all. I am still quite unknown. Why, you Ray too humble. But the problem is, we don't have the funds to hire a high-level hunter like you, let alone an entire party." The primary profession of treasure hunters is exploring treasure vaults. Whether they take on other requests depends entirely on their personal disposition, and few villages can offer rewards substantial enough to mobilize high-level hunters who earns vast sums of money. This was one of the reasons the village chief and elders were so perplexed. Behind the young man stood several men and women. To put it bluntly, they seemed several levels below the Thousand Trick, but there was no doubt they were the famous party led by him, the Greiving Soul. Hearing a high-level hunter, let alone an entire party, was impossible for this village. Moreover, the request to exterminate the monsters wasn't particularly dangerous, and having a party with multiple moniker holders was complete overkill. Originally, the reward for this request was negotiable. They never expected such a famous party to show up. In response to the chief's words, a red-haired man with glasses among the party members adjusted his glasses and said with a somewhat dubious smile, "We understand that you can pay the usual fees, but we do have a reputation to maintain, and if we don't receive some compensation, the association will scold us. We don't need any reward. Our goal is treasure hunting, after all." "Wah, what did you say?" The unbelievable statement left them stunned. They knew there were various types of hunters, but they never imagined someone would come all the way to this remote countryside and declare they didn't need a reward. Just what had he come here for? Behind the confident Thousand Trick, his companions were holding their heads in exasperation. "Hey, we Ray not getting any sweet rewards here. What's going on, cool?" "Because there's no other way. Krahai-san is just too genuine." At the sharp voice of their alchemist companion, Qtree, who glared at him as if scolding, Cool let out a sigh. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. The young man, who bore a name strikingly similar to the famous leader of the Greiving Soul and possessed remarkable talent, was supposed to use his abilities to leverage the reputation of the Greiving Soul and reap various benefits. Outside the building, the constant roar of thunder echoed. Their leader, Krahai-Andrihi, was practicing by summoning lightning. It was part of his daily routine. That guy is seriously messed up. If I'd known he was like this, I wouldn't have followed him. Well, Zuri and I owe him so. Zuri and Cool had met Krahai during a hunt. They had been surrounded by monsters and were in a desperate situation when Krahai, who was soloing at the time, swooped in to save them. At first, Cool had thought Krahai was the real Thousand Trick. But that misconception was quickly cleared up. The real Thousand Trick, the divine strategist, couldn't possibly be this, simple-minded. It was then that Cool came up with the idea of creating the freaking soul. Krahai-Andrihi, who possessed power rivaling the real deal, lacked the finesse and knowledge of a hunter's principles and common sense. Cool did not have enough martial power. Cool and Krahai complemented each other. But Cool never expected Krahai to be the type to dive headfirst into danger. Krahai was strong, brave, powerful, not stupid, and above all, he had an overwhelming desire to be a hero. By the time Cool and the others realized this, it was already too late to turn back. The Greiving Soul, led by the strongest treasure hunter, the Thousand Trick. While Cool and the others carefully planned their routes to avoid encountering the real deal, Krahai's actions were chaotic. If there were people being attacked by monsters in the east, he would rush there and bring lightning down on them. If there were rumors of bandits in the west, he would head straight there and bring lightning down on them. And he never accepted any rewards. On top of that, he frequently made donations. It was no wonder rumors spread. The impact even reached his comrades, Cool and Zuri. They were too noticeable to act carelessly. Only Qtree seems to be trying to act differently and commit bad deeds. But even that is happening less and less. But since the real grieving soul also had a bad reputation, it was hard to tell which was the real one. After all, completing requests and receiving rewards was a hunter's right. Refusing rewards wasn't necessarily virtuous. If Krahai ignored this principle, it would affect other hunters and draw complaints from the Explorer's Association. In the worst case, their deception could be exposed. Heroes and fools are separated by a thin line. But we've got to do something about this, or it's going to end badly. Well, even if we meet the real one, Krahai-san might be forgiven, because he's genuinely pure. As Yuri sighed in exasperation, Kyutri spoke with a serious expression. Shouldn't we just disband? Krahai-san is overjoyed to have comrades. If we suggest disbanding, what do you think will happen? Originally, Cool and the others didn't have the ability to keep up with a talented hunter like Krahai. The fact that their party still held together was entirely due to Krahai's goodwill. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered fortunate. Yeah, if we talk about disbanding, he'll be depressed. So we can't because he'll be depressed. Seriously, you guys are too kind. Now, watching him just makes me feel pure. If we betrayed him, we'd definitely go to hell. But still, this can't go on. Even if we try to move far away to avoid the real one is also terrifying. Someone stronger than Krahai? What kind of monster is that? That's the problem. We need to rein Krahai-san in a bit. That was the issue. Krahai was incredibly strong, but the real 1000 trick was making even more astonishing progress than Cool had imagined. They had never met face to face, but the rumors reached them. Not only was the real one powerful, but many of his companions were also moniker holders. Cool and the others stood no chance. No, it wasn't even a contest. If the Explorer's Association found out, Cool and the others would face penalties. And thinking about the shock Krahai would experience at that moment made Cool's chest ache. Cool sighed and stood up, ready to take action. Fine, let's proceed as planned. Operation Sister Audition is a go. That thing where we find a love-struck little sister character for Krahai to counter poison with poison. You were serious about that. Well, it's better than doing nothing, right? I don't think it'll work, but... Kyutri's face twitched, and Zuri spoke with complete disinterest. Everything we've done so far has backfired, hasn't it? It's like some kind of 1000 misfortunes. And what about our big brother, huh? Ansem Smart is especially famous even among the grieving soul. His appearance is striking, so it's no wonder we haven't found anyone like him. How about looking for a short guy instead? That would be exposed immediately. We're not making this party as a joke, you know. Kyutri, listen to you. You're not even trying to match the appearance. The real one is a swordsman, so at least carry a sword. You're just looking out for yourself, aren't you? Kyutri snapped back, her tone sharp. Ignoring her completely, Cool clenched his fist and stood up. Ansem aside, Lucia will definitely work out. The real one seems to have a soft spot for little sisters, and with Krahai-san's good looks, we'll have plenty of options. If we find the best little sister, Krahai-san should calm down. You never learn, do you? What do you mean by the best little sister? Coming from us, who are pretending to be sisters by matching our hair colors. Kyutri and Zuri exchanged glances and let out deep sighs. Despite having completely different tastes, backgrounds, and appearances, they strangely resembled real sisters at that moment. Under their exasperated gazes, Cool adjusted his glasses and declared loudly, "Honestly, it's your fault for being such petty villains. You can't handle Krahai-san by being villains. We need to find a pure little sister. One who's presentable anywhere and can overwhelm Krahai-san. You're a petty villain too. What's with this cool cycle act? At least create some common ground with the real one. Never mind about me." As the freaking soul argued, a particularly large bolt of lightning struck nearby. The adventures of Cool and his companions were only just beginning. Bookwalker exclusive bonus, The 1000 Tricks Treasure Encyclopedia. 3. TLN. This is mostly machine translated, also I can guarantee if the names of relics are correct. I was originally planning not to do it cause I still can find the first 2 SS of this series, but decided to just do it. So don't blame me also if you know correct names, then inform me cause I don't want to check fandom for it, relics. They are gifts from the past, made from mana material. In this era when mana material circulates all over the world, relics are discovered and brought back from various treasure vaults day and night. Some treasure hunters enter dangerous treasure vaults to train themselves, but it can be said that relics are what are supporting the golden age of treasure hunters today. Remnants of past civilizations, Relics with powers that cannot be reproduced with modern technology are highly valued in various places. There are cases where a country has developed greatly thanks to the power of a single relic, and in fact, the Zebrudia Empire's prosperity was greatly boosted by the existence of its national treasure, the Tears of Truth. The relics obtained from the treasure vaults are highly random, and it can be said that treasure hunting, which has the possibility of obtaining such powerful treasures, is a very dream job. But are all relics useful? The answer is no. Most of the items found as relics have no significant abilities and are what are commonly known as trash relics. It's still better if they have some useful ability, but sometimes they are just tools with no special ability, and even worse, it's not rare to get items with detrimental effects. However, since relics are basically sturdy, swords and shields with no abilities can sell for high prices, and cursed items with detrimental effects can be traded for eye-popping prices. Don T. ask how they are used. The fact that the value of a relic does not necessarily depend on its ability is also an interesting thing about dealing with relics. Well, in the first article, we introduced chain-type relics, and in the second article, sword-type relics, but the relic we introducing this time is a little different from those. We sure to make treasure hunters frown when they find it, and we introduce the entertainment-type relic, which is the relic that most troubles hunters out of all the other relics. Section entertainment-type relics. There is no clear definition of what an entertainment-type relic is, but roughly speaking, it is a relic that is not very practical but is fun to use. For treasure hunters, the ideal relic is one that will help them in their hunts, but for ordinary citizens, it is different. And even for the enthusiasts that are common among some great merchants and nobles. A powerful weapon-type relic would allow them to travel safely through the city. Some relics are indispensable for business and territory management, such as the sounding stone that allows long-distance communication. However, something that many treasure hunters may not understand is that entertainment-type relics are sometimes traded at prices that exceed those of useful relics. For those who have obtained everything in this world, the last thing they seek is entertainment. Relics that offer a glimpse into past civilizations and are rare are of interest to the rich, and they are always on the lookout for interesting relics, spending their abundant wealth to buy them up. The first one we will introduce is a picture-type relic, moving paint. The name probably says it all. It looks like a painting in a frame, but as its name suggests, this painting moves freely. That's all. There are paintings among relics that can drag people inside, but this relic has no such special power. It may seem like a trivial relic, but it seems to be the product of a fairly large civilization and is one of the most popular entertainment-oriented relics. It is also a relic whose value is difficult to measure, as its price fluctuates wildly depending on the content and size of the painting, and there are enthusiasts all over the world. It is a terrifying story that some pieces are sold for several billion gils each. It may be easier for hunters to understand if you think of it as a type of art. By the way, this moving does not only mean moving within the painting. For the most part, it is satisfied with just moving within the painting, but there are times when some parts accidentally come out of the painting. The parts of the painting that come out cannot be touched, and currently, even relic researchers are divided on what they are. Please note that if the charge runs out while part of the painting is outside, that part will never return. One of the most highly acclaimed moving paintings of all time, The Ball at Dawn, is a fantastical masterpiece of a large number of nobles dancing in the dim light. However, every time the magical charge ran out, the number of people in the painting gradually decreased, and now it has become a lonely ball with only a few people dancing. If something has left and does not return, all you can do is wait patiently, being careful not to run out of magical power. The creatures in the painting do not go very far, and they will return someday. If you absolutely do not want to damage the contents of the painting, do not pour magical power into it. In the first place, even if nothing escapes from the painting, once the relic is activated, the contents of the moving painting will not be maintained in its original state. There are apparently some brave warriors who will keep moving it until they get the painting they want. In addition, if you activate multiple moving paintings close together, the pictures inside will mix together and become very interesting, and there is also a derivative product called moving puzzle. It is a world of depth. It doesn't have any meaning, but it is definitely a fun relic to use, so if you come across one, I recommend you try it out at least once. I also have one, and when I tried flipping the picture over while it was activated, all the contents came out and it became blank. Now, as you can expect from the example of this moving painting, entertainment-type relics are often supported by powerful fan clubs. However, the next relic I will introduce is a rare one that is not only enjoyed by wealthy enthusiasts, but also by a wide range of hunters and ordinary citizens. Relic. Animal Friend. It is a headband-shaped relic that looks like a headband with animal ears. Its ability is to give the wearer the ears and tail of that animal. There are series of this relic based on the type of animal, and by equipping the headband, if the animal has cat ears, the ears and a tail will grow, and if the animal is a dog, dog ears and a tail will grow. The ears and tail that grow are purely for appearance and cannot be touched, and unfortunately they do not give the animal's other physical abilities or allow the user to understand the animal's feelings, which is why this relic is considered entertainment-oriented. If one thing that changes is forced to be picked, it would be charming. The tail and ears that grow cannot be moved by the player's will, but they move on their own, reflecting the player's feelings. Due to the adorableness of their movements, this relic has many enthusiasts even amongst hunters, and compared to the number discovered, very few are available on the market. It is still fresh in our memory that the Animal Friend Cafe, which equipped all of its staff with animal feelings, became popular. It's an impressive way to make the most of this relic, but I should add that the person who opened the cafe is a top-class animal friend hunter, and it's the result of his tenacity. By the way, the price of this relic varies greatly depending on the animal. Cats and dogs are the most popular, but some are available for next to nothing, so if you just want to experience it, I recommend those. 1,000 Tricks have fish ears, but I tried to donate them to the aforementioned Animal Friend Cafe, but was turned down. The world of entertainment-type relics can be a cruel one. By the way, out of personal interest, I have put a headband on an animal with those ears, but I'll talk about that another time. Well, there are many more entertainment-type relics, but I am getting bored of introducing them for too long, so I'll finish off with the next one. Finally, I'd like to introduce the entertainment-type relic that I recently acquired, which is my favorite of the ones I have recently acquired. Relic, Dancing Age, Ancient Performer. This doll-shaped relic is a well-known item in the entertainment relic industry. It is difficult to describe this relic in one word, but if I had to say, it would be a singing and dancing Haniwa. That alone might make it seem like a very silly relic, and when I bought it and brought it home, my sister punched me, but the humorous dance that comes from its adorable form and its singing voice that evokes the chaos of ancient times will surely soothe those who are tired of modern society. There are as many types as the two entertainment relics mentioned above, and it is said that no two Haniwa have the same shape. In terms of function, there are dancing Haniwa, singing Haniwa, and dancing and singing Haniwa, and basically the more movements there are, the more valuable it is. But since the voices and movements are different for each one, it is difficult to determine its value based on that alone. They are mostly found in high-level treasure vaults, level 6 and above, but the illusions that appear in high-level treasure vaults are powerful, and the other relics that appear are all very useful, so sadly, they are rarely brought home as a result of selection. And while the singing and dancing is wonderful, this relic actually has a hidden function. When multiple people are lined up, they sing together. Even a single Haniwa is fun to watch, but when multiple types of this relic are lined up and activated, they synchronize and perform a magnificent performance and dance with a sense of unity. Ancient performers enthusiasts once gathered together to perform an ancient performer orchestra, where dozens of Haniwa were lined up and performed, and it was amazing beyond words. I'd like to note that my own collection was also a part of that orchestra. If there is one weakness, it would be the price. Since they are rarely brought home and there are many different types, the prices of truly excellent Haniwa can be eye-popping. If you want to collect a large number of them, you need to be prepared to devote your entire life to collecting them. Section. So, this time I have listed 3 typical entertainment-type relics. But what do you think? Since there is no set definition for entertainment-type relics, their shapes and abilities are truly endless. Some relics can be used if you put some thought into them. In fact, there are cases where the ability itself is not that great, such as Animal Friend, but the entertainment value has been put forward to the forefront and turned into a business. At this point, it cannot be said that they are useless. Currently, relics tend to be all about practical use. Treasure hunters who head to the treasure vault in search of relics have a limit to the amount they can bring back, so useless relics are simply left to be discarded. Most parties also set the priority of bringing back entertainment-type relics, which are known to be useless, lower than completely unknown relics, but I personally feel that this fact is a bit wasteful. It is true that entertainment-type relics are useless for hunting, but that is not all that is detrimental. Currently, ordinary citizens find relics difficult to relate to. This is due to the need to charge magical power, their high price, and the fact that their abilities are excessive for everyday life. According to a certain research institute, survey results showed that 90% of citizens who are not in a specific occupation, such as hunter, have never used a relic. Because of their lack of practicality, entertainment-type relics would be a great gift and would be ideal as a bridge between such citizens and hunters. Even the treasure hunters currently on the front lines will eventually retire. Many pass on their weapon-type relics to their apprentices or children, but the entertainment-type relics they obtained during their active years will surely be a lasting memory to soothe their boredom after retirement. You also need some leeway in life. As a fan of entertainment-type relics, I would be delighted if all of you who read this article become even a little interested in entertainment-type relics and make rescuing them from the treasure vaults a high priority. Interlude. The curse in the heart of the Zebrudia Empire, several dozen kilometers from the imperial capital, nestled on a small hill, it stood quietly. An observatory built to read the stars correctly. A facility constructed along the ley lines where the Earth's power flows, blending naturally into the surroundings, inconspicuous yet sturdy. It was an institution that had supported Zebuldia since ancient times. The Astrological Mysticism Institute, commonly known as the Astrological Institute. TLN, actual name may differ, I am not sure about the name. In one of the rooms of the distinctive dome-shaped building, a young man clad in blue robes and an elderly woman were engaged in conversation. The matter of the nine-tailed shadow fox seems to have been resolved peacefully, thanks to the efforts of the cooperating hunters. However, the knights have raised concerns about why we failed to foresee such a calamity that could have destroyed several nations. Disasters caused by human hands are too insignificant to be reflected in the eyes of the gods. They are far too trivial. The elderly woman frowned as she gestured toward the massive crystal orb, several meters in diameter, placed at the center of the room, a treasure that gathered the power of the sky and earth, reflecting all things in existence. Those people are always in too much of a hurry. Precognition is something that even our Astrological Institute, which deals with the mysteries of all ages and places, must approach with utmost caution. The precognitive abilities of the Astrological Mysticism Institute were not omnipotent. Future predictions, made using the power of nature and the aptitude of the practitioners, were highly accurate but not something that could be freely wielded. While they had successfully detected numerous major disasters in advance, allowing the military to act and mitigate the damage, there were also many disasters they had failed to foresee. This was precisely why the Astrological Mysticism Institute was considered an anomaly among public organizations. Precognition isn't something that can be achieved through sheer willpower alone. Indeed, that's what we told them as well. But they retorted, "Why can 1,000 tricks do it, but not you?" That man again. His methods are governed by entirely different principles. He is the kind of man who would gladly accept the judgment of the tears of truth, feared by all. If possible, I do want him on our side. The elderly woman let out a deep sigh at the mention of the man who had meddled deeply in every major incident that had occurred in Zebuldia in recent years, causing chaos as he pleased. She raised her head, her gaze turning toward the crystal orb, and her eyes widened in shock. This reaction is, I can see it too. The crystal orb, which had been shining transparently enough to see through, now had a black stain-like dot appearing on its surface. The black dot spread like mist, gradually covering the entire crystal. The crystal orb conveyed visions of the future in various ways, but this reaction was far more ominous than any precognition they had detected recently. As her subordinate strained his eyes to their limit, staring intently at the crystal, the elderly woman steadied her breathing and shouted, "If even you can see it, this is a powerful precognition. It's far greater than the Fox incident the Knights have been waiting for. Hurry and inform the capital. Tell them. An ominous shadow looms over the Imperial City, threatening to engulf it all."